all stats showing error, but one-shotting every monster. Chang-sun wakes up and gets the Returner's Memory achievement, +5 to all stats. Opens his status window, all red error messages. Strength 1, Dexterity 3, pathetically weak. A Black Mamba strikes. He pulls out a rusty dagger. Bam! One-shot kill. System explodes with rewards. War Goddess Pabina takes notice. He kills monsters non-stop. Level up, non-stop leveling. The truth, he's a returner, already dominated this world once. Now he's back to dominate even harder. Okay, let's watch this journey together. Jolting awake from a fractured, surreal dream, our protagonist finds himself sprawled across a mysterious grassy plain. A bewildered crowd gathers, eyeing Chang-sun as if he were some bizarre, otherworldly entity fallen from the stars. Suddenly, the interface of this epic system Manhwa flickers to life, granting him a legendary Returner's Memory achievement. He secures a massive +5 boost to every stat, while the surrounding crowd erupts into a chorus of panic screams. A catastrophic gate tears through the fabric of reality, yet Chang-sun remains chillingly indifferent to the mounting chaos. Hearing the familiar rhythm of his native tongue again, he realizes the truth. He has finally returned to this world. The moment the system declares Zone 1 open, Chang-sun erupts into a sprint with the intensity of a starving predator. The onlookers stand frozen, whispering in shock, wondering if this madman could truly be the infamous tyrant of legend. Despite his explosive start, his unconditioned physical vessel quickly reaches its limit, leaving him gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, he realizes he must prioritize checking his current standing within the world. He commands the status window to manifest, but the system coldly denies him, stating his authority has been completely revoked. A forced override begins as the administrator's protocol takes control, initiating a critical and mandatory system update. Finally, the translucent window shimmers into existence, revealing his haunting divine name, Twilight of the Gods. To his horror, every single metric from strength to health is replaced by a sea of crimson error messages. His skills and authorities are completely unreadable, leaving him wondering if the mechanics of this system Manhwa have totally broken. He questions what happened to the grand promises made by King Yama as the system begins a frantic data refresh. The screen flickers, finally stabilizing to show his new reality, a direct affiliation with the dark powers of the underworld. With strength at 1 and dexterity at 3, he possesses only the Soul Collection and Execution Sword at level 1. Before he can even process his pathetic stats, crimson warning alerts flash as a lethal Black Mamba marks him. The serpent unhinges its jagged jaws to swallow him whole, but Chang-sun meets the beast with a cold, fearless gaze. A dark excitement surges through him. To survive, he must grind through these monsters and harvest every drop of experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he draws a rusted novice dagger and deletes the creature with one precise, lethal stroke. The system pings instantly, rewarding his perfect execution and one-hit kill with a fresh influx of hidden rewards. His dagger technique levels up while his agility rises by 2, catching the keen eye of the constellation Pabina. Chang-sun smirks, determined to accelerate his growth and become the most feared rookie this system Manhwa has ever seen. To the average human, these sprawling dungeons are nothing more than a waking nightmare and a certain grave. However, for those with ambition, they are a golden ticket to divinity, watched closely by the gods and constellations. These celestial beings utilize the dungeons to handpick apostles who will act as the physical vessels for their divine will. Countless desperate souls throw themselves into the abyss, praying for a single crumb of power from the heavens above. Yet, the vast majority perish in the dark, their deaths ignored by the very gods they so desperately worshipped. To the arrogant deities watching from on high, mediocre warriors aren't even worth a momentary glance or a passing thought. Only those who possess unshakable faith or display monstrous, god-tier talent can ever hope to earn a celestial contract. Chang-sun's brutal efficiency has done the impossible, forcing the goddess Pabina to focus her divine attention solely on him. He grins, knowing that gaining the favor of such a violent deity is like hitting the ultimate cosmic jackpot. Pabina is a ruthless goddess of war and the daughter of Tiamat, the primal dragon of absolute evil and destruction. He calculates his next move, realizing he has secured a massive advantage right at the starting line of this game. The system confirms his suspicions. The war goddess is deeply intrigued by his surgical and cold-blooded hunting methods. Twirling his blade with a dark smile, he whispers to the void that he will give her a spectacular show. He continues his reconnaissance through the dense forest, quickly identifying a strange, toxic green mist creeping through the trees. The outer perimeter is choked with poison gas, meaning the local predators likely utilize lethal venom in their hunting. Analyzing the environmental hazards, he decides that Plan C is the most effective way to clear this treacherous zone. Right on cue, 2 Black Mambas strike from the shadows, but Chang-sun had already predicted their every desperate movement. Shifting into a lethal combat stance, he prepares to flush the serpents out and paint the grass with their blood. He leaps with predatory grace, dodging their venomous fangs before carving a fatal line through the first snake's scales. As his low-rank dagger mastery activates, the system showers him with experience for another flawless and decisive kill. The final serpent couldn't flee its doom. The system Manhwa mechanics triggered. Congratulations. Experience points gained. Level up. Drawn by the scent of fresh carnage, a swarm of mambas emerged exactly as Chang-sun had calculated. Brandishing his blade, he resembled the Great Reaper harvesting souls with a lethal, shimmering scythe. He reaped their spirits without hesitation. Despite the growing horde, Chang's son remained unshaken and resolute. With a gaze of ice, he waltzed through the venomous swarm, a true avatar of death in motion. System notifications flooded his vision in a chaotic blur. Level up, the alerts were absolutely endless. He was annihilating the forest's apex predators. His senses sharpened, honed by the fires of absolute, relentless slaughter. Finally, silence returned. Chang's son stood still, surrounded by nothing but a mountain of cold serpent corpses. The survivors trembled in pure agony. The system Manhwa alert flashed. The species now recognizes you as their predator. You have paralyzed the species with primal dread. New title acquired, the Black Mamba Butcher. A reward for slaying 100 serpents. Effect, strength +5 and a passive aura of terror against snakes. But Chang's son had no mercy left to give. He wasn't finished with this bloodbath just yet. Their fear was intoxicating. He gripped his weapon tighter before lunging back into the fray for the final kill. A manic thrill surged through his veins. This mindless slaughter and adrenaline buzz were becoming purely addictive. The forgotten scent of war filled his lungs. Whether in Arcadia or this realm, the terror felt nostalgic. It was a divine rush, until those wretched gods intervened and stripped everything away from his grasp. They imprisoned him, labeling him a global threat, before condemning him to the ultimate penalty of death. They feared a mortal who could challenge their divinity. If his existence terrified them, he'd embrace it gladly. However, this frail human vessel still had its limits and was currently screaming for rest. Fatigue set in, demanding a respite. Suddenly, system alert. Basic dagger mastery has reached its maximum level. Evolution triggered. Intermediate dagger mastery unlocked. Sid, the god of pleasure, watches your lethal display in disbelief. Total exhaustion consumed him. The system urged him to find safety, but Chang's son only smirked darkly. Don't be surprised yet, old friend, he whispered, extending his hand toward the piles of fallen monsters. Dark energy spiraled from the corpses into his palm. System, soul absorption activated. Purgatory flames ignited. Soul remnants acquired. Stamina restored by 5%. The crushing weight of exhaustion vanished instantly. Sid gasped, baffled by this unknown power. Chang's son gripped his fist, feeling the surge of raw strength. He returned to the slaughter with a wicked grin. As if a fool like you could ever understand. This was a forbidden gift, an exclusive authority granted by the Lord of Hell himself. Let them assume it's a mere awakening trait. Let the gods drown in their own curiosity and confusion. Divine restrictions kept the avatars at bay. No god would risk everything just to spy on a rookie. Catching his breath, Chang's son felt no fear. With the underworld on his side, he was untouchable. This infernal system Manhwa interface was his greatest asset. Without it, the gods would have exposed him. He plunged his steel into one last ambush predator. The final notification echoed, battle concluded. Achievement unlocked, the calamity of 444 serpents. New rewards have been granted to the player. Strength increased by 5. Poison resistance acquired. Satisfied, he summoned his holographic status window once more. Name, Chang. Divine title, hidden. Current title, Black Mamba Hunter. Hell link, level 6. His attributes surged across the board, bolstered by a massive horde of 35 bonus stat points. Intermediate dagger mastery, level 3. Passive, poison resistance. His combat efficiency had evolved to a terrifying degree. A constellation watches you with keen interest. Fulfill their dark desires to increase your divine affinity. His growth was explosive. Even his dormant magic stat had finally begun to stir from its long slumber. Now, he could unleash his skills without restraint. More importantly, he had baited a god into his trap. Next come the red scales and the blood serpent. That poison resistance was a crucial acquisition for survival. The blood serpent, the tyrannical boss of this forest and the true master of the venomous hive. Challenging it before level 10 was suicide for most, but Chang's son intended to solo the nightmare. This was his stage to impress the gods, but his true prize lay within the serpent's lethal fangs. Absolute toxic immunity is his top priority. The Twilight failed because his curse resistance was pathetic. Chang won't repeat that fatal mistake this time. Fury twists his face. To break Gaia's curse, he needs that legendary fang immediately. Suddenly, his blade crumbles. The system Manhwa pings. The rusty novice dagger has reached its limit. Weapon destroyed. Staring at the hilt, he scoffs. It's a miracle it lasted this long. Asterisk, thwack, asterisk. A weapon falls from the sky, piercing the earth. He stares in utter shock. That dragon scale pattern, it's a Tiamat relic. What are those gods plotting now? Asterisk ding, asterisk Sid, the god of pleasure, has sent a gift and offered a divine wager. Failure means instant death. These celestial beings truly view us as disposable trash. We are just cheap entertainment. I despise them. But this gamble might actually work. I'll exploit this for everything it's worth. Scoring Tiamat's dagger is a total jackpot. Chang seizes the blade. Fine, what's the play? The system Manhwa alerts flash. Wager accepted. Sid's laughter echoes, clearly amused by your reckless audacity and guts. New quest initiated. Hunter license forged. Meanwhile, back at the starting zone, a crowd gathers. Suspicious glances dart around. Who's this guy trying to act like a leader? A uniformed man flashes his badge. Listen up, I'm 2nd Lieutenant Parkon. A C rank awakened from the National Army. This is an emergency. Follow my lead. Murmurs ripple through the crowd. Finally, a real pro. But what about that other guy? The one who bolted into the woods? He's probably already monster food by now. Probably hunting for scraps. A man in a blue jacket scoffs from the shadows. You're wrong. That guy is going to walk away with a legendary haul. How do you know? The man smirks. That's Tyron, the fallen king of STB. Shocked gasps follow. Wait, I remember him. The one from all those commercials? He's a spoiled rich kid with a trashed reputation. A total elite celebrity. Why would a pampered guy like that rush headfirst into a death trap? Rumor says he became a drunk. Maybe he's finally looking for a way out. A man in red whispers urgently, "Shut your mouth. Why are you talking so much?" Blue Jacket snaps back, annoyed. Relax. I'm just stating the obvious truth here. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface glows. Asterisk alert, all Black Mamba monsters have been eradicated. Asterisk. A girl gasps. We're in the safe zone. Who is out there killing them all? The alerts keep screaming. White worms. Extinct. Blue crows wiped out in seconds. Red mambas slaughtered instantly. Player Li Chang is turning this trial into a massacre. Parkon watches the board in silence while Blue Jacket's face turns pale with disbelief. This is impossible, he grunts. Meanwhile, we jump back to when Li Chang's son started. Activating soul coercion, he recovers stamina while scanning his new system Manhwa mission. Pabina, the goddess of growth, is desperate for apostles to boost her divine ranking. But every top-tier talent is already sponsored by the more powerful supreme deities. Now, she's eyeing your lethal hunting skills. She wants you as her primary apostle. You have 24 hours. Slay the blood serpent with the divine dagger, or perish. Failure, death. Success, the evil dragon's fang and a path to legendary apostleship. Desperate, isn't she? Li Chang muses. Her situation is even worse than I imagined. Tiamat and Ben Mata were ancient rivals. This conflict goes deeper than it looks. The strongest zodiac versus the primordial evil dragon, a war between gods and monsters. Li Chang smirks, his eyes gleaming. This chaos is the perfect opportunity for profit. He tests the weight of the new blade. Now, let's see if this weapon bites. System alert, Fang of the Evil Dragon, forged by primordial malice as a lethal gift for a beloved daughter. This sentient divine dagger possesses a soul, wielding power that completely defies all calculation. Its hidden effects remain locked. Currently, the blade rejects you until specific hidden conditions are met. It is the perfect tool, though a few extra bonuses would certainly sweeten the deal. With a cunning grin, Li Chang's son proposed a gamble, embracing his role in this system Manhwa. The goddess Pabina tilted her head in confusion. He simply declared a 30-minute limit. Pabina was baffled. He vowed to slaughter the entire blood serpent nest within 30 minutes. He demanded legendary rewards for his success, calmly awaiting the divine response to his offer. Moments later, the interface flickered. The goddess Pabina laughed at such an arrogant proposal. She accepted his challenge, warning that a brutal, agonizing death awaited him should he fail. Satisfied with the terms, he gave thanks and vanished toward the battlefield, blade in hand. He decimated a white worm in 3 strikes. Level up. Strength increased by 3 points. A swarm of blue crows descended next, but his evolved physique easily outmatched their numbers. Armed with a superior weapon, he felt far more powerful than during his previous serpent hunt. The crows fell like flies. Level up. Stamina has increased by 2 points. News of the divine wager spread through the heavens. Gods now watch your combat with curiosity. Several high deities are observing your martial prowess, intrigued by your unique fighting style. After the slaughter, his gaze turned cold. He checked the system board before hunting the serpent. Every monster blocking his path was executed with terrifying, high-speed precision. He finally located the target. Instead of charging, he vanished into the shadows to wait. More audience means more loot. The goddess Pabina grew irritated by these uninvited divine spectators. She claimed exclusive rights over him. Li Chang's son smirked, anticipating the chaos to come. He wondered which gods were truly worth his time, hoping for a powerful patron among them. Level 10 reached. Tutorial concluded. You have earned the Young Talent Achievement for your efforts. His eyes burned with intensity. This was the exact trigger needed to unlock the hidden class. The notification arrived. All stats increased by 5. The path to a hidden class is open. Remembering his past life as a spearman, he vowed to reject all common starting paths. Though the Dragon King and Black King classes were strong, he considered the Berserker path superior. Berserkers offer overwhelming destruction at the cost of sanity, a risk he knew how to manage. To win this gamble, he needed that raw power. That level 20 beast wouldn't wait forever. He opened the class selection menu. The results appeared. 1. Swordsman. 2. Spearman. 17. Son of the Dragon. 18. Nightwalker. 30. Ancient Arts Master. His expression darkened as he scanned the list. The Berserker class was nowhere to be found. 6 minutes remain. Panic didn't set in, but confusion clouded his mind as the clock ticked. He was certain of the requirements. Pabina watched, wondering if his confidence was just a facade. 3 other deities leaned in, eager to see which legendary path the mortal would choose. With time expiring, he made a split-second decision and selected the Hidden Rune Master class. Writing runes was tedious, but their destructive output would dwarf even a high-level berserker. It provided the tactical edge needed for unfair fights. The transformation process began immediately. You have successfully transitioned. Your primary class is now officially set as Rune Master. Agility and magic rose by 5. New attributes, wisdom and willpower, have been unlocked. Skill unlocked, low-rank rune creation. The god of pleasure watched in absolute shock. While one god mocked his choice, the protagonist ignored the heavens to inspect his new skills. Rune creation allows for the forging of magical scripts. Perfecting them increases his casting speed. Mastery will evolve the power. Next, he examined the intricate art of low-rank rune carving. These runes brand any target you choose. Depending on mastery, you can imbue inanimate objects or even living creatures. Level 1 activation complete. Magic power surges. Chang realizes his theory was absolutely correct. He knew these skills would manifest. With 4 minutes remaining, he pours 55 points into wisdom and willpower. The class change alerts the blood snake. It strikes toward the tree where Chang is concealed. Chang evades just in time. The system window confirms low-rank rune creation is now active. Success rates climb alongside his stats. Chang slashes his palm, offering his own blood to the blade. He scoffs. Those complex runes the elders forced him to memorize are finally proving their worth. Driven by grim nostalgia, he paints cryptic sigils onto his spear using his own life force. As the final stroke lands, the symbols ignite. The system confirms low-rank rune carving. An explosive rune is engraved. In the celestial realm, the god of pleasure erupts in laughter. The gods are stunned by his knowledge. Only in a system Manhwa could such willpower carve destiny itself. Level up attained. The explosive rune gains 5 bonus effects for 1 minute as magic is absorbed. The thirst state awakens. Grinning at his radiant weapon, Chang lets out a roar and charges the serpent. J calculates 3 minutes remain. More than enough time for the coming carnage. The chaos from Li Chang's battle reaches the safe zone. Survivors watch the billowing smoke, trembling in fear. Park mutters as explosions rock the earth. It sounds like a minefield, but the scale is far larger. Whispers spread like wildfire. What kind of monster is fighting up there? Then, a system notification appears. Alert. Player Chang'an has engaged the boss. Target, the terrifying blood snake. The crowd freezes in absolute shock. Is he truly powerful enough to challenge a boss alone? Panic erupts. That lunatic is going to draw the monster here and get us all killed. He's a reckless bastard who does whatever he wants. The man screams at Park, demanding immediate action. We're all dead because of him. Park Ki-han remains cold, ordering the man to sit down and be silent. Park shuts down the argument. One wrong move from us, and we are all monster food. Seething with rage, the man can only curse under his breath. Park ignores the pathetic display. He watches the flashes of light through the dust. If those are critical hits, Chang is a monster. We might actually survive this. Just what kind of incredible battle is taking place inside that forest? It is the final moment. Man and beast collide with devastating force before a massive explosion levels everything. The system alerts flood everyone's vision. Even for a system Manhwa, these results are absolutely insane. Quest complete. The blood snake has been slain. You have finished the first dungeon exploration phase. Ranking update. First place, Chang-sun with 4,999 points. Park, 1 point. Third place remains unknown. Rewards are now being distributed based on your contribution. Park stands paralyzed. He is witnessing the rise of a new emperor in the 10 Directions rankings. The boss is dead, but the silence in the safe zone is heavy with lingering shock. Suddenly, a massive serpent head emerges from the tree line. Screams of terror erupt, but the beast doesn't move. As it slides closer, they see the truth. Someone is dragging the massive carcass like a trophy. Park-han looks at Li Chang, searching for meaning in his cold gaze. Chang slowly scans the crowd. Is there a player representative here? Park steps forward, confirming his position. Help me clear out the remaining small fries. It wasn't a request, it was a command. Park feels the pressure. We will handle the cleanup. You should take a moment to recover. Chang sighs, sensing their fear. He turns away, dragging his kill back into the dark shadows. My presence makes you uneasy. I will leave. Whispers of the tyrant's identity follow his every step. They argue over his identity. He looks nothing like the rumors. Is this really the same man? He might be a demon wearing a human face. If he were, we'd already be dead. Only the man in the blue jacket remains silent, glaring with pure hatred as Chang recalls their words. A demon in human skin? Chang shakes his head and laughs at the absurdity of it all. A demon? Is that my reputation now? System alert. 1 hour of rest before phase 2 begins. The countdown starts. Li Chang walks to the clearing and drops the blood serpent's massive carcass. This spot is perfect. Li Chang carves ancient runes into stone, forging a protective barrier. System notification. Barrier rune complete. Your skill proficiency has reached a new peak. Low-grade rune mastery maxed out. A superior skill path has now been revealed. Beginner rune creation unlocked. Li Chang eyes the serpent, deciding to harvest his prize first. New notifications received. Rewards confirmed for ranking milestones and hunter certification achievements. Li Chang whispers under his breath, System. Claim all rewards immediately. Choice available. Select your prize category. 1. Skill. 2. Effect. 3. Equipment. 4. Achievement points. Low-level skills are just useless junk to me now. The Dragon's Fang is plenty for gear. Achievement points are the only real choice here. System alert. Achievement points selected. You have earned 10,000 karma points. 5,000 bonus karma received. Total points, 15,000. Li Chang smirks at his fortune. Cash is king in every world. I must stockpile wealth before the shop opens. Time for status. Lee-Chang commands the system window to manifest before him. Divine name, Twilight of the Gods, locked. Title, Snake Butcher. Class, Rune Master, level 15. Strength, 36.5. Agility, 32.7, all stats boosted by 20. Dagger Technique, level 5. Rune Carving, level 9. Low-grade Creation, level 1. Snake Eye, level 1. Poison Resistance, level 5. Spirit Authority, level 1. Sword Slash, unlocked. Info, the gods are watching your legendary feats with great interest. 50 points accumulated. Lee-Chang grins. Slaying that blood serpent was a genius move. System notification. The legendary evil dragon's fang has been added to your inventory. The deity of snow and pleasure watches you. Constellations await the results of their bets. Hostile constellations are targeting you. Suddenly, a blood-red warning flashes on the screen. The deity of snow and pleasure warns the others. Face her wrath if they touch him. Lee-Chang snickers, hiding his amusement. Another notification appears regarding his successful bet. The deity of snow and pleasure asks what prize your heart truly desires. You may claim 2 treasures: Dragon's Hoard, Gold Bars, Heavenly Grail, or Omnipotent Stone. Lee-Chang stares, mesmerized. This system manual loot is beyond my wildest dreams. System alert. The deity of snow and pleasure grants you total freedom of choice. Take anything. Other gods watch in shock as such grand rewards are offered freely. The dragon's treasure has captured the attention of every constellation in the heavens. This isn't enough. If I take the fruit, I'll become her puppet forever. Lee-Chang refuses the list. A crimson system frame shuts down the selection menu. No items claimed. Lee-Chang remains calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. The deity of snow and pleasure narrows her eyes, questioning your true intentions. The gods demand to know your goal. Unclaimed rewards are now converting into karma. 1 million karma received. Total points, 2,015,000. A windfall. Exactly as planned. System currency is far more versatile for the trials ahead. System alert. The deity of snow and pleasure is visibly disappointed by your choice. She demands you become her loyal apostle. Lee-Chang rejects her without hesitation. Not a chance. I need real combat, not a divine master. I'm no believer. Lee-Chang eyes his massive point total with a wicked grin, his mind racing. If I keep playing these gods, the points will never stop. System alert. The deity of snow and pleasure is furious. You dare to mock a god. The deity of snow and pleasure seethes with rage, promising a bitter end for this defiance. But Lee-Chang remains unfazed, his heart filled with cold disdain for these arrogant higher beings. System alert. High-ranking constellations are literally grabbing popcorn, entertained by the unfolding chaos of this system Manhwa scenario. Greedy gazes fixate on him as multiple deities plot to claim him as their apostle. Even the indifferent ones now watch with newfound curiosity. Staring at the overwhelming flood of system notifications hovering before his eyes, Lee-Chang realizes that by flashing god-tier talent, he can ignite a massive bidding war among the celestial heavyweights. If the war with 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗃 is looming, 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗃's faction will be desperate for elite human players. System alert. The snow deity's eyes burn with murderous intent, but Lee-Chang ignores the heat. Everything is moving precisely according to his masterful design. It's time for the next act. A smirk plays on his lips. Shall we begin? I won't let a single drop of this boss go to waste, he mutters, drawing his blade to harvest the blood serpent's remains. System alert. You have successfully looted blood serpent's blood and serpent meat times 5. 2 blood serpent eyes acquired. High above, the gods lean in, wondering what spectacle he'll perform next. News of his daring rejection ripples through the heavens. Constellations are flocking to dungeon channel KR9721 in droves. The soaring viewer count reflects the sheer number of divine beings now captivated by his every move. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the safe zone, as Lee-Chang ruthlessly butchers his prize, 2 survivors in red and blue shirts huddle in a tense corner nearby. Breaking the heavy silence, the man in blue frowns. Hey, do you think someone like me could pull that off? His friend looks on with doubt. Becoming a true player, the blue-shirted man clarifies, his voice trembling with hope. The man in red bolts upright, his face a mask of shock. Are you insane? Have you lost your mind? Seeing the judgment, the blue-clad man snaps back with sudden fury. If even a low-life junkie can do it, why can't I? A chilling, dark grin spreads across his face as he lowers his head, whispering like a man possessed. I doubted myself once, but here. I can feel it. The dormant power within me is finally screaming to awaken. Look at this. A divine message. He reveals his screen, drawing his friend's stunned gaze. Then, the system's voice echoes with a chilling decree. The owl piercing the twilight has chosen player John Chun-jae. The friend's jaw drops in pure, unadulterated shock. The owl deity. You actually passed the awakening test. Suddenly, a celestial radiance erupts, blinding everyone in the safe zone. Next crane upward as a gargantuan pillar of light tears through the heavens, descending like a divine spear. It slams into the earth with thunderous force. Simultaneously, a system prompt freezes everyone's blood. A manager has arrived. Dust billows in massive clouds as the light impact shatters the quiet atmosphere. As the gray haze slowly clears from the crater, a bizarre figure emerges, a rabbit-eared boy in a sharp suit, clutching a golden clock. He leans on his cane and beams. Greetings, mortals. I am 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗏, the manager of this sector's channel. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗏 clutches his clock and tilts his head with a sinisterly sweet smile. But the survivors feel only pure dread. Suspicion poisons the air. Why would a high-ranking manager manifest in a place like this? With a hollow chuckle, 𝗓𝗏𝗡 waves a hand. Apologies for interrupting your precious little rest period. You're curious about my arrival? Well, things have changed, and it's time you all learn the harsh truth. Normally, the Management Bureau prides itself on non-interference, granting you pathetic humans maximum freedom. We truly try our best not to meddle in your desperate struggles for survival. But your clear speed is too high. The higher-ups are furious. So, I'm afraid I must crank the difficulty to the max. A wave of terror washes over the crowd as they scream in protest. 𝗓𝗏𝗡 simply ignores their pathetic cries. With a casual snap of his fingers, the protective sanctuary shatters like glass, dissolving into nothingness. In that terrifying heartbeat, a final system alert flashes across their vision. Error. Due to excessive performance, difficulty is spiking. The safe zone has been permanently deleted. Monster aggression is peaking. Enemy stats are buffed. Total chaos erupts as the massacre begins. Terror-stricken eyes dart toward the tree line. 𝗓𝗏𝗡, what have you done? They howl in despair. Amidst the screaming, Parkin's face twists in rage. This nightmare just triggered a memory he buried long ago. The nightmare of the last purge event returned. He was the sole survivor then, though his body was shattered and drenched in crimson. He remembered only a sea of corpses, and a massive system window that mocked his struggle with 3 cold words. What a disappointment. Returning to the present, Parkin took a jagged breath to steady his trembling nerves. He looked across the safe zone, scanning the faces of the survivors who were paralyzed by pure, hopeless terror. Lee Chang-sun's face suddenly flashed before him, accompanied by a bone-chilling premonition that surged through his veins. Back then, the Constellations summoned a manager to spike the difficulty, hunting for a standout to become their apostle. Must he witness this massacre again? Are the gods truly testing Lee Chang-sun's hidden talent through this trial? A sharp notification rang out. Due to the extreme dungeon difficulty, your rest period has been officially revoked. In this brutal system Manhwa world, starving monsters now roam freely. Prepare to face these lethal, combat-ready predators. The party system is now active. Groups are limited to 10 members, with rewards distributed based on your personal contribution. Hunt the beasts successfully for a chance to claim a rare fire jewel from their remains. Every party must collect 99 gems to clear Phase 2. Panic exploded as everyone grabbed makeshift weapons, screaming in agony. Chaos erupted instantly. No one had ever heard of a trial this devastating or unpredictable. The system announced, a monster wave will flood the area in 5 seconds. The countdown began. 5. As the safe zone descended into madness, 𝗓𝗏𝗡 materialized behind Parkin and whispered, "So, you're the player they call Parkin?" Park spun around, his heart racing. "You know me?" 𝗓𝗏𝗡 smirked. "Of course, you're the legendary survivor of the evil dragon's cave. The Management Bureau is keeping a close eye on you, so your reputation precedes you. I hope you survive this time as well." With a sinister grin, 𝗓𝗏𝗡 vanished into thin air. The countdown hit 0 and Phase 2 officially commenced. Bestial roars immediately echoed from the depths of the forest. Park Hee-han turned just in time to see a tide of monsters surging from the woods toward the safe zone. The cowards fled instantly, abandoning all hope. He cursed under his breath as the formation broke. Where did they come from? A few brave souls stood firm, clutching flimsy blades and shouting with trembling voices, "Attack!" Amidst the panic, one man moved with a different purpose. Jun Chun-jae charged directly into the monstrous horde alone. "This is my golden opportunity," he muttered. His eyes glowed with a predatory red light as his system window updated. "The blessing of the god Owl is with you." Deep in the forest, Lee Chang-sun finished carving through a blood snake's carcass to retrieve his prize. The system confirmed his success. "You have obtained the blood snake's poison fang." He gripped the fang and grinned. A poison immunity skill was exactly what he needed to survive. Phase 2 has begun. The gods are watching your performance and placing massive bets on your survival. This unexpected notification caught Lee Chang-sun off guard for a fleeting moment. He wiped his blood-stained face and glanced toward the safe zone. "The purge started early. I expected more time. Is this karma for winning the bet against Pabina?" It seems he drew far more divine attention than intended. He opened his status to check his vitals. Health, 151,448. Mana, 8,250. This is ridiculous. His stamina was depleted, and he had no time to recover his 230 points of energy. Frowning, Lee Chang-sun didn't waste another second. He grabbed his weapon and moved out with lethal speed. He hadn't traveled far before a massive red beast appeared, its body wreathed in roaring flames. It was a fire lizard. While Phase 1 featured poison, this stage belonged to the creatures of flame. If the cycle continues, the next stages will involve ice, metal, and body poison. That meant the essential loot for this specific stage was fire energy. With a calculated grin, Lee Chang-sun shifted his stance and lunged straight at the fire lizard. The monster reacted instantly, unhinging its jaw to unleash a devastating stream of fire. He ducked under the inferno, slipping beneath the beast's belly to avoid a head-on collision. Using the evil dragon's fang, he unleashed a flurry of slashes that tore through the monster's soft underbelly. The fire lizard thrashed wildly, trying to strike with its tail, but its efforts were futile. He leaped into the air, cleared the flames, and landed on its back to drive his blade in for a final, lethal strike. That beast is officially finished. Weaker than mambas, these fire lizards are a nightmare in packs. With a swift stroke, Chang carves out a glowing, fist-sized red core. System notification, fire orb acquired. Chang's lips curled into a smirk. He swallows the burning orb whole, instantly triggering the system Manhwa interface. New. Low-grade fire resistance and 20,000 fire energy. Exhaling a plume of embers, Chang realizes he'll need way more orbs. This is vital for mastering the Samadhi True Fire's poison immunity. Grinding for that legendary flame will be child's play now. Poison immunity. The signature skill of Scorpio Antares, Chang's old nemesis among the 12. In his past life, Chang's arrogance was his fatal flaw against Antares. A divine curse shattered his power, leading to his final defeat. Cast into hell, he met Thanatos and learned Fallen Star's secret arts. Thanatos offered, master every secret art from this forgotten bunch here. This ultimate power will crush the 12 zodiacs, a perfect revenge path. These exiled stars carry a burning hatred for the zodiac's ancient betrayals. The Fallen Star Guild elders are gifting him all their forbidden knowledge. Their guidance reveals the absolute fastest way to snag poison immunity. Driven by vengeance for his daughter, the first Origin Elder teaches relentlessly. Back to the present. One fire orb isn't enough, he needs more heat for his evolution. 3 days later, in another forest, rival player 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 strikes. System alert, fire lizard slain. Player 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 felt the rush. He grinned wildly, convinced that surpassing Chang was finally within reach. Leaderboard rankings. First place, Chang, 7,500 points. Second, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧, 565 points. His heart nearly stopped. No way, he spat. That monster has to be cheating somehow. Prompt, the Twilight Codex suggests a forbidden shortcut to catch up. His eyes gleamed with desperation. Please, just give me more power. The system replied, the Codex senses your resolve and will assist. Nearby, other survivors sat slumped in the dirt, their spirits broken. They watched the elite with envy, cursed by their own lack of talent. Park Han stood among them, his massive weapon anchored on his shoulder. 3 days of relentless monster waves had left everyone utterly exhausted. It's a bitter truth, the weak will always covet strength they can't possess. Power is the only currency that matters. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 turned to them, grinning. The gods showed me the way. At the mouth of a dark cavern, a high-ranking beast fled, its fiery mane flickering with sheer terror. He's not human, the beast realized. He's a predator beyond any queen. That was its last thought before Chang erased the pack from existence. As Chang swallowed another core, a piercing scream echoed from the depths. He moved like a shadow, finding a girl cornered by a monster. In a flash, the monster's head tumbled. Are you alright, kid? The girl could only sob in pure terror. Li Changsun's face turned grim. Relax, I'm Li Changgang's son, not some beast. Calm down. At his words, the girl finally stopped her sobbing. Once she grew quiet, he probed. Why are you here alone? Where's the rest of your squad? They're all dead, she whimpered. My friend was also discarded by that bastard named 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗏. Haibin showed him the mark on her wrist. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗏 lied, claiming he could share divine power through this cursed branding. Li Chang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is a total scam. It's clearly a demonic mark of the abyss. This seal proves you sold your soul to a devil. The legendary Twilight Owl seal looks nothing like this. Upon the bearer's death, their life force and soul are violently harvested and ripped away. Vitality feeds the host while the soul is claimed by demons. That villain is growing terrifyingly powerful by now. Examining the brand closely, Li Chang realized this was high-grade dark magic within this system Manhwa world. This entity might even surpass the Demon King rank. Still, it isn't enough to give me a hard time. As he turned to leave, Haibin followed closely, pleading for help. Li Chang looked 30% annoyed and 70% helpless. Good grief, what am I supposed to do with you? I already saved you from that fire bear. The girl wouldn't quit. I'm great at housework, laundry, and cooking. I can do everything you need. Just help me get stronger. Her eyes blazed with such fierce determination that his cold heart began to soften. You're only after revenge for your friend, right? She stayed silent, her eyes boiling with pure rage. Then, she did something that Li Changsun never expected from someone in this system, Manhwa. She pulled a chocolate bar from her pack, tears streaming down her face as she offered it to prove her sincerity. Speechless and cornered, he reluctantly let her follow. But first, he had to modify that cursed seal of hers. Meanwhile, that villain feasted on the life force of dying players who were trapped by his cursed marks. Stolen power fueled his madness. Die. A subordinate tried to speak, but withered under 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗏's murderous, sharp glare. Nothing, sir, he stammered, terrified. He stared at the demon mark on his own hand, then at his master's. The seal was clearly a shackle, another person called out, only to be met with 𝗕𝗏𝗙's explosive temper. Move your ass. Did you find the object? The injured man answered submissively, clutching his broken arm. Yes, I found it. Watching this, the others ground their teeth in fury. He treated them like mere slaves. This place is a prison. Look! A hidden zone. Everyone, move in and prepare for the boss raid. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗏 took the lead, grinning like a psychopath. Li Changsun, just wait. I'm going to carve you up soon. I'll give you a slow death. Exactly like the humiliation you once forced upon me. Currently, countless viewers are linked to the dungeon channel, while numerous gods watch the players through the feed. Many high-ranking gods are focused on the player clearing this system, Manhwa dungeon the fastest. Notifications flooded the girl's vision, but she was focused on her noble mission, luring a horde of rotting zombies. First, she activated her water-gliding skill to maneuver through the darkness. Creating small vortexes to trap the undead, she used 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡's charm rune to draw the entire horde toward her. Seizing the moment, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 ambushed them, dropping the zombies instantly. You have a real talent for baiting monsters. I'll carve a permanent charm rune on you. Then, you can lure even more monsters for me to hunt. Just run fast and attract them all. Unless I order it, do not look back. She immediately obeyed. Later, after finishing off the zombies, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 turned to her and asked, "Was that the very last one?" 𝗕𝗏𝘏 ran over breathlessly. "Just as requested, I brought every monster within a 300-meter radius for you. And the other plan, I checked every corner carefully. Everything has been executed perfectly, according to the plan. Any other requests? Now, run as far away from this area as possible. You'll only be in the way." Her look of absolute, unwavering trust made him feel slightly awkward. A new burden had settled on his shoulders. "Yes, sir," she replied, rushing to complete her task. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 scanned the desolate arena with weary eyes. Suddenly, a cloud of poisonous smoke surged from the distance, rushing straight into his lungs. A system notification flared. The final boss, the Plague Super Spider, has finally appeared in this system Manhwa. The massive spider lunged at breakneck speed, swinging its razor-sharp legs. With quick reflexes, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 easily evaded the strike. 𝗕𝗏𝘏 froze as a skittering noise approached, turning to find a colossal spider lunging from the darkness. Amidst her panic, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡's blade flashed, carving a lethal arc to intercept the monster's path toward her. She fled to finish her task while Chang-sun faced the beast, his left eye igniting with a strange glow. "The world serpent god gazes upon you with favor and has bestowed a powerful divine gift. Your snake eye skill has evolved temporarily into the lethal and terrifying venomous snake eye. Like a predator's weapon, this eye reveals the terrain and exposes every fatal weakness of your chosen prey. Level 1, Active Type, granting massive sensory enhancement and pinpoint weak spot designation for the hunter." Chang-sun realized this system Manhwa gift came with hidden strings, a test of his true worthiness as a player. "Fine, I'll play along," he muttered, activating his new vision to dissect the Plague Super Spider's defenses. Spotting a pulsing glow on the creature's front joint, he narrowed his gaze, locking onto his first target. First, he triggered his poison resistance and channeled fire energy to burn away the toxic rot within him. The searing heat didn't just purge the poison, it completely purified his entire system. He leveled up, consuming 66 fire jades for fire attribute enhancement and plus 5 bonus stamina. With the purification complete, it was finally time to unleash a devastating counterattack. He delivered a lightning-fast strike to the spider's leg, his mind already calculating his next lethal move. Though he struck the leg, his true objective was the monster's hidden supply of lethal venom. Among all toxic treasures, the venom gland of a Plague Super Spider is considered top-tier loot. His vision pinpointed the gland. He lunged upward, driving his blade toward the creature's upper back. However, reality struck back with unexpected force as his blade met a nearly impenetrable defense. The armor was too thick, causing his weapon to recoil harmlessly against the spider's reinforced hide. Enraged, the beast retaliated with a torrent of acid, but Chang-sun's reflexes were nothing short of godlike. He sidestepped the filth, realizing those 3 days of relentless level grinding were finally paying off. Having provoked the beast, he didn't stick around, sprinting away as if his life hung by a thread. While Chang-sun wrestled with the boss, Jang Cheonjae's squad finally arrived on the bloody scene. The sight of the decimated undead terrified his minions, but Cheonjae was blinded by uncontrollable fury. Just as he tried to convince himself this wasn't Chang-sun's work, the truth hit him hard. The system shattered his denial with a leaderboard. First place, Lee Chang-sun, 29,550 points. Cheonjae trailed in a distant second with a pathetic 1,230 points. His face contorted in disbelief as the voice of his patron god rang out with chilling disappointment. "Continue to disgrace me, and you will suffer," the deity warned. "This is your final opportunity." Trembling with malice, Cheonjae bit his thumb until it bled, convinced Chang-sun was hiding a secret. "How could a nobody become this overpowered? Whether he's hacking or not, I need those secrets. I'll squeeze every detail from him to regain God's favor," just as a global system alert blared. Player Lee Chang-sun was currently engaging the boss. Without a second thought, Cheonjae raced toward the battle. He was set on murder, while Chang-sun remained unaware of the predator closing in from behind. After a grueling sprint, Chang-sun successfully whipped the giant spider into a state of blind, murderous frenzy. He stopped abruptly, watching the beast plummet into a hidden abyss, the trap he'd instructed 𝗕𝗏𝘏 to set. The frantic chase was nothing more than a masterclass in baiting the prey into the kill zone. As the monster hit the bottom, explosive runes ignited in a roar while system alerts flooded his vision. The boss was engulfed in flames, prompting the world serpent god to howl with laughter at the trap. But the carnage didn't stop. Piercing runes triggered next, shredding the spider's charred flesh instantly. The deity was absolutely delighted as the beast stumbled into every single cleverly placed snare. Achievement unlocked, Dirty Tricks and Malice. Rewards included +5 wisdom and the trap-setting skill. Thanks to his foresight and a sturdy rope, Chang-sun remained safely perched far above the carnage. Staring into the pit with ice in his eyes, he whispered that the real nightmare had only begun. Glancing upward, it spots Chang-sun suspended by the rope, his face twisted into a chillingly sweet smirk. A true boss monster, he sneers, his eyes tracking that ridiculously massive health bar. Snap! A piercing rune slices through the rope supporting Chang-sun in an instant. The rune erupts again, sealing the spider's fate as it uses its final strength to leap from the pit. Chang-sun grins. The game has just begun, spider. He seizes the frayed rope, swinging into a relentless pursuit. Runes rain down incessantly. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's squad arrives on the scene. Witnessing the plague spider butchered like a stray dog leaves them paralyzed. Fighting him now would be suicide. I need the perfect opening. Once his stamina hits 0, he's mine, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 calculates. A dark realization strikes. He eyes his teammates. These weaklings will serve as bait to exhaust Chang-sun. He will never expect an attack from the innocent. Taking his life will be effortless. I require a guaranteed kill, a sacrifice. Just then, he spots 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗡𝗏 dashing through the chaos. A sinister grin twists 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's face, the perfect tool. Meanwhile, Chang-sun readies his final move. After playing with his prey, he finally grants the beast mercy with a devastating fatal strike. Poof! The spider dissolves. He clenches the plague spider's core, which Chang-sun absorbs into his very soul. System notifications flood his vision. Level up. You have reached level 20. You have conquered Chapter 5, concluding the dungeon exploration quest line. The final rankings are live. Ranking results: first place, Lee Chang-sun, 97,450. Second, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧, 2,000 points. Third, Park, 550. Management extends their congratulations on your legendary performance. Achievement points surge. Powerful gods now watch you with greed. The dungeon gates begin to destabilize. While others covet him, the world serpent god openly threatens any deity daring to claim his prize. The world serpent bellows to the heavens, I saw him first. As Chang-sun assimilates his power-up, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's squad lurks in the darkness, prepared to strike. Observing Chang-sun's motionless form, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 erupts into a psychotic, twisted grin. Assuming exhaustion, he orders the kill. Suddenly, Chang-sun flashes a predatory smile and slowly rises. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's system alerts him God X is howling with manic laughter. The main event begins. Player 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 has stepped blindly into a lethal trap. Terror grips the squad. What is this madness? 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 shrieks. Chang-sun offers a lethal, mocking glare. Shocked? You're already dead. Your friends? Just fuel for the fire. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 snaps. He bellows the order for Chang-sun's head. Paralyzed with fear, his men have no choice but to attack. Chang-sun's expression hardens as he blitzes toward 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧, carving through the meat shields with surgical precision. He deals non-lethal, crippling strikes. A sudden quest notification blinks, escape the trap initiated. God X relishes this plot twist. The squad stands frozen in terror for 5 agonizing seconds. His allies fall like dominoes, forcing him into a desperate one-on-one duel against Chang-sun. He strikes, but the power gap is ocean-wide. Their blades clash, and 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's arm is nearly shattered. 𝗕𝗏𝗙 howls in agony. Showing no mercy, Chang-sun lunges again, narrowly missing his target's throat. He retreats, shoving his own men forward as human shields. But Chang-sun has stopped playing around. He obliterates the shields instantly. He's a monster, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 screams, his mind fracturing from fear. Craving power, he butchers his own teammates. High above, Park Kang watches this tragic system, Manhwa, unfold. It was clear. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 was merely a disposable plaything for the watching constellations. In reality, the gods' eyes had been fixed on Chang-sun from the very beginning. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 is now the prey, experiencing the same cruel mockery the gods once inflicted on others. By slaughtering his squad, 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 expected to siphon their life force via his dark contract seal. However, the system signals a critical glitch, leaving him vulnerable and utterly stunned. Amidst the confusion, Chang-sun descends like a vengeful god, his weapon aimed directly at his heart. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 anticipates the strike, but the sheer weight of Chang-sun's power shatters his defense completely. Lee Chang-sun's blade flashed with zero mercy, severing the arm instantly. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧 collapsed, clutching the bloody stump while howling in absolute agony. "You monster!" he shrieked, but the torment was only just beginning. Eerie black smoke began rising from the fallen teammates, spiraling toward Lee Chang-sun like a hungry phantom. A notification rang out as the system Manhwa logic took over, transferring the victim's vitality. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's soul turned cold. This shouldn't be possible. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧. That name rings a dull bell. Lee Chang-sun mused coldly. Unable to recall the face, he shrugged with total indifference. That nonchalant gaze ignited 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's fury. Are you serious? You really don't remember who I am? Lee Chang-sun's eyes remained hollow. Should I? You're clearly not worth the memory. The insult cut deeper than any blade. I'm the one you discarded over one tiny mistake. Suddenly, the fog in Lee Chang-sun's mind cleared. Ah, the pathetic coward who begged to stay on the team, the annoying parasite who couldn't let go. So it was you. He stepped closer, his presence suffocating. Years have passed, and you're still nothing but a bottom-tier loser. The weight of being looked down upon again shattered 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧. Tears of rage and humiliation welled in his eyes. He glared back with a murderous intensity, ready to tear Chang-sun apart. Shut up! Don't you dare judge me by my past. I have a god's protection now. But above them, the deity was watching with disdain. A useless pawn no longer deserved divine favor. 𝗕𝗏𝗙𝗧's world crumbled as the system alerts flashed red. No. Please, don't abandon me now. Was I just a tool? Mission failed. Escape the trap. He watched in terror as Chang-sun raised his weapon for the final blow. Traumatic flashbacks surged like a tidal wave, forcing a maniacal scream from his throat. He remembered standing in the shadows, watching Chang-sun lift the trophy while the world roared in applause. Penalty execution, death. The system's voice was cold. I should have never let jealousy lead me here. Following him into this gate was my final mistake. Everything. Every bit of this nightmare is his fault. Lee Chang-sun, you bastard. Those were the final thoughts before the blade erased him from existence. Another life extinguished, yet the system Manhwa interface remained active. Player Chun Jae has been eliminated. Per the contract seal, the victim's essence shall now be funneled into the primary host. A massive surge of raw energy erupted, flowing directly into Lee Chang-sun's veins. The remaining survivors watched, paralyzed by the sheer scale of the power transfer. They wondered why the energy chose him, the secret he had secretly tampered with. 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏's seal. Let's rewind to the moment he claimed her as his subordinate. Using a bone knife, he modified her seal to act as a host. If that ocean of power hit her directly, she would have exploded. To prevent her death, he carved a hidden transfer rune, redirecting the tidal wave of mana to himself. Even for him, the pressure was immense. Suddenly, a divine chime echoed through the interface. The world's serpent god warned him to absorb the foreign magic slowly or risk soul corruption. Greed leads to ruin, the deity cautioned, urging him to discard the excess power before it was too late. Yet, the serpent couldn't help but admire the clever rune trick used to swap hosts. Truly a masterstroke, Chang-sun ignored the warnings, focusing every ounce of his will on containing the violent energy. It felt like drinking a gallon of burning, ancient wine. The heat was suffocating, more intense than anything he'd ever felt. Then, a different message appeared. This wasn't the serpent god. It was the dark deity, 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡. Consider this a test, 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 whispered. As expected, Lee Chang-sun had performed flawlessly. What a fascinating creature, 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 pondered, searching for a reward worthy of such a ruthless display. The decision was made. Surprise reward incoming. Countdown starting in 5 seconds. Dark mana exploded outward, lifting every seal player into the air like puppets on a string. A binary choice appeared, yes or no. Lee Chang-sun's expression hardened. He knew the gravity of this moment. Hiding nearby, Park Han-gong watched with clenched fists. They were treating humans like disposable playthings again. If the players didn't entertain the gods, they were simply deleted like trash. Looking into Chang-sun's cold, soulless eyes, it seemed he was ready to slaughter everyone to progress. Why would he refuse a gift from the heavens? He looked like a man who didn't care about blood. Park watched in despair as Chang-sun reached out, but then, the unexpected happened. He pressed no, and the world went silent. The system's mechanical chime echoed relentlessly. The evil god is visibly agitated by your unpredictable maneuver. He urges you to accept this colossal fragment of raw energy as a tribute immediately. In this system, Manhwa, the deity whispers that mortal souls are the ultimate fuel for magical ascension. Chang-sun merely offered a hollow rebuttal. My mother warned me against taking gifts from strangers, he quipped. Hai-Wu flashed a grin, viewing Chang-sun as an absolute icon. A legendary response, brother. The bewildered deity could only tilt its head in utter confusion. Realizing his true identity remained veiled, a wicked smirk played on his lips. The archdemon was about to reveal his forbidden name. The abyssal lord fixed him with a predatory gaze. Hearing that dark title, Chang-sun could not suppress his genuine terror. 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗡. That reaction sparked suspicion in the demon's mind, and the system relayed his chilling intent. The abyssal entity suspected a hidden connection. Damn it, I am treading on thin ice, Chang-sun thought, quickly formulating a clever lie. I was simply awestruck by your demonic prestige, he lied. But in truth, 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗡 was a name etched in his nightmares. 𝗪𝗡𝗪𝗡 stands at the absolute pinnacle of the archdemons, possessing power that dwarfs even the great Tiamat herself. Rumors say such transcendent beings rarely descend to the mortal plane, preferring their solitary thrones in the dark. What could drive such a monster to manifest here? Miraculously, his fabricated excuse seemed to appease the demon's curiosity. The system chime continued. Convinced by the flattery, the abyssal lord dismissed his suspicions with chilling grace. The demon king demanded to know his deepest desire, but a sudden divine interference shattered the heavy tension. The goddess of pleasure bared her fangs at the archdemon, staking her claim. Chang-sun felt a surge of hope. It was Pabina. Despite their past friction, she dared to challenge a monster that even her mother, Tiamat, feared. I owe you my life, he thought. But time had run out as the dungeon began its final, violent collapse. Attention players, massive tremors detected. Initiating 10-second countdown. 10. Suddenly, a frantic, familiar voice called out to him. 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 came sprinting through the debris, still clutching the protective artifact he had previously entrusted to her. Wait, give me your contact, she cried. Chang-sun threw her his blade instead, shouting, follow the hilt's instructions. There are masters at that hidden location capable of shattering your binding seal. My current power is insufficient. If fate permits, we shall meet again. As he spoke, the timer reached 0. 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 reached out, but he was gone. In a thunderous roar, the entire dungeon structure imploded into nothingness. Victory was theirs. Darkness claimed 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏's vision, and when she finally stirred, the gate had completely vanished. Safe at last, the survivors were reunited with their kin, while a storm of rumors erupted among the onlookers. A solo clear? Impossible. The news spread like wildfire to headquarters. For 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏, it all felt like a surreal dream. Only when her parents' warm embrace took hold did the reality of her survival finally sink in. Desperate, she scanned the crowd for her savior, but Chang-sun had disappeared like a ghost in the wind. Clutching the gifted blade, a sense of longing washed over her. She prayed their paths would cross once more. Under the silvery moonlight, Chang-sun reflected on the bridge until the system's mechanical ping broke the silence. The great serpent god remarked that while he craves chaos, a quiet night under the stars isn't so bad. The Lord of the Abyss still demanded an answer, but Chang-sun merely smirked. "Hey, old man," he whispered. "The path changed unexpectedly, but I have finally returned to this world." By dawn, his system notifications exploded. The goddess of pleasure was openly defying every deity vying for his soul. The world's serpent watched with a sinister hunger, his eerie laughter echoing through the mental link. Ignoring the divine squabbles, the abyssal god remained hyper-focused, awaiting Chang-sun's inevitable response. Amidst the chaos, the pleasure goddess screamed for dominance while the demon lord's silent pressure continued to build. Watching the deities clash, a smug grin touched his lips. He had expected a few offers, not a divine war. But through sheer audacity and skill, he had even snared the interest of a legendary archdemon. In this system Manhwa world, no hunter had ever commanded such divine obsession. Suddenly, a new legendary chain quest materialized. The mandatory quest has been triggered. Select your eternal patron god. Choosing a divine sponsor grants celestial blessings and unparalleled support in this brutal world. Choose wisely, for this pact will dictate the course of your destiny and the limit of your power. The god of pleasure insists he is the optimal choice, promising elite perks for a master hunter like him. A deity offers you the primal hunter title. The world's serpent favors your cunning heart. Another god bestows a legendary title upon you, the prophet of wisdom. Silence from the hellbound god. He awaits your answer, offering the ultimate observer title. Chang-sun calculated the rankings. Among these powerful candidates, Pabina stands high. Jormungandr and Miles take the lead. The rest are mere fodder with worthless offerings. 4 minutes later, a legendary name suddenly echoes within Chang-sun's mind. Like a whisper, the system Manhwa notification appears. The owl god has high hopes for you. Even 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 fears Sonara. Why is a goddess of fairness obsessed with him? Sparing the cursed caught Sonara's eye. Now, his sin meter is finally finding balance. Good at 40%, evil at 60. The god of pleasure awaits your decision. The great demon and the world's serpent are both demanding your answer right now. The twilight owl god joins the wait. 9 deities are now vying for your soul. Without a sponsor, you'll fall behind. No divine blessings means no survival for players. The clock is ticking. You must choose a patron before it is too late. Time is up. Achievement unlocked, the human who rejected divinity. Status updated to godless. Fury burns among the gods, yet others are intrigued by your bottomless greed. Reputation increased. 100,000 karma gained. He stared silently at the towering skyscraper. Clearing dungeons just became a nightmare. The WPCF Association is officially moving in. The Council for Freelance Players. An elite international body under the UN Security Council. Formed decades ago, they control the gates to prevent a global environmental collapse. The organization amassed terrifying global influence, at least for those at the very top. Level 3 Agent Chayun erupted at a subordinate. What the hell is this report? These bottom-feeding journalists are doing it again. They're stabbing us in the back. The exhausted employee pointed to his screen, revealing the latest scandalous headlines. The Jamsil disaster is ending. An official claims humanity has narrowly avoided extinction. Is it truly fine to let dungeons detonate? Our preparations were everything. Experts argue the association's arrogance is only fueling the public's growing terror. Yan slammed her desk in a fit of rage. What do those vultures want? 5 days of non-stop labor. Evacuating citizens and fortifying front lines meant nothing. I risked my career begging for foreign aid. And this is my reward? He ignored her outburst, gesturing toward a new, viral article on the monitor. The headline mystery factor caught her eye. Who the hell is this? She muttered. Lighting a cigarette, she demanded to know the source. He just grumbled about the smoke. Cheyun's temper flared again. She raised a fist, threatening to silence him for good. He yielded instantly. Cheyun kept nagging, desperate to stop the information leak. He sighed. Easier said than done. Thankfully, the press thinks it is just a rumor. They know nothing. How could a rookie clear a 2-star dungeon solo and vanish? Deep in thought, she wondered, could a normal human do this? Or something? Demonic? We must find him before the guilds. But the mysterious player left no trail. Surveillance turned up nothing. Then, a sudden report shattered the heavy silence. We found him, Cheyun shouted, dropping her cigarette. Quick, give me the address. He's at home. Liang's son walked into his kitchen like he hadn't just changed fate. His dog barked a joyful welcome, while his mother smiled warmly over the stove. Ready to eat? Yes, he replied, his heart racing at the familiar scent. Kimchi stew. After 1,000 years, that divine aroma finally flooded his senses. A sharp bark and a soft nuzzle. Kiki's playful antics snapped Chang's son back into this cold reality. He smiled, scooping up the pup. Long time no see, Kiki. Stop licking me. Dinner is almost ready. Go wash up, son. I'll set the table. Those simple words hit him like a physical wave of emotion. After 1,000 years of carnage, he was finally home. Okay, Mom, he whispered, his heart finally trembling. 5 people sat at a table overflowing with food, yet a heavy, suffocating silence hung over the feast. "I'm full. Me too." His siblings stood with cold politeness and vanished without a second glance his way. His mother watched them leave, her eyes full of sorrow. "You're both late again. Surgery and rehearsals tonight?" Rehearsals and work. The joy of Earth vanished as he remembered why he loathed returning to this house. His father's side ruled over a massive, heartless family conglomerate that demanded nothing but absolute perfection. His father managed a giant hospital, while his mother's lineage consisted of legendary scholars in law and diplomacy, a genius doctor brother, a star musician sister, and then there was him, the family's ultimate, pathetic failure. A gaming addict, labeled as human trash. To them, he was a ghost that didn't deserve a greeting. Disappointment gnawed at his gut. He looked for a spark of family love, but found a total letdown. Whatever, at least food won't betray me. He tasted the kimchi stew, and his world suddenly shifted. Had this simple home-cooked stew always tasted so divine? Asterisk clatter, asterisk, his father slammed his chopsticks down. "Are you really going to sit there in silence, you loser? Honey, please." His father's glare silenced his mother before locking onto him like a hungry predator. Your mother collapsed when the gate appeared. She was terrified you were trapped in that living hell. Your brother searched every hospital in Seoul. Your mother and sister ran themselves ragged looking for you. Your sister even abandoned her global tour, all to deal with the mess of your pathetic existence. Now you crawl back and just stuff your face, without a single word of apology or thanks. Are you even human? You're worse than a beast. If this is your attitude, get out of here. Stop leeching off us. The tension reached a boiling point, threatening to shatter the very air around them. Honey, stop. He knows he's wrong. Son, say something. Your father was actually worried sick about you. I'm going to work, his father barked, grabbing his briefcase and storming out like a whirlwind of rage. But Lee Chang was sharp. He caught the faint shimmer of unshed tears in the old man's eyes. The door slammed shut, leaving a hollow silence. His mother sighed, trying to comfort her son's spirit. You know how he gets when he's mad. Don't take it to heart. I know, Mom. It's okay. He glanced at his mother, and a sharp pang of guilt suddenly pierced deep into his chest. When did she get so many wrinkles? I spent years waiting for love, never offering any back first. Go rest now, son, Mom. I'm sorry. The words left her frozen in a state of absolute shock. I'll be more careful next time. He retreated to his room before the heavy emotions could truly overflow. He opened the door and stepped into a view that looked like a literal, disgusting war zone. A wasteland of empty bottles, trash, and the lingering stench of a completely wasted, pathetic life. Was I really this pathetic? He muttered, disgust curling in his gut. Asterisk. Woof. Woof. Asterisk. Kiki sat there wagging his tail. Those big puppy eyes were filled with nothing but unconditional, pure love. He chuckled, picking up the pup. Guess it's time to clear out these cobwebs and start fresh. Miles away, a sleek supercar tore through the night. Chae-yoon pushed the engine to its absolute limit. Her target was Lee Chang-sun's house. Whoa, is this really the brand new model? There are barely 100 in the country. How did you score a beast like this, Chae-yoon? With our tiny salary? No way. Her male partner couldn't hide his burning curiosity and envy. Call it a side hustle, she smirked. Hey, you know that's definitely against the rules, right? She didn't care. She needed to see his face. Lee Chang-sun had no idea guests were coming. He collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. Suddenly, a notification appeared, the unmistakable mark of his system Manhwa. The god of pleasure is watching your progress. He suggests his hunting skills for your current cleaning. Even the world's serpent urged him to rest, but Lee Chang only felt a growing irritation. Why were these divine beings such meddling busybodies? Suddenly, a vivid memory flashed through his mind. Despite their crushing workloads, his siblings had rushed home the moment they heard he returned. He saw his tough father shedding tears and the weary, aged face of his mother. Witnessing their love, Lee Chang vowed to prove his worth through his growth in this system Manhwa. He had to bury the ghost of the pathetic drunk and emerge as a man of responsibility. Winning their trust would be a slow process, and the path ahead was far steeper than expected. But first, the task from Thanatos remained. It was time to initiate Phase 2 of the plan. His instincts about the Void Manipulator were spot on as he recalled his pact with Thanatos. The first target, the local kingpin, and a name he knew all too well, the Mad Tiger. Just hearing that name caused Lee Chang's expression to twist into a mask of pure ferocity. Even Kiki trembled as his murderous intent flared. The Mad Tiger had sabotaged his divine trial. He could still see the bastard's mocking grin. Taking the head of such a snake wouldn't be easy. The man was as savage as a wild beast, with underlings who could sniff out any trouble. Lee Chang's eyes locked onto a recruitment flyer for the prestigious White Tiger Guild. They were hunting for fresh blood next month. Since the gates opened, constellations had flooded the Earth. This celestial intervention caused the number of awakened followers to explode across the globe. These groups formed guilds, and the Void Manipulator was the secret patron of this specific organization. The deity had zero creativity, choosing his own tiger image as the logo for his pathetic guild. Scanning the data, Lee Chang noted the White Tiger Guild was a top-tier powerhouse, truly heavy. Yet, this recruitment drive suggested they lacked the manpower needed to initiate a full-scale war. Fueled by the Void Manipulator's sins, Lee Chang promised to sever the man's tendons, piece by piece. He would make his enemies suffer until it was too late. He had 1 month to prepare. The next morning, he used a walk by the lake as an excuse to slip away. He caught a taxi to a remote hill, seeking a sanctuary far from any prying eyes. No human or beast would interrupt his ritual, but first, he faced an immediate crisis. Nature called with an urgent fury, likely the spicy vengeance of last night's kimchi stew. After 1,000 years of yearning, he couldn't resist, even if his stomach was suffering now. He briefly considered using his divine energy to heal his gut, just like in the dungeons. But he remembered an ancient proverb: the relief of the bowels is one of life's 4 joys. Choosing the path of a mortal, he braced himself for the shock of the modern world. It had been 1,000 years, but he eventually emerged from the restroom feeling completely reborn. With the distraction cleared, he scouted the area and located the perfect site for his mission. He began carving stealth runes into the trees, weaving a barrier to mask his presence. Stripping down to his boxers, he folded his clothes neatly, refusing to let them be ruined. He couldn't return home naked. Finally, he commanded the system to manifest his hidden inventory. Ghostly screens flickered to life, displaying a spear forged from the scorched ribs of a fire goat, 13 shields crafted from fire lizard skulls, and a single, lethal fang of a blood snake. He saw the 9-tailed tiger's claw, an ice hawk's beak, and the glands of a plague spider. This was exactly what he needed. He snatched the gland and ignited it with internal fire. As Elder Ilwan taught him, the deadliest poisons make for the most explosive fuel in existence. This was the fission flame, a pure heat designed to incinerate impurities and temper the spirit. It was a purification art that would ignite any foreign object entering his biological system. The more potent the material, the more savage the inferno would grow within his body. Eventually, this cleansing heat would evolve into the Bagua fire. Once that spark was lit, every trace of filth and lingering darkness within his soul will be incinerated by these divine flames. This remains the ultimate method for physical refinement and total detoxification in his vast knowledge. With resources ready, Chang-sun begins the purification. Suddenly, his system Manhwa interface erupts with alerts. Deadly serpent venom floods your heart. The toxin ravages your body, forcing your poison resistance to activate. Warning: your current resistance levels are insufficient to counteract this lethal grade of venom. Emergency: extract the fang immediately. But wait, you have completely consumed the serpent's source power. Hidden skill unlocked. You have successfully integrated the genetic code of the primordial venom serpent. You can now synthesize deadly venom. 50,000 karma points awarded. Warning: you are dangerously poisoned. A fire tiger's burning claw tears into your liver. Even Sid, the god of pleasure, watches in horror. He desperately searches for aid. Meanwhile, the world's serpent god gazes in awe at your hidden skill. He suspects you hold a secret trump card. Elsewhere, the demon god awaits your final answer. The owl god cheers from the shadows. Now, a cave scorpion's stinger pierces your very spleen. You are teetering on the edge of death as plague spider toxins invade your lungs. Another hidden skill discovered. Your internal organs are now saturated with the world's deadliest poisons. 5 legendary toxins collide within you. Your physical state has reached a critical breaking point. Intermediate poison resistance has failed completely. The system has rejected your current defensive stats. Chang-sun screams through the heart-wrenching agony. Just a little more. He must endure this hell. Fatal warning: initiation of detox is mandatory. Without intervention, your survival probability is now 0. He stubbornly absorbs more poison. It is not over yet. The system screams for immediate intervention. Continuous poisoning will cause permanent soul damage. Warning: total sensory paralysis is now beginning. This is the moment. Exactly as he calculated, the system delivers the ultimate notification. Mana ignites as fuel for the dormant flames within. The legendary primordial fire has finally manifested. The blaze roars with fury. Hidden skill unlocked. Multiple elemental attributes added to your core flame. Congratulations, you have kindled a spark of ancient myth. You now possess the Samadhi true fire. Divine flames activate. Your body begins a miraculous revival as all impurities are instantly purged. Every trace of negative emotion is cleansed. Your skeletal structure and muscles undergo a legendary reconstruction. Clogged meridians shatter open. Blood vessels clear instantly as your mana reserves overflow once again. New mana circuits are forming. You have achieved a divine affinity with the element of fire. Poison affinity acquired. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix rising from ashes. All stats increased by 15. New skills gained. 1,000 poison immunity and toxic blood. Chang-sun lets out a triumphant roar. He finally secured the legendary immunity. With trembling hands, he opens his system window to check. Base stats have skyrocketed. He now wields toxic blood along with level 1 Samadhi fire. A special notification appears. His physical constitution has evolved into something far beyond human limits. A massive 75-point stat bonus. Smiling, he realizes it is finally time to forge his weapon. Meanwhile, Chae-yoon's team arrives at the apartment where the mysterious Chang-sun is said to reside. She knocks, and a voice bids them enter. Chae-yoon steps inside, only to find a shocking guest. A man sits with Chang-sun's mother. The moment he sees her, he smirks with pure arrogance. The association is slower than I thought, he mocks. Long time no see, Special Agent Chae-yoon. This is why citizens despise civil servants. Chae-yoon freezes. He is the captain of Raid Team 2. Standing behind him is the ruthless human resources director of the prestigious 5-star Sword Guild, Black sword. Oh, Chae-yoon bites her lip in frustration. She had walked right into a trap. While his home is invaded by predators, Lee-young-sun is busy wandering the streets of Songsu. He buys a mountain of snacks, devouring a hot dog with pure, unadulterated joy. Mana recovery is nothing compared to real food, he muses. Now, it is time for real business. He is searching for a legend. He once heard the Twilight of Gods could manipulate any weapon. Long ago, Thanos posed a pivotal question. If that is truly the case, you'll surely need a massive armory for your journey. Shall I find a master smith to forge your path? Lee Chang-sun inquired with intensity. Does such a master exist? He smiled. It was destiny. Hey kid, try elsewhere, a local warns. That forge has been dead for 5 long years. Lee Yang-sun ignores the warning, his gaze locked on the crumbling storefront and its rotting, teetering sign. Approaching the ruins, he observes the decay. It had been shut for 5 years, ostensibly. Yet, the distinct aroma of heavenly fire lingers, proving a master was recently at work. Sid, the god of pleasure, senses the divine fragrance of premium, refined steel nearby. Confirmed by Sid, Chang-sun knows the flames still burn. He yanks the shutter open and dives in. An ocean of blades greets them. Surprisingly, the god is even more thrilled than our hero. Suddenly, in this epic system Manhwa moment, notifications chime as Sid revels in the aromatic steel. Overwhelmed with joy, he shouts, "No place on this mortal plane feels more like paradise." The deity whistles a tune while appraising the hoard of high-grade, legendary armaments. Pure ecstasy. As Chang-sun patrols the aisles, his feet halt before a pathetic, rust-eaten blade. Sid is baffled why ignore top-tier gear for a discarded hunk of useless, corroded scrap metal. Unfazed by the doubt, Chang-sun reaches out, gripping the ancient, weathered hilt to examine its soul. The god scoffs. Discard that trash and find a weapon worthy of your growing legend. Ignoring the chatter, Chang-sun spots a hidden brilliance. Suddenly, a cold voice shatters the silence. Who goes there? Chang-sun turns to see a mysterious figure emerging with a canine companion. Dark lenses mask his face as he holds the leash firmly. A blind master, he muses. At home, the elegant 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 graciously entertains the titans of the industry seeking her son. Offering simple fruit, her effortless grace leaves these powerful guests completely awestruck and humbled. Even the arrogant Lady Yu begrudgingly acknowledges the mother's undeniable, star-like aura and poise. As Chae-yoon drifts off, insults fly. The association lacks the budget for a talent this rare. The nation's elite guilds have deployed their top commanders solely to secure this single prodigy. High-level devotion for a high-level talent, only the best for a rookie destined for greatness. Chae-yoon senses the anomaly. Why would these legendary figures gather for one novice on the same day? Among them stands the White Tiger Guild, the undisputed peak of Korea's raw combat potential. Raid Captain Sejong-un looms, sporting a false mustache to satisfy his peculiar vision of strength. Alongside them is the 5-star Sword Guild, a powerhouse born from a massive corporate empire. Their ascent was meteoric, rapidly claiming their throne as one of the country's most elite factions. Director Yong-won watches closely. Is this boy merely a star rookie, or a monster in disguise? Chang-sun clearly harbors deep secrets, yet his untapped potential is undeniably peerless. One choice will leave the rest in ruin, she probes. Jang, aren't you far too busy for this? Personal errands? I'm here to ensure no one dares to disrespect this household in my absence. Why must you persist in interfering with our official guild affairs, you insolent brat? She fires back instantly. You're the obstacles here. Didn't you shamelessly pilfer our classified intelligence? Using state authority for personal gain, are you planning to intrude where you are not welcome? As tensions peak, Do-ha intervenes. You're all here for my son, correct? Yes, ma'am, they reply. A chorus of agreement follows. The 3 rivals begin aggressively pitching their legendary guilds to her. The mother remains poised, her voice soft yet firm. I understand your offers, but the final choice remains solely with my youngest son. However, tell me, what truly occurred while my boy was conquering the depths of that dungeon? Returning to our hero, Chang-sun reveals his intentions to the enigmatic blind blacksmith named Yui. You seek to forge? Yui asks, ice cold. Chang-sun nods. Suddenly, the smith erupts in mocking laughter. Think I'm joking? Look at me. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flashes a high-tier alert. The god of pleasure smirks, thoroughly enjoying the blind blacksmith's desperate defiance. No god believes a blind man forged legends. The serpent god tells the goddess to watch the show. If you came to mock me, leave. This forge has been dead for a long time. Let's go, Wilson. Yui turns to leave, but Lee Chang-sun's words stop his heart. That might be true, but the fire in your eyes is still burning bright, isn't it? Fresh calluses don't lie. Yui snaps back, his pride clashing with his absolute poverty. Don't let your eyes starve. Chang-sun stares at the bone-thin dog trembling from hunger. Silence falls over Yui. The cold truth hits him harder than any hammer blow. Sensing hesitation, Chang-sun makes his pitch. 10 million won for every contract milestone completed. A 50 million bonus for quality, and if it's legendary gear, the rewards will skyrocket. Check your balance. Skeptical, Yui pulls out his phone to see if the money is real. 10 million won has arrived. That's just the deposit. Ask for more if you need it. 5 million more. I have overdue rent. Yui mumbles, his desperation finally breaking through. Money is nothing to a titan like Chang-sun. Seconds later, the transfer pings again. What's the job, boss? Chang-sun sits like a king and sets the terms. I'm the master here. You'll address me as boss or young master from now on. Fair enough. With cash in his account, Yui isn't going to argue with the boss. The list is massive. A 5-meter whip, spears, axes, swords, and a heavy shield. Is that everything? Yui asks seriously, feeling the immense weight of the task. Add a bow set and armor. Suddenly, Yui's phone buzzes with another 100 million won. This is impossible, Yui screams. Chang-sun remains calm, calling it mere material costs. If you need more, call. But never say you cannot do it, ever again. The breach penalty is triple. Damn it, why did I let myself get trapped like this? Stop the grumbling. I've heard enough whining to make me sick, Chang-sun warns coldly. We just met, dude. Trust takes time. True, but the contract is already signed. You have a blind spot for blacksmiths, but an employee can't say no to the boss. You craft the gear, I pay the bill. That is the only deal that matters. Fine, I'll do it, but don't expect miracles. My hammer has been cold for years. This gear is insane. Crafting such complex items will take a massive amount of time. I need a specific hammer for this, and I don't have it on me anymore. Stolen, Yui grits his teeth, hissing that it was his father's disciple who betrayed him. After the old master died, greedy guilds moved in to pick the bones clean. That scumbag stole the sacred hammer and bailed. Just another traitor in this world. Where is this guild? High heaven, Yui replies. Chang-sun looks curiously at him. You've never heard of them? They're one of the strongest, most ruthless guilds out there. Chang-sun stands up. I'll get it back. Where are these cowards hiding? Are you insane? It's suicide. Do you have any idea how dangerous they really are? I'll just wipe them out cleanly. Easy. Yui falls silent as his mind begins screaming. That's it. That overwhelming confidence is exactly why I'm drawn to this man. My boss might actually pull this off. With that thought, Yui reveals the hidden address. There's a secret tomb on Mount 𝗕𝗏𝗏, located in the 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 district of Seoul. Intel secured. Chang-sun moves that night, stalking the shadows toward his target. There was only one reason High Heaven would hire a traitor like Jin Duan. They're breaching a forbidden tomb, planning to hoard all the legendary treasures for themselves. After conquering the dungeon, Jin Duan personally scouted the area to unseal the final gate of the ancient tomb. Rumors claim the key was a hidden piece, a puzzle almost impossible for any mortal hunter to solve. That's why they recruited that bottom feeder, an ancient tomb. There must be legendary artifacts hidden inside. Chang-sun smirked at the thought, then suddenly remembered his promise to be home for dinner with his mother. It was already 8:40. He grabbed his phone to text her, eating with a friend. Mom, I'll be home late, sorry. After hitting send, he performed a quick search on the notorious and blood-stained High Heaven Guild. Drugs, human trafficking, and cold-blooded murder, they did it all. Disgust surged as he realized these guys were pure evil. Eradicating them was like taking out the trash. The Twilight Owl senses the scent of righteous justice on you. A system, Manhwa notification appeared. A blessing has been bestowed upon you. You have received Resolute Will. Resolute Will, a protective blessing that fortifies the soul and grants absolute resistance to all mental damage. She misunderstood me again. If you're giving me gifts, a divine spear would have been way more useful. Though unimpressed with the new skill, Chang politely tapped the thank you icon on the floating screen anyway. The deity of hedonism craves the coming battle, while the world's serpent watches you with high expectations. Break time was over. It was time to hunt. His first order of business was concealing his identity. He donned the Haho mask, a defensive treasure granting him total anonymity and vastly improved battlefield vision. Next, Chang-sun equipped a dagger crafted from Black Hawk feathers. These monsters didn't deserve a peaceful end. Acting instantly, Chang unleashed the dagger's power, firing ice bolts that froze the guards where they stood. He lunged forward like a phantom, slashing through the ice and causing the frozen bodies to explode on impact. Deciding that a quick death was too merciful for such filth, Chang chose a more agonizing method. He sliced his hand, smearing his blood onto the ice. You have activated the lethal skill, Venom Blood. You have infused Venom Blood into the Frost Toxin. The deadly poison is now saturating the ice. The Frost Toxin from the Black Hawk dagger has been lethally amplified by your own corrosive Venom Blood. The poison slowly dissolved the guards' bodies in excruciating pain, while the Frost Toxin kept them frozen and upright. They were utterly helpless as the corrosive venom tore their physical forms apart from the inside out. Venom Blood was a secret art he mastered alongside poison immunity. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. It's a special mix of frost and venom. Enjoy the slow crawl to hell, and don't bother dreaming of purification. Just stand there and savor your agonizing end. With that, Chang turned and ventured deeper into the tomb. As the gods watched his cruelty, the deity of hedonism cheered wildly for your absolute ruthlessness. The world serpent was intrigued by your dark methods. The moment you stepped inside, the system chimed again. You have entered the dungeon, Bessa's tomb. The Haho mask is now activating its enhanced night vision. The suffocating darkness vanished instantly before his eyes. Well, I guess keeping this old mask finally paid off. If they're forging the key near the boss room, I should snag the legendary artifacts before they even arrive. Responding to his greed, the system Manhwa interface flickered to life with a brand new set of objectives. Quest: Grave Robbery. Objective: Eliminate the guardians of Bessa's tomb and claim the treasures within. Objective: seize the artifacts from the master's resting place and escape with your life and the loot. Warning: each section of the tomb contains unique, deadly mechanisms to kill any intruders. Proceed with extreme caution. The deity of hedonism is thrilled for the next act. Suddenly, 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗚𝗏 froze, glancing back with deep suspicion. Show yourself. Only silence followed. The god of pleasure insisted that there was absolutely nobody in the shadows. The deity wondered why he was acting up, but 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 didn't care about a god's idle curiosity. He kept shouting at the empty air. Plan on hiding forever? If you don't come out, I'm not playing nice. I'll just hand my exclusive footage rights to a different manager. As he turned, a figure finally spoke. It was 𝗏𝗏𝗃. He poked his head out, staring at the hunter with a super creepy and sinister vibe that chilled the air. You've got a much shorter fuse than the other players. Were you really just going to walk away from me? But the very second he stepped into the light, his entire sinister attitude completely flipped. Acting shy and bashful, he whispered, "Pleased to meet you. I am 𝗏𝗏𝗃, the manager of this dungeon." The god of pleasure was completely stunned, wondering where 𝗏𝗏𝗃 had suddenly appeared from. As a veteran manager in this system, Manhwa, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 could see every hidden notification. "That's a bit harsh, my lord," 𝗏𝗏𝗃 replied with a salty tone. "The other gods had already sensed my presence here, you know." Infuriated, the god of pleasure threw a massive tantrum, dismissing 𝗏𝗏𝗃's calm words as nothing but absolute garbage. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 simply smirked. "Sir, I wouldn't dare lie to a deity." The god of pleasure's eyes widened as he scanned the other silent gods in shock. The world serpent merely shook his massive head in disappointment, basically labeling the goddess as a complete and total airhead. Meanwhile, the demon god who had crawled out of hell was glaring daggers directly at manager 𝗏𝗏𝗃 with murderous intent. The owl piercing, the twilight let out a bitter laugh while watching the god of pleasure stand there, frozen in utter disbelief. Surprisingly, the god of pleasure praised manager 𝗏𝗏𝗃 for possessing the elite skills required to hide from a divine gaze. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 played the humble card immediately. "Oh, sir, I haven't reached that legendary level yet. Please, stop the nonsense. You're stalking me just to write your little report, right?" Li Chang'an's question made 𝗏𝗏𝗃 jump. Wait, how does he know about the reports? Even though the tutorial phase was long over, Chang-sun acted like this was common knowledge, which freaked 𝗏𝗏𝗃 out even more. The report is essentially a secret dossier on high-potential rookies that the gods are closely watching. It's strictly managed by the Bureau, so how could a total newbie in this system Manhwa world possibly know about it? Poof! A computer desk materialized instantly as 𝗏𝗏𝗃 swapped his suit for a comfy tracksuit and began typing like a total maniac. This guy clearly knows way more than any other rookie. No, scratch that, he might be operating on an entirely different level. I definitely need to include this in the report, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 thought, his mind racing as he looked up at the mysterious Li Chang'an. Currently, Li Chang'an is a top-tier rookie who is generating an insane amount of hype throughout the entire celestial realm. Countless gods are lined up just to read the latest updates on him. And it's not just the gods who are interested. Even the Management Bureau is thirsty for intel. I plan to stalk him secretly, but I got busted by Chang'an himself. I've already finished half of it. If he hands his footage rights to another manager, my entire career is totally screwed. There is no way the other managers would let a golden opportunity like this slide. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 gasped as the realization hit him. As if reading his mind, Chang'an spoke up. "You can keep the rights to the footage." 𝗏𝗏𝗃's eyes lit up like bright Christmas lights. "In exchange, I need one favor." "Anything. I can do anything as long as it stays within my manager authority," 𝗏𝗏𝗃 promised. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 felt a flicker of suspicion. He had a truly terrible feeling about this, but Chang'an simply told him to relax. "I'll give you the details after we clear this dungeon." Hearing those words, 𝗏𝗏𝗃 finally caved to the pressure. "Fine. I don't have much of a choice, but like I said, I can't agree to anything that exceeds my current pay grade." Finally, he hooked him. Chang'an flashed a victorious, cunning grin. "Don't sweat it. Let's just make a formal contract right now." A bolt of blue lightning sparked between them as a system notification appeared. Player Li Chang'an and manager 𝗏𝗏𝗃 have formed a mana oath. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 started sweating bullets. He even knows about the mana oath? This guy isn't acting like a rookie at all. He's practically a boss-level player already. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the change in surroundings. He only realized Chang'an had walked away after he was far down the path, forcing 𝗏𝗏𝗃 to scramble to catch up. The world serpent looked pleased to find a human even more cunning than himself, while Chang'an ignored their chatter and marched forward. After a short walk, he spotted a forge glowing red-hot. It looked like the place where the legendary keys were cast. Meanwhile, Li Gang, the ruthless sub-leader of the Zenith Guild, was screaming at his terrified underlings in a blind rage. "Look at this garbage you produced. I'm starting to think I hired the wrong idiots. If we miss the deadline, we're finished. When that happens, none of us will have heads left on our shoulders. Drag Jin Daewon over here this instant." A few minutes later, Jin Daewon, the disciple who stole the hammer belonging to his late father, was dragged violently before the leader. "Please, spare my life," Jin Daewon wailed in terror. "Begging me now? I heard you screwed up the forging process again." Old man Gosang looked down at him with eyes as cold as ice. "Captain, please, if you give me more blood, I can do it." Before he could even finish his plea, Jin Daewon took a brutal kick directly to the face. "Give you even more? You needed men, I gave them. You needed power, I provided it. You even demanded sacrifices, and I delivered them all. I even brought you a sacred torch, and all you offer is failure. Is there any reason to keep your sorry soul alive? You know my patience is running thin. Jin Daewon bowed his head to the floor, desperately whispering a pathetic excuse. The torch you brought, it wasn't from the god's furnace. It was just low-quality gear. So, are you saying this is my fault? Jin panicked and tried to backtrack immediately. No, that's not it. I just need more blood to make it work this time. Give me one more shot, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 scoffed, his gaze cold with irritation. Worthless cur. Relying on this fool was a mistake, but I've hit a dead end. This gamble is my final play. It demands more blood. The lock was nearly broken, but the crimson fuel had finally run dry. Please, just a bit more. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 narrowed his eyes. One last chance. Don't waste it. Fail again, and your entire bloodline pays the price. Clear? A terrified nod followed. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 barked orders at his subordinates. Move. I need to inspect the shipment immediately. Suddenly, his system interface flickered to life. Rankings updated. First, Dongyu Jin, 150,000 points. Second, Go-In, 145,000. Third, Lee Gasing, at 109,000. Then, a new name appeared at rank 57, Lee Chang-sun. Who the hell is this nobody? While the protagonist dominates this system Manhwa world, 𝗟𝗏𝗃 is stuck, buried under endless paperwork. To be honest, Lee Chang-sun's lethal combat prowess is in a league of its own. High-ranking constellations are already obsessed, glued to his progress like a viral livestream. His overwhelming power is turning this dungeon raid into a masterclass of destruction. Stages fall faster than 𝗟𝗏𝗃 can record. The poor manager is literally sprinting just to keep up. 23 dungeons cleared in under 30 minutes. He's not just fighting, he's erasing obstacles. Every trap is dismantled before it even triggers. It's as if he possesses a perfect mental map. Dungeon KR 921 has remained unconquered for 4 years, until now. His physical specs and combat intuition are beyond genius level. I've never seen anything like it. Mark my words, a celestial war to claim him is about to erupt among the gods. Even the legendary 12 Zodiacs won't be able to ignore this monster rookie much longer. Watching him hunt brings back a chilling memory of a figure from long ago. A name that still makes the heavens tremble, the one who once mocked the stars. You burn with blinding arrogance, only to vanish like a dying star in the void. Chang-sun bypassed a deadly axe trap effortlessly, but the atmosphere suddenly shifted into something sinister. The metallic scent of slaughter filled the corridor, making even the bored constellations recoil in disgust. The owl that pierces the twilight shrieked a warning. Death was lurking in the shadows ahead. He rounded the corner to find a mountain of corpses, blood painting the floor in gruesome patterns. For a guardian of justice like the owl, this sight was an unforgivable sin. A system notification blared. The owl that pierces the twilight is consumed by holy rage. Execute divine judgment immediately. Apparently, they're using human lives to forge a boss room key. Sacrificing people for a gate, Chang-sun's thoughts were interrupted by a harsh shout from the darkness. Move it, you're dragging feet. High Heaven Guild thugs were herding bound captives toward the elder, their voices dripping with malice. Maybe slaughtering one will motivate the rest to hurry. The prisoners began to wail. Terror-stricken pleas filled the air, but a tattooed thug signaled for silence. Enough. We need the stock alive. Kill one, and the boss might take your head instead. Before another word could be uttered, poison arrows whistled through the air, claiming lives instantly. The survivor reached for his blade, but his movements were sluggish compared to the predator approaching. Chang-sun's steel pierced his chest in a flash. Whoa, who are you? The thug gasped in agony. Attacking High Heaven? You're dead. He stopped. Chang-sun's eyes were devoid of any mercy. The thug collapsed, weeping like a broken child as Chang-sun leaned in with a cold whisper. Talk, numbers, strength, and their endgame. If you want to keep breathing, start spilling. Trembling, the man confessed. Chang-sun withdrew his blade, letting the coward scramble back in fear. 30 guards. Lee Gasing is the real threat. The intel was clear, a reckoning was coming. I've confessed everything. Please. The pawn stammered, pleading for mercy with tearful eyes, only to be crushed by Chang-sun's cold-blooded dismissal. How pathetic. I merely asked if you valued your life. I never promised to spare it. Terror drove the coward to flee, but Chang-sun's blade was faster. Level up. The world serpent god is delighted. Even the demon god smiles at this harvest. In this system, Manhwa, death is merely a new beginning. Chang-sun triggered his soul-binding authority, yanking the spirits of the fallen from their broken, earthly vessels. These wretched souls are now fuel for the abyss, condemned to eternal torment for their wicked karma. The stolen essence surged through Chang-sun, mending his wounds as he resumed his ruthless dungeon crawl. The captives watched his shadow expand, paralyzed by an aura so suffocating they forgot how to breathe. Was that a monster? Someone whispered. Wait, the boss wanted Lee Chang-sun. That name sounds familiar. Of course. He was a legendary pro gamer, though, looking at this beast, it must be a coincidence. Meanwhile, 3 High Heaven elites were too busy gossiping to notice death looming directly behind them. In a flicker, he erased them. The sudden silence sent a shiver down Li Gang's spine as dread set in. Why was the channel silent? Suddenly, the system interface erupted with frantic ranking alerts and notifications. Lee Chang-sun rocketed from rank 57 to 11th, then 6th, finally seizing 2nd place. What are those idiots doing? Did one man slaughter an entire army? As Li Gang panicked, the vice captain emerged from the shadows. Save me. The man wheezed, shuffling like a zombie. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗗 barked at him to hold his position. The vice captain ignored him, closing the distance with a glazed stare. A demon. There is a demon here. Sensing the unnatural manna, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 realized the trap too late as the vice captain reached his breaking point. The man detonated in a gory explosion. Warning, you have been afflicted by the searing burn effect. Warning, necrosis and corrosive poisons detected. Your health points are plummeting towards 0. Detoxify at once. You are near death. Gritting his teeth, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 fumbled for a restorative potion. A massive shockwave rocked the chamber as Chang-sun lunged. A new system window flashed a blood-red message. The Grim Reaper is approaching your location. Just as the steel aimed for his throat, the elder reacted. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 parried the strike with blinding speed, launching a psychotic barrage of relentless countermaneuvers. Even with his vision clouded by blood poison, he tracks my moves through pure, animalistic instinct. This old man is a true beast. Chang-sun danced through the chaos, calculating the elder's remaining power. The old man fought desperately, but the cocktail of poisons was already liquefying his internals within minutes. He leaned heavily on his sword to remain upright, one hand clutching his head as his consciousness flickered. Alert, stamina depleted. Neutralize the toxins immediately. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's system interface flashed like a dying star. He gasped for an antidote, but Chang-sun noticed something odd. The old man's strength far exceeded his level. Does he possess hidden artifacts? Or is this the price of human sacrifice in a peaceful nation? There is definitely a dark, shady conspiracy lurking beneath the surface of this world. I only came for a job, but these secrets are making this mission much more entertaining, Chang-sun thought. His mind flicked back to the victims he'd spared. They had likely escaped the ritual chamber by now. The sacrifice was thwarted. Head through the double doors on the left he had commanded earlier. Navigate the side corridor until the third door triggers automatically and provides you passage. Lock it tight. No matter the screams outside, do not open it. That is your only path to survival. They were safe for now, huddled in the darkness thanks to Chang-sun's unexpected act of mercy. Now, back to business. Chang-sun dumped 60 stat points, 30 into strength and 30 into agility. He tauntingly tossed a vial toward the dying 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦. Looking for this miracle juice, old man? The elder caught it with frantic desperation, but his hopes shattered when he realized the bottle was empty. Using the distraction, Chang-sun vanished, reappearing behind him to ignite a devastating burn. Did you actually believe me? Reality crashed down on 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦, and the old man descended into a mindless, murderous rage. He swung with world-rending force, but Chang-sun slipped through his guard, unleashing a relentless torrent of strikes. The god of lost pleasures watched with morbid fascination as the one-sided slaughter reached its climax. The world-encircling serpent god revels in your brilliance. Your intermediate dagger technique has peaked. Initiating high-tier mastery. Advanced dagger technique acquired. The game of cat and mouse ends. Main character Chang-jin unleashed a devastating strike, shattering his foe's blade before claiming victory. Clinging to life, Joan Chung-jae wheezed a final question. Why? Why? Kill me? If you treat lives like trash, shouldn't you expect a monster with a twisted mindset? He expired instantly. Chang-jin triggered soul coercion, and his system Manhwa guide chimed in. Hellfire ignited. You have successfully harvested 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's soul fragment, vitality restored by 6%. The owl god piercing the twilight admires your generosity. Chang-jin sighed at the hilarity. The owl god bestows a unique reward. You have obtained the perk, calm mind manipulation. Absolute composure maintained regardless of chaos. Effects: physical resistance boosted and total mental stability achieved. Chang-jin felt perplexed. Iron will made sense, but why this specific mental manipulation reward? Am I some holy monk? The idea of a ruthless villain receiving this felt ridiculous. An evil god with a Zen blessing? Samra is a war god, but she's sloppy. The god of lost pleasures is fuming over the perks the owl god granted you. Desperate to compete, he is rummaging through his treasures. Chang-jin merely felt annoyed. It felt like being pursued by thirsty deities. Ignoring them, he pushed into the dungeon. Rankings updated. Rank 1, Chang-jin with 150,000 points. A colossal door loomed. The system Manhwa notification stated, boss room reached. Entrance sealed. The key lies elsewhere. Locate the key to bypass the mechanism. The massive barrier loomed in Chang-jin's path. Investigating the area, he hurled a flame goat rib spear at Jin Duan, who was hiding. The target was erased instantly. Where exactly do you think you are going? His voice was glacial as he seized the hammer. Analysis complete. It is forged meteorite. It served Duan long. Classification: unknown. Access denied. You are not the registered gear owner. Meteorite? Chang-jin muttered, instantly losing all interest in the useless, locked hammer. I have bigger concerns, like cracking a gate that has remained sealed for centuries. Why search when a tool is handy? He summoned Ҳერод, leaving the administrator bewildered. Why summon me now? Ҳерод asked. Have you forgotten our binding contract, manager? Open this door. Ҳерод balked, claiming dungeon interference violates the strict laws for managers. Spare me the excuses. I know you can bypass regulations when the situation demands it. Ҳерод froze. Fine, Chang-jin threatened, then I will simply revoke those documents' copyright. Understood. I will do it. Ҳерод conceded, frantically bypassing the dungeon's massive lock system. Losing that claim would be ruinous. The god of lost pleasure laughed at Herod's submission. The serpent god praises your cunning. I will surely face disciplinary action, 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗚 whimpered. I hope it is just a pay cut, 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏 muttered, forcing the heavy doors open. Manager authority overrode the seal. As the stone parted, 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏's gaze shifted to intense excitement. He urged Chang-sun forward. It is open. Now move. Enter the chamber immediately. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏 looked suspicious, yet Chang-sun sensed danger within and was fully prepared to dominate. Remaining silent, the main character stepped into the darkness with unwavering resolve. Immediately, his system Manhwa alerts erupted with dire warnings. You have been cursed. The tomb master seeks possession. Resist the intrusion and destroy the golden coffin above. Failure to resist means total possession. Warning, hypnosis state is now being forced upon you. Brainwashing sequence initiated. Amidst the alerts, a thunderous, enraged voice echoed through the hall. Submit, worship me. Who dares wake the king? Kneel, you pathetic wretch of the earth. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏 cackled at the boss's screams, finding this final trial unexpectedly and stupidly easy. Simply guard your sanity against the tomb master. It is only a pathetic, fragmented soul. The chilling aura reveals the truth. This tomb is ruled by the remnant soul of the giant Besa. Can a mere mortal withstand such divine pressure? A bug like you dares to defy me? Die, you trash rookie. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏 sneered, certain Chang-sun was finished before turning to flee. Suddenly, system Manhwa alerts flared. Indomitable spirit activated. Your mind is now shielded from all external intrusion. Manipulation resistance online. Mental protection buffed. Dungeon conquest. Mission complete. Calculating final rank. System rank 1. Li Chang. Score 175,550. Distributing rewards. Ranking rewards incoming. System dungeon closure in 5 seconds. Countdown start. That's when 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗡𝗏 realized he'd failed. That kid is an ancient linguist. His scheme was a total disaster. Upon exiting, Li Chang-sun headed straight to Yui and presented the legendary hammer. Yui froze in shock. It took a moment to process the sight of his father's lost legacy. This. How? He stammered, his voice trembling with overwhelming emotion. Young master, Li Chang-sun corrected while eating. I brought the gear. Let's get to work. Yui hesitated. Young master, a month isn't enough. I need to regain my rhythm with this hammer. It's been an eternity since I last forged. The shop is a mess, covered in years of dust. 1 week, he declared coldly. Impossible. The whip alone takes 2 weeks. Take a month for both. Whip and spear. I'll pay triple for everything. He casually snatched a rusted blade he'd noticed earlier and kept talking. Consider this my yes. See you in a month. This junk on the rack is mine now. Stop. That's a sacred family heirloom. I can't sell. His phone suddenly chimed. A transfer of 1,000,000 won from the young master. Hammer restoration fees fully paid. That's plenty, right? It was just gathering dust as a decoration anyway. He shouldered the blade and strolled out. Yui cursed, then looked at his dog. If I have to deal with that monster, he whistled for his companion. The pup barked as they approached the glowing forge. Yui stripped, revealing a warrior's rugged physique. He grinned. The past is gone, and the future is a mystery. For now, it's time to hammer. While Yui worked, Li Chang-sun walked calmly. He recalled Thanos' words. Find Yui in Soul 2. Seek the Master Smith. The name vanished after forging for Capricorn. Was that constellation truly immortal? He's too old now. Yui isn't a name, it's a title passed to a successor. Capricorn killed the original, unaware the bloodline continued in secret. Tragically, many secret arts were lost due to his failing sight. Family debt crushed his craft. Yet, as the true Yui, his weapons remain god tier. Theotis finally gave useful intel. He foresaw Yui's talent blooming through Kiki. Wait, shouldn't it be thanks to me? Gear secured, he hailed a taxi home. Time to inspect the loot. Peter's key. Why was this in Bessa's grave? Why this specific treasure? No matter. I need to get home before mom worries. While he relaxed, John Chong was losing his sanity elsewhere. Who cleared the dungeon? Find him, useless idiots, Song roared. The High Heaven Guild leader screamed. His subordinate trembled, admitting they had no leads. Are you worthless? Find him. I don't care if he's a corpse. Get me Peter's key at any cost, he yelled, but inside, he was trembling. If the White Tiger Guild finds out, we're finished. That key required a human sacrifice. They secretly hired us for the job. Panic began to consume him. Ready the car. Everyone to Beacon Mountain, he cursed the whole way. Dungeon closed, key stolen. Just my luck. Move it, you animals. If the White Tiger Guild caught wind of this mess, especially Jong-un, his life was officially over. Should that monster find out, Sunung's entire bloodline would pay the price. He needed that key, no matter the cost. Fate was cruel, though. News of the hidden tomb had already reached the ears of Jong-un. He exploded into a blind fury, his overwhelming aura erupting violently right in front of Li Chang's mother. Che-yun and Yong-won screamed, Captain Seo, get a grip. Realizing he'd lost control, Jong-un suppressed his murderous power. Yong-won snapped at him. Why'd you unleash that bloodthirsty tiger in a place like this? Have you lost your mind? Jong-un stayed silent, his cold gaze fixed solely on the mother. Her elegant brow furrowed, and those once gentle eyes now blazed with a deadly seriousness. Feeling the tension, Jong-un muttered a hollow excuse and vanished. Are you all right, ma'am? Yoon asked, voice trembling. After a heavy silence, she whispered, I'm fine. I heard about awakeners, they really are monsters compared to us normies. Is my son one of them now? He plays the lone wolf, but he's sharper than anyone else deep down. I don't want my boy getting destroyed in some dungeon, but let's be honest, that stubborn kid won't listen. She asked them to leave. Yoon and So took the hint and quickly retreated from the house. Waiting for the elevator, Young-moon sighed. Things got dangerously tense after Captain Seo went berserk. Why did he snap? He turned to the agents for answers. Suddenly, Chae-yoon's thoughts drifted back to her worried niece. Hae-bin. She needed to call her. Before arriving, Hae-bin had been nagging her incessantly to bring Lee Chang to her. Since it was late, Yong-won offered a break. If you're staying tonight, I'll have the staff brew some coffee. Seo's eyes lit up. I'm in. Iced Americano, black. No sugar needed. But Chae-yoon shut him down instantly. She politely declined the offer and dragged her partner away by the collar. Seo looked at Yoon, utterly baffled, but her grim expression silenced him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an alert. Emergency text. Code red at Mount Jungnang. They found victims caged like ritual sacrifices. It's a total massacre. The police have secured the perimeter, but we need a plan. What is this nightmare? Seo gasped in horror. Move it or walk. Chae-yoon barked, dragging him toward their next deadly mission. Lee Chang finally made it back, but he paused to examine his new blade. The god of pleasure mocked him. Why pick that rusty scrap over my divine treasures? The deity grumbled in his ear. Lee Chang thought. This was forged in a god's fire. If I'm right, this is the legendary divine blade. With the dragon's fang and this masterpiece, I'm unstoppable. He initiated a scan using his system Manhwa interface. The screen flashed, Yu Chang's sword. One of the 9 legendary blades forged by the divine blacksmith, Master Yui. Item type, divine tier dagger. Combat power, immeasurable. Effects, unknown. Restricted use due to lack of ownership rights. Yui's 9 swords were game-breaking artifacts. When the sword Jianlu appeared in Arcadia, it ignited a continent-wide war. A total bloodbath ensued over that loot. 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were wiped off the map for it. So why was this legendary relic sitting like junk in a forgotten, dusty forge? The previous owner was a high-level assassin. This blade has been drinking blood for 1,000 years. It's cursed. It inflicts nightmare-level agony before the victim dies. But those are just legends. Chang didn't know the full truth. The original Yui was the divine blacksmith who despised blood. Whether it was him or a successor is unknown. But someone definitely wanted this terrifying weapon to stay hidden from the world forever. They tried to erase its identity. The god of pleasure continued mocking him, but the Twilight Owl watched silently. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lee Chang's spine. Someone was watching him from the shadows. Collecting all 9 swords might be fun. Who's there? Lee Chang launched the fire tiger fang at the stalker. The figure dodged effortlessly. You saw through my disguise. You're a violent one. Lee Chang didn't hesitate and charged. His eyes locked onto the target. No escape. His sword techniques were flawlessly executed and terrifyingly fast. How is a newbie this powerful? His attacks were savage, devoid of any predictable rhythm, just pure killing intent. The stranger was overwhelmed by Lee Chang's raw power. He fought like a battle-hardened pro who'd seen it all. I only meant to test him, but I'm getting schooled by a kid. I have to go all out. To survive this monster, I need my full strength. But as he prepared to move, the man surrendered. Lee Chang-sun's killing intent was suffocating. What are you doing? The man broke into a cold, terrified sweat. My mistake. Forgive me. He bowed instantly, desperate to de-escalate before the main character truly snapped. I just wanted to gauge your level. Lee lowered his blade as the man dismissed the dangerous misunderstanding. High above, the saint of hunting season shrieked, terrified by the reckless fool's suicidal stunt. Who are you? Lee's voice was ice. The saint expected a battle, not this blunt, disrespectful dismissal. No respect at all, huh? He's young but lethal. One wrong move and Lee will bury me. He flicked a business card toward Lee. Guang Jiangu, 5-star HR director, flashed a sharp, professional smile. Listen, I didn't hunt you down to fight. I'm here to scout you for our guild. Chang recognized the signs of a classic system Manhwa. Their deity is that nameless king of karma, right? The god of wealth and treasury? Not interested. He demanded to know how they even tracked him down. Guang chuckled. You have no idea how famous you've become, do you, Lee Chang's son? It's not just us. Every powerhouse guild in this country is currently hunting for your signature. Chang's expression darkened. The high-ranking predators had taken the bait much faster than he anticipated. Even though he claimed to be a mere normie player, his hidden potential was impossible to ignore. I've overstayed my welcome today, Guang said, turning to leave. Let's finish this chat when you're calmer. As the tension simmered, the constellations began bickering over why Lee let such a disrespectful rival walk away. Hunting season was furious, declaring that her chosen disciple should never show mercy to an opponent. Guang vanished, leaving his contact info behind. Meanwhile, the divine beings were losing their minds in the chat. The world-encircling serpent scoffed, telling her to find a new target if she was so bloodthirsty. Infuriated, hunting season snapped back. You want to settle this with me right now instead? Anytime, the serpent laughed. Hunting season went berserk, screaming about turning that snake into a bowl of soup. Lee ignored the gods' chaotic bickering. His mind was elsewhere, focused on a nagging sense of recognition. Gu Kuang-gun felt familiar. Had they crossed paths before Arcadia? Suddenly, a chilling realization struck his heart. If a scout like that found him here, did they find his home too? Damn it. Mom must be terrified. Elsewhere, Guang stumbled away, his arm bleeding profusely as his face turned deathly pale. The wound from Li Chang-sun's strike was devastatingly deep. Back home, Li burst through the door, breathless. His mother acted as if nothing happened. "You're home, wash up and eat. You look exhausted, son." Seeing her safe, he hesitated, his voice trembling. "Mom, I have something important to tell you." A flashback triggered. Sunlight pierced a burning battlefield. "So young, yet you possess the eyes of a killer. Who is this old fossil? Get lost if you value your life. A child with a soul this destructive. Stop your rambling and beat it." The mysterious man smirked, his aura expanding with overwhelming power. "I'll beat some sense into you first." Suddenly, an alarm blared, dragging Chang-sun back to reality. His phone vibrated with a sharp notification. 3 p.m., the high-stakes interview with the White Tiger Guild. A month had passed since their recruitment notice went live. He couldn't shake that strange, lingering dream. Showtime. The massive testing center was overflowing with hopeful players ready to prove their worth. Candidates were pushing their limits, pumping iron to maximize their stamina stats for the final evaluation. A stern, bald instructor pointed toward the mana-measuring device. "Next, place your hand on the sensor." As Li touched the machine, it overloaded and exploded. The screen flashed a terrifying message. Status: immeasurable. Silence fell over the hall. Li stood amidst the smoke, confused by the chaos he'd just caused. Staff panicked, screaming for a high-grade replacement. Every eye in the room was now glued to him. In the shadows, a bandaged man watched intently. The instructor called out again, his voice shaking. "Candidate number 1031, Li Chang-sun. Please step forward and retest on this device." The name rippled through the crowd. Jaws dropped as the realization hit. It's him, the tyrant. Li closed his eyes, cursing his luck. "I wore this hoodie specifically to avoid this exact spotlight." The whispers turned into a roar. The tyrant Li Chang-sun? Here? Is the rumors actually true? Following his team's collapse, he spiraled into alcoholism and obscurity. Gossips call him a pathetic has-been now. Just look at his sickly, ghostly complexion. Does he even think he's still a pro? That arrogance is misplaced. This fallen senior is no different from any ordinary person here. A girl nearby finally snapped, telling those two trash talkers they looked like shriveled, dried-out squids. They wondered, wasn't he a shut-in gamer? Why appear now after retiring? What business does a loser have at this recruitment? The interface flared like a system Manhwa. Level 25, triple S rank plus. Total, absolute shock. Jaws hit the floor as everyone stared at those impossible stats. Level 25? The instructor froze, completely overwhelmed by the reading. "This is beyond our pay grade. Alert the manager immediately." "No, go straight to the department head. Move it." In the Raid Team 2 office, a blonde executive listened intently. The dark secrets the High Summit Guild buried are finally surfacing. Federal prosecutors are now coordinating with the association to hunt down and arrest High Summit's corrupt leadership. 21 lives sacrificed over 7 long years. How could such a gruesome nightmare remain hidden for so long? The Iron Witch Association declared legal warfare against Summit. Simultaneously, White Tiger launched an all-out offensive to dismantle them. As Summit's atrocities go public, the masses are praising the mysterious, fake-smiling hero who exposed the truth. Despite the media frenzy, the identity of this shadowy savior remains a complete and total enigma. The blonde man knew that smiling thief took Peter's key. He vowed to hunt that brat down, no matter the cost. A scout burst in, yelling about a legendary super rookie's arrival. Meanwhile, the blonde stayed cool, lounging with his legs crossed. Why the panic? Chairman O and Director Kim are already heading to Area C. The chief's composure instantly shattered. "It's Li Chang's heir. The elite rookie you've been tracking, the one the Black Sword and Iron Witch are eyeing." The blonde executive finally lost his cool. "That is the monster from the Jamsil Gate incident. I intended to scout him, but those High Summit bastards kept me occupied." "What's he doing here today?" The scout gasped out the news. "He's here for our open competition." This revelation left the chief's jaw on the floor. "Give me the details." "He's beyond top tier. His magic reading is a triple S rank with a triple plus modifier. There's no time to lose. We have to intercept him before any other greedy guilds sink their claws into him." At the Krupp Arena, news of Li Chang's son is currently breaking the internet and dominating every social feed. Headlines scream about the return of the tyrant. The retired gamer just walked into White Tiger's trials like he owned the place. He stood tall, mocking every vile rumor and hater who dared to claim he was a washed-up failure. His entrance at the White Tiger trials was nothing short of legendary. Every eye in the room was filled with admiration. Korea's first triple S rank in 15 years is finally here. Is that truly the tyrant himself? It's him, definitely. How is this fair? Born into wealth, and now he's awakened as a god-tier triple S rank hunter too. Bitter rivals watched with envy, cursing the luck of that bastard for choosing this specific day to show his face. "We'll look like trash compared to him. This is my 5th attempt. If I fail, my family is disowning me." The god of the hunting season beams with pride, watching his chosen champion command the attention of the world. Li Chang's son ignored the noise, his gaze piercing through the crowd toward the spectator stands with intense focus. Sensing a divine presence, the tiger god watched him closely. The young hunter gritted his teeth, focusing his entire being. The serpent god, whose coils spanned the world, sensed that someone in the shadows desired a piece of his power. The examiner announced the trial, a monster hunt. They would summon beasts ranging from red orcs to twin-headed ogres. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 looked at the list and scoffed. Is this pathetic collection of monsters the best you can offer? Seeing his blatant lack of interest, the official quickly tried to explain the test. Our strongest specimen is the dread, but the rookie cut him off, demanding they summon it. The entire room fell silent. In an unprecedented move, the magic circle flared as the apex predator emerged, its crimson eyes locking onto the hunter. The tiger god, trapped in hardship, watched from the ethereal realm, eager to judge the boy's skills. Onlookers trembled at the beast's ferocity, but then a majestic tiger's aura and golden light began radiating from the youth. This was the inherited will of the tiger god. The divine entity watched suspiciously as the boy stood motionless before danger. Deep within his ancient spirit, the tiger god, trapped in hardship, concluded that the boy was about to die. While standing silently, a brutal face-off played out in his mind. That old man's mocking, savage grin triggered him like crazy. You arrogant bastard. You dare to laugh at me? Fine, I'll show you true power. Come and get some. His fury reached its zenith, ready to clash with the beast. It unleashed a roar, a cyclone of breath, threatening to shatter the world. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 stood unshakable. With absolute concentration, he drew his blade and launched it into the sky. A masterpiece forged by the sightless smith. Look at you, battered and broken. Who is truly to blame for this? Ha! Words are cheap. Just witness this quality. Even the hunting deity's eyes stretched wide in utter disbelief. The great serpent that coils around the world bowed, recognizing a truly flawless artifact has arrived. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 wielded the nameless bipolar spear, a weapon boasting a lethal attack power of 150 to 200. It grants armor-piercing, festering wounds, and divine resonance. This legendary work is his soul-bound treasure. Its power is tied to him alone. The smith left it nameless. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 tested it and felt total satisfaction. His spear play was breathtaking. He had perfected every nuance of piercing, slashing, stabbing, and ironclad defense. The hunting deity watched in awe, completely captivated by the boy's god-tier spear technique. Shock rippled through the heavens that a blind man could forge such power. Skill acquired. Rookie spear arts. This blade could now devastate the dread in one strike. The crowd gasped as the beast shrieked in agony. Confusion gripped the onlookers. None could fathom when 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 had ascended like a protagonist in a system Manhwa. Park Sang-ho, captain of the White Tiger Guild's elite squad, watched the carnage with deep intrigue. Incredible, Park muttered. That agility is far beyond what his current level should allow. His precision is haunting. He would be a monster even with a simple bow. I must have him at all costs. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 tapped into his potential again. The audience held its breath, waiting for the next evolution of his power. Suddenly, a jagged edge replaced the spear, plunging into the dread. Crimson sprayed across the battlefield. He deployed a razor wire for the kill. Blood erupted. A simple wire and spear turned into a spectacular show. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 vaulted high, delivering a final, soul-shattering thrust as the titan finally collapsed. Silence fell. No one could believe a level 25 hunter possessed such godlike speed. Every strike flashed yellow, a constant stream of critical hits. To the crowd, he no longer seemed human. He stood victorious, though his own hand bled. The system flared. Skill blood poison activated. A paralyzing toxin surged through the dread's veins. The beast was trapped, frozen in its own dying body. The monster's lifeblood poured out unceasingly. It teetered on the very edge of total annihilation. With cold eyes, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 lunged for the killing blow. The system announced the dread's fall and a level up. His spear proficiency evolved. The hunting deity praised him, acknowledging his rapidly ascending lethality. A perk boosted his stamina by 5 points. Even the tiger god of tribulation was shaken by the display. That ancient, trapped beast now hungered for a new pair of fangs. The section chief snarled, barking a desperate command. That brat. I will break him exactly as planned. Bring him to me. Just then, a gold streak blurred past. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 had already made his move. They met in the center of the fray. The blonde antagonist wore a twisted grin, issuing a dark challenge. Impressive. You actually blocked that. You're even defying the tiger's killing intent. You're more capable than you look. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's response was a gaze of pure, icy disgust. The stench of a brainless leader is making me sick. The man laughed maniacally. Join me, kid. Be my shadow. I'll forge you into something truly terrifying. I'll show you the power of a real apex predator. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 hesitated. Would a counterstrike draw too much attention from the true puppet master? But the Blood Mountain range still needed to be cleared. Before the fight resumed, Park Sang-ho intervened. That is enough from both of you. The section chief roared back, his patience thinning. Do you have a death wish, Captain Park? Sang-ho's expression soured. This fool clearly hadn't learned his lesson. Why so disrespectful to your senior? The blonde man spat. You call me a fool? Now? I am just reclaiming what belongs to me. Do you really want to make this a problem? You're far too arrogant about your little tricks, Park warned. Step away. The recruitment phase isn't over. The arena erupted in whispers. Were 2 high-ranking captains actually about to go to war? All of this just for one recruit. It was madness. Then, Team 3's Captain Kang-gu stepped forward. Usually, I'd avoid a clash between captains. But we want this kid for ourselves. Pardon the intrusion, but I'm joining in. Besides, Team 4's Dino Philip has already arrived. The captains bickered like spoiled children. Do these fools really think all leaders are equal? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 watched the spectacle, craving a bloodbath. Tension flared as they fought over his fate. Back off, he's mine. What are you playing at, you pathetic loser? Their childish behavior only fueled 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's contempt. He looked down on them with pure disgust. To him, those who worship weak rulers like constellations were merely trash to be eliminated. A freezing silence fell. Suddenly, a golden gale erupted, forcing the captains to cough up blood. The legend approaching was the White Tiger CEO, 𝗕𝗏𝗏. Chang-sun had found his target. The guild's true powerhouse, the god of the hunting season, narrowed his eyes with predatory intent. Surprised, he felt the weight of true power. Chang-sun finally recognized a genuine high-tier player. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 barked. You idiots. Are you really squabbling like dogs over a single recruit? Even Park San-Ho, the veteran, was caught in this mess. This old man showed no openings. Logic dictated Chang-sun would fail against such strength. Nearby, a blonde subordinate chuckled to himself. With the CEO here, victory is mine. I'll enjoy seeing Captain Park's face twist in humiliation. He was convinced Li Chang was his. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 glared, dismissing the incompetent captains. Get lost. Choosing one of you causes chaos, so I'm claiming this boy for myself. A sudden power move. The captains stood paralyzed, realizing they walked right into the fox's trap. Inside a private room, the CEO tossed him a shirt. Your gear is drenched in blood. Change. A chime echoed in this system Manhwa world. The great tiger of tribulation watches with predatory greed. The hunting god waved him away, annoyed. Yet, Chang-sun's powerful, scarred physique was impossible to ignore. Old man, 𝗕𝗏𝗏 smirked with satisfaction. This kid's body was a masterpiece forged in hell. Those muscles were built through 1,000 battles. What kind of life has this monster lived? 𝗕𝗏𝗏 spoke plainly. The constellations are watching you, so, tell me what is your price? Is it gold you want? Chang-sun's expression remained cold, his gaze sharp and unwavering. I have more wealth than I can spend. I want a seat in the future strategy department. I know you're their advisor, old man. I believe I've earned that same privilege, too. 𝗕𝗏𝗏's face darkened before he roared with laughter. The sound hit like a Category 5 hurricane. His eyes turned cold. You aren't even afraid of me losing my position, are you? Excellent. A true tiger's spirit. That department is the very backbone of the White Tiger Guild. If you want a seat at that table, you must first prove your worth to everyone. Chang-sun smirked. In that case, how about I shatter the record at Blood Mountain Range? New recruits train there, right? If I set an unbreakable record, no one can object. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 pressed him. Not just among rookies, but the #1 rank in the entire dungeon. When the boy nodded, the old man finally sighed. Do that, and your critics will be silenced. Sensing the CEO's hesitation, Chang-sun raised the stakes. I'll wipe the entire dungeon clean, too. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 beamed. Perfect. That outdated training ground was due for a total overhaul anyway. Chang-sun knew Blood Mountain held secrets, likely something to dismantle Director O's corrupt influence. I'll make sure to shut it down properly. His plan was moving perfectly toward the endgame. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 gave a lethal look. I'll have plenty to confess later. Thanks for the tip, Elder. A new quest was triggered. But first, he needed access to the legendary White Tiger Library. 𝗕𝗏𝗏 was stunned by the boy's move. He actually respected this kid's relentless hunger. Fine. Our library is the world's finest. Go ahead and lose yourself in its secrets. Meanwhile, the digital world was exploding. Search engines were flooded with one name, Li Chang. The tyrant's return was trending everywhere. The video from Sector C proved the legend had resurrected. The public's perception of Chang-sun has undergone a tectonic shift. His name dominates the internet as respect replaces the previous skepticism. Our tyrant has returned. Is he truly a god-tier SSS rank from a system Manhwa? Behold the ranker who defied death. Where are those pathetic stream trolls now? Copycats are deleting their channels after witnessing his legendary, high-octane test footage. Are the haters still delusional enough to claim his power is fabricated? Does the government still believe those pathetic hit pieces targeting the tyrant? A conspiracy to mask the 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏? Some people are truly brain dead. The world's 20th guild is back. These fake SSS rank rumors are laughable. Stop typing trash and go to sleep. Still, I have one lingering worry. The tyrant's fanbase is going absolutely feral again. Can anyone stop them? This is terrifying. It looks like a classic dead cat bounce. White tiger stocks are mooning. Invest poorly and you'll end up ruined. Newbies take note. Chang-sun is the monster who cleared the 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏. The rumors were true. The mysterious L is officially confirmed as Chang-Sunday. Listen to these chilling accounts from the 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗏 survivors. While the world worships him, this blonde captain is begging for his soul. He's a once-in-a-century genius who needs a legendary mentor like me. The elder groaned. Smooth sailing? Try a one-way ticket to hell. Follow protocol or lose your rank. Yet the captain continued his sobbing. Why block me? Chang-sun joined the strategy division and vowed to leave if unsatisfied. How can I force a man with such insane demands into the second team? Be patient. Once training concludes, he'll be under my direct command regardless. I'll give him the most brutal missions imaginable. And I'll be his lead. The blonde captain realized the loophole. Get out of my sight, 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏 barked. He instantly turned into a sycophant. Big brother, you know I adore you. Chang-sun has vanished again. If I told you where, you'd just ruin it. I hid him in your nightmare. Time for Chang-sun to conquer Blood Mountain. The White Tiger specialized training session officially commences right now. A new legend begins. Let's witness the true power of an SSS plus rank. Standing before the peak, a pillar of light signaled the start of his cleansing. The summit erupted. Tornadoes spiraled as a shadow descended from the clouds. His prey appeared. These mountains are infested with mutants warped by ancient mana. Locate the source, eradicate it, and restore the mountain's primal balance. 8 sectors await, each crawling with variants you won't find anywhere else. Access your inventory and system window to monitor your skills and quest progress. The Crimson Mountain Range looked nauseating. Chang-sun felt a wave of disgust. This place mirrored the horrors of Arcadia. Suddenly, he felt a chilling gaze. A skill called Breeze was tailing him. He shifted his eyes toward the trees. A stalker followed him from the library to this hellscape. Suspicion began to bloom. What is the director planning? He recalled the grandeur of the White Tiger Library. Just as Thanos warned, that pathetic puppet ruler. The bastard who wrecked the celestial realm, Chang-sun recalled his pact with Thanos. What happens to those he blesses? They'll be surrounded by endless enemies. Thanos smirked. You honestly think that's where the nightmare ends? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗗 flaunts his stolen trophies to the global constellations, treating his hoard like legendary achievements. This sanctuary of pillaged wisdom is known as the White Tiger Library. Thanos offered a curated list, but Li Chang insisted on choosing his own rewards. Even so, the Sagittarius physical arts of the 12 zodiacs were impossible to ignore. Li Chang's son was stunned, recalling how that flashy archer always flaunted his physique. It wasn't about weightless movement, but a divine perk that transcended all mortal limits. From snow walking to piercing energy, these techniques demanded absolute mastery and total focus. The puppet sovereign held one secret, despite never officially clashing with the great Sagittarius. With the archer still oblivious, the source remained a mystery of the shattered constellations. The ultimate objective for Chang's son was clear. He had to seize the Great Leap. Obtaining this divine power from the 12 zodiacs would be a monumental, near-impossible trial. Long ago, before his ascension, Sagittarius served the ancient and formidable constellation known as Ex Machina. He illicitly glimpsed the authority while spying upon the sacred steps of the preeminent. He conquered entire realms with divine swagger, reigning as the undisputed master of his domain. Naturally, the other zodiacs refused to let the ambitious Sagittarius establish his seat nearby. Mastering this divinity in our system Manhwa will make Chang's progression truly unstoppable. Yet, failure carries a heavy price, while the Great Tiger watches with predatory amusement. As 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 scours the shelves, a staff member warns of the 7-day limit. The archive stays open eternally, though the forbidden first 2 shelves remain strictly off-limits. Suddenly, a stranger interrupts, shamelessly begging for an autograph to impress his girlfriend. Struck by Li Chang's god-tier visuals, the man froze before being met with cold indifference. Spurned and humiliated, the man's sudden admiration instantly curdled into a bitter, burning rage. Unfazed, Li Chang remained vigilant, his senses tuned to the subtle dangers around him. He had to stay hidden from the prying eyes of Director O and the Sovereign. Thanos noted the library's striking resemblance to the secret archives of the One-Horned Tribe. Activating Iron Heart and Serenity, Chang entered a deep trance, tuning out the world. As the days bled together, the spy tailing him grew frustrated by the perceived stagnation. He wondered if this monster was truly just reading books instead of plotting. Without a clear system, he jumped between spear arts, swordsmanship, and physical combat styles. Between energy-breathing guides and ancient myths, he constantly cycled through the massive collection. Director O's orders were absolute: monitor every breath and report any suspicious activity immediately. But the stalker had no intel to share, left puzzled by the protagonist's dedication. He reasoned that Chang was merely cultivating a perfect image as a dedicated, elite student. Driven to madness, the spy practically begged for the boy to finally go home. While the spy fumed, Li Chang pushed his consciousness far beyond the limits of humanity. The system Manhwa interface flickered. Hyperfocus active. Data absorption is reaching maximum capacity. Immersion complete. Knowledge acquisition rates are skyrocketing as hidden truths begin to surface. Warning: a frenzied state has been triggered as the brain processes a massive information dump. Neural overload imminent. Severe mental strain detected as data collection exceeds all safe thresholds. Ignoring the warnings, an achievement was unlocked. The manic bookworm has finally emerged. Intelligence increased by 10. Willpower increased by 5. Even the hunting god is exhausted. A knowledge fragment was obtained as the world reacted to this unprecedented information surge. Understanding of the Great Tiger submerged in hardship has reached a new, profound level. The tiger watched with amusement, unaware that Chang's true target was the Sovereign's karma. He wasn't just after power, he was here to dismantle the puppet Sovereign's skill tree. The White Tiger Guild built this library to honor the puppet Sovereign, but it doubles as a sanctuary for sharing his forbidden techniques. This means most of these scrolls contain classified intel that the villain intentionally buried deep within the text. I'll scavenge every piece of that data. By piecing it together, I'll uncover the puppet Sovereign's true form, his fatal flaws, and the mastermind pulling his strings. I'll crush him. Li Chang's system Manhwa synthesis is currently at 39%. Finally, our hero exits the archives. He's reached the limit of what basic information synthesis can achieve. Must I farm achievements to unlock the restricted level 1 and 2 bookshelves to finish this? It's not here. Despite 3 thorough scans, the preeminent step remains elusive. Is it hidden in the elite sections? Li Chang has only 3 hours left. He initiates one last search. If it's encoded in ancient tongues, it's likely hidden in level 7. Ironheart hits its limit. He activates Serenity to sharpen focus, triggering a massive intelligence stat boost. The Owl of the Sunset revels in his genius. As 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 touches a tome, raw energy explodes. Success! It might not be the preeminent step, but this book is definitely masking a dark secret. A monster meet cookbook? Reading the cipher reveals the truth. This isn't the skill he sought. Hidden between the lines is a chilling legacy of blood and a grudge that transcends time. The pages reek of resentment. Imagine the soul-crushing pain of being betrayed by a sworn brother. I know your name, Moonshang. I know the atrocities you committed against me. Hearing that name, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 suddenly recoils in shock. 𝗓𝗡𝗓𝗡, the heavenly sword hero, a legendary sword saint, and the White Tiger Guild's master. He is the puppet sovereign's closest ally. Some apostles even claim they share a bond like brothers. Does the sword hero have a link here? Official records say he rose from mercenary to legendary player. He supposedly forged his own martial arts before the puppet sovereign chose him as an apostle. But according to this hidden chronicle, that heroic origin story is a complete fabrication. A message from a man pierced by 1,000 blades remains. I am Han Yuzuru, Moonsong Sr. I was the clan's true heir. I spent decades in the shadows, honing my swordsmanship to perfection. Then one day, my master brought home a young newcomer, years my junior. Master died of old age. I raised that boy like my own blood brother and student. I even taught him the sword. I never saw the venomous darkness rotting his heart. It was all a plot by our guardian constellation, the great tiger swallowed by tribulation. That holy name unmasks the monster. The great tiger is the puppet ruler himself. He's a sadistic deity who thrives on chaos. My peaceful clan was never meant for him. He could have chosen anyone, but I, Han Yuzuru, was the obstacle. I mastered his teachings too perfectly. Because of my purity, the puppet ruler was trapped. He could only gnash his teeth in silent fury. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 realized with a start. They sealed the ruler's power. I remember hearing about a time when the sovereign grew weak. I always wondered why that bloodthirsty maniac vanished for a full 100 years. It was the Heavenly Sword hero's clan tragedy. Han Yuzuru saw the cult's growing shadow. To stop the rivers of blood, he chose to pull the plug himself. The puppet ruler then abandoned Han for Moonong, the man now hailed as a hero. The stalker watching 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 grows restless, seeing him frozen like a statue, glued to that book. He's reading it upside down. What a pathetic fraud, the spy sneers. The text continues, the trap was set long ago. I noticed too late I couldn't swing my sword. He had been feeding me microdoses of poison for years, so subtle I never felt it. He didn't grant me the mercy of death. He held on to a twisted, lingering obsession. Instead, he shattered my limbs, severed my mana circuits, and buried me in the darkest dungeon. Moonshang, why has my guardian star's protection faded away? I watched from the dirt as my junior stole the heavenly sword title and built his guild base over our clan's ruins. He defiled Master's final wish for seclusion while I watched, hollow-eyed as you wreaked havoc for 10 full years. Eventually, that entity's voice reached me. Reading these records, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son feels utterly baffled. He frantically scans the pages. This entity, what is it? Is there more hidden in another location? The system Manhwa interface pings. Hidden piece discovered. An anonymous soul's resolve begins to sprout within you. As a minor perk, hybrid skill synchronization is rising. Current sync rate, 51%. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 is stunned. What? The sync rate for the puppet ruler's counter technique just surged by 12%. I expected a stall, but simply uncovering and deciphering a hidden piece did the trick. More fragments remain in this area. Locate every piece to complete the set. The boy realizes no mere mortal could do this. A deity likely intervened, probably the one Han Yuzuru noted. With merely 2 hours left in the archives, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son locks in his target. He must locate the final volume. He begins his search instantly. Where on earth is it stashed? Encoding their legacy proves they wanted it found, specifically by someone who could evade the Heavenly Sword hero's thugs. Every detail had to be perfectly balanced. Cracking the cipher makes the rest easy. They must be tucked away on the 7th shelf. The boy hunts through the stacks while the observer outside weeps. Is his public image truly that vital? I just need an autograph. *sob***. The great tiger deity, consumed by trials, believes you'll become his devoted pupil. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son observes that the man remains completely oblivious. The world-devouring serpent deity watches you closely. 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗏's son feels the rush. Finally found it. The text mirrors my life, betrayed and caged by a student, while this entity was eaten by its own child, becoming a ghost. That being and I are fueled by the same grudge. The boy's expression shifts. The child was the puppet ruler? That is a heavily guarded secret. I've unearthed the weakness the puppet ruler suppressed. The subsequent lines overflow with agony and bitterness. It claims that vile tiger, whom we served so loyally, was merely a beast. A devil, rather. A wretch who feasted on his kin for divinity. Rest is impossible until his head rolls. That entity sought to transmit the technique required to slay that wretched tiger. Building on that foundation, I restored my vitality and reformed my physical state. I vanished from sight to restart my training, mending my body exactly as that entity instructed. I am prepared for my student's return. I will repay him for every wound he inflicted on me. I will walk that path and end him, swinging my blade once more to slay that wretched tiger. Yet upon arriving, my first thought was, can I truly succeed? Could I truly destroy Moonon, the child I raised as my own? I had to confront that question. I stashed my legacy in code, hoping a successor would inherit our regrets. The system Manhwa interface chimes. You have successfully recovered all components of the hidden piece. An unknown's fiery passion takes root. Achievement, heir to the tiger's remorse. Rewards incoming. Intelligence +5, willpower +10, skill learned, claw of the Black Mountain deity. Now, I fear nothing in this realm. I am a predator with bared talons, poised to strike. Rank 1, active counter. It features massive AoE bleed damage, while stacking effects replace basic maneuvers. This wide area hemorrhage effect is vastly superior to standard damage over time status ailments. It can gut a foe's health instantly. Furthermore, you can spam abilities with 0 cooldown periods. Successive hits empower your ability chains. Basic skill swapping is now active. Abilities can be layered or merged for extreme power. Tortured cries echo through my consciousness. The heavenly sword won't let that trash escape. Chang muses. This claw technique is the polar opposite. Is this a white tiger technique? They likely synergize well due to their shared ancestral origins. Wielding the aura of a relic deity is brutal, but the mana consumption is absolutely punishing. My current skill level is pathetic. I can barely manifest a single claw, so I better stockpile every mana potion I find. I need to lock down that training facility. It is a grind, but I will hit a massive power spike once I finish. Lee heads for the Red Wall dungeon, fully aware his current stats are lacking for a clean sweep. He cannot let his target escape, so he has to go for the kill the instant a window opens up. The crowd at the entrance goes silent as Lee walks in. Everyone is wondering what kind of chaos he will cause this time. I really hate being measured against him. Meanwhile, Lee scans the room with a cold, judgmental stare. He does not see even 3 decent hunters in the lot, yet some fanboy is already losing his mind from one glance. Oh my god, he noticed me. Lee just sees these weaklings as obstacles in his path. Then a bandaged guy with white hair catches his eye. Lee checks his tag and realizes this dude is built differently. A fresh recruit for White Tiger seems like he is channeling power from a completely different deity. Lee is intrigued, while a loud, bald instructor begins barking orders for the White Tiger drill. Listen up, the 26th rookie orientation for White Tiger starts right now. His stats refresh instantly. As the White Tiger drill starts, he is ready to become a legend in this system Manhwa. A guy with long bangs is panicking. It is 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦, the same creep who was stalking Lee's son earlier. He answers the phone with a frozen expression. Uncle, are you even paying attention? Yeah, I am listening. So you want those rare photo cards? Since they are modeling for our cars, I will get you the signed versions. You did not hear a word I said. I hate you. The old man just holds his head in total frustration. Stupid Jam's Gate. Without that dungeon, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 would just be a normal uncle watching his niece grow up in peace. He completely lost his cool the moment he heard she was stuck inside that gate. Getting a rescue squad together has been an absolute nightmare for him lately. He had no other options. Aside from staying out of dungeons, he could only pray that nothing went sideways. 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 spent his time begging his guardian, the nameless giant, to keep his niece safe. While he was kneeling at the altar, someone burst in saying 𝗕𝗏𝗃 was back. He broke down into a sobbing mess. Now that they are hanging out, he wants to find the hero who saved her. Who was it? He asks. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 stammers. It was Lai's son, but he vanished as soon as the mission was over. I think he avoids the spotlight. I figured it was best to let him reveal himself when he is ready. 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗃 makes a promise. I will track him down and get him into our guild. I need to thank him properly. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 cheers that he is the best, but 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗃 just cringes thinking about how he actually treated the guy. The problem is, I really messed up our first impression with the way I acted. Stalking and brawling with him probably left a bad taste. He gave Lee his card for the 5-star guild, expecting a call. But he got absolutely nothing. 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗃 just buries his face in his palms in shame. What a massive screw-up. He can't believe Lee went straight to White Tiger and ghosted 5-star for an entire month. And get this, the kid is a triple S rank talent, making him a prodigy on the same level as S rank legends. Staring at his hand, still bruised from their fight, 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗃 realizes he should have seen the potential much sooner. That is why a newcomer like Lee is so terrifyingly powerful. Ever since he failed to sign him, 𝗕𝗏𝗃 calls every single day just to nag, telling him she hates him for failing to recruit Lee. She blames him for Lee joining the competition, and now his whole family, including the chairman, thinks he is a clown. Okay, I dropped the ball, but I was swamped. What was I supposed to do? I thought Lee was keeping a low profile. I could not focus on him with that high elf drama blowing up. How do I even approach him now? He has turned into a total beast. Back at the dungeon, Lee's fan club is obsessed. Did you see that? He totally looked this way. I can literally die happy now. The kid is practically salivating. The guy next to her just scoffs. Yo, clean yourself up. Your brother would be embarrassed. She is not even listening to him. He feels completely helpless to stop her obsession. She is dedicated to copying everything Lee does. It is wild that we actually passed with such bottom-tier scores. Our leader, Kim Hae-young-jun, failed the grade. Nearby, a guy in a blue shirt looks terrifyingly intense. You all right? Focus, they're about to outline the camp regulations, and we can't afford to miss anything. The bald instructor bellows, listen up, we're reviewing the most vital rule of this training camp once more. The massive monitor flickers on. announcing that the entire training process spans 100 days. This first month, Jang Chung-jae announces, focuses on grinding the White Tiger's 3 core skills, much like a system manhwa. We've also scheduled grueling combat drills. For the remaining 70 days, however, the safe zone will vanish, leaving your survival entirely up to those 3 learned techniques and your own sharpened battle instincts. Survival has no restrictions. Form a temporary squad or navigate the trials as a lone wolf. Dungeon achievements grant points, with your total fluctuating based on the threat levels of the beasts you slay. Hidden evaluators will be stationed throughout the zone, grading every trainee's performance every 24 hours. Per the code, supervisors won't interfere unless a candidate faces a truly life-threatening situation. Deductions apply. If your tally slips beneath 0, you're instantly disqualified from the program. Washouts lose their guild eligibility, while top-tier performers receive a substantial payout once the trial concludes. The Elite 5 finishers will earn the legendary privilege of receiving a blessing from a guardian deity. The bald man adds, aside from those specific prohibitions, anything goes in this survival arena. I'll now transmit the 3 fundamental techniques. These scrolls contain the secrets of the tiger's aura. The foundational Tiger's Breath skill enables you to weaponize external mana into a powerful offensive strike. That's a level 1 active skill with overpower. Next is Tiger's Steps, concealing explosive energy within every stride. A level 1 active with attack amplification. Finally, we have the technique known as Tiger's Calamity. It mimics a predator shredding its prey, significantly boosting raw damage. It's a level 1 active offensive buff. The commander roars. Once you have the scrolls, tear them to unlock your skills, just like a system manhwa. Upon the signal, the room fills with the sound of ripping paper as everyone eagerly integrates the abilities. The supervisor stands with hands on hips, noting that everyone has successfully absorbed the basics. Now, keep your eyes on me. I'll demonstrate the proper forms, so memorize every movement precisely. Amidst the hushed crowd, Chang-sun raises a hand. Actually, I have already mastered these. Word is, proving flawless technique now grants an early skip, a real system manhwa shortcut. The crowd's expressions sour in disbelief. How is that possible? Some whisper that he must have cheated. He had the manual beforehand. But wait, nobody would dare pull such a stunt so publicly. Did he really master the footwork and flow just by tearing a scroll? That level of talent is unheard of. Despite the chaotic whispering, he remains perfectly composed, quietly analyzing the environment around him. Chang-sun's obsessed devotee practically drools. I knew it. Look at that confidence. He's just so incredibly charming. The guy in the blue shirt sees with jealousy. Don't worry, he thinks. That arrogant brat will definitely fail. No one suspects my father is a top-tier executive within the White Tiger Guild. Dad told me specifically that mastering these 3 skills is impossible for a novice. The instructor demands a demonstration. Blue shirt sneers internally. You think you're some genius who masters high-tier skills instantly? What a joke. If it were that easy, everyone would be a pro. Chang-sun simply sighs and begins channeling power. Ability, Tiger's Steps triggered. Ability, Tiger's Aura triggered. Eerie. Violent flames erupt around him, surging with terrifying intensity as his eyes burn a fierce, blazing gold. No way. He didn't just activate it, he manifested a literal tiger. The blue-shirted guy's jaw nearly hits the floor. Unreal. How did he manage that? Even the Tiger's Calamity skill is now active. A colossal fire tiger towers above him, letting out a roar that sends a gale-force wind through the hall. Chang-sun looks legendary with his blade, trailing embers with every swing that nearly singed the supervisor's face. A massive explosion shatters the earth as 2 monstrous beasts manifest from within the wreckage. The supervisor stands drenched in cold sweat, gaping. Chang-sun just shrugs. I was just testing the system manhwa mechanics. The surrounding crowd remains paralyzed, their expressions locked in a state of absolute wide-eyed shock. Their shock curdles into resentment as they watch him flex, muttering insults under their breath. Suddenly, the guy who'd been tailing him in the archives speaks up, asking if he'd been hiding there for this. Chang, he muses, is a freak of nature. He masters in seconds what took me 10 years. It's clear why Director O keeps such a close watch on his progress. With a solemn look, he acknowledges the boy's grit, realizing his secret training wasn't just aimless slacking. I honestly assumed your quiet time in the library was just some elaborate facade. Sorry for doubting you, you're actually amazing. Chang is floored by the sudden, sincere praise. He scans the room, noting how the crowd's hostility evaporates after those words. If he's truly this gifted and driven, could he actually take down Terran? The local fanboy looks ready to pass out. He knew his idol was top tier from the start. High above, the great tiger watches with pride as his student perfectly executes the forbidden techniques. Meanwhile, our hero wonders if his divine patron is just chilling and eating barbecue. The tiger promises a massive promotion for this performance, making the hunting god visibly annoyed. With his goals met, he smirks. The scarecrow keeps showering him with gifts, much to Perseus's irritation. The curtains fall on his little performance. He asks the speechless proctor if that demonstration was enough. The man can only tremble in silence. After getting the green light, he marches toward the dungeon like he owns the place. Leaving the haters behind, he reaches the dark heart of the forest just as twilight fades. Gross, oversized insects are scuttling through the thick undergrowth everywhere he looks. His celestial sponsor is dying to see what kind of rare drops he'll pull in this system manhwa. The tiger constellation is pumped, waiting for him to absolutely wreck everything in his path. He realizes his patron was eavesdropping on his private chat. Total creep move, honestly. The air grows heavy, weighing on his limbs. Something is clearly warping the local magic flow. Regular players would fold, but then a familiar interface flickers to life before his eyes. 8 fire purges the filth as iron heart and calm mind steady his pulse. Time to move. He draws his twin blades and locks them into a single, lethal weapon. The world-wrapping serpent narrows its eyes, fascinated by the boy's next tactical decision. A rustle in the brush triggers his tiger step. One swift slash, and the target's skills are sealed. He channels pure heat into the strike, making the beast howl in absolute torment. Just as he thought, a massive swarm of one-legged demons emerges from their hidden nest. Knowing his prize is close, he begins tapping into his more sinister, shadowed abilities. He tests the waters by triggering the Black Mountain God's Claw, his hands glowing violet. He becomes a whirlwind of steel, cutting through the demon ranks as their screams fill the air. To him, the chaos sounds like a symphony, leaving his celestial sponsor stunned by the raw power. He's relieved the puppet ruler hasn't spotted him, though this technique eats through his mana reserves. He sighs, knowing a mana pool expansion is mandatory, likely hidden deep within this demon hive. A stray mob lunges at him, but he instantly deletes it using his snake eye vision. The god of the hunt is mesmerized by his lethal efficiency in this high-stakes combat. The serpent watches closely as he systematically dismantles the entire tribe with terrifying ease. Victory. He loots a demon joint and scores a rare, high-tier magic staff from the pile. Sensing a coward in the grass, he uses soul control to freeze the little pest in its tracks. "Peekaboo," he mutters, plucking the legendary cry flower right out of the soil. This rare botanical grows between realms, screaming randomly and dripping with lethal toxins. One bite means instant death. He remembers the cryptic warning from those masked strangers. They called him insane for trying to overclock the 8 furnace. He just smirked back. "I heard you're a pro. I don't want this skill, just idling on some passive healing." This dusty old fossil is the second elder. Hearing Chang-sun's name, he howls. "I knew you were wild, kid, but this is pure insanity." The 8 furnace usually belongs to a high-ranking divine being. It represents life, man. You're trying to turn a holy relic into a weapon of mass destruction using that chaotic lightning energy? Chang-sun cuts to the chase. "Save the lecture. Are you going to teach me or not?" The elder grins. "Fine, I'll show you my secret technique." Chang-sun demands he cough up the instructions immediately. "It's easy. Crank the heat. Forget fuel. You need pure fire. Weak sparks will just get snuffed out instantly. You have to feed it something savage and relentless. Pure, unbridled aggression. Track down a vengeful wraith or a hellhound to ignite those underworld flames." Chang-sun spots the specter above. But first, he must master the basic furnace mechanics in this system, Manhwa world. He's going to jumpstart the fire using wailing flowers found in this dump. They're basically demon snacks. You down the petals as toxins flood your system. Suddenly, the 10-point poison resistance triggers. His body repels the venom, causing the furnace to flare up. His magic stat climbs by 0.3. Triggering the flames boosts his mana a total win. Notifications from the system Manhwa interface start flooding his view. Alert, you've decimated the one-legged demon tribe. Loot secured, 1 demon skull and 1 demon heart. He consumes a laughing bud, wipes out a fox demon camp, and discovers a hidden floral war zone. Talk about a grind. He crushes a pack of spirits, unlocking an achievement. Strength increases by 5. Agility jumps by 3. The hunting season constellation asks, "How much longer can you keep up this massacre?" Meanwhile, the Sunset Raptor constellation is literally eating popcorn while watching his new journey unfold. Chang-sun scales the tallest peak and finds the lair of the black-cloaked specter. He recalls asking the elder, "What kind of freak is this specter anyway?" The old man called it an anomaly. It has a physical form, but no soul. It's a living contradiction. Essentially, it's a walking disaster zone representing both eternal fire and total extinction. Chang-sun asks about a core, but the man laughs. Does a ghost have a heart? Still, something similar exists. Facing the specter, Chang-sun realizes its right eye is a cluster of 10,000 tormented souls forged together. If I can harvest that eye, I can completely rewrite the nature of my furnace flames. The nest is empty. Chang-sun decides to rig the area with traps and wait for his prey. Elsewhere, the proctors are staring at the rankings and gossiping. This year's batch is definitely something else. It seems the rookies are pushing themselves to the limit just to match Chang-sun's insane pace. 40% cleared the trial in just 10 days. Finally, those bitter losers get to enter the dungeon. Is he actually a fraud? Maybe the White Tiger Guild handed him some game-breaking legendary gear. Without secret help, no one masters a high-tier skill that fast. It's just not natural. What if the White Tiger big shots find out? Scarface just smirked, looking confident as hell. They talk big about justice, but they're just another mid-tier organization looking out for themselves. Deep down, those guys are no different from us at Summit. Just cold-blooded killers with better branding. In this system Manhwa world, murderer refers to professionals who hunt other players for profit or pleasure. White Tiger definitely played dirty to get ahead. We're just going to follow their lead. Even without a special item, his pro-gamer instincts make him a walking gold mine. The guy is loaded. We need to squeeze every bit of profit out of him. The scout with the moles chimed in. But what if this blows up in our faces? We're messing with a high-profile target. His partner shut him down with an icy glare. The guy fumbled his words, trying to stay calm. Targeting the wrong person is a death sentence. Our goal, infiltrate the training and seize the phantom orb. Summit is backed into a corner, but this heist is our ticket to flipping the script. They agreed the rookie had to go. The others growled, "You think we can't handle one pathetic newbie? Don't tell me you're getting cold feet. Do you want to die, or do you want to get paid?" Shaking with pure terror, 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧 finally caved. His partners issued one last grim warning. "Repeat that garbage, and I'll feed your head to the squad. Now shut up and work." They vanished into the dark woods, leaving him trembling. Trapped, he donned his mask and followed. Moonlight signaled the hunt. Boom. A fire demon hit the snare. This system Manhwa-like trap triggered. Pierce rune active. Paralyzing toxin deployed. The target is melting under corrosive acid. Fire demon eliminated. Next, a two-headed snake and a hellhound stumble into the deadly traps. A triberd tiger falls. Level up achieved. These weak trash mobs are barely worth the effort. The blood-robed ghost remains hidden. Only fire types are dying in this absolute one-sided massacre. The god of the hunt laughed, admiring the fireworks. 10 days have now passed by. You climbed from level 29 to 32, yet the nest is empty. The ghost fled. Li Chang weighed his options. Another river trip. First, he must settle some unfinished business. Boom! A sudden blast rocked the nest. Shaking uncontrollably, he gasped. "What is that monstrous thing?" "My spear." Li Chang demanded answers. "A stalker?" Silence followed, so Chang simply shrugged it away. "No matter. You witnessed too much. Prepare to die." Both warriors instantly readied their deadly stances. Impressive, Li Chang thought. He wields that 3-meter spear expertly. Likely level 35 or 36. What skill level is this? Beyond pushed his limits just to evade Li Chang's relentless speed. Terror set in. Li Chang was a blur of precision, his lethal blade targeting the neck. Damn, Li Chang felt a flicker of shock when the opponent managed to dodge his strike. Gripping his sword, he slashed. Crash. The mask shattered, forcing Li Chang to halt his blade. Baffled, the man wondered why he still lived. Li Chang just stood there, clutching the spear. "How do you know?" Li Chang froze his blood-soaked memories of his past life resurfaced. His madness drove everyone away. Every bond he cherished was incinerated by his own insanity. The goddess of carnage. The millennial sleeping dragon. The lion of blood and iron. Xerxes, the dark nomad. Their collective power formed the foundation of the forbidden dark arts. Xerxes claimed his power was unique. While others held many authorities, he possessed only one. Li Chang realized Xerxes was a one-of-a-kind existence in this world. Only inner circles knew that term. What was this man's link to the great tiger god? He pondered the nature of the skill just unleashed. This human's version paled against the original arts. How did he even recognize the name? Head lowered, he growled. "How do you know that name?" Li Chang countered with cold arrogance. "I asked you first." The man snapped, his pride fueling a sudden surge of pure rage. He lunged recklessly. Above, the tiger god watched, amused by the clash of potential disciples. In a total frenzy, he shrieked like a complete maniac. "Don't you dare lose." The hunt god cheered. Chang tightened his grip, knowing his mission. He held back only for answers. The mystery of the dark arts was worth the restraint. Steel screamed against steel. The spear's raw power even caught the mighty Li Chang off guard. Hellfire erupted. System, Skill Tiger in Peril has been successfully activated. Guardian unlocked, Intent active. This system Manhwa skill combination is now complete. Fusing formation and intent, the ultimate Great Tiger domination skill is unleashed. Eyes blazing, Li Chang smashed him back. Blood sprayed as the blade pinned him down. The goddess of the hunt screamed in delight. What a breathtaking display of raw power. "What are you?" he stammered. "System. The imprisoned tiger god has marked your soul. You are a demon-born. That explains the monstrous strength coursing through your veins. Cursed hybrids of man and demon, these beings possess terrifying power and warped, hideous forms. Bound by an eternal curse," he wept. "How? How do you know my secret?" "How did you find out?" Liang San's voice was like ice, but the truth was simple. Those scars weren't burns. "You knew it wasn't fire, right? That mark is the brand of a demon-born. Dark arts aren't learned through grinding. It's a terrifying talent he's carried since birth. The remaining divine energy must have belonged to his sister. Liang's son desperately needs the truth. Why abandon his own flesh and blood? Chang knew he had to recruit this man immediately. Does 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 even know about his father? To find out, he approaches Backgun. "You're hunting the specter to erase your demon blood, but your plan failed miserably." Baekgon snapped back with salt. "What do you know?" Chang-sun smirked. "More than you think. It's obvious. Your demonic nature leaked out after only a few exchanges of blows." Li Chang-sun's knowledge silenced him. "Those facial scars, the specter's eyes won't fix them. First of all, your lineage doesn't even trace back to the Fire Demon clan. You think those are burns? If they were, you couldn't wield the darkness element so flawlessly. Furthermore, the sentient specter is attuned to death, not the element of fire. It's no mere ghost. Are you planning to consume it?" The world serpent watched with curiosity. Liang's son continued his pressure. "If your goal is godhood, I won't stop you." Baekgun's eyes welled up. Li Chang had pierced through his secrets. Everything was playing out exactly as planned. "You realized it too. Was escaping the curse your only true motivation?" 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗡 bowed his head in agony, sobbing, "Please, tell me what I should do." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 offered a cure, but for a price. "A deal? What kind of deal?" "Hand over your research on the Spectre and join my team." Chang-sun knew his value. He possessed secrets even the world had missed. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 looked up. "Why should I trust you?" It was time for the trump card. "Because I can actually heal you." 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 froze in shock. Chang-sun demanded the materials. Despite his hesitation, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 handed them over. Trust doesn't matter now. Grabbing the spectral hand, he began the forbidden treatment. "Brace yourself, this will burn." Roaring flames erupted, completely swallowing 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦. "Keep your mouth shut. If air enters the cycle, your mana will tear you apart." Muffled groans escaped his lips as the system Manhwa interface flickered, announcing a shift in his status. The curse was breaking. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 felt his demonic traits melting away as his luck shifted. Just a little more power. If I can touch the core of the demon-born, it's over. As the flames died down, the treatment ended. His face was clear. The scars were gone. "Don't just stand there. Check your reflection." A perfectly healed face stared back at him. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 touched his skin, trembling in disbelief. Even the god of hunting was stunned. The world serpent realized the 8 trigrams fire held secrets that required deeper study. The great tiger laughed from his prison, pleased to see his junior's miraculous transformation. This was the current limit of his skills. Full recovery would require long, grueling sessions. Then came the final request: "Help me capture the sentient specter. With its power, I'll evolve my flames and cure you. I'll even swear a demon oath." 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 smiled, finally convinced. He trusted Chang-sun completely. Chang-sun smiled inwardly. This man was a goldmine of utility. I'm excited to see his true potential unleashed. "How can I serve you?" 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 asked. Chang-sun immediately set the first rule: respect. It felt wrong for his friend's son to treat him as an equal. He had to be firm. The world serpent scoffed, calling him a stubborn old man as they moved forward. Reluctantly, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 agreed. They immediately began preparing for the hunt. To catch a specter, you must understand its nature. They say it behaves exactly like a crow. We must investigate the nest. Soon, they discovered a strange, sunken hollow in the earth. The pit overflowed with gold, silver, and priceless jewels, grim trophies harvested from the specter's many victims. Even the god of hunting couldn't hide his excitement. He noted the staggering mountain of legendary loot. Clearly, this specter was much more than a simple hoarder of shiny trinkets. It possessed the chilling intelligence to meticulously sort the worthless junk from the true masterpieces. These were its forgotten trophies. By analyzing these buried remains, we could finally predict where the beast was striking next. Amidst the glinting mountain of treasure lay a masterpiece, the legendary white-winged bow. Its bullseye pierce could shatter any defense, while the 5-shot burst unleashed a relentless rain of arrows upon the enemy. This weapon was forged from the bones and feathers of the most elite predators ever felled by a nameless hunter. With its lethal piercing power and burst effects, Chang decided to claim the best gear and sell the rest. Every item was top-tier loot, but a sudden, ominous vibration in the air cut his greed short. He recognized that foul energy and illusion orbs synthesized from the flower of death and world-ender petals in a perfect, deadly ratio. Pure malice and infinite terror radiated from the orb, chilling the very soul of anyone nearby. It held the lingering echoes of the fallen. To touch it was to fall into an abyss of despair, like being entombed in a dungeon. Chang's heart hammered against his ribs. He had finally found a clue linked to the legendary white tiger. Biggie approached, noting the specter's trail was easier to follow than expected. It was currently in a feeding frenzy, driven by unknown hungers. Chang deduced the creature had bolted toward the treacherous heights of the mountain range. It was likely searching for a sanctuary teeming with monsters, a feast of life force to fuel its dark evolution. Realizing his companion was a literal goldmine of intel, Chang signaled the advance. They didn't have a single second to waste. They sprinted toward the peaks where the Yuling spirit lurked, enduring 4 grueling days before finally reaching the ridge. The second elder's warnings echoed in his mind. The creature's gluttony and greed were far more monstrous than anyone dared imagine. Upon arrival, they saw the Tier 4 calamity, Yulin, transforming the once lush land into a barren, sun-scorched desert. The god of hunting stood stunned by the bird's massive scale. A predatory grin spread across his face as he licked his lips. A firebird of this magnitude was a prize worthy of a legend. Chang's eyes sharpened as he scanned the beast for weaknesses. He tightened his grip on the bow and anchored his stance, ready to unleash a killing strike. Watching from the shadows, the great tiger felt a surge of pride for his disciples and decided to bestow a divine gift. Suddenly, Chang's vision exploded with clarity. In this system, Manhwa, it felt as if every single one of his stats had just leveled up. The Void Lord's blessing was a massive sensory buff, elevating his perception to a godlike level of awareness. Meanwhile, the god of hunting puffed out his chest, boasting that no other deity could provide such a legendary blessing. This divine power-up was the perfect remedy for Chang's current lack of high-tier offensive skills. But the god of hunting mocked the great tiger's contribution. He didn't realize that beast intuition was the ultimate game-changer. That was the great tiger's true gift. It pushed his 5 senses beyond human limits, granting him razor-sharp eyes and preternatural hearing. It also awakened a primal 6th sense, a warning system that screamed whenever a lethal threat drew near. He could even manifest a beast form. Now, his intuition was locked onto Yulin with the precision of a master predator. Every movement the bird made was predictable. Enraged, Yulin went completely berserk, whipping up a chaotic firestorm. Chang lunged back into the fray, his movements a dance of death that made the great tiger beam with pride. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 was frozen in absolute shock. At this rate, Chang was actually going to dismantle a Tier 4 calamity alone. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flashed a warning as 2 streaks of light slammed into the earth nearby. 2 identical, bald warriors emerged from the dust. This is a restricted zone. Only authorized personnel may proceed. Leave now, rookies. Ignoring the threat, Li Chang landed a devastating critical hit, followed by a relentless combo of strikes. The inferno grew more intense as his light explosion and light web skills underwent a sudden, powerful upgrade. Yulin shrieked in agony as lightning strikes rained down, but the 2 intruders refused to move an inch. I repeat, get lost, they barked. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 roared back. We've been hunting this monster for 4 days. Out of our way. Let us finish this. The bald twins bristled with hostility. No one enters this protected area without a formal permit. Depart now or be forced out. We won't be held responsible for what happens to your lives next. They drew massive blades and rested them on their shoulders. This entire situation had just turned into absolute garbage. As Yulin thrashed in a desperate attempt to flee, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 screamed out in a panic, "Move! Get out of the way! If it vanishes now, we'll lose the trail forever. Step aside." But these 2 were immovable walls. Retreat, or face the consequences. Li Chang gave them a look of pure exasperation. Meanwhile, a silent predator watched from the abyss, ready to report his findings. Chang cursed. Didn't that CEO promise I'd avoid this system Manhwa garbage? Did that man deceive me? The white tiger is clearly lurking ahead. It seems the CEO is using his influence to mask the truth. Perhaps this mystery is tied to that illusion jewel we plundered from the depths of 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 lair. Or maybe a secret witness was silenced by 𝗥𝗘𝗚, and now they're erasing the evidence. Other hunters are definitely stalking the same prey. If I dig deeper, I'll uncover the rot. Li Chang decided it was finally time to break his silence. So, as long as we avoid the restricted zone, we're free to move? The guards nodded. Exactly. Now, vanish. Li Chang's expression remained cold. Then you have nothing to fear. Suddenly, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 leaped, catching the sentries completely off guard. The beast descended into total madness. Hellfire swallowed its form, and suddenly, flames erupted from Li Chang's own body. The fire from the 100 Ghosts painting found fresh fuel, devouring it hungrily. Finally, the monstrous 𝗥𝗘𝗚 was brought down. It lay there, a rotting shell of skin and bone. This thing feels weaker than a newborn hatchling. A hatchling? Yes, it left its nest prematurely. Something is wrong. Furthermore, absorbing its essence has triggered a strange reaction. If it weren't so young, this wouldn't make sense. But played correctly, this is our golden ticket. 𝗥𝗚𝗚 is a legendary creature. Actually, it's a demonic spirit. Even high rankers struggle to solo this monster. You need to prepare for the worst. 𝗥𝗚𝗙 questioned if Li Chang's son truly had a master plan, despite his clueless expression. When questioned, 𝗥𝗚𝗙 admitted his gear might not suffice. Suddenly, a flash of tactical genius struck Li Chang's mind. A hatchling always seeks its first meal. That makes its behavior entirely predictable. I'll ambush its feeding grounds and set a lethal trap. Since it devours souls, this will work. Li Chang began absorbing the energy. Soul plunder began shredding the spirit threads of the 𝗥𝗚𝗙. Simultaneously, purgatory fire latched onto the essence. The blaze spread through the spiritual network, engulfing the 𝗥𝗚𝗙's entire form. The creature was being incinerated from within. As purgatory fire raged, Li Chang pointed at the carcass. It wasn't hunting for sport, it was starving to death. It was forced to gorge itself. This corpse is an irresistible bait. We'll lace it with ice toxin and paralysis poison. Those wretched 𝗥𝗚𝗙 have zero resistance against the bite of ice or paralyzing toxins. Everything is unfolding according to Li Chang's son's design. The freakish 𝗥𝗚𝗙 continues devouring souls, fueling its own funeral pyre. He kept begging in the dark, but after slaying the beast, he bypassed the soul-filtering process entirely. That raw soul will now integrate into his very being, becoming part of his own flesh and blood. And if it dares to escape, I'll use soul extraction to drag it back to hell. Once the 8 trigrams furnace ignites that soul, the fire will become an unquenchable inferno. The 𝗥𝗚𝗙 is merely a cluster of fuel. There is no escaping the divine heat of the 8 trigrams furnace fire. The ashes of the burnt 𝗥𝗚𝗙 now dwell within him. The furnace fire is completely consuming the limitless flames. Devastating power is merging with his regenerative core. His status window is exploding with unprecedented growth. Warning: uncontrolled growth in a system Manhwa is lethal. Use your authority. Caution: fire absorption speed is peaking. The domain of the 8 trigrams furnace is evolving. It's chaotic. Your magic circuits are expanding rapidly. Your magic circuits have breached the safe threshold. Li Chang's son's mana channels have reached their absolute elemental limit. His circuits cannot contain this surge of power. Consequently, Li Chang's son's physical form is undergoing a forced evolution. Achievement unlocked: Sun Swallower. Intelligence and willpower increased by 20 points. Integrated magic circuits have been installed. The Soul Snatch skill has evolved, making soul extraction near instantaneous. The 𝗥𝗚𝗙 is desperately struggling. The 2 ringleaders are spiraling into a panic, unsure of their next move. Li Chang's son remains confident. The scorched earth is fueling the furnace fire, permanently altering the surrounding terrain. The undying fire is surging outward, now burning fiercely within the legendary 𝗥𝗚𝗙 sword. The flame has awakened. The blood bond is sealed. You have fulfilled the hidden requirements of the holy relic. This was the moment Li Chang anticipated. He wants the inferno to burn even brighter. To annihilate a wraith, the 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗚𝗏 sword's seals must break. An apocalyptic blaze is required, and it's already devouring the world. But there is one final requirement to ignite the blade, the essence of blood. 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 sliced his palm, feeding his lifeblood to the steel to break a 1,000-year seal. Forged in the heart of the Ui clan, this blade never left the warmth of ancestral flames. The eternal fire of the forge still pulses within, binding the clan's legacy to the metal. Before reaching the Ui clan, it tasted the blood of many, earning its name, the Demon Sword. Those ancient bloodstains ignite as the primordial forge fire finally awakens within the steel. System requirements met. This legendary system Manhwa journey has officially begun. 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 grinned wickedly as the blade devoured his essence. Now, you belong to me, he bellowed. The master's mark burned onto the hilt as lightning shattered the sword's ancient stone crust. Wreathed in abyssal smoke, the sword whispered, "You have unchained me. Now, wield my power." Spectral phantoms erupted from the edge, clawing at 𝗥𝗡𝗙's mind, desperately begging for his gaze. Caught in a ghostly cyclone, the spirit shrieked, "Look at us, acknowledge our existence." Snapping at the voices, 𝗥𝗡𝗙 commanded silence. With a surge of will, he banished them. System mastery achieved. You are now the true owner of the 𝗥𝗡𝗙's sword, sync complete. Seizing the hilt, he unleashed a flurry of strikes that tore through the wraith with ease. Wounded and trembling, the monster tried to flee, but 𝗥𝗡𝗙's protective aura flared instantly. Skill Black Mountain Claw activated. One decisive slash shredded the wraith's very soul. Loot. You acquire the wraith's void metal eye, a cursed gem, brimming with demonic energy. This artifact grants vision across realms, providing energy storage, death attribute release, and total fire resistance. System 𝗥𝗡𝗙's secrets revealed. Your comprehension of the blade has reached unprecedented heights. High-rank dagger skills have peaked. Leveling complete. An evolution to a superior path is beginning. System Supreme Dagger and Longsword skills unlocked. You've reached the pinnacle of mastery. Advanced techniques added. You now possess the Supreme Wind Sword and other god-tier abilities. Merging complete. All sword techniques have synthesized into a single, divine dagger mastery. The heavens tremble. The god of hunting can only stare in disbelief at the reborn sword. Stunned, the deity admitted he never realized that simple fire stick was actually a holy relic. He cursed his own arrogance, regretting the moment he told you to cast such treasure aside. The world-encircling serpent simply nodded. Your talent for awakening divine artifacts is no longer surprising. The great demon god of hell watches with keen interest, still awaiting your final answer. The Twilight Owl god bestows a divine blessing upon your brave heart and your perfect blade. The celestial gods watch in absolute awe as the divine blacksmith's masterpiece finally awakens. The 𝗥𝗡𝗙 is a legend among the 9 blades forged by the Ui clan's ancient patriarch. This holy dagger transforms into a long sword when unleashed, though its dormant malice is terrifying. Ancestral flames and the blood of former masters grant the wielder a terrifying, mysterious power. The blade's specialized ability allows it to drain all blood from the battlefield. 𝗥𝗡𝗙 has met initial criteria, but the sword's full potential remains locked behind further trials. To unleash its true might, rare artifacts are required. A new hidden quest has been triggered. Legend says the Ui founder, a blacksmith of the gods, created 9 peerless swords. Each blade possesses a distinct soul and unique abilities that evolve alongside its master. The legendary fish-intesting blade you wield is one of those 9, pulsing with fire and blood. While powerful alone, these weapons harmonize, amplifying strengths and covering every weakness. Equipping multiple blades will trigger massive stat boosts and unlock devastating hidden attributes. You must track down the remaining 8. Together, they lead you into a realm of mystery. Enemies will stop at nothing to steal your prize. Stay sharp or your blood is next. Current objective: protect your blade while hunting the other 8 legendary swords of the clan. Unlock their perks to inherit the ultimate legacy power of the divine Ui founder. 𝗥𝗡𝗙 flexed, feeling raw power surge through his arm. Suddenly, his blade began to vibrate violently. Strange, it was calm just moments ago. Why this sudden resonance? His stats just tripled his level 30 peak. This is the peak of a system Manhwa power-up. Energy flooded his core, while the thugs stood paralyzed. Damn it, I can't believe he snatched that ghost right from under us. What's our move now? Who knows, but we can't let this slide. We're cornered. It's time to ambush him. He downed a ghost. He likely caught it while vulnerable. Plus, he's definitely holding that illusion orb. A disaster during the trial phase. There's no way some random kid keeps that loot. He has to die. Let's raid their hideout to be safe. The other thug hesitated. Wait, isn't that way too risky? He absorbed the ghost's hellfire completely, not a drop wasted. How do we even fight a monster like that? But the leader remained stubborn. No, you're wrong. This is the ultimate opportunity. Think. They're exhausted after that ghost fight. Even if he swallowed apocalyptic fire, he must be completely drained. We crush him, interrogate him about the orb, and if he stays silent, we feed him to the monsters. Director O saw potential in him. What a waste. He just had to wander into the wrong nightmare. These thugs are plotting like victory is certain. They think 𝗥𝗡𝗙 will be deleted in a blink. Just as they lunged, 3 creeps emerged. I never expected to catch 2 big fish today. Make that 3. 𝗥𝗡𝗙, the Ghost Treasure, and the White Tiger Guild's pathetic lapdogs. Is it my birthday? As the thugs stuttered, the scar-faced man let out a chilling, maniacal laugh. How? We were just enjoying a casual stroll along the border, you see. They crashed this party intentionally. That's Demon Mace 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 and the Wild Giant Blade, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗏. Finally, Bloody 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡. They chose this dungeon specifically to sabotage the White Tiger Guild's territory. They clearly heard the rumors about the guild's research. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏𝗡 stepped forward, radiating pure malice. Anyway, we have plenty to discuss. He tossed his mace, spinning it with lethal, blurring speed. The thug calculated his odds fighting now was suicide. He called for backup while the others stalled. Steel clashed. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗏, eyes wide with madness, roared, "The real party is just getting started." One thug bolted, sprinting for help, but 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗡's mace whistled through the air, cutting off his escape. Going somewhere, punk? The thug spun around, barely parrying the crushing blow with his sword just in time. The impact was devastating, shattering his blade instantly. 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗡 swung again with bone-crushing force. "Hey, mister. Try blocking this." It was over. The mace struck, claiming the thug's head in one strike. 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗡 howled, intoxicated by bloodlust. "Ha! Weak! Is that all you've got for me?" Even his ally, 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗏, was stunned. "Watch it, you rabid dog. What do you think you're doing?" "Why kill the guide?" Drenched in blood, the madman turned with a creepy grin. "So what? We still have the other one, right?" The teammates began bickering as 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗏 cursed under his breath. While the two bickered, Bloody 𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗏𝗡 quietly crept toward 𝗕𝗥𝗢 like a silent shadow. Back 𝗕𝗥𝗢 entered a low stance. "What do you think you're doing, kid?" 𝗥𝗢𝗏 sneered. "Look, it's nothing personal, but you've got to die for our sake." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 remained stoic. "Yeah, I don't plan on doing that." His calm arrogance made 𝗥𝗢𝗏 snap as 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 pointed skyward. Despite his tattered sleeve, his presence was unmatched. He dropped a single line, "The game is over. Try dodging this." Their faces turned pale with terror as his gestures summoned the vengeful ghost boss. They were probably a pair. "I wonder how the wife will react when she sees her husband's remains." "Want to find out?" Right on cue, the ghost entered a state of absolute berserk rage. Fire and lightning rained down, a storm of destruction. She soared like a demon, hunting her mate's killer. "Damn it. What is that?" "Use the meteor mace. Destroy the scroll before it's too late." They rallied against the ghost. Explosions rocked the earth, nearly drowning out the screams. "𝗓𝗏, dodge it." "You idiot, move." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 watched the chaos, turning to 𝗥𝗢𝗏 with a chillingly calm gaze. Usually, the mother guards the nest, but she'll rain hell on anyone who dares to harm her mate. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 stared at 𝗕𝗥𝗢's son, eyes shimmering with awe. Who exactly is this monster? While the others struggled in spectral chaos, Chang-sun focused on his prize, the golden ghost eyes. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 panicked over Chang-sun's battered state, but the warrior smirked, claiming he felt invincible now. Though his health stabilized, the risk remained high. His companion begged him not to overexert himself. Chang-sun brushed off the concern, his gaze locked onto the shimmering golden orb in his hand. Without a second thought, he swallowed the golden ghost eye whole. As the power surged, he questioned if this feast was necessary after absorbing the spectral flames. Yet, the elder's wisdom rang true. The eye would fundamentally rewrite his very foundation. But a dark warning lingered. To consume the eye was to risk transcending humanity itself. Suddenly, his physical form warped as violent waves of mana erupted in a chaotic vortex. Sinister markings covered his face as the system Manhwa interface bombarded him with urgent, red alerts. Destruction and spirit elements have been successfully infused into the 𝗥𝗚𝗏 fire. Molecular structures shifted, merging every essence into a singular, devastating force, the element of destruction. The flames evolved into the eternal 𝗥𝗚𝗏 fire. You have officially ascended into a ghost state. Strength and dexterity surged, mastery over the ghost state achieved, unlocking the secrets of the eternal blaze. Forbidden techniques awakened, fire demon, shadow demon, and the ancient art of befriending fire. Level 1 eternal fire is online. Honestly, the constant notifications are enough to cause a total crash. Having shed his mortal coil, Chang-sun stood transformed while the forest burned beneath his presence. Great purple wings erupted from his spine, carrying him effortlessly into the darkened heavens. With a demonic visage, he plummeted toward the female ghost, leaving his allies paralyzed in shock. The system Manhwa screens flashed as the Black Mountain Godclaw skill tore through reality. Amethyst lightning collided with radiant gold, triggering a shockwave that masked the battlefield in thick dust. Chang-sun emerged like a predator, pinning the defeated 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 down with a lethal blade. Broken and defeated, 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 begged for a swift end rather than enduring this agonizing crawl. Chang-sun obliged. A single spark of level 1 eternal fire reduced the traitor to nothing but ash. Rest in pieces. Crossing paths with Chang-sun was truly Jang's ultimate misfortune. Turning his gaze to the charred remains of the female ghost, he claimed another golden eye. Alert, golden ghost eye absorbed. Your mana pool expands to new, unreachable heights. Extinction fire advances. Soul and yin demon abilities have reached a new threshold of power. Oni-yang extinction fire levels up. Your mental command over the destructive flames is now absolute. Total mana, 287, a staggering gain of 66 points in a single hunt. The threshold of his vessel loomed, yet the system continued its relentless barrage of legendary achievements. New title, Hunter of Legendary Eyes. Permanent boosts to magic and willpower have been granted. As the vessel of the ghost, you command the skies and drape the world in funeral pyres. By devouring 2 golden eyes, your very existence has become a harbinger of total ruin. You are the extinction fire disaster, leaving wildfires and droughts in your wake like a curse. With the ghost vessel title active, your spectral traits evolve. Global dungeon rankings are shifting. Rank 9, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏. A faint smirk touched his lips as he climbed the leaderboard. The world below must be in an uproar. 2 legendary rulers of the mountain, eradicated. Still, dreaming of reincarnation, Chang-sun loomed over the dying 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡, who whimpered for mercy. Death by fire is a special kind of hell. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 trembled, realizing his fate. Chang-sun's laughter was demonic. If you want a quick death, start talking. Tell me everything. From afar, he appeared as a scorching sun, a core of devastation, dragging the horizon. So, the White Tiger clan shattered the laws of this zone just to force it open? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 nodded frantically, confirming the truth under the weight of Chang-sun's terrifying interrogation. Chang-sun's eyes narrowed in suspicion. The White Tiger Guild's suspicious rise began 14 or 15 years ago, didn't it? The 7 secret scriptures of Anon are those legendary scrolls. White Tiger plundered those relics from an ancient dungeon 20 years ago. Of those 7 forbidden texts, White Tiger managed to seize only 3. Even so, their Tier 0 power is absolute. Their leader, Sword Saint Moonsun, is a world-class monster, though his subordinates are unremarkable. However, their unnatural growth rate has brought them global infamy. Is this the secret behind their system, Manhwa-style progression? Chang-sun was prepared to bleed 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 for intel, but the man's knowledge was shallow. Keep it simple, Chang-sun growled. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 begged for his life, but the response was cold. Mercy is my prerogative. Talk. The searing heat made 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's agony unbearable, forcing him to surrender every secret to the young master. Each individual scroll of the 7 secret scriptures contains entirely different forbidden techniques. They provide the blueprints to channel the forgotten powers of ancient constellations from a lost era. Ancient constellations. Chang-sun's focus intensified at the mention of these vanished stars. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 spoke of the primordial universe, a time when few stars pierced the eternal dark. Though the universe was young, those first constellations wielded overwhelming and pure holy authority. As eons passed, they were likely woven into the very fabric of the world's absolute laws. They remain only as the forgotten stars. Is it truly possible to borrow their primordial strength? Had the puppet ruler kept this hidden from the world? Chang-sun felt a heavy weight of concern. Death rattled in 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's throat. He confessed that White Tiger had already deciphered 2 of their 3 scrolls. The final, most crucial scripture remains a mystery. Chang-sun's thoughts immediately flashed to Petra's key. That scripture must be the one. Now, tell me, why are you really here? It wasn't just for revenge. You came for the Mirage Pearl, didn't you? Chang-sun sensed a dark plot hidden beneath that thick resentment. The ultimate prize of the first scripture is a ritual to forge an invincible, undying warrior. Volume 1 describes a soul being utterly consumed and possessed by the cold light of the stars. You lose your soul and your ego. But as starlight fills the void, you become an unstoppable, overpowered soldier. They are reborn as holy knights, mindless puppets bound forever to the stars' divine commands. The ingredients for this ritual include weeping and laughing flowers from the mythical 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 garden. With those catalysts, one can craft a Mirage Pearl. This desolate training center was a laboratory all along. The terrain of the Black Red Mountain perfectly mirrors the environment of the 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 flower bed. It is the perfect slaughterhouse for testing recruits and harvesting those with the potential for monstrous evolution. If people vanish, they simply claim it was a tragic accident outside the designated safe zones. It is a flawless cover story. The mastermind orchestrating this nightmare must be Vice Commander Director O. But with the tomb vanished and Petra's key gone, their grand master plan is falling apart. A dark, predatory grin spread across Chang-sun's face. You think a single pearl can expose them? To destroy White Tiger, I need far more leverage than that. The most dangerous secrets were now in his grasp. This informant was no longer worth keeping alive. One cold strike sent him to hell. Chang-sun then locked eyes with the bald captive, wondering if he knew more. The hidden research center where you mass-produce these star-blessed warriors. Tell me where it is. Chang-sun stepped closer to grill the bald man. I know you're hiding the location, aren't you? The man stiffened. Do you not fear the wrath of our guardian deity? Chang-sun just smirked at his delusion. As the man prepared to retaliate, a glowing system notification materialized right before his eyes. The great tiger of hardship has abandoned the believer who failed to prove his worth. He froze, utterly paralyzed. Chang-sun bathed in the pouring sunlight, his expression mocking and cold. Your god demands strength, not a broken loser. Then, the system chimed again for the young master. The great tiger of hardship roars with laughter while observing you. Suddenly, Chang-sun lunged and stripped 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦. The man shrieked, clutching his bare, muscular frame in total panic, terrified of Chang-sun's next move. Seated in a lotus position, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏's voice was like ice. Focus. I am purging your filth. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏's eyes widened. He settled in to guide the flow. Taming the chaotic mana of a demonic human would be a soul-burning process. Time is a lie here. An hour in reality will feel like a month of torment within your mind, Lee warned. Suppressing that savage, unrefined energy is pure agony, but you must endure. 1 second of weakness leads to chi deviation, transforming you into a mindless, bloodthirsty calamity. Do not break. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the young heir's mind as 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 spoke again. If I sense your soul slipping, I will execute you instantly. I cannot allow a defective monster to ravage this world. Understanding the lethal stakes, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏 offered a pained smile, telling his mentor not to worry. 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 hesitated. Despite the man's reckless nature, his will was forged from tempered steel, a true warrior's heart. Let the ritual begin. Ancient, glowing runes suddenly crawled across 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏's muscular arm, signaling the start. The system announced the apocalyptic solar flame was manifesting. Blazing divinity roared forth, completely consuming the demonic human's trembling body. Pain etched lines into 𝗥𝗡𝗙's face, yet he clung to his consciousness with a death grip. He wouldn't falter. While purple hellfire scorched his flesh, his mind drifted into a mental realm of eternal frost and biting snow. Disoriented, he faced a phantom of his younger self. Despair was so heavy, he almost welcomed the release of death. As his mental projection collapsed into the drifts, a bearded stranger appeared, hoisting the broken boy onto his shoulders. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏 realized this was his own subconscious. These were the buried scars he had fought so hard to forget. Darkness swirled, shifting to his childhood, where the world treated him like nothing more than discarded, worthless trash. Throw that freak in the orphanage. Where did you find such a disgusting, cursed monster? He recalled fighting strays for scraps and shivering under cardboard, constantly beaten and chased by heartless neighborhood bullies. He couldn't help but think, if he had never been saved from that hell, if he just died then, these nightmares wouldn't exist. Suddenly, a chilling, distorted voice echoed. Found you at last. A shadow loomed over him. I've been searching for you. It's freezing here. Why not come with me instead? The winter is coming. Escape the cold. The offer felt like a warm embrace to his crushing, lifelong loneliness. He reached out, ready to surrender to the darkness. Take my hand, the shadow whispered with a grin. At the brink of doom, Lee's warning echoed. Don't lose yourself. His eyes snapped open. He violently retracted his hand. The shadow recoiled in confusion. Without a word, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 sprinted away, finally embracing the harsh truth of his existence. I don't belong here. Outside, 𝗥𝗡𝗥𝗡𝗏 gripped Dragon Fang, his blade thirsting for a decisive killing blow. The system announced the Twilight Cat Hawk was watching with a smile. Mercy, don't make me laugh. I'm just efficient. He sensed 𝗥𝗚𝗏 crossing the threshold of death. That demonic human's tenacity was actually quite impressive. A stubborn bastard. He flirted with chi deviation and won. To be honest, even with my spirit artifacts, victory wasn't guaranteed today. Having an S-class father gave him legendary genes. In this system Manhwa world, his recovery process has finally begun. Stealth rune activated. Low-tier skill mastered. Evolution commencing. A superior, higher-tier power was being forged in the heat. Intermediate rune crafting unlocked. Now, this entire sector would vanish from the world's sight, leaving no traces for prying eyes. With the ritual complete, 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 decided it was time to infiltrate the Mirage Pearl Research Center. But first, he activated Beast Sense. There was a rat in the shadows. A streak of azure light tore through. The stalker pushed his limits, his heart hammering as he tried to put distance between himself and the monster. He had to report to Director O. He prayed 𝗥𝗡𝗥𝗏 was still occupied with those demonic human experiments. How pathetic. Even with a head start, their speed was nothing. In a flash, Lee loomed over the spy. Looking up in sheer horror, the stalker met Lee's gaze, a stare filled with cold, murderous intent. Boom! A pillar of celestial lightning vaporized the ground. Old man Ozaki was sent crashing into the dirt instantly. He snarled, reaching for his hilt. Before he could draw, Lee's blade was buried inches from his heart. Lee pinned the rat to a tree, a sadistic grin spreading across his face. The fun was just beginning. Fancy meeting you here. I considered ending your life, but dead men tell no tales, and I need answers. I can't have the director getting suspicious yet. The stalker trembled at such calculated, cold-blooded, and lethal cunning. To finish the psychological torture, 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 slowly revealed an illusion pearl, his eyes glowing with dark malice. I have a faster way to deal with this. Ignoring the man's desperate pleas, 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏's forced the pearl down his throat. The screen flickered. Warning. Player song, Eugene has consumed the illusion pearl. This is the reality of a system Manhwa. His mind shattered instantly. His ego dissolved into darkness as total hypnosis took hold. He collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Stand up, 𝗥𝗡𝗏's commanded coldly. Like a mindless machine, Eugene rose to his feet immediately. Looking into those hollow eyes, it was clear he was gone. Fascinating. Now sit, roll over, and bark for me. 𝗥𝗡𝗏 tested his new toy with a series of twisted orders. Eugene obeyed every single command without hesitation. That is enough. Stop. He looked at the pearl's power, genuinely impressed by such a terrifying artifact. They intended to use this on low-level trash. If this is a common item, how broken are the high-tier rewards? Go to the director. Act natural, like nothing happened today. Report that I am perfectly normal. Understood, master. High above, the gods watching this drama began to stir with excitement. The world encircling serpent giggles at your dark scheme. The tiger submerged in hardship watches your progress with intense curiosity. 𝗥𝗡𝗏 ordered the puppet to leave. The man even thanked his captor before turning to walk away. Wait, one more thing, that movement technique you used. Can I learn it? 𝗥𝗡𝗏 realized how useful that agility would be. Facing the 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 crew would be effortless with such speed. Eugene answered mechanically. It is the flying tiger, following the wind. It uses the wind for stealth and extreme lightness. It is an evolved form of the tiger's step. You can certainly master it, sir. Chang-sun nodded. Teach me. I have no skill book, so it will take time. I will learn by watching. Eugene began the demonstration. In a single flash, Chang-sun perfectly replicated the complex movement. Eugene froze in shock. How? How did you learn that instantly? Chang-sun ignored him. Again, show me one more time. The system chimed. New skill learned through the system Manhwa interface. Flying tiger following the wind has been synthesized. This technique is a foundation of the tiger submerged in hardship. It evolves the basic tiger step into something divine. With iron will, you move like a predator riding the gale. Where the tiger flies, the storm follows. Skill level 1, active. Effect. Extreme lightness and stealth. Chang-sun tested the wind. Is this right? Eugene stood paralyzed. It took me years to master that. How are you a monster? After only a few viewings, Eugene bowed in total defeat. You are truly a god among men. Now, get lost. Eugene vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, a flood of system notifications began to overwhelm Chang-sun. Skill level increased. Skill level increased. You have mastered the arts of stealth and concealment. The tiger submerged in hardship roars with laughter at your genius. Chang-sun launched himself skyward, soaring above the highest peaks. The god of the hunting season screamed in pure delight. The god of the hunting season praises your predatory instincts. She is currently searching for a gift for her favorite warrior. Using his new wings, he dove into the deep forest. Somewhere here, a pair of phantoms had hidden their legendary egg. It did not take long for his sharpened senses to find the nest. Only a blind man could miss a massive nest glowing with such eerie light. The system identified the phantom egg. A rare treasure laid once every 100 years. It requires significant time and energy to hatch. Type, mythical egg. Can be hatched as a beast or used for supreme crafting. This massive thing would take weeks to eat. Phantoms have 3 forms, but they are essentially a chaotic mass of wandering souls. They are spirits without flesh. They mimic birds because of their ancestors, but their true form adapts to their environment. I can modify its nature. I will boost its intelligence far beyond its natural limits. The health, the timing, the latent power. It is all perfect. A spirit bird will be his ultimate scout. After calculating the maximum gain, Chang-sun opened his mouth and swallowed the giant egg whole. The gods went wild. The tiger submerged in hardship is fascinated by your method of hatching. The tiger suggests a bird is too weak. He demands you choose a rare tiger form for the beast. The egg dissolved into his core. Suddenly, the god of the hunting season began spamming her disagreement. She argues with the tiger. The god of the hunting season insists a falcon or a hound is superior for the hunt. She believes a divine falcon is the only logical choice for a master hunter. Save the talk, Chang-sun scoffed. He knew it made sense, but the tiger submerged in hardship wouldn't back down. Letting out a thunderous laugh, the beast claimed everything would be devoured in a single, terrifying gulp. The god of the hunting season narrowed her eyes, demanding to know if he dared look down on her friend. The tiger growled back, mocking her empty threats. In response, the god of the hunting season reached for her divine arrows. These two are a total nightmare. One small argument and their entire relationship goes up in flames. Chang-sun tuned them out. He needed the egg to consume his inner flame and evolve. The research center was next. Without a second thought, Chang-sun surged forward like a literal rocket, leaving only a trail of dust behind. He reached the mountain research center, where chaos reigned. But where was the CEO in all this madness? Just wait, they said. Pathetic. Professor Fatty gnashed his teeth in fury, nearly shattering the table beneath his fists. From the phantom pearls used for holy warriors to the complex starlight equation, everything was at stake. He achieved everything with mere level 3 skills, utilizing legendary holy artifacts and unique powers within this system Manhwa. Despite his legendary feats within the White Tiger clan, the higher-ups still dared to keep him under constant surveillance. Had they realized he'd been skimming off the top, it was the director who forced his hand to begin with. Always wait. That was the only answer that old man ever gave. Professor Fatty was reaching his breaking point. After everything I've done for you, they betray me. The monitoring squad is scheduled to arrive this very day. Fine then. He'd leave a parting gift while incinerating every scrap of evidence that could link back to him. A third-class directive was imminent. Project Judo, personally overseen by the project director, was about to be unleashed. That alone raised too many red flags. For a man like him, the association has become a deadly trap. He needed to reach White Tiger rank immediately. Only then would that 5-star sword finally be secure. He exhaled a heavy sigh, feeling an immense weight finally lift from his weary shoulders. A family business means I'll be filthy rich, he snickered, already imagining a life of absolute luxury. I need hidden trump cards, but what about Ban? Whatever. This Chang-sun guy is certainly an interesting variable. Where did they vanish to? If only I could recruit them. He clicked his tongue, staring at the giant test tube. Well, I suppose this specimen isn't half bad either. Professor Fatty suddenly snapped back to reality, demanding to know if the team sent for the Phantom Pearls had returned. With no word from the field, he screamed at them to hurry. Meanwhile, Chang-sun tore through the wind at breakneck speed. Even now, the two divine beings were locked in their petty, never-ending argument. The tiger saw himself in Chang-sun, while the huntress insisted the boy's bravery mirrored her own divine spirit. The tiger, submerged in hardship, snarled, telling her to stop spewing such utter garbage. Shut your mouth, your breath reeks, she retorted. Their glares were enough to set the very air on fire. Their war of words became a silent staring contest just as Chang-sun reached the threshold of the research facility. Activating his thief skill, Chang-sun became silence itself while mana swirled around him in a violent storm. He stormed the facility like a phantom gale, moving so fast the guards were left staring at empty space. One guard, slightly more perceptive than the rest, blinked and asked his partner if he'd just seen a blur. His partner hadn't seen a thing. Naturally, the man quickly convinced himself his eyes were just playing tricks on him. "Cut it out, you're giving me the chills," the fat guard muttered, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. "What if something really is here?" he asked. Working in this investigation unit was enough to drive anyone insane. While they trembled, Chang-sun was already deep inside. The 12th trap had just been triggered. His beast sense skill pinpointed the trap's location instantly. He was a ghost. The sensors never even saw him coming. Serpent Man's skill activated, scanning every trap, as his flying tiger, riding the wind skill propelled him through the shadows. Proficiency surged. Skill level increased. He bypassed the 27th trap with the grace of a true shadow. Even the serpent that wraps the world could not hide its admiration for such flawless, superhuman execution. Without the system notifications, he would have appeared as nothing more than a lethal bolt of lightning flashing through. Scanning the area, Chang-sun saw the staff running in a blind panic. What could have caused such a frenzy? He pushed his beast sense to the limit. High above, a red alert pulsed against the wall, signaling total catastrophe. "Blast it, they always show up during a crisis. Move it, or we're all dead. We can't go from researchers to test subjects. Bring that here. Clear it out." "Where's the fool who went for the wraith? I'm drowning in work," Chang fumed. "The phantom pearls should be here by now. Worthless underlings. This is a mess. Who actually took down that wraith? Is that even possible? I've no clue. Damn." High-rank guild members were reportedly spotted in the zone. "What's going on over there? Clean this up before investigators arrive." Hearing that, Chang finally found his target. The Phantom Pearl production facility. Chang dove into the closing room instantly. Suddenly, his system Manhwa interface flashed a warning. "The air is thick with toxins. Weeping flower poison is flooding the entire room. The laughing flower causes fatal convulsions." Guards scrambled as system alerts blared repeatedly. "The Tiger King's gaze is upon you. 10-type poison immunity activated, nullifying all effects." The guard screamed at his partner while the heavy door remained sealed shut. Chang-sun was halted. "Access denied. ID verification is required to proceed. Scan ID or enter password." "Seriously, how do I get in? Smash it?" "No, stay calm." "A password? Could Peter's key work?" The pendant reacted, but the puppet ruler was watching. Taking a desperate gamble, Chang slammed his palm against the terminal. Then, a miracle. Master ID confirmed. Chang froze as the lock hissed open. "The door is opening. This is incredible. What kind of overpowered key is this? What level of authority is this?" Even the gods were stunned by this sudden twist. The tiger, submerged in tribulation, felt awkward, seeing the lock yield so easily. He asked if you had a hidden talent for thievery. The world serpent clicked his tongue. The serpent that wraps the world spoke coldly. "Humans are merely clusters of red-bellied snakes." The great tiger nodded in reluctant agreement. He actually chuckled, impressed by your sheer audacity and hidden potential. The great tiger desired you more than ever. Meanwhile, Chang cursed the ruler's soul. Did that guy realize he used Peter's key? And what's with that snake nonsense? Red-bellied snake? Chang didn't want to hear another word from that serpent. Inside the facility, the horror was revealed. Humans were trapped within massive test tubes. The great tiger's fury erupted at the sight. Chang remembered the warrior turned demonic. The world serpent laughed at the tiger's rage. Honestly, Chang found the entire scene before him absolutely sickening. The owl tearing through twilight showed her disgust, glaring at the great tiger. The great tiger laughed mockingly. "What are you staring at, little bird?" "I follow justice," she snapped. Suddenly, a new hidden quest window materialized. Hidden quest, the owl's plea. Type, secret. Description, a request born of pure rage. The owl is furious at the cruelty the great tiger has inflicted upon humanity. She pities the fallen souls. She begs you to grant them the peace of death. Restrictions, none. Time limit, none. Completion condition, total annihilation. Eliminate all holy soldiers and demolish the Illusion Pearl facility entirely. Reward, the owl's divine blessing. Chang's eyes nearly popped out. Good grief, Andy's playing for keeps. To think she'd go this far for a quest. A blessing based on results? I could literally inherit a portion of her divinity. The great tiger waited with intense curiosity to see how you would respond. If he accepts, the ruler turns. If he refuses, the owl turns. What a cursed choice. The twilight owl's gaze pierced his soul. Chang-sun's finger hovered, ready to reject the system's call. Sudden inspiration struck. His tactical mind whirred as he paused. "Wait, I have a question first." The tribulation tiger stirred. The ancient entity acknowledged the mortal's bold request with silent intensity. "Ask anything," the beast echoed. Chang-sun smirked. "Then you already know my true purpose here." The tribulation tiger nodded. "Spare me the pleasantries. Speak your hidden desires now, human." Chang-sun intended to play both gods like fiddles. They needed him. He drained every resource they offered. He sought ultimate power. He'd plunder this entire realm, seizing even the forbidden treasures for himself. "I'll leave nothing for the rest. Do you approve of my greed, great tribulation tiger?" "A true villain's rebirth. In the hierarchy of evil, he stood alone at the absolute peak. Chang-sun knew he'd hooked the puppet king. He was now the frontrunner for the disciples' mantle. The deity wouldn't let such talent slip away. The tiger roared with laughter at Chang-sun's audacity. Your twisted nature. I like it. To deceive him was suicide. The tiger vowed never to tether Chang-sun's wild, burning ambition. Hidden quest generated, the tiger's plunder, system type, classified. The tribulation tiger was pouring everything into his newest disciple candidate, the man standing before him. Failure meant a death sentence. Quest status, active. Time limit, indefinite. Objective. Annihilate all targets. Warning. Secrecy is paramount. Do not reveal this mission's existence. Penalty. Divine retribution. Reward. Legacy authority based on prior knowledge. A god's blessing awaited his success. Within this system, Manhwa, everything was going perfectly. Two deities were gambling their fortunes on him. Now, what tribute would Lady Samara offer? The Twilight Owl shrieked in delight at his choice. Chang-sun could only roll his eyes. Does she think she's in control? Fine. Fate is calling, I'll seize both opportunities at once. System. Hidden quest accepted. The owl's plea and tiger's plunder have merged into one. Operational radius expanded. In this brutal system, Manhwa, Chang-sun knew it was time for action. Activating his plunder skill, he prepared to harvest. Suddenly, the sound of charging guards echoed nearby. Wordlessly, Chang-sun unleashed the 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗗𝗏 extermination fire upon his unsuspecting foes. Ethereal violet flames erupted. Title applied. Phantom's illusion. Spectral wings unfurled from his spine. The guards recoiled in terror. Spirit fire. Where did it come from? Who knows? He grinned. System alert. An inferno has consumed the entire sector. Before they could scream, 2 guards were incinerated, sent directly to hell for an eternal rest. The carnage had just begun. The facility groaned before erupting in a catastrophic blast. Chaos reigned. Fire in the central lab. Move. Put it out now. Boom. A second tremor rocked the earth. Guards watched helplessly as the violet fire raged on. They scrambled for a solution. Stay back. Use long-range ice magic to suppress the flames. Their efforts were pitiful. The ice shields didn't even last 3 seconds against the heat. The magic vaporized instantly, replaced by the agonized shrieks of those swallowed by the blaze. The portly professor watched in despair as his life's work turned to ash before his eyes. This is a nightmare, he wailed. What is happening to my precious facility? Where is security? Save the research documents. Save everything. A final, violent shockwave leveled the lab. The professor was slammed into the dirt by the impact. Director, speak to me. His assistant cried out, stumbling through the rising smoke. The director clutched his bleeding head. Status report. How many of us are still alive? Spit it out, he bellowed at the stuttering guard. Behind them, the center was a graveyard. Survivors gasped for air, but the system delivered a cruel blow. Alert, fire poison inflicted. Health bars plummeted into the red. Warning, fire poison is spreading. Escape is impossible. Flee for your lives. Suddenly, violet hellfire consumed a man, his screams echoing through the chaos. Venomous rounds cloaked in nether flame rained down. Escape was impossible. The bloated professor lunged at Li Chang's. Li parried with the vicious dragon's fang. Not bad, he smirked, acknowledging the director's unexpected prowess. Who are you? A hitman from the elites? How do you possess eternal nether fire? Then, Li Chang's face was revealed. The professor shrieked in terror. Li Chang-sun? Impossible. The director trembled, seeing the legendary youth before his eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? He was supposed to be miles away from this location. A partnership with a monster like him. Surprisingly, the idea didn't feel half bad. With him, I could build a guild to rival White Tiger within a year. Li Chang-sun merely flexed his blade. Where do you think you're going? The force of the strike caused Li to momentarily freeze. This system, Manhwa chimed. Skill wind chasing tiger aborted. Plunder failed. Li dodged as the director pulverized the wall. I tried to overlook you, but you insisted on seeking death. Do you have a death wish, old man? The director lunged with another lethal slash. Li frowned, realizing this opponent was no ordinary foe. His eye held a pale sclera and black pupil, the mark of a saint soldier. Their blades sparked a violent symphony. It wasn't just the grunts. Even the managers had ascended to saint soldier status upon enlisting. Are all the White Tiger elites like this? Perfect. Li saw this as a chance to test a saint soldier's power. The system Manhwa interface clicked. Your integrated magic circuits are now rotating at maximum velocity. Eternal nether fire intensifies. 30 points added to strength, 111 to 141. Final strength, 196. Dexterity increased by 30 points, 101 to 131. Stat allocation complete. Li pushed back, his hellfire forcing a retreat. The director realized this rookie was a literal monster in human skin. A rookie with such overwhelming power was unheard of, but the director refused to back down. The director's blade devoured the nether energy. Heaven is on my side, the system warned. The tiger's curse grows heavy. Caution. Li Chang's expression darkened as the director unleashed a frenzy of lethal strikes. Each blow carried devastating force. His mana surged like a tiger stalking its prey. This was true kingship. The tiger's calamity. Sensing danger, Li opted for a tactical retreat. There's no shame in survival. The wounded guards tried to intercept him. You bastard. I'll skin you alive. "We've got your back, director." Transformed into saint soldiers, they swarmed. Lee counterattacked with a blood-poisoned fire wall. A vortex of violet flames erupted, yet the saint soldiers pierced through the inferno undeterred. The barrier shattered instantly. Surrounded on all sides, Lee realized the situation had turned dire. "I need to blitz them." Amidst the chaos, the system Manhwa notifications wouldn't stop ringing. Combat detected. Skill, indomitable will activated. Spirit fluctuations detected, physical strength has been reinforced. Calm mind is now in effect. You can now perceive the battlefield with absolute objectivity. "I thought this would be easy, but it's becoming a nuisance." Lee watched the blades closing in. "Got you, you rat," the leader barked. Only the director saw through Lee's deceptive stance. The realization hit him. Lee had lured them here specifically to negate their numerical advantage. "You idiots," he screamed. A flash of steel shredded the bald guard, spraying blood across the director's face. Lee effortlessly slaughtered the fodder. System announcement, Divine Authority, 100% bullseye has been activated. The god of the hunting season grants you a fragment of his divine authority. The loudmouths fell like flies. Seizing the opening, the director lunged, gripping Lee's throat with a manic laugh. "I have you now. My level and stats far exceed yours. Surrender, Lee Chang-sun." His confidence was high, but he had catastrophically underestimated the true monster standing before him. "You think winning is this simple?" Azure energy began swirling violently around Lee's arm. System notification. The fish-intestine sword has arrived. A lethal blade emerged from Lee's open palm. The vicious dragon's fang resonated. Dual sword resonance triggered. The dragon's fang has fully awakened. While the Saint Blacksmith, Yui, became a legend for creating mere masterpieces. The demon blacksmith, Todi, forged endless treasures, earning a reputation that even gods and constellations feared. Determining the true greatest of all time was impossible. Separated by eras and lands, these legends never crossed paths. But now the ultimate confrontation to decide the peak has finally begun. The fish-intestine sword, soaked in the blood of thousands, pulsed with a lethal radiance. In this system, Manhwa world, the dragon's fang revealed its worth as hidden conditions were fulfilled. The dragon's fang blazed as its seals shattered. Finally, the blade's true, world-shaking value was unleashed. The obese director was tossed aside like a fragile bubble. He watched in horror as the blade extended. The dragon's fang evolved into a predatory tooth, discharging wild, crackling bolts of deep purple lightning. After a violent tremor, the evolution finished. The system displayed the stats, a legendary saber and holy relic. Attack power, immeasurable. Effect, eternal bleeding and devil's greed. Remaining attributes remain shrouded in mystery. Having cleared the requirements, you've awakened its latent power. However, several ultimate features remain sealed until further mastery. Lee Chang is now dual-wielding weapons of absolute devastation. Erupting with terrifying purple lightning, the twin blades resonated. Chang-sun allowed their murderous auras to synchronize. Swordmaster skill, activated. Lee Chang narrowed his gaze at his prey as electricity hissed across the steel. These weapons are legendary. Swordmaster is a divine peak, reached only by those who become one with the blade. It grants the power to master every single blade in existence perfectly. To walk the sword's path, one must conquer the final forest. Swordmaster level 1, active type initiated. Mastering 10,000 blades grants absolute dominion. You have unlocked the legendary sword's achievement. Reward, intelligence +5, Swordmaster level up. Once again, the watching gods are in total shock. The divine hunter watches in awe, stunned that a mere mortal has unsealed his sacred holy relic. The world eater serpent stares in disbelief. You have utterly shattered every expectation the ancient being held. The twilight owl demands a fair fight, urging the use of the gluttony iron demon's cursed armament. The abyss chaser resonates with your dual-wielding style, while the suffering tiger praises your lethal new fang. The obese man stands paralyzed, witnessing Chang-sun's terrifying and godlike transformation. His divine beast sends screams of impending death. Meanwhile, Lee Chang-sun executes a terrifying display of swordplay. Before the glutton can blink, Chang-sun lunges forward with a devastating, lightning-fast counterattack. He attempts a desperate full-body block, only to be swallowed by incinerating, hellish flames. The fish-intestine sword screams in his grip, its bloodlust demanding a far more brutal sacrifice. Simultaneously, the vicious dragon's fang pulses with madness, challenging its master to unleash its full carnage. Amused, Lee Chang delivers a savage slash. Roaring flames collide with the target, intent on total incineration. His blade shatters into dust. Stricken by primal fear, his only instinct is to flee or perish. A system alert appears. The fish-intestine sword is radiating a blinding, murderous silver light. The dragon's fang bears its serrated edge. Chang stands amidst the chaos of these two bloodthirsty weapons. Their thirst for blood is overwhelming. Seizing the distraction, the manager scrambles away in a pathetic retreat. Chang-sun won't let the man who tried to enslave him as a holy soldier escape justice. Since both blades crave slaughter, he grants them permission to unleash their combined fury simultaneously. Black Mountain God Claw, activated. Though the coward reached the exit, the explosive impact struck like a nuclear blast. Hellish purple flames incinerate everything. Though scorched beyond recognition, the target desperately clings to his miserable life. Despair takes root as his strength fades. He begs for mercy, but survival is no longer an option. Dark energy floods the chamber as the apocalyptic fire consumes all, growing ever more intense. Chang-sun glimpses a flicker of pathetic regret within him. Where could a broken body possibly crawl? Not since the demon star has anyone forced such a struggle. He won't deliver the final blow yet. He'll follow the trail to uncover the hidden truth. The manager crawls desperately, but fate is cruel. Suddenly, the system rings out with a final notification. Player Li Gang has perished. He collapsed at the threshold of salvation, mere inches from freedom. Chang sheathes his blades as the dragon's fang is resealed. A heavy sense of regret fills him. He was mere inches from salvation. To perish right at the exit. Unbelievable. The system alerts continue to chime. Access denied. Locked tight. Please provide the authorized fingerprint and passcode to bypass security. Li Chang lifts his hand, heart heavy with doubt, yet the system responds instantly, owner ID authenticated. It appears Peter's master key is the ultimate tool for bypassing security and hijacking complex machinery. A system Manhwa notification appears. The tiger of hardship glares at you, baffled by your intrusion here. The heavy doors slide open, revealing a colossal machine and a figure submerged in a web of wires. Lacerations mar her pale skin. Li Chang rushes forward, desperate to uncover the identity of the girl within. Flashback triggered. It's that eccentric girl from the outskirts. Chae-yoon? Yes, it has to be her. Was she sacrificed to become a holy soldier? The system interface flickers. Warning, anomaly detected. The tiger's calamity shifts to high alert. This girl isn't a mere soldier. She is something far more primordial. A fusion of demon, beast, and specter. This is the CEO's ultimate taboo, the secret hidden from all. The Holy Soldier Project was just a precursor for this monster. Is this the power of the goo venom? The legendary king of goblins. Goo venom. Using beast sense, Li Chang analyzes her condition via the system. The tiger's calamity is active. Synchronization, 41%. All this effort, and it's barely halfway complete. Her current stats are far too low for a completed weapon, yet her physical vessel possesses terrifying durability. She has transcended human limits. Her very muscle fibers are engineered for peak destruction and resilience. Even now, she'd massacre most players. Fortunately, the mental conditioning and brainwashing protocols have yet to engage. The tiger of hardship watches with predatory eyes, curious to see your next move in this deadly game. The owl of twilight whispers, pleading for her salvation. Without a second thought, Li Chang prepares to act. With a decisive strike, he shatters the glass. The goo venom metamorphosis is forcibly terminated by his hand. Wires are torn away in a shower of sparks. The tiger's calamity roars as its power source vanishes. Shock ripples through the tiger of hardship. Your reckless decision has defied all calculated logic. The owl of twilight signals approval. I trust you. Now move. Take her to safety and mend her. Li Chang exhales a breath of pure destruction. The atrogram's furnace, world-ending fire ignites the room. Toxins are purged. Foreign contaminants are incinerated. The legendary purification process begins now. The tiger's calamity clashes with the world-ending fire. It struggles to resist, but its defenses are utterly crushed. It dared to defy you, only to have its tricks shattered. Her recovery speed is skyrocketing instantly. Wounds close as all external interference is severed. Annihilation, fire, and the calamity collide in a violent struggle. Prismatic beams of violet and azure collide, illuminating the chamber in a chaotic dance of raw power. A deadlock. I must purge the calamity and the digitization corruption while preserving her vital essence. Just as I did for Beale, I will protect Chae-yoon's life at any cost, no exceptions. The waiting begins. The tiger of tribulation sneers. Where is that boundless ambition to devour everything gone? Li Chang's gaze turns icy. The insult stings, but his resolve remains unshaken by the beast's mockery. The tiger mocks his choice to save a child over gaining power. Dead wrong. Li Chang smirks darkly. Who said I wouldn't use her? The tiger of tribulation tilts its head, completely bewildered by his words. Li Chang surges with magic power. Soul usurpation activated. 24 hours of accumulated karma begins to condense. The souls of those slain by Li Chang's hand are converted into pure life energy, ready to devour. Karma absorption complete. Strength increased by 0.01. Agility increased by 0.02. Amidst the ashes, the tiger's calamity slips through your fingers, narrowly avoiding total absorption by the system. That attempt triggers authority, force fusion. The process is a resounding success for the main character. Tiger's calamity. Purified. It's now fuel for the annihilation fire. Magic power increased by 0.02. Current mana, 325 out of 360. The tiger of tribulation laughs uncontrollably. This puppet ruler is a total lunatic. Is he seriously finding joy in this chaos? He's truly insane. I recall the White Tiger's investigation department was planning a full-scale raid on this very facility. And if their investigation is already underway, then the real storm is about to break upon us. That department belongs to the CEO's rival, Director Kang Un-hee. She must have sensed a trap and launched this raid. That snake-like CEO won't stay quiet. My dungeon closure request was only backed by a flimsy mana report. Is the CEO planning to purge his political enemies right here and now? Is that why the puppet ruler is laughing like a maniac? Distracted, Li Chang barely dodged a lethal strike. Damn. No time to daze. You've equipped the title, Dawn. In this system Manhwa world, purple and blue energies clash violently. Wind Riding Tiger skill activate. Every ounce of mana is now focused on one goal, escaping this literal hellhole. Purple light pierces the sky. Outside, the team watches the center crumble, but no survivors emerge from the debris. Wasn't the investigation unit still trapped inside that collapsing dungeon? The manager needs to get out fast. Suddenly, a massive tremor rips through the earth beneath them. Before they can react, the ground splits. A blinding golden radiance erupts, masking everything in a sea of light. Li Chang and 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 vanish just in time. The massive research facility is leveled in a single heartbeat. Watching the destruction from the shadows is the elite third member of the legendary White Tiger Guild. White Tiger's Fang, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦, scowls at the ruins. What a mess. Rays of light zip up behind him. Status report. Sir, the basement was rigged. It seems there were multiple high-level explosions. We found traces of fire demon breath and lightning rings. This wasn't an accident, it was a staged disaster. Jiggy's fire, even that monster is involved. Kang didn't expect this small incident to have such dark connections. They were likely waiting for me to step inside before blowing the entire facility sky high. Why blow it early? A mistake or a wild card? An old fox like the director doesn't fail easily. An unpredictable factor must have forced his hand, leaving him with zero time to react properly. What was it? Keep digging. I want every secret pulled from these charred ashes. The soldiers tremble before 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏. He remembers the rats who were spreading useless info earlier. One word and the minions bow in terror. With a sharp coat flick, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗏 strides away in satisfaction. A system Manhwa notification flickers. Log out? Attempting offer, but the real game is just starting. That was a sharp turn. The constellation Savage Tiger in the riot watches the chaos with amused eyes. Kang feels there is no other choice. He must face the director. This is the word of a god. Li Chang's son is ready to storm heaven. Bael finally wakes to see a smiling face and a sleeping girl. Still half-dazed and confused, Bael blurted out without thinking, "Wait, is that your wife?" He instantly took a mirror to the forehead. Where did Li even pull a mirror from to throw? He almost became the poster child for bad luck, getting a second life only to be killed by his savior. Li Chang's son glares. If you can talk trash, you're fine. Look at your own face. Bael checks the mirror. His skin is flawless. The recovery stats of this system, Manhwa, are truly shaking his soul. Good job, Li Chang's son remarks coldly. Bael can't help but weep with pure, overwhelming joy. Just then, Chan groggily stirs. Miss Chan, you're finally awake. She freezes, then vaults to the ground, leaving the men baffled. Suddenly, she just faceplants, shocking them even more. It feels like a dream. Even after escaping, I'm still just as hopeless. She groans in despair. The men share a look. This girl is a total loss. Did you save me? Was I really trapped? I didn't drool or say anything weird, did I? Her acting so goofy and remembering nothing is a blessing. Li Chang's son sighs. Seriously, I've never had a more brainless conversation in my entire life. She just needs to stabilize her mind. Chan exhales a sigh so heavy she nearly coughs up a lung. What a relief. Li Chang stands. Your body has recovered. Now get out. It's not safe here at all. Chan scowled, turning to him with a sharp gaze. Hey, what is your blood type? Type B. November 30th. Favorite food? Kimchi stew. Why are you interrogating me now? Wait, something is off. June 23rd. 2 years ago. After France beat San Francisco 3-2. You said the first thing you'd eat back home was kimbap. Her face went dark. Is it really you? There was no mistaking it. Meanwhile, the guy just looked confused. What on earth is this girl yapping about? Her next words were a total critical hit. Since when did Li Chang's son become a saint? You're basically a complete scumbag, she blurted. Who are you? Some kind of fake? Unbelievable. How did she read him so well? If I'd known she was this exhausting, I would have left her for the monsters. Witnessing the sheer revulsion on Chang-sun's face, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 finally had her answer. Yep, that's the jerk I know. Wait, since when do you like kimchi stew? Someone curiously asked 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 why she dropped her guard. She shrugged, claiming it was just his trashy attitude. Hearing that, Li Chang's son looked ready to blow a fuse. Everyone has a natural predator, and he just resurrected his own nightmare. But 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 kept rambling, totally oblivious. Check his face. He's clearly fuming and regretting that he didn't let me rot back there. Honestly, she hit the mark perfectly, leaving Chang-sun's face twisted in pure agony. Now that's the Li Chang's son I remember. She skipped past them, chirping. So, where to next? This way. Li Chang's son shot the brat a terrifyingly warm smile. Suddenly, the interface flared typical of a system Manhwa. Notifications flooded his vision. Hidden quest cleared. Rewards distributed. You have obtained 32 illusion orbs. You received the potion of wisdom. The constellation, the owl piercing the sunset, prepares a special gift. The constellation, Savage Tiger in the turmoil, is granting you a reward. The owl piercing the sunset is deeply moved by your feat and is agonizing over what to give you. The Savage Tiger roars in praise, deciding which fang to gift you. Season for hunting is bursting with pride over such a rare find. Their constant chatter was so overwhelming that Chang's son actually let out an audible groan. Just drop the loot and stop stalling. While 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 enjoyed her fangirl moment, her frantic teammates were scouring the area. But before they could locate him, a rival crew blocked their path for trespassing on their turf. One more step and we strike. Please. Just let me pass, the boy pleaded. 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗓, the guild's representative, shut him down coldly. Look, we get it, but it's way too dangerous ahead. He flashed a sinister smile. Don't worry. We'll look for your siblings for you. So beat it, okay? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 struggled to mask his fury at this pathetic loser slowing down his grind. Merely thinking of the name Chang-sun made his face twist in a scowl. That monster was ranked second, while he was stuck at rank 121st. The gap was widening by the second. He needed to narrow that distance immediately, and a weakling like this kid was just an obstacle. The younger brother continued his desperate pleas. Just for a moment, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 simply looked away. Sorry. Meanwhile, Juncheol found the kid pathetic. Clueless about the law of the jungle, he was just another moth seeking the flame. Just a mindless pig, but while he sneered, the kid snapped and charged straight into the zone. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 clicked his tongue in disgust. Trespassing in a private hunting zone? That's a direct violation of the rules. Warning, rule violation detected. The system flashed. The tiger's aura has reached critical levels. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's face warped with rage. He drew his blade with a deadly hiss, hunting the kid down with lethal intent. You're an eyesore. He swung his blade with a killing blow. Suddenly, Chang-sun plummeted from the sky. Get your hands off my brother, you squid-faced jerk. She nailed a perfect crab pose landing. The shockwave sent 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 flying backward as if he were nothing. Her brother could only stare in disbelief. Who said you could touch him? Ha. Man, her mouth is absolutely lethal. Her brother didn't even have time to blink. What did you just call us? The crew's faces turned pitch black, their expressions warping with murderous fury. But Chang-sun stood her ground, completely unbothered. You're the one who touched him first, right? She smirked with pure mockery. I said you look like a chewed-up squid. Got a problem? Wait. Actually, I see it now. You're more like a dried-up sea slug. No. Wait. That's an insult to sea slugs. She's truly crossing a dangerous line. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 was trembling with humiliation, sweat pouring down his face. He bared his teeth and hissed in agony. You've insulted our entire guild. Chang-sun casually tied her hair back. Seriously, give it a rest. You're the bully who targeted my brother first. So what? Going to threaten me with more pathetic posturing? Is that all they've got? 3 lackeys from 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's team lunged forward, blades drawn to crush the girl. I'll rip that tongue out. Chang-sun's eyes blazed with fury. Ganging up on one girl? How pathetic can you cowards get? She didn't care. She could crush them all now. The tiger's aura exploded, erupting in a blinding golden radiance. Joan Chun-jae and Lee Chang-sun stood nearby, watching the spectacle unfold. Joan wanted to intervene, but Lee Chang-sun signaled to wait. Yoon's tiger aura surpassed mere rage, reaching calamity rank. The sensation might feel foreign to her right now, but this power was always hers by destiny. Lee Chang-sun smirked, witnessing the birth of a system Manhwa legend. By observing her, I'll uncover the butcher's true nature and any hidden side effects, John Chung-jae pondered. While Lee Chang plotted, a mysterious artifact suddenly materialized amidst the chaos of the battlefield. 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗚𝗏's crew charged with arrogance only to watch their blades shatter against an unbreakable defense. A demon-faced tower shield had decimated their weapons. It was a legendary-grade defensive treasure. Chaya let out a primal war cry, determined to pulverize them. The tiger god's blessing surged through her. Her speed reached new heights. The tower shield glided effortlessly, crushing the faces of anyone in her path. The shield bash skill activated with explosive force. 2 of 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗏's thugs were sent flying instantly. An assassin tried a sneak attack. You fool. Do you not know that useless chatter only invites death? Failing to react would be an insult to her years spent admiring a powerhouse like Chang. The tiger's calamity erupted. With one devastating swing, the man in red was sent reeling, his jaw shattered. A massive iron pillar stood tall before the group, acting as a grim sentinel of the battlefield. It was the grip of an extra-large battle axe. Chang-sun stood armed with both shield and steel. Despite her casual clothes, she radiated the majestic presence of a general ready to execute these loudmouth weaklings. 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗏 stood paralyzed. Chang-sun smirked mockingly, asking him to repeat his insults to her face. That old fool is delusional. If she speaks, the entire world falls silent in absolute terror. Facing her axe and shield is a death sentence. The deity, hawk tearing the sunset, favors player Chaya. At this stage, only a god could hope to restrain her divine fury. 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗏 remains in denial, crushed by a girl he deemed weak. The battlefield looks like a war zone. Leon realized his help wasn't needed. Lee Chang smiled, satisfied with the evolution he was witnessing. This was the exact power he sensed during her awakening. Even with such overwhelming strength, she stayed calm. Shin Shayan's ultimate flex is her unwavering composure and her indomitable, ironclad spirit. With her super strength and sharpened senses, she's finally taming the Yeomdo flames. Her potential is blooming. She's becoming the perfect warrior. Using barely half of Judd's power, she's already completely broken. Imagine her at full power. Wait, isn't Director Oh the sole owner of that legendary blade? Whatever he's scheming, it smells like a dangerous and sketchy conspiracy. Lee Chang-sun examined the temple loot as Chaya's fist connected with 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's skull, ending his fight. Her younger brother stood frozen, staring at his terrifyingly powerful sister in total disbelief. What happened to you? It's a long story, she replied as Lee Chang-sun and Dong-gun approached. That's Lee Chang-sun. Why are you looking so bitter meeting my family? Cheyenne teased with a grin. It's fine. He's the one who saved me. That villain saved you? Why are you talking trash? The kid glared at Seo Dong-gun. doubting his skills as a trainer and questioning his presence. "What's your plan, me? What else do you do in a dungeon?" Li Chang gave a mysterious stare. The men were shaken, but Chai-Yun looked at him with the eyes of a devoted fangirl. The Black-Red Lotus Mountain isn't just vast. Every sector is filled with lethal, high-level obstacles. That's why the White Tiger Guild abandoned it, turning this death trap into a mere training ground. We only have 100 days. Even the constellations are losing their minds, watching this unfold. Musan bets on your victory, while the snake mocks the others for not seeing your true sneakiness. Leon asked how long the raid would take, but Li Chang played dumb to irritate him. A dungeon clear is a grueling marathon. We need time to prepare. Prepare for what exactly? Li Chang ignited his eternal flames and made a shocking declaration. "1 day is all I need." This guy moves like lightning. They never saw the storm coming. Nearby, a pathetic loser named Du-Han nursed his broken body, still clinging to his foolish pride. Clutching his mangled face, he snarled through swollen eyes. How did she win? She must have cheated. She's definitely a half-demon. No mere human could ever overpower me so effortlessly. He scoffed, ego still bruised, convincing himself that even Li Chang-sun would crumble before his might. With a sinister grin, he vowed to ruin them, unaware that his bark far outweighed his bite. Suddenly, an underling interrupted his dark brooding, sending Du-Han's explosive temper over the edge. He glared at his 3 henchmen, still groveling on the floor after their humiliating beatdown. Panic set in. How could a captain explain losing to a half-demon without destroying his reputation? He considered silencing his men forever or spinning a web of lies about a sudden ambush. "I'll form a squad to hunt that demon girl," he cackled, finally embracing his inner villain. A heroic trainee slaying an infiltrating demon. The perfect headline to cover his pathetic failure. The guy was totally delusional. That punch to the face must have scrambled his last brain cells. He convinced himself that Chang-sun was also a hidden monster, otherwise losing was simply impossible. "You're next, Li Chang-sun," he shouted, turning back to his squad with newfound, fake confidence. Suddenly, the holographic window flickered, a staple of any system Manhwa, notifying everyone that the dungeon was conquered. Du-Han froze in horror. Rank 1, Li Chang-sun with a staggering 830,000 points. Second place trailed far behind. The system prepared to distribute legendary rewards to the victors. Silence gripped the control room. Nobody could fathom how this legendary clear happened so fast. Cleared already? Is this a glitch? They frantically searched for the scout tracking Chang-sun's movements. Dungeon closed. Following that cold mechanical voice, a shimmering golden portal manifested before them. Warning sirens blared as a 10-second countdown began. Our heroes didn't waste a single heartbeat. Looking like true masters, Li Chang-sun remained unfazed while receiving a divine message from the heavens. The entity known as Tiger in a Trap was absolutely thrilled by the unfolding carnage. While others stood paralyzed, a mysterious man with a lion's mane watched the live feed intently. As the clock hit 0, a radiant explosion of light signaled the official end of the raid. A disheveled observer sighed in regret just as the internet exploded with breaking news reports. Every major outlet was milking Chang-sun's name, plastering sensationalist headlines across every digital screen. Netizens flooded the forums, their chaotic comments fueling a massive firestorm of online hype. Amidst the digital madness, the man of the hour simply dropped a cold, savage truth. Is that all? His allies didn't even flinch, well accustomed to his sharp-tongued arrogance. The White Tiger squad was fuming, stunned by his lack of respect. "You think this is a joke?" Before the guards could posture further, a bandaged fist silenced them with brutal, bone-shattering force. Their leader slammed into the wall. Amidst the dust, Chang-sun recognized a very familiar presence. Seo Dong-gun's murderous intent flared like a starving beast. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Despite his bleeding face, the fallen guard scrambled up, desperate to reclaim his shattered pride. Captain Dong-gun loomed over him with a terrifying sneer, daring the subordinate to misspeak again. "Are you begging for another punch?" The guard stammered, frantically trying to fix his disrespectful tone. "We're here for the suspect, sir, but the investigation isn't complete yet. Forget your paperwork, I'm taking him." Dong-gun's aura surged, a physical weight crushing the air. Under that suffocating pressure, the guard collapsed, forced into a state of absolute, whimpering submission. Dong-gun strutted away, commanding his followers with the sheer weight of his presence. Chang-sun wasn't a fan of the man's attitude, but he decided to follow regardless. Chayan watched with starry-eyed devotion, while the others could only watch their OP hero in awe. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 is legendary. Even the skeptics admitted his one-day clear wasn't just empty talk. But witnessing his true power changed everything. Following Li Chang-sun was a shock. Clearing a dungeon in mere hours, he didn't just meet goals, he obliterated them. Dong-gun glanced back at the others. "You 3 stick with me for now. Remember, Li Chang-sun is watching." With the others handled, they spoke privately. Dong-gun's face was plastered with a desperate, flattering grin. "So, these are your new recruits?" "Something like that," he replied indifferently. Li Chang-sun barely bothered to answer. "A team is just a pack of loners circling one strong leader. It usually begins that way." "I agree. But where are we actually headed?" "This wasn't the path to the office. Did the director even have a room here?" "Oh, forgive me. Didn't I mention it? We're going to the conference room. The chairman wants a personal report." That caught him off guard. "The chairman? You mean Moonsong himself?" Before the meeting, he ran into director. "Oh, you've arrived," the man noted. "You look much improved." A system Manhwa interface flared. The fierce tiger's gaze is locked on you. Chang-sun didn't blink. The old man was clearly itching for answers. The dungeon vanished right after the facility exploded. The director acted calm, but Dong-gun's report had already confirmed his deepest suspicions. A one-day clear is impossible for a normal hunter. He's onto me. Thank you for the praise. I owe it all to the director. Oh replied with forced courtesy. No. That was your own talent. You've caused quite a stir. You know. Is that so? Is he blaming me for his workload? You have no idea. It's more than just being busy. Elite captains are fighting over you, desperate to recruit you by force. He let out a sharp laugh. Managing your massive dungeon rewards is nothing compared to this political nightmare. Word reached the top brass. We're getting calls from the elite. So, any change of heart? The system pinged again. The prime hunter deity mocks his arrogance. Chang-sun smirked. Give me that divine rank, or I'm handing in my resignation right now. Fine. If you're serious, you'll have to take responsibility for this chaos. I'm only one person, but this company won't let a talent like you slip away. The chairman wants to see you personally. He focuses on global affairs, so let's go show some respect. Director O gestured forward. Together, they boarded the elevator to meet the man at the top. As the doors slid open, Chang-sun activated his serpent eye skill to scan his surroundings. The Void Monarch sensed a loyal soul, though his raw power paled compared to a true guardian. Beast sense screamed of danger. This was the most lethal presence he'd faced since his regression. Welcome to the Azora Garden. Despite the looming threat, the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. A perfect view, far better than any office. Before him lay a path shimmering with ancient magic. The trail led to a house beneath a primordial tree. This room was a gateway to another dungeon. He manipulated magic to relocate the gate. The tiger deity immediately sensed the shifting space. The deity was intrigued by the mortal treading on his domain, so this is his sanctuary. The god of the hunt admitted the atmosphere here was unsettling. This dungeon felt different. Chairman Moonsong sat perched atop the roof. Why stay up there when there's a whole house? Just an old man trying to look cool. As ordered, I have brought Chang-sun, sir. With one eye veiled, Chang-sun stared up coldly. Above, a bearded man with wild hair glared down. So, you're the brat known as the tyrant? He was shocked. The man knew his alias. It seems the gods are watching you. In this system, Manhwa world, the warnings never stop. The Twilight Owl warns of danger. Chang-sun felt a lethal pressure radiating from the chairman. The air turned heavy as Moonsong released his mana. System warnings began to flood his vision. The great tiger's killing intent looms. Chang-sun's expression darkened with pure irritation. His beast sense reached a fever pitch. This was a direct threat to his life. From the jump, my goal was to seize the gaze of every god and constellation. I knew I was walking straight into a funeral pyre. I'll have to survive a gauntlet of danger from those blessed children and their divine protections. A deity would pull every dirty trick to enslave me. It's the same hell I endured in Arcadia. The heir bowed low, introducing himself as Chang-gang's son. Moonong flinched at the bold play before a smirk of respect crossed his face. Not bad at all. Facing a 9th-generation swordmaster is such a humbling honor, the youth remarked with biting sarcasm. Humbled, Moonong echoed the word with a cold stare. Indeed. Just months ago, standing in a sanctuary like this felt like an impossible dream. The young man gambled on the fact that this old fossil knew nothing of his brutal ascension through the underworld. To him, I was likely just a talentless rookie, yet cornering a beginner was a blow to his legendary pride. So, what's the move, Moonong? Will you swallow this insult, or are we throwing hands right here? This old man is a monster who has surpassed level 90. In a direct clash, I don't stand a ghost of a chance. But the constellations watching my stream will surely back me up. Even if they don't, I've already planned my desperate escape. I burn with curiosity to see the master's next move. Suddenly, Moonong blurred past like a gale, whispering a secret into my ear. The realization hit like a physical punch. I grimaced in shock as Moonong continued his chilling declaration. My god commanded me to deliver a gift. I've already placed it. Try to retrieve it on your way out. He cleared the path, leaving me stunned. What the hell is happening? Is he seriously not going to threaten me? Is Moonong completely unfazed by being discarded by the puppet ruler? Does he believe their bond is truly unbreakable? I watched him, wondering if the gift was the 7 secret scriptures. Moonjang walked away without a single regret, his calm silhouette radiating a heavy, suspicious energy. Whatever he left behind only breeds more doubt. Whether it's a divine relic or a trap, he used it to build his empire. It's highly likely the puppet ruler bestowed his sacred elixir upon him. That's when the snake eye skill triggered. The god of the world wrapping snake peered into my thoughts, granting me his dark power. As my level increased, a window appeared. Much like a classic system Manhwa, Moonsing's stats revealed the terrifying calamity of the Tiger King. Moonshang cast one final, lingering glance back at the boy who defied his expectations. If I were you, I'd stop while I'm ahead, he warned. I stood there, floored. What was that old fox playing at? He drops a cryptic bomb and just vanishes. Is this a generational gap? Pushing through the confusion, the heir offered a final bow. The door slammed shut, and I was instantly warped back to the start. He's clearly more than a simple guild master. He's at least 2 tiers higher than he lets on. Yet, he only grants holy weapons to his most loyal dogs. He intends to hoard all that power for himself. The puppet ruler is likely just testing my reaction to this chaos, and Munong is simply dancing to his tune. They're nothing but powerful, ancient schemers. The ruler sees Munong as a legendary treasure sword, a blade seeking a higher peak. But what is his ultimate goal? Leaving the hall, the young master walked with Director Owin-Gun. The director let out a sharp, dry laugh. Our chairman is a truly impossible nut to crack, he joked. I ignored the small talk, focusing entirely on my next move. The White Tiger research facility is nothing compared to Munong. He definitely saw through the director's petty games. It feels like he exists in a completely different dimension. I still can't grasp the true nature of his intent. Gun chimed in with a salty tone. I'm begging you never drag me into that conference room again. My spine turns to ice every time I'm there. It's infuriating. More importantly, where is my cut of the loot? The interface flickered. The god of the hunting season proudly declared that no gift could match the benefits he provides. Meanwhile, the god of the twilight tearing cat-hawk watched the scene in a heavy, judging silence. Director O grinned so wide his eyes vanished, holding up two fingers. He's given us two distinct choices. Option 1, Sacred Armor. Option 2, the Secret Library. As Pavilion 2 opened, Gun let out a panicked scream. Share the wealth, especially that armor, Gun wailed, but the director ignored him, looking at me. You've already decided, haven't you? I'm actually quite stunned. He's a silver-tongued devil. With a face like that, who would ever believe him? I cleared the mission and raided the dungeon the fallen tiger assigned. I'm surprised that old beast actually coughed up a reward. I've made my choice. I need more power and new techniques. I've heard Pavilion 2 is packed with ancient skill manuals. Knowledge I've yet to master. Hearing my plan, Gun immediately shouted, That's absolutely sick. Li Chang-sun's eyes were fixed on the treasures of Pavilion 2. Director O gave a knowing, narrow-eyed smirk. Come to think of it, you haven't selected a sponsor yet, have you? The question hung in the air. Gun trembled in pure shock, while Li Chang's remained an unshakable fortress of ice. Don't joke, hey Yang. No player survives without a guardian. How did you reach this level without a god's protection? Never seen it? Well, I'm just built differently. Li Chang-sun's calm words left Gun screaming in confusion. Director O was spiraling again. The heavy silence between them felt like a suffocating staring contest. This was madness. Their unshakable composure was terrifying. Gun could only stare, his face a mask of absolute bewilderment. This is insane. He stole a glance at Li Chang-sun. How could someone possess such monstrous power solo? If he actually accepts a guardian, the resulting devastation would be godlike. Calling him a genius was now an insult. Gun watched the young monster with eyes full of dread. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words died. The fallen tiger hungers for me. It was obvious. Every deity in this system Manhwa world wanted a piece of him. Countless gods begged me to be their apostle. Why would I return to a life I already abandoned? He smirked. Director O's expression darkened. Do you realize how incredibly arrogant and unbelievable that sounds? If being an apostle is just a reward, I'll resign right now. I already have all the perks I need. Li Chang-sun spoke with the hubris of a king. Director O could only bow, baffled by this strange anomaly. It wasn't just him, the heavens were in an uproar. The fallen tiger grimaced, his pride wounded by the rejection. The god of hunting season roared, accusing him of style theft. Meanwhile, the twilight cat hawk watched with disdain. The mighty fallen tiger pouted like a child. Seeing this, Director O finally accepted the chaotic reality before him. You youngsters are fueled by raw ambition, but remember, one day, that very hunger will consume you whole. He glared with disapproval, but talent was the only currency here. Li Chang-sun met his gaze with stony indifference. Defeated, Director O sighed deeply. Yujin is waiting in the lobby. Follow me. I'll lead the way. A word of warning, our god isn't the forgiving type. If he can't possess you, he'll ensure your total destruction. Talk about a toxic obsession. As they walked, Gun sympathetically patted Li Chang-sun's shoulder from behind. I bet your head is spinning right now, but keep your chin up, brother. You've got this. Stick around, and you'll find there are far deadlier games to play. With that, he hurried after the director. John Chong watched the spectacle with pure second-hand embarrassment. What a bunch of absolute drama queens, he muttered. Yo Jan led the way. Security is tight from the second floor up. Your registered key is your only lifeline. Which sectors does this key unlock? It'll be a massive headache if my access is restricted. Yo Jan simply shook his head. Honestly, I have no clue. Li Chang-sun bristled. What kind of useless guide was this? You have 6 hours. Use them wisely. The moment he stepped inside, the fallen tiger's voice boomed in his ears. The deity was howling about the legendary treasures surrounding them. The sheer wealth was driving the spirit mad with greed. Become my apostle, the tiger urged. Accept the contract, and all this divine loot shall be yours to command. Violent tiger, white tiger, silver, and stone. A pantheon of predatory deities awaited his gaze within the chamber. Even the nightmare eater loomed. Suddenly, the system chimed the rewards from the tiger's plunder quest were finally unlocked. 9 destiny paths appeared in his system, Manhwa interface. Each offered a unique evolution to becoming a fierce tiger. His soul's essence would transform. Yet, the fallen tiger whispered that becoming his apostle granted every single reward. To Li Chang-sun, it sounded like absolute garbage. He let out a cold, mocking laugh at the divine offer. I'll just rob this place blind later anyway. He stepped through a door, sending the gossiping gods into a frenzy. The fallen tiger watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend why any mortal would reject such a god-tier shortcut. The world-encircling serpent hissed in mockery. He's too stubborn to see the light, the serpent sneered at the tiger. It's not too late. Switch paths, the tiger pleaded, but Chang's son had already locked onto the one-eyed tiger. I'll reject your offer for eternity. Deal with it. The one-eyed tiger was a legendary beast born of pure carnage. Though its sight was halved, its unbreakable willpower surpassed every other beast in the celestial jungle. It was a vicious killer that abandoned all defense for absolute slaughter. The puppet ruler watched, his reaction entirely expected. Like recognizes like. He had chosen the youngest and most ferocious of the 9 brothers to forge his path. The heavy doors swung wide, unleashing a suffocating surge of mana. Armed with his Black Mountain Claw and lethal fire skills, Changsun remained unshaken. He burned with a desire to unlock the hidden paths using the legendary Viper's Key. Yet, despite the puppet ruler's naive appearance, the master of this system Manhwa wouldn't yield easily. Before the gate sealed, Chang-sun vowed to plunder everything. System alert, you have entered the one-eyed tiger's lair. Nearby, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 dealt with a hysterical fangirl. Chaeyoung was spinning in circles, her frantic voice echoing throughout the hall. What's taking so long? Is he hurt? Relax, lady. He's a monster among players. He'll return unscathed. Do you really think a tyrant would fall in a low-level dungeon like this? He's no tyrant, she barked. His name is Sun Gun. Why can't you be more like him? Her face shifted into a sickeningly sweet expression, screaming prince, and making her brother nearly cough up blood in disgust. This was pure obsession. To any outsider, she looked completely unhinged. Gun watched with cold indifference, though he was judging her silently. Despite the external chaos, the interior felt eerily still. Was that man truly the legendary tyrant? When did he become so strikingly handsome? Something felt off. What is Changsun's true objective? The brother wondered. I definitely overlooked a critical detail in this system Manhwa. Regardless of his alignment, I must investigate. Was he merely protecting that thing? That thing was his love-struck sister, praying for her appa. Truly, the height of secondhand embarrassment. Suddenly, a high-tier notification flickered. The world-encircling serpent demands silence. Keep quiet and know your place, mortal, or the secrets you seek will remain forever hidden. Stunned, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 wondered if the god mistook him for Chang-sun. The serpent merely chuckled at his confusion. Panic set in as the deity read his mind. Your thoughts are written on your face, the serpent hissed. The serpent sneered playfully. Your suspicious nature is a perfect mirror of his own cynical heart. The ancient entity then presented an unexpected offer, gauging the boy's reaction with celestial amusement. Depending on your worth, I may appoint you as my high priest. This sudden, divine opportunity left 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 paralyzed. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the silence. Hey, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏. A man with a ridiculous bowl cut approached, grinning like a fool. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 recognized this arrogant player instantly. This was the coward from the previous floor who ignored the desperate pleas to find the missing Chaeyoung. Seeing him smile now was infuriating. Yet, Chaeyoung ran past, eyes overflowing with tears. The bowl-cut guy blushed, anticipating a hug, but she treated him like a ghost, rushing past without a glance. The man stood frozen as 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 struggled to suppress his mocking laughter. Changsun. Chaeyoung's wrist was suddenly seized by the man, causing her to whirl around in irritation. What are you doing? The man's expression soured. You never treated me with such coldness before. Emerging from the shadows, Changsun walked straight into this pathetic lover's drama. The fool's malice peaked. You never cared about my feelings. Is this why you vanished? For him? Some random new guy? He spat. Honestly, his victim complex was reaching exhausting levels. Watching his jealous face, Chaeyoung debated if she should just bury this loser alive. But as she looked at Changsun, her demeanor softened instantly. Changsun watched, a silent statue of impending doom. Think your little stare-down scares me. Suddenly, a violent gale tore through the corridor. Before Chaeyoung could blink, Changsun had lunged forward, hoisting the arrogant fool by his throat like a doll. Death loomed over him, yet the idiot still tried to act tough. Let go of me. Do you have any idea who you're messing with? Then he felt a soul-crushing chill. Changsun's eyes burned with a demonic glow. The one-eyed tiger's phantom loomed, its claws ready to rend flesh. The tiger's gaze locked on. System, a hidden passive skill has been triggered. The beast embodies pure slaughter, knowing only 2 instincts, cruelty and the hunt. Its gaze paralyzes the soul. Special effect, absolute murderous intent. Fear is now spreading. Status, you are afflicted by fear, panic, and shock. Emergency protocols engaged. Warning, your mental state is collapsing. High probability of permanent psychological destruction. Run for your lives. A pathetic puddle formed beneath the coward's legs. Gina recoiled in pure, unadulterated disgust. The surrounding crowd scrambled back in sheer horror. The man was literally paralyzed by fear, yet Chang remained unmoving. He released his grip, letting the guy collapse onto the floor in his soaked clothes. Let's go, he noted coldly. Chaya was completely blinded by her own adoration. Nearby, the man lay in the dust, looking like his very soul had fled. The others stood frozen, unsure how to react. Owa, are you hungry? Shin Unso cautiously asked the indifferent Chang. Training is finished, let's eat. But Chang hesitated. Chaeyoung's face fell instantly. Wait, not today. But why? Look ahead. A chaotic sea of reporters blocked their path, their countless camera flashes blinding like a barrage of light spells. Mr. Li Chang, give us your thoughts on conquering an uncharted dungeon in record-breaking time, the press screamed in unison. The White Tiger Guild has massive plans for you. Have you signed yet? Li Chang felt 1,000 prying eyes watching. Yuno sighed, remembering Chang was always a magnet for chaos. No matter where they went, a frenzied mob followed them. They fired questions like rapid-fire arrows. Li Chang maintained a fortress of silence, his expression as cold as polished stone. Chang seemed to thrive in the spotlight, marching forward with an arrogant swagger that demanded everyone's attention. Spotting Li Chang's fan club, she bared her teeth with murderous intent. Li Chang just wondered what these lunatics were doing. Get in. Is that a limousine? My private ride? Oa explained. The manager even provided a personal chauffeur for our use. In a word, epic. So, what were you trying to say earlier? Chang asked. Jingu let out a startled, confused sound. In the lobby, you looked like you had a secret. Was I wrong? You noticed? I guess I was being too obvious. Jingu took a heavy breath. Do you know about the constellation? The world-encircling serpent? Somewhere in the heavens, a deity shuddered. The great serpent jumped in shock at the mention of its secret name. The entity lashed its tail, annoyed by the leak. Li Chang looked on, exhausted by these childish, divine beings. I'm familiar with it. Actually, that is one of the few constellations that has managed to catch my eye. It told me to spy on you and report your secrets. The serpent wailed, realizing its grand plan had failed miserably. I see, Chang replied. Jingu nodded. Yeah, it wanted every little detail about your hidden powers and secret maneuvers. He looked away, completely oblivious to the shadowy aura and the pair of enraged eyes burning into his very back. Why tell us just now? You barked, stretching her brother's cheek like a piece of soft, elastic rubber. I only just got the prompt. Doesn't matter. You should have spoken up immediately. Jingu yelped in sharp pain. My ear is gonna tear, Chang sighed. He saved one kid, but this loud bonus package was becoming an unbearable nightmare. Aren't you furious? Jingu asked, his eyes wide with shock. Mad? Why should I care about something so trivial? I felt so conflicted. Did you actually discover any secrets? Not at all. Then there is no problem here. You haven't harmed me, so why apologize? Jingu stared, struck by the overwhelming aura of a truly legendary peak ranker. This man's power was infinite. Disappointed, the world serpent retreated into its own coils, burying its face in boredom. Resting his chin on his palm, Li Chang asked, what did that divine being promise to grant you in return? The serpent peered up. It promised to grant me the secrets of dark magic. Jingu admitted. Li Chang was genuinely surprised. Dark magic? Jingu claimed it fit him perfectly. Then, go ahead and watch me. Wait, what do you mean? If it wants reports, then give them. Watch my every move. Chang's boldness left the divine entity in absolute shock. The world's serpent bolted upright, blinking in disbelief. Jingu stood frozen, unable to process this sudden, unexpected twist. The dark magic offered by the serpent is the legendary Aurora technique, a peak-tier skill in any system Manhwa world. Even the fundamentals are a nightmare to grasp. That constellation must see immense potential hidden deep within your soul. You look lost, Chang noted. But that entity definitely sensed a hidden spark of greatness deep inside you. The serpent's jaw hit the floor. How could a mere mortal understand the divine logic and secrets of the heavens? The entity grumbled under its breath, warning him not to grow too arrogant despite the praise of a legend. Thousands would kill for my teachings, the serpent barked. Yet, Jingu still questioned if he truly possessed such talent. Just follow its guidance, Chang encouraged. The car slowed to a stop, and the siblings stepped out into the night. He looked at his fanatical sister. Fine, as of today. I am his fan too. Yunio beamed with pride. Finally, you recognize his greatness. If you want to know his secrets, just ask your big sister, Moi. I am not going to simp like a lunatic, like you. You take that back. Cheyenne snapped, leaving him clutching his leg. The world-encircling serpent loomed over the main character's son, demanding to know how he accessed such high-level data within this system Manhwa. You have your secrets, and I have mine. Furious, the great serpent slammed its tail down, unable to read the human's mind. Li Chang simply smirked. Rune magic was a nightmare, making me abandon the 𝗟𝗏𝘁𝗵𝗏 method. But if Jingu teaches me, my power leveling will skyrocket. No wonder he let a paparazzi trail him so openly. So, you live in Norringjin? Yes, that's right. Li Chang's son saw right through Jinju's lie. No way, he argued. I'm just living in a tiny Goshuan for now. Spill the truth while I'm being nice. If I catch you lying, I'll knock your block off. Li Chang's sharp words made Gun totally deflate. You're homeless, aren't you? Yeah. I used my deposit to buy a weapon. Li Chang's son frowned at the boy's desperate situation. That idiot father. Does he even know his son is struggling? Fine, it's time to teach him how life really works. Just stay at my place, he offered. Gun stood there, frozen in shock. But first, let's get you some decent clothes. Before heading home, Li Chang swapped into work clothes, hiding any evidence of the brutal brawl from his mother. Madame So Duho was stunned to see him. Her son wasn't supposed to return from his mission for another 3 months. Training ended sooner than expected. Oh, if I knew, I would have cooked a massive feast. It's okay, Mom. I'll just order takeout. Nonsense. You're rarely home. Let me cook for you. Mom, I brought someone. Who is it, son? Come on in, don't just stand there. This is my friend, Gun. Stepping into the luxurious estate, Gun felt completely out of place. Sorry for the intrusion, ma'am. Madame 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 was overjoyed to see her son finally bring a friend home, welcoming him with open arms. Gun could barely breathe. He never imagined a private residence could be this massive. A perfect view of the Han River? This was insane. Nearby, a massive widescreen TV flickered with the latest news. The headlines blared, Titan 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 and his squad just cleared an impossible, high-ranked dungeon. Global news agencies were in a frenzy. Gun felt a bit cringy, then spotted Chang's famous artist sister lounging on the sofa. Her hair was a chaotic mess, partially tied, half loose, and completely unstyled. Seeing her brother with a stranger, she panicked instantly. "Who is this guy?" she shrieked. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 pointed at the TV, and his sister realized she'd been caught watching his highlights. She scrambled to hide it. "I just accidentally flipped to this channel." She snapped the TV off, acting like nothing happened. "Ugh, how annoying," she grumbled, storming off to her room. "You were just watching. Why run away?" her mother called. "Dinner's ready." "I'm not hungry." Madame 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 frowned at the dramatic exit. That girl and her temper. I don't know who she takes after, but she truly worries about you. She was even watching your awakening test on YouTube yesterday. "Mom, stop. I don't even like him." And just like that, a fierce verbal battlefield opened up between mother and daughter. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 led Gun to his room. "Is this your room, sir?" "Call me brother. Sir makes me feel ancient." "Oh, okay. So this is your room, brother?" "Yeah. Whoa, this is totally dope. This one room is literally bigger than my entire house." 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 thought about his old man. If that animal heard this, he'd complain about the messy family tree dynamics. Gun explored the room with wide-eyed wonder. "Is this your first time seeing a place like this? Where would I get the money for this? Is that the limited edition 3 Lives console? Go ahead and play." "Really?" But the real shocker was the massive bathroom and the luxury of endless hot water. Gun realized they lived in 2 different worlds. Later, at dinner, Madame 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 apologized for the simple meal. "You call this simple, ma'am? This is a feast. I hope it suits your taste. It's delicious." Madame 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 beamed at the praise. Gun looked ready to cry. "This is the best food I've ever had. You should seriously open a restaurant." He inhaled the food like a starving ghost back from the dead. Seeing this, Madame 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 nudged her son. "See how sweet this boy is? You could learn a thing or two." Under her intense gaze, the son managed only 3 words. "It tastes good." She sighed and turned back to Gun. With a face like that, who'd even want to cook for him? "Anyway, your name is Gun, right?" "Yes, ma'am." "Say, why not become my son instead? You're a far better fit for this family than that other brat." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏's warmth caught Gun off guard. Noticing his hesitation, she laughed it off as a joke and offered him more soup. In that moment, a flicker of a long-lost memory surfaced in Gun's mind. The sound of his mother's laughter. After dinner, 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 claimed the bed while Gun settled onto the floor. 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 sensed Gun's restlessness immediately. "If you're uncomfortable, just speak up," he muttered without looking. "No, it's great. The floor is warm and the blankets are soft." "Then why are you still awake?" "Something's weighing on you." "Is it that obvious? Only a fool would miss it. Spill it." "I just wonder, do I deserve this comfort? And who exactly grants that right?" Gun moved to answer, but 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 cut him off. "No one. You define your own worth. I decide mine. Despise yourself, and your value plummets. Respect yourself, and the world shifts." Gun froze, his heart racing. "You are the master of your own path. No one chooses for you." I understand." 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 saw his younger self in Gun, a man who was once nothing but a demon consumed by battle. He never knew his value until he lost everything. Only in total defeat did he realize his fatal error. "Don't walk the same path of regret as I did. Thank you, big brother." 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 sighed, thinking these words belonged to Gun's father, wherever that old bastard had vanished to. Even the higher beings were moved by their bond. The season of hunting shed tears of admiration. The Twilight Owl watched with deep emotion. The next morning, a voice broke the peace. "Mom, isn't he weird? Don't talk about your brother that way." "Mom, listen. He's been acting like a total stranger lately." 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏's sister was playing detective now, leaving her mother struggling to follow her train of thought. Ever since that dungeon incident, he's changed completely. He even quit drinking. His temper is gone. I try to provoke him, but he just brushes me off like I'm nothing. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 sighed at her daughter's rambling. Basically, he's matured. It's like he aged years overnight. He thinks more, talks less, and he's improved at everything, though his face is still annoying. But the strangest part, have you noticed? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 looked blankly at her. "Mom, you have no idea. That guy never had any friends." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 froze, her hand already twitching for a corrective smack. Oblivious to the danger, the sister continued. "And now, he suddenly brings home a cute friend? Watch your mouth about your brother." "Ow. Mom, that hurts. Stop hitting me." Even while taking a beating, she wouldn't stop. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 huffed. "What other nonsense are you going to spew?" "No, really. That friend of his. His face and physique are exactly my type. Ask if he's single. If he can tolerate my brother, his personality must be top tier." She took a few more hits for that one. Right then, the 2 young men headed downstairs. As Mom began questioning them, the sister frantically fixed her hair, transforming her look instantly. "We're heading out to train, Mom. We'll eat later, so don't wait up for us." Her gaze lingered on Gun. "Don't push yourselves too hard, okay?" she added, acting like a caring sister. "Freshly made up?" she chimed in. 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 sighed at the display, while Gun gave a respectful bow. Once outside, 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏 turned to Gun. "So, ready to upgrade that pathetic gear of yours? You can't use that junk forever." But I'm completely broke. Li Chang gave him a sharp glare. Forget our talk. You decide your worth. In any system Manhwa, a warrior's weapon is his soul. They're your life and your edge. A weapon that doesn't fit will only hold back your true power. Li Chang entered full lecture mode. It isn't just about the blade, kid. Armor, charms, magic stones, everything matters. Now shut up and follow. I'm kidding you out. Then, we test your limits. Gun realized he'd just hit the jackpot with this legendary mentor. This was the second great turning point of his life, a chance to rewrite his destiny once more. And in both moments, Li Chang was there. Suddenly, a voice roared, "What the hell, brat? Another weapon? Am I your slave? Do you think legendary forging is some kind of joke?" Chime. 100 million deposited. Listen, the cash isn't the issue. It's the hellish workload. Chime. Another huge transfer. Good heavens. Total whale move. The rich just dropped 200 million effortlessly. Still refusing to work, you greedy bastard. From rags to gaudy gold, Yui's style screamed wealth. He cursed while clutching his head. Gun stood there, completely stunned. What on earth is happening? Two massive transfers back to back. He practically worshipped the big spender. Money solves everything, especially for a greedy blacksmith like Yui. Call me boss. The master scowled at the swearing. Fine, you bastard boss. Wealth is power. So, what weapon do you need? A spear. Don't ask for trash, or I'll use your head as fuel for the forge. Can you handle it? Just a heavy, 3-meter-long spear. Who works with vague specs? Give me a real reference. Show him. Yui felt the massive weight and checked Gun's grip. You're left-handed, right? Your style is unique. You stab, rotate, and then strike again. Analyzing the muscles, he saw the centrifugal force boost. Fast and deadly. Wielding weight with such speed, this blacksmith is a true master. He even noticed the leg drive. A genius chosen by the master. Top-tier craftsmanship. What rank are we aiming for? It must rival refined frost steel. Refined 100 times? Excuse me? Are we starting a war? 15 days? Make it 10. Insanity. Prepping materials takes forever. I'll die hammering. No, you won't. You absolute monster. Fine. 10 days. His fury was palpable. Why argue then? Gun felt the hype of a custom weapon. Thinking hard. Focus up, Gun. No time for daydreams. Just a bit nervous? Sir. Relax, or you'll ruin the training. System Manhwa alert. The hunt deity eyes your spear. Rewards are updating. The fierce tiger deity wants a deathmatch. Boredom sets in. The master wasn't asking for the impossible, though. Tell me, how much internal energy can you actually control? The master saw the flaw instantly. Gun's system was failing him. The world's serpent watches. Your mana flow is all wrong. Imagine Tan born from magic and demons, a hybrid existence. You hold demonic malice, but you aren't a mage anymore. Uncontrolled power is a curse, not a gift. In this system Manhwa world, you need a new circulation method. It's a total overhaul, from breathing to your very soul. Using the story leveling system, shadow energy will become your unique power. If successful, he'll transcend his limits and become a new man. Become my shadow. A strange request from a legend. But this offer had deep roots. What do you mean, shadow? I have no physical form. My soul has reached godhood. No constellation can find me. Only you are different. I've merged into your shadow to maintain presence. You are my anchor. I must remain hidden from the outer gods. No one can know. So, I'm just a tool to you, Gun scoffed. Call it what you want, but this deal benefits us both. Gun looked at Li Chang-sun, completely baffled. He wasn't the only one struggling to keep up with the pace. Even the great serpent coiled around the world couldn't fathom what kind of crazy stunt was being pulled. The great serpent watched with curiosity. First, Li Chang-sun noted, you must learn to command the shadow energy within. The real training began. Controlling shadow energy is nothing like wielding regular magic, Li Chang-sun warned. This dark power requires a unique path to flow through your soul naturally. Gun was totally lost. Your shadow. Try pouring all of your deepest fears directly into mine. Then, use your will to pull it back. Gun's face twisted into a mask of pure, agonizing effort. Don't force it, entice it. Gun's brows furrowed as he poured every ounce of focus into the darkness. Suddenly, Li Chang-sun's shadow twitched. In a heartbeat, it erupted upward like a violent tidal wave. The sudden explosion of darkness terrified Gun. Focus, damn it. Li Chang-sun roared as the shadow lunged forward. It pounced like a predator. Don't let it consume you. You must conquer the abyss at all costs. The system Manhwa interface flashed red. The shadows were spiraling out of control as energy reserves hit rock bottom. Gun gritted his teeth, battling a surge of soul-crushing pain. The chaotic energy was draining his very life force. As Gun suffered, the shadow itself began to mock him. Is this the best you can do? Pathetic. Suddenly, the suffocating grip broke, and the shadows swirled into a localized black tornado. The darkness fused into a single entity. Success. The shadow had been successfully captured and bound. The system chimed with mechanical delight. Then, the newly bound shadows spoke with a chilling resonance. You've made your choice. Now, prepare to carry the weight of the coming chaos on your shoulders. Gun stared into the swirling vortex as his spectral face loomed close. Do you understand the cost? Don't worry, Gun replied firmly. With a violent whoosh, the pitch-black shadow dove straight into his chest. A system alert pinged. Skill acquired shadow puppetry. Commencing deep dive analysis of the captured essence. New temporary traits, skills, and combat abilities have been integrated into the host's profile. Much remained hidden, with only 71.5% analyzed. Acquired trait, Shadow Puppet Dance. The results were mind-blowing. Vessel of Yuan, unintelligible. Guardian class, Guardian of the Ancient Word. Level 28. Gun stared in shock as the system continued to spam his interface with new data. The simulation of Li Chang was deemed low quality. Learn from Li Chang-sun to refine the mimicry process. Shadow energy is the fuel for mimicry, Li Chang-sun explained. It's the juice that brings clones to life. So I need a perfect model to copy. That's why you had me take your shadow, right? The deeper the understanding, the stronger the shadow. Now, let's see what you can actually manifest. Li Chang-sun spun his spear with the grace of the Monkey King. Swish, swish, swish. The crushing aura of his strikes left Gun breathless. The god of the hunt watched with amusement. The Sunset Hawk praised the display, while the ferocious Tiger God demanded to see divine mastery. Li Chang-sun performed a series of lightning-fast moves before glaring back at the celestial observers. He unleashed two devastating strikes that rattled the air. The ferocious Tiger God roared in approval. Meanwhile, Gun was overwhelmed by notifications he couldn't even read. The level gap was simply too vast. He wants me to copy that? Before Gun could complain, Li Chang-sun was already standing over him. Stop staring and pick up the spear. Gun struggled, his face contorting under the weapon's immense weight. The ferocious Tiger God felt a pang of pity. It needs more internal energy to be truly effective. Li Chang-sun smirked. Begin now. High above, the ferocious Tiger God sensed something was terribly wrong. Hey, one-eyed cat, Li Chang-sun taunted. The Tiger God froze before erupting in an earth-shattering roar. The system signaled an evolution. The one-eyed tiger had transformed into the catastrophic berserk tiger. Li Chang-sun laughed amidst the chaos, while a god's terrified scream echoed in the distance. What did you do in the library? Meanwhile, at the White Tiger Guild's high-security executive boardroom. Gentlemen, I want us to discuss the candidates for the flag bearer in this upcoming round. The recruits never imagined things would spiral like this, especially as the stakes peaked. Walking away from this chaos wasn't an option, though Director O's true intentions remained a total mystery. If we had even finished half the syllabus, it wouldn't be such a nightmare. It is time we devise a fresh strategy for their development. Jun Chung-jae looked tense and incredibly guarded, while Director O shifted his gaze toward Director Kwon. Director Kwon's eerie silence sent chills through the room. Breaking the tension, Kim Yoon-sung stepped forward to initiate the briefing. Why not merge the programs for a more elite approach? Director O maintained a mask of indifference while questioning what a merger would actually look like. I heard the strategy team recently picked up the Phantom scent. Why not task the flag bearer with hunting the target down? Fortunately, the current crop of flag bearers has already moved past their foundational drills. Nothing beats a live battlefield for farming combat experience, but what if those barbarians decide to voice their objections? The Council alone understands the full scope of that alliance. We only need the students to manage the trivial details. Besides, who would ever side with those monsters after the atrocities they committed? Their sins are an affront to both heaven and earth. Director O drummed his fingers on the wood, looking undecided before asking Team Leader Park for his take on Kim's idea. The logic holds up, yet I worry about the potential blowback we might face if things go south. A smug grin crossed Team Leader Park's face. If they buckle under this pressure, they don't deserve to be called tigers. This is perfect. We are moving forward with Director Kim's proposal. Scrub the remaining drills and transition into a full-scale deployment. Final rankings and grades will be determined solely by the students' field performance. Furthermore, Li Chang has bypassed every hurdle and will be reassigned to the Future Strategy Division. The announcement left the entire room stunned. A subtle smirk played on Director Kwon's lips, finally showing your cards. Are you? This meeting is over. Director O pulled Kim aside for a quick friendly chat, warning him against pulling any idiotic stunts. You have my word, sir. I'm not the sentimental type who gets attached to subordinates anyway. To me, they are just disposable assets. However, I've finally discovered a weapon that perfectly suits my grip. It would be quite a disappointment if such a fine blade were to snap or shatter prematurely, wouldn't it? Terrified by the threat, Kim Yoon-sung prostrated himself. Regarding the weapon you intend to wield, I vow to protect that blade at any cost. I'll obliterate any obstacle in its path. Please, I'm begging you don't question where my allegiance lies. Director O simply stared him down in silence. Later, Kim Young-sung crawled back to his office, his bloody face causing his son to scream in horror. This person looks incredibly familiar to me. Director Kim told his boy that he must eliminate him at all costs, despite the son's confusion over why the stakes had suddenly escalated. I've reconsidered. You must finish him off. That brat will only continue to obstruct your progress and look down on you. Director Kim's aggression surged. This isn't just about some bruised ego because he mocked you. This is about nipping a future threat in the bud before he becomes a permanent nuisance. Understood? The youth clenched his jaw. Exactly. A man has to be ruthless to rise through the ranks. Once I break Li Chang's son, I'll deal with that other punk, too. Say, Dad, do you know anyone else who's been insulted by that jerk? Oh, you mean that wild Yemen fellow? The one who formed that bizarre group? While they plotted their revenge, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 was busy channeling his golden energy to show Ji the ropes. All the while, the Calamity Tiger watched him in silence. The Calamity Tiger demanded to know what on earth you'd done. Meanwhile, the Berserk Tiger radiated raw power fueled by courage and unbridled violence. Nothing can withstand the thunderous roar of a tiger that makes the very foundations of the mountains tremble. Passive trait, Veteran Warrior. Significant physical power increase. The Plains Tiger embodies pure savagery and relentless aggression. Once it chooses a target, their fate is sealed. Trait effect. Overwhelming physical suppression through lethal force. This beast possesses both grace and speed, analyzing its environment instantly through refined predatory instincts. Trait effect. Mental fortitude increase and rapid cognitive processing. The world-wrapping snake hissed that you should have considered the consequences before handing him that power. The Calamity Tiger just looked confused and annoyed. The serpent warned that if he claims one piece of this system Manhwa, he'll seize the rest by force. The Calamity Tiger looked grimly dissatisfied. The snake told him to just quit, since getting tangled up with that kid meant he'd already lost. Both the twilight-tearing owl and the abyssal demon god signaled their silent agreement with the sentiment. The constellation of the hunting season mentioned they seemed to be discussing a specific individual, though he couldn't quite put a finger on who. His head throbbed as the Calamity Tiger's scowl deepened, his temper clearly reaching its limit. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 is totally over these brain-dead deities, though they aren't exactly wrong. The Calamity Tiger's obsession with you is peaking. He is basically your #1 fan. At this rate, that old fossil will never get off my back. Meanwhile, Jian is busy getting his gains in, focusing on those arm muscles. A notification pops up in this system Manhwa universe. Player Bomb Gun is officially the tiger's avatar. Suddenly, a battered knight arrives, putting every god on high alert. Jian is exceeding expectations, it seems. I wonder if the White Tiger Research Center has any intel on this situation. You have retrieved the Nameless Scroll, an artifact crafted from actual human parchment. It is a ticking time bomb overflowing with forbidden hexes. The seal is airtight, requiring a specific unlock. It is categorized as a scroll with effects that remain a total mystery. This parchment is made of human remains. Activating your primal instincts, you perform a deep dive analysis on the Nameless Scroll. Given the dig site's location, it is definitely one of Sen's 7 forbidden texts. Cracking the code inside would blow this mystery wide open. An overwhelming aura radiates from the Tiger King's wrath. Thick obsidian mist with piercing gold eyes starts flooding the room. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 never imagined this relic was actually a vessel for the Tiger King's malevolence. The Calamity Tiger is enjoying the show, curious if he will survive the king's pressure. The item 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 is holding is the authentic artifact, not some cheap knockoff. What kind of game was Director O playing with this? The Tiger King's animosity is howling, desperate to tear you apart. The beast's roar bared its lethal teeth as the chaotic tiger sought to consume you. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 searched for a counter, and then he remembered the golden key. That Calamity Tiger is tracking your every move. Damn, there is no way that is going to fly. I am not looking to draw an evil god's aggro just yet, but you decide to pull the key out regardless. Seeing the golden key has the Calamity Tiger absolutely losing it with excitement. He cackles, bragging that he knew it would show up eventually. Peter's key finally finds its home in the scroll's lock. The seal shatters. The Nameless Scroll ascends, emitting a flash so bright it is blinding. The Tiger King's aggression instantly vanished. The scroll's hidden secrets are laid bare as the calligraphy begins to warp. It is a breakthrough. You have secured the 4th volume of Aizen's secret scriptures. Jun shouts over to 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏, checking if he is still in one piece. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 signals him to stay back with a single hand. Jun reads the room, recognizing the danger, and promptly retreats like a pro. This is the 4th installment of Aizen's 7 classified scrolls. In the current meta, it channels the ancient power of extinct constellations. You have to play it cool. One slip up, and this energy will consume your mind. The relic is loaded with hidden perks, but they only trigger when the set is complete. It is an ancient scroll type that grants profound insight. It caught 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 off guard. He did not expect to find the 4th scroll here, considering he already swiped 3 from the White Tiger Guild. The pieces are falling into place. Director O must have discovered the 4th one and kept it off the books. Was this the key to their successful excavations? But that does not explain why I had to survive a deathmatch with the Tiger King just to see it. Whatever is written in here has to be absolutely game-changing. That dark deity is not going to let this slide, but keeping something this volatile in my inventory is a death wish. The great demon god of the abyss is eyeballing your new loot. He is lingering, waiting for you to honor that deal from the tutorial. He offers a trade, give up the scroll, and he will hand over that legendary gift he promised earlier. Suddenly, a pillar of radiance descends upon 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏. A system Manhwa notification pings in his mind. Your Tiger's Eye skill allows you to decipher the ancient script. The Calamity Tiger is losing his mind, screaming about how impossible this is. The Twilight Owl is breathing down your neck, watching intently. Meanwhile, the world-devouring serpent wants to hijack your vision to read the scroll. The hype is real. The text reads, "My children who found their way by the moon's glow. Listen closely, you who seek my strength for your ascension, and those who wish to walk my path. I am the one who is distant yet ever present, and I shall illuminate your journey." The serpent constellation is throwing a tantrum because it cannot see the text, slamming its tail like a frustrated toddler. It looks like a giant tadpole splashing in a puddle. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗘𝗏 could not grasp the full picture yet since the prologue section of the text seemed to be missing. However, it was enough to trigger the hidden decryption and research milestones. A new quest objective appears. Find the hidden path within the moonlight. It is flagged as a classified description. You have successfully cracked one of Anne's 7 secret scriptures after surviving an absolute gauntlet of trials. As a result, you now possess the lion's share of forbidden knowledge regarding the tiger's calamity. You have proven your mental fortitude is elite and your physical stats are off the charts. Still, the depth of the 7 secret scriptures is far more twisted than you imagined. You have officially met the criteria to master every mystery they hold. The decryption of the 7 secret scriptures has been successfully completed. If you mess this up, your mind's gonna rot away. Pull it off, though, and those ancient, forgotten constellations will light your path. Jumping into a hidden quest? Man, give me a break. Lee-Chang's face twisted as he weighed his options. He flashed back to seeing Moon Song that one time. This had to be the exact same skill Joan Junho was packing. I've got to clear this trial to unlock the peak strength of an eternal brawler. Those 7 secret records of Anne mentioned this starlight, but Director O was barely scratching the surface of its true potential. The Star Tiger is tracking your every move. Lee-Chang narrowed his eyes. That benevolent deity was actually a massive prick. He only tossed me the scroll because he knew Director O couldn't use it. Quan, stay back while I handle this. Lock the door behind me. Got it? You're the boss. But are you sure you're ready for what's coming? I'm in. Quan watched him, realizing Lee-Chang was a complete enigma with layers he'd never peeled back. This must be another one of his wild cards. As a spirit, I just have to shut up and follow his lead. Feeling confident, Lee-Chang gave a small smirk and clicked accept, initiating transfer to the mission site immediately. The Tiger King's roar shook the air as its fangs bared down. The Chaos Tiger has officially manifested. The Twilight Owl is rooting for your win and just dropped a little care package for the journey. Mental fortitude and inner calm fused into a steel shield. Lee-Chang gritted his teeth as the energy surged through his veins. Laugh while you can, because I'm coming for you. System link confirmed. Your authority is now locked in. The demonic portal swallowed Lee-Chang whole. Welcome to the Demon King's grotto. A lone tear hit someone's cheek. One drop at a time, the moisture hit Chang's face until his eyes finally snapped open. His eyes were empty, framed by glowing green veins crawling up his skin. A faint voice echoed, I just want one more chance. It felt like his life was rewinding. He saw the blinding rift in the sky all over again. A golden tear in reality opened up, filled with terrifying eyes that sent the entire world into a blind frenzy. That light dragged me into a never-ending bloodbath. At first, I fought to live, but eventually, I only lived to fight. Before long, I was extinguishing stars and slaying deities. They labeled me the god of war or just the god of hate. If it pissed me off, I erased it. Then came that rainy day where I stood atop a mountain of rotting bodies. My allies abandoned me. They couldn't stand the way I obsessed over that single, impossible goal. Even the woman I loved, Laka, ended up throwing her life away just to keep me breathing. Lee fell to his knees beside the blue-haired girl whose heart had stopped long ago. Through blurred eyes, he began the massacre. I turned that fury into a crusade against the 12 zodiacs. Now, I'm the only one rotting from this pathetic, bottom-tier venom. Acidic green tears leaked from Lee-Chang's eyes, burning tracks down his skin. If I could just turn back the clock. If I could regress to the moment before that light ruined everything. I'd be ready this time. I'd make sure every last one of you bastards suffered the most agonizing death imaginable. Lee-Chang's eyes snapped open. Trial starting. Like a brutal system Manhwa, your only goals are survival and total conquest. The Tiger King's hex has taken hold. Every 24 hours, you'll be dragged into the abyss, the lair of the demon sentinels. The demon den is a 9-story labyrinth crawling with entities that absolutely despise humanity. They'll kill you or turn you into one of them, and there's an endless sea of those monsters waiting. Clearing all 9 levels is the only way out, Lee-Chang scoffed. Good luck, you'll need it. Trial 1 begins. Floor 1, Zone 1. Objective, stay alive for 6 hours. The countdown starts now. Lee-Chang considered the 24-hour cycle. This curse was just a lingering trace of the world's original flow. It's pure starlight. It dazes wandering spirits and harvests their souls like ripe fruit. Fall to the curse, and your soul becomes a demon puppet while your body rots into a low-level goblin. This is exactly how Gon Junho operates, so that's where that scumbag gets his juice from. The Tiger Slayer is watching with interest, wondering if you've actually got what it takes to escape this trap. Keep acting like a big shot, you senile old fart. I'm exhausted from fighting for days on end, but I've still got a few tricks Samra gave me up my sleeve. As Lee-Chang pondered, a rotting hand reached for his back. A distorted creature hissed, fresh meat, finally. The White Fox constellation is repulsed by the smell. It's practically begging you to kill that thing already. Lee-Chang's heir smirked. Only one. Closing his eyes, he invoked Sinara's ancient authority first. Kagasha, understand, truth, beauty, and kindness are never truly separate. Only through their perfect harmony can you wield the absolute power of divinity. System, Level 1 Authority Blessing of Amnesty. Passive effects, mental immunity, and unyielding resilience activated. Divine tools aren't enough. If this fight drags on, exhaustion will surely break my focus. However, with the power of Kalagasha, fatigue is no longer a concern. The twilight-ripping owl prays for you, sensing the brutal trials awaiting your soul. A sweet gesture, but useless. Opening his eyes, he prepared to test his new limits. The beast lunged, maw wide. Pitiful human. I'll savor the taste of your screams. It brandished a jagged blade, mocking him as if crushing a protagonist was child's play. He didn't flinch, parrying with the dragon's fang. The demon hissed, "A lucky block, mortal. My venom is crawling under your skin. Soon, your very flesh will rot away." Steel clashed in a frantic dance. "Die and serve," the monster shrieked. "Become a guide." "Disgusting," he spat. "I've no interest in becoming a freak. Now, shut your mouth. My fans would be heartbroken." He remained calm, his defense, an impenetrable wall of steel. The demon bellowed, unleashing its full might, but a blinding silver flash cut the air. Its arm fell, severed instantly. The demon stared in shock. How could a human be this lethal? Confused, the beast faltered. Chang-sun seized the opening, unleashing a relentless, devastating assault. System, Deca poison immunity activated. The lethal toxins were instantly incinerated within his blood. Pinning the beast, he drove his blade home. "How?" the demon gasped. "Are there others?" "Is that all?" Disappointing. With a cold twist, he sent the demon into eternal oblivion. System alert, demon purged, absorbing calamity of the Tiger King from the target's essence. Metamorphosis initiated. This evolution in the system Manhwa was proceeding exactly as planned. This was just the start. He needed more kills to fully seize the tiger's calamity. Failure meant becoming a mindless monster, but victory meant ascending beyond all human limitations. "I won't let my legend end in a place as pathetic as this." He had to master this energy. System, Apocalypse Fire first form suddenly surged to life. Purple mist swirled as his eyes glowed. The holy fire merged with the dark calamity. The ancient curse resisted with savage fury, but the Apocalypse Fire burned with terrifying heat. Crimson flames erupted, devouring the shadows. The calamity finally melted under the divine pressure. Purification complete. Out of the ashes, a new, more powerful king had finally ascended. Achievement, the king who devoured calamity. Rewards granted. Intelligence +5 and willpower +3. The Tiger Slayer constellation watches in stunned silence, mesmerized by this display of power. The thrill-seeking hunter is left speechless, eyes wide at the audacity of this mortal's growth. The world-encircling serpent whispers, "A forgotten light has returned. A new star is born." Sovereign essence absorbed. Crowned in a halo of raging fire, he let out a confident smirk. Bet the gods enjoyed that. System, the path to the forgotten starlight has been revealed. Consuming the soul marked him. The 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗔 Void-dwelling soul eaters now hungered for his very life. Location, Zone 12, Floor 1. The quest timer flickered, only 8 minutes and 42 seconds. Moving like a living catastrophe, he incinerated everything. The dungeon echoed with screams of agony. "Stop that monster," they cried. He simply laughed. The chaos was becoming quite entertaining. Another demon general was reduced to cinders. Its followers shrieked as their hope vanished. The master has fallen. Their cries ended as the annihilation fire wiped them from existence. The heavens were enthralled. Hunting season roars, thoroughly satisfied by this bloody, epic masterpiece. The Tiger Slayer watches every move. System, status, Mad Tiger triggered. The hunt begins. A feral beast roared, charging in a blood-soaked frenzy. System Manhwa alert. Achievement unlocked, Devourer of Hungry Ghosts. Reward, Strength +5. Wise Man of 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗔 title gained. You have now reached the second floor. By torching every obstacle, Chang-sun blazed a trail to the next level. A demonic horde waited there. Most would tremble in terror, but Chang-sun was the true nightmare descending upon this dungeon. System report. Fear is spreading. Enemies are now crippled by the devastating chaos status effect. "That monster isn't human," the demon stammered. Chang-sun approached calmly as the system alerted. "Time is up. Day 1, Rank S. Your reward is calculated." Returning to reality, Chang-sun was warped back instantly. Baek-hyun called out nervously. "Brother." Chang-sun couldn't believe 6 hours had vanished in a heartbeat. He'd been having such a blast inside that he completely lost track of the passing time. "You told me not to let anyone touch you," the boy replied. Then your aura suddenly shifted. "Did I really say that?" Time felt like it barely moved while he was inside that dungeon. This temporal shift was a godsend. He could use it to recover mid-battle or patch up fatal wounds. What are the other 6 cursed scriptures? Must I keep slaying hungry ghosts, or is the mission different? Jang Sanho claimed 3 secret scriptures, but 3 more remain hidden in the shadows. Securing those final 3 secret scriptures is now his absolute top priority. Perhaps the High Summit Guild knows their location. Just as he pondered this, Director O called him. The timing was absolutely perfect. At Namhyun dawn, Director O sat like a mob boss, waving from the bar. "Yo, you finally arrived." Telling Baek-hyun to wait at the door, Chang-sun entered. Director O glanced up. "Who's the kid?" Chang-sun grabbed a chair. "That's Baek-hyun. He tagged along for my training last time. Is he reliable? I trust him completely." "Starting your own crew? Well, more bodies help." Director O smirked wickedly. "You aren't wrong, but top-tier gear matters more than just raw manpower. We need tools for when things go south." He slid a stack of intel across the table. "Let's pivot. As promised, I've officially placed your affiliation directly under my own name." Scanning the transfer forms, Chang-sun asked what the catch was. What did the director want? Director O didn't hesitate. "A new intern arrives tomorrow. We'll announce everything then. Unlike you, this rookie is totally clueless. They'll need some serious preparation. The rookies will trail the main force. We found the hideout, now we just strike." Chang-sun froze, hiding a secret smirk. Everything was falling perfectly into his lap. He might even find info on the 7 secret tomes. Isn't this too dangerous for fresh meat? The recon squad and other guilds are joining. It's a massive joint operation. The rookies will just handle the cleanup in the rear. It's safe enough for him. It's good experience. But you'll be a high-ranking officer in the vanguard. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 understood perfectly. This was the real reason for the director's speech. The squad is full of veterans. The board was hesitant, but I fought hard for you. Why treat you like a small fry when you've already proven your legendary skills? Here's the dock hideout intel. Prep for 5 days. I'll hand over the deeds when we arrive. Director, prepared to leave, but Chang-sun stopped him. I have one favor to ask. Spit it out. Afterward, Chang-sun took 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏 to grab some street food. Bystanders whispered, "Is that the tyrant? No way. Why is he eating a hot dog here? Can't a tyrant enjoy a snack?" Just then, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏 let out a heavy, weary sigh. The atmosphere was heavy as he read the vicious snowman files. He called to the boy. "Don't linger here. We still have a long path ahead." "Yes, sir." 4 days before training, Chang-sun became a flame of destruction inside that tiger dungeon. The demons screamed in pure terror. "He's a monster. That monster of a human has returned. Seal the gates immediately. Is the reconnaissance team incompetent?" 3 days before the deadline, another high-ranking guide demon fell. Chang spent the following days grinding them into dust. With 1 day remaining, Chang stood atop a mountain of demon corpses, his eyes cold and searching. In this intense system, Manhwa, the clock showed 19 minutes and 45 seconds left. Chang barked, "Is there no one else?" He notched an arrow with lethal intent. "I don't care for weaklings. Bring me a real challenge." The arrow whistled through the air, a streak of death aimed at the distant obsidian fortress. The projectile shattered the gate as the system announced the activation of his explosive light blast skill. As the smoke dissipated, an ancient monarch appeared. A faint scratch on the king's face marked the arrow's passage. The king chuckled darkly. "He actually tracked my position. How intriguing. Truly fascinating." Toxic green energy erupted from the king. "Fetch my blade and armor. The hunt begins." The sovereign of guide demons ordered his legions to retreat. He would slaughter Chang's son personally. This king was once of the noble 𝗕𝗏𝗄 bloodline from Arcadia, though that glory is now a distant memory. Now, he is a fallen ruler, a blood-red slayer birthed from the vile curse of the 7 secret tomes. Despite his ravaged body, his malice burns bright. He seeks to conquer the ghost realm and reclaim his throne. His ultimate goal? To seize the temple's starlight and ascend to godhood once more. He knew Chang's son was the thorn in his side, the one dismantling his grand design. Facing him now, the king demanded his name. For the first time in centuries, his warrior blood began to boil. He abandoned the mind of a strategist for the heart of a killer, his aura terrifying his own minions. The Demon King's laughter echoed. "You have courage, boy. Are you truly the offspring of Chang?" His eyes flared with a lethal violet light. "I am Jin, the last scion of the legendary 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗏 clan." Jin crushed his own soldiers underfoot, declaring he would rule the hungry ghosts only after taking Chang's life. Brandishing a colossal blade, Jin leaped toward the heavens, screaming, "Die, you barbarian." A massive surge of amber energy exploded as the king threw himself into the fray with wild abandon. Jin charged forward with monstrous intensity, while his terrified subjects shrieked in his wake. "The seal is broken. Run!" Jin streaked across the battlefield like a fallen star, aiming directly for his target. Suddenly, a system notification flashed across the interface. The second-floor boss, the blood-red Slaughter King, had arrived. Their eyes met in a spark of pure hatred. The king struck first, unleashing a blinding solar beam, but the youth countered with a thunderous spear thrust. 2 titans collided, their clashing energies threatening to tear the very dungeon apart. Even the dormant constellations leaned in to witness the carnage, sensing the arrival of a truly epic struggle. The heavens themselves seemed to cheer, urging the hero to strike down the arrogant demon lord. A verdant cyclone tore through the earth, a gaping maw of wind ready to consume Chang whole. But the boy was a lunatic. He dove straight into the storm's heart, activating his cleaving tiger eye skill. He spotted Jin masked within the gale. The king smirked, impressed that the boy could withstand his twilight-infused steel. Chang's son simply scoffed, his gaze hardening with a cold, predatory light. His title shifted from cleaving tiger to berserk tiger as hellfire erupted around his form. With a face twisted in primal rage, the berserk tiger lunged, his terrifying presence even unnerving the Slaughter King. "What are you?" Jin hissed. "A warrior? A gladiator? No, you are a spirit of pure slaughter. A ghost obsessed only with the dance of death." Chang replied, a bit late to realize that, old man. The youth charged with the force of a collapsing star, triggering a shockwave of cosmic proportions. The watching demons trembled in disbelief. How can a mere human match the absolute power of his majesty? Since when did mortals become this overpowered? Chang unleashed a shimmering web of light toward the king. One touch meant certain death. Jin desperately conjured a shield of stone to block the razor-sharp energy net. Simultaneously, the king's grotesque mount lunged, its jaws snapping hungrily at the hero's throat. Chang pivoted midair, spinning his spear in a lethal arc against the giant blade and the monster's maw. With a cold gaze, Chang lunged, activating his lightning net. The beast's pathetic shriek echoed through the air. Jin leaped from his steed, pouring every ounce of fury into a decapitating strike toward the young warrior's throat. His beast sense wailed a frantic warning. This strike carried the scent of certain death. Blocking was suicide. Gritting his teeth, Chang triggered Flying Tiger Follows Wind alongside his weight reduction buff. In a blur of speed, he vanished, leaving Jin's devastating blow to shatter the boulders behind him. Reappearing on a distant cliff, he caught his breath. Jin smirked, mocking his narrow escape from that lethal heat. A notification flared. In this system, Manhwa, 15% stamina meant he was reaching his absolute limit. His stats were plummeting. Shocked, he realized only 3 minutes and 28 seconds remained on his combat timer. Every path seemed blocked by an invisible wall. Panic started to set in as options vanished before his eyes. Defeating the Blood Slayer King seemed impossible, yet the thrill of the hunt demanded he fight until his last breath. His blade hummed with a vengeful resonance, practically begging its master to unleash its hidden, world-shaking potential. Without hesitation, the youth spun his twin steel. Jin watched with a sadistic grin, curious about his next move. "I'm just warming up." He sliced his palm open, painting the air with a spray of crimson essence. Light erupted from the blood, manifesting a colossal sword spirit that made the very atmosphere tremble in fear. Becoming one with the spectral aura, he slammed his blades together with a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The resonating steel echoed the snarl of a wild tiger. Across the field, Jin's grin turned toothy and predatory. Things are finally getting interesting. The system announced the resonance between the evil dragons Fang and Yu Chang. Crazy Tiger-bearing Fangs roared to life as his legendary dragon weapon underwent a massive, sudden evolution. Empowered by the dual resonance, he charged the king with the unstoppable momentum of a guaranteed victor. A savage, murderous smile mirrored Jin's own expression as the two monsters prepared for the final collision. Adrenaline-fueled titans collided. After the initial impact, he seamlessly transitioned from Crazy Tiger into the relentless Wild Tiger form. Executing Wild Tiger Shred, he forced Jin into a retreat with a barrage of explosive, high-speed slashes. His momentum surged as Wild Tiger evolved. He lunged forward, striking with the lethal poison fang of the demi-human. Ending up back-to-back, the warrior contorted with inhuman grace to deliver a blinding, reverse-grip horizontal slash. Jin's mount threw itself into the path of death, ignoring its master's screams to shield him from the blade. The beast was cleaved in two instantly. Suddenly, a familiar system window announced its gruesome demise to the world. Savage defeated. Amidst the dying wails, the cold voice rewarded him with 3 of the legendary monster's ribs. He secured the Gatekeeper's kidney and the Flying Eagle legacy, yet the true battle was far from over. Scowling, he realized his plan had failed. Slaughtering the beast hadn't weakened the Blood Slayer King in the slightest. Enraged by his companion's death, a dark, suffocating aura began to radiate from Jin like a physical weight. Violent green energy swirled around the king, his eye glowing with a terrifying, piercing luminescence that made the youth flinch. A red warning flashed as Jin soared skyward. Had the monster been holding back all this time? Why warn him now? Their eyes locked, one burning with madness, the other hardened by the cold reality of survival. Titanic waves of power collided head-on as Jin brought his colossal greatsword down with the weight of a mountain. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his twin blades upward to parry, causing sparks of lightning to dance between them. The shockwave pulverized the earth and cleaved the peak in two. A mist of blood painted the ravaged landscape. Jin's pupils dilated in shock as the force shattered the hero's transformation, sending him reeling in his human form. Jin remained standing, while the system blared a critical health alert. At 5% health, death was knocking. Time reached 0. Evaluation complete. For his legendary performance, he achieved the prestigious Triple S rank rewards. Returning to reality, the hero's eyes fluttered open to find his companion's face twisted in sheer, unadulterated panic. "You're covered in blood," Gun screamed. A deep, jagged gash ran from his shoulder, drenching his clothes in crimson. Remaining unnervingly still, his trembling fingers summoned a high-grade wide-area healing potion from his dimensional inventory. "I'm okay," he wheezed. Panicking, Gun snatched the bottle and doused the horrific wound with the glowing liquid. Searing pain tore through him as the potion worked its magic, but he endured the agony in stony silence. His vital signs stabilized. The healing agent successfully restored his health to 50%, pulling him from the abyss. Gun checked his vitals. Chang's son dismissed the concern, claiming everything was perfectly fine. He brooded. The Blood Gatekeeper outclassed him. If floor bosses are this lethal, this system Manhwa is terrifying. Closing the power gap is mandatory. I must obtain the reinforced bone and blood essence. Huni is unreachable. Bone reinforcement remains my only path to evolving my current strength. Forging a diamond body requires a 24-hour deathmatch against a blood troll king. Is that even possible? Then it hit him. The Yeti's frozen wasteland is the perfect hunting ground for those rare materials. His strategic thoughts were suddenly shattered by the piercing, rhythmic buzz of his smartphone. Director O messaged. 7 a.m. At the rendezvous point, he finally found the necessary lead. Another notification chimed. Why the blacksmith had finally finished the custom weapon order. Stepping outside, he collided with a persistent reporter who had been camping there all afternoon. The journalist barely spoke before a single murderous glare from the warrior silenced him instantly. Already on edge, he had zero patience for pests. "Is my weapon ready?" he demanded coldly. A massive, mirror-polished spear gleamed. The blacksmith beamed, calling it his ultimate masterpiece. The reunion turned into a verbal sparring match. 2 weeks was the estimate. Why so early? It was simple mold work, the smith claimed. He was dying to test its destructive potential. Chang criticized the plain aesthetic. No engravings? It lacks the soul of a true legendary weapon. Engravings compromise structural integrity. Silencing him, Chang wired 100 million more. Is that enough? Collection is set for tomorrow morning. The smith smirked, sensing his boss had something to say. Chang reminded him of his rank. The smith apologized with mock reverence for the extraordinary boss. There should be 2 months left on the clock. Don't try to deceive me. Wu-Wei exploded in frustration over the impossible deadlines. We need a serious extension on this project. I'm completely out of materials. Cold steel is nowhere to be found in this entire market. Standard steel won't suffice. This weapon requires a specialized blend mixed with ancient ice crystals. It must withstand dragon-level heat without warping. Finding such rare components is the true problem. Even a basic shield drains my reserves. High rankers have monopolized every domestic supply line. Right. You mentioned you were planning to raid the Yeti's gate soon, correct? Chang's son nodded. I'll hunt for cold steel and the catalysts for bone reinforcement there. We introduced a visitor. Choi Hyan, a fortune-trading rep, stood there with heavy blacksmith calluses. Observing those worn hands, Chang's son knew this man was no ordinary corporate suit. He inspected the card. Why is a massive conglomerate interested in a small, local shop? He was Cho Bong's cousin. A simple supplier recommendation had led to a corporate heavyweight. Just how much influence did this man hold over the acquisition of rare crafting resources? I'm listening. What do you want? I want to hire you for the Yeti Gate raid. Choi Hyan remained unshaken. You're as perceptive as the rumors say. Let me explain the mission. Do you know why the fallen high rankers chose the Yeti Gate? Just get to the point. Stop wasting my time with riddles. There's a treasure there called the Breath of the Frost Emperor. Chang's expression hardened. It was the rarest, most potent ice crystal currently known to man, known also as the Eternal Frost Crystal. Chang's sudden intensity took the representative by surprise. He masked his shock instantly, but his mind raced back to a forbidden conversation from his past. Bone reinforcement. Do you actually understand the terrifying weight of that forbidden term? The absolute body and dragon frame are legends held by martial gods. It is their core foundation. To achieve this state, one needs 2 keys, the blazing heart and the frost sigil. You've mastered the inner fire. Now, you need the sigil to keep your body from incinerating. Only the eternal frost crystal, saturated with centuries of moonlight, can anchor that divine power. This was the exact reason he had traveled to this specific dungeon in the United States. He put on a mask of deep contemplation. This eternal frost crystal must be a legendary artifact to cause such a stir. Hyunjin claimed it could skyrocket an ice mage's power by dozens of levels. Naturally, the fallen high rankers are desperate for it. They're grasping at straws to keep their rankings from plummeting. So, you want me to intercept this loot? Precisely. Junshin is a hidden, uncleared dungeon invisible to the major guilds and power-hungry high rankers alike. What? You're not keen on sharing such a prime target? Trust isn't easy in this cutthroat system Manhwa world. I'll do it. Chang's son accepted so instantly that Hyunjin blinked, immediately shifting the focus to the reward. Forget the gold. I have a far more specific payment in mind. Later, Hyunjin finds Wui casually petting his dog as it gnaws on a bone. Hey, you look like you've had a few too many. I just hate being indebted. Why are you still pushing people away? It's okay to have an ally once in a while. Allies, give me a break. Still, the meeting went surprisingly well. The guy's actually pretty composed. It's strictly business. But the grocery list was bizarre, Nyx's breath, troll fragments, and the flower god's dew. He couldn't begin to fathom what kind of overpowered craft Chang's son was planning with such rare materials. Even crazier, he was hunting for the legendary 9 great swords. Where does Bong find these monster-level rookies? Can he actually pull this off? Meanwhile, on Conquest Day, Agent Cha asks Team 1 for updates with a sharp gaze. The top-knot agent just shakes his head, total silence. Fine, she sighs, we're marking this mission as a failure. Time for a post-op evaluation. But first, how about some caffeine to take the edge off? A tall man beams, handing over a double-shot hazelnut Americano for Cha and a hot caramel macchiato for Agent Jane. Spot on, Agent Cha mutters, impressed by the man's attention to detail. Agent Jane thanks him with a grin. The barista agent asks, tough day at the office, huh? The pushback was insane, Cha admits. The dungeon's difficulty scaling is just off the charts. By the way, where's your shadow? Your niece is usually right here. Mentioning Habin practically brings him to tears. She heard the White Tiger Guild arrived and bolted, said she had to go meet her savior. The girl is sprinting like her life depends on it. Her uncle can only watch in absolute despair. More like the call of a demon. Just then, the White Tiger squad appears, led by a murderous-looking Chang's son. The air around Chang's son is ice cold. You could hear the arrogance shouting from a mile away. If you dare embarrass me or the director, the voice booms, there will be hell to pay. The idiot poking the tiger is Shim Jun-ho, the guild's so-called strategy chief. His minions are already barking. Give him a lesson, chief. Show this newbie what a real ranker looks like. Teach him some respect. Jin Sung-ju watches these pathetic clowns with nothing but pure, unadulterated disgust. Chang's son doesn't say a word. He just smirks like a deity watching ants bicker over crumbs. Silence is the ultimate insult. But these fools are too blinded by ego to realize they're being roasted. You're laughing, they roar. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with, you arrogant brat? A guy with hair like a scouring pad lunges forward, grabbing Chang's son by the collar. With eyes glowing like embers, the young master demands he let go. This thug has no idea he's courting death. "Make me," the man screams. Lee Chang-sun's brow furrows as his patience finally evaporates. Sensing the impending massacre, Shim Junho screams for his man to retreat. "Run now, or I can't save you." Too late. An explosion of invisible mana catches the thug, spinning him around like a helpless toy in a hurricane. His screams are drowned out as the surrounding players are blown back by the sheer pressure of his aura. "A monster," someone shrieks. A literal beast is shredding the earth, sending tremors through the entire battlefield. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupts, taking the majestic form of a pouncing white tiger. The White Tiger Guild has arrived. Leading the charge is Kang-sun-gu, roaring with pure battle-hungry adrenaline. "Red Demon, I've been itching for a real deathmatch. Fate finally brought us together." The Red Demon curses, wondering why this battle maniac showed up instead of a sane captain. But the chaos isn't over. Another powerhouse steps into the fray. It's 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏, the legendary Black Sword. You really think you can just waltz in and do whatever you please? Red Demon struggles against Kang-sun's onslaught, yet his arrogance remains. The White Tiger and 5-star sword, the old man's fame precedes him. Since the nation's elite have offered such a warm reception, I suppose I should test the mettle of these juniors as well. Suddenly, he vanishes, with Lee Chang-sun in hot pursuit. "You're heading the wrong way." Lee Chang-sun ignores him, activating Wind-Riding Flying Tiger as his scan eye pierces the darkness. He realizes the truth instantly. Red Demon is a mere distraction. The real terror of this system, Manhwa, has finally arrived. Without hesitation, Lee Chang-sun plunges from the heights. Below, Red Demon has already cornered the trembling rookies. Kang-yu scowls. "Give it up, old man." Ozgun feels a chill. Red Demon's composure is unnervingly calm. A twisted grin spreads across Red Demon's face. "Not yet. I'm inviting you all to experience the living hell we endured." Ozgun lunges, but it's too late. The system shrieks a warning. A lethal trap has been triggered. Minutes earlier, Sim Junho roared at his subordinate to retreat, but the fool was too slow to dodge Lee Chang-sun. In seconds, the players are left breathless. This was the devastating, absolute pressure of a true main character aura. "You bastard, do you know who I am?" Stormfist Kang-wen charges forward, blinded by his own fading ego. Regret hits him the moment he moves. Half in tiger mode, initialized. The king's mark blazes upon Lee Chang-sun's brow. His primal visage strikes pure, unadulterated terror into the hearts of all. Primal fangs erupt as Kang-wen's fist collides with Lee Chang-sun's fingers. The sound of destiny's shift is deafening. A sickening crunch echoes as Kang-wen's hand is mangled into a bloody mess. His agonized screams pierce the night. As Lee Chang-sun prepares the killing blow, Sim Junho intervenes. "Enough. He drew blood first," Lee Chang-sun retorts coldly. "Regardless, he is your senior." The broken senior is hauled away on a stretcher, humiliated and defeated. Lee Chang-sun turns away, leaving a parting sting. It seems this division values seniority over actual combat prowess. The tiger god erupts in laughter, finding the entire display of dominance absolutely magnificent. Why is Kang-sun-gu so happy? The glasses-wearing player wonders. "That kid is a total monster, just like me." "Not quite," the strategist chuckles. "You still don't see it? That entire outburst was perfectly calculated." Indeed. With many doubting his rise, crushing a big name like Kang-wen was the fastest way to command respect. He knew the vultures were waiting for him to slip. To end the annoyance, he chose total annihilation. Kang-u's laughter doubles. What an intense personality. He really is a kindred spirit. His companion is left speechless. Suddenly, the 5-star sword's precious niece approaches Lee Chang-sun. "Do you remember me? It's Gian." The Cathawk Saint body glows as destiny pulls two souls back together. Gian smiles softly. "What a relief. I feared you wouldn't recognize me now that I've awakened as a player." "You've changed," he admits quietly. Inside, he laments her choice, wishing she had stayed far from this violent life. Their reunion is cut short as a suited man from the 5-star guild interrupts with urgent news. "My lady, the department head requires you immediately. It's a crisis." Gian snaps back, her frustration clear. She turns to Lee Chang-sun with a radiant, apologetic beam. "Sorry, Chang-sun. Duty calls, but I'll find you later." Lee Chang-sun watches her depart. Wait, isn't the family behind the 5-star group the legendary Gu clan? The agent informs Heebin that the High Summit Director's secretary was spotted nearby. The hunt is on. Lee Chang-sun's gaze lingers on them for a moment longer before refocusing on the mission at hand. Names don't matter as long as she's safe. With a faint smirk, he commands Gil to prepare for movement. Gil vanishes into Lee Chang-sun's shadow instantly. Meanwhile, a frantic panic erupts in the distance. "We found Sigma. Why is that maniac loitering outside the dungeon?" Then a voice rings out. "There you are, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏." Sigma, the High Summit's shadow director, stands poised and calm. His orders were simple: become the ultimate distraction. Like moths to a flame, players swarm toward him, unaware of the slaughter that awaits. The melancholy constellation gazes upon his disciple with profound pity. 𝗥𝗚𝗙𝗚𝗏 only offers a soft, knowing chuckle. "This path was my choice alone. Just watch over me." The silent constellation nods, accepting his disciple's fate. That acknowledgement is enough. Suddenly, a high-speed player lunges at Sigma, hoping for a quick kill. Before they can connect, 𝗥𝗚𝗙𝗏 drops like a meteor, pulverizing the reckless rookie with a devastating steel strike. The earth-shattering impact sends shockwaves through the crowd. 𝗥𝗚𝗙𝗏 has landed, and the massacre has begun. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡𝗏 blurred through the air, clashing with 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗡𝗏 in a storm of strikes. With 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏's arrival, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗡 shifted focus, sensing the weight of two national legends. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡's heir bolted toward the true objective, ignored by the chaos. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗡 stood firm, a lone wolf surrounded by players on the open road. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡 demanded surrender, but the old demon's eerie composure sent chills down their spines. "Taste our agony," 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗡 hissed. Suddenly, a crimson vortex erupted, signaling the ambush. System notification. Skill Marriage Labyrinth active. The world dissolved into a bloody nightmare. Agent Cha's face paled as the earth trembled. It is a setup. We walked into a massacre. Hellish circles flared beneath them, and a terrifying monstrosity crawled from the abyss. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's pupils bled crimson. "Captain, resist. Don't let the spirits consume your soul." Silence was the only reply. As phantoms chanted, poison poured into the captain's mind. Vicious voices screamed, "Curse your birth, murderer, die for the lives you stole." Tears of blood fell. While he crumbled, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡's son watched from a high skyscraper. Absolute authority active, mind immunity engaged. Skill Snake Eye reveals the hidden truth. Looking down, he heard the vengeful dead wailing. "Why did we die while you lived?" Malevolent voices echoed, "I hate you, O Ҳեբн. I hate you." Even the beloved O Ҳeبn couldn't resist the spectral siege. She stood paralyzed, frozen in fear. "Join us in the grave," they wailed. Suddenly, a fist shattered the nightmare like glass. The ghosts vanished into mist. Ҳeبn looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting her savior. Like a descending god, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗡's son appeared, coldly ordering the capture of the enemies. Shadows coiled as Ga lunged. Ҳeբn gasped, watching him dive from the towering height. The puppet master behind the ghosts was instantly cornered by Guile's relentless speed. System. Shadowbind successful. The target was dragged before the young master in seconds. The captive barked insults, desperately trying to mask his terror with pathetic bravado. "I will never talk," he screamed. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's son merely stared with eyes colder than ice. A savage tiger aura flared. "Is that so? Let's see how long your resolve lasts." System. Skill Tiger's bloodlust triggered. Killing intent is crushing the target's spirit. Gasping for air, the man buckled under pressure, his very soul trembling in agony. System. First illusion destroyed. Search for the remaining cores of the labyrinth. How annoying, the hero sighed. This system Manhwa trap was surprisingly well-crafted for once. A chime rang as a constellation peered from the heavens. The tiger constellation laughed. Impressive. Now, where is that eternal ice crystal hiding? Luckily, I scouted this early. Dragging myself through a dungeon would have been tedious. More system alerts flooded in from the watching stars. The snake constellation hissed in awe. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 is truly a cunning, one-of-a-kind monster. Ignoring the gods, he turned to Ҳeբn. "Want to come? It is safer by my side." Ҳeبn agreed immediately, placing her absolute trust in him. The owl constellation watched with pride as Ҳeբn gazed at her hero with sparkling eyes. "You are incredible," she whispered. "How are you so immune to the darkness around us?" He looked at her, a strange shadow in his gaze. "What makes you think that?" Despite the ghost's curses, a man with a spear stood before him, radiating warm light. "I am proud of you, son. Grow strong." The vision smiled, finally finding eternal peace. System alert, absolute authority is failing. Unknown error detected, mental state unstable. His mind was fracturing, yet he maintained a gentle, loving smile to hide the pain. The moment he ceased his silence, the illusion detonated into a million shards of light. The system chimes, confirming his absolute authority is restored. Chang glares at the duo, commanding them to move out. Baekhyun and Gin stand frozen, jaws hitting the floor. Seeing the cold-blooded Chang smile is truly a rare sight. That icy smirk sends shivers down their spines. Elsewhere, the Five-Star Sword Guild is in a frantic search for Hun. The agent with the curtain bangs is spiraling, desperately praying for the girl's safety as tension rises. If I could whisper a warning, I'd tell him his little sister is currently distracted by a certain boy. But there's no time for worry. Captain Song-gun looms behind him, eyes glowing with a murderous, demonic light. Song-gun lunges like a starving predator. His earth-shattering blow misses as Woo Young-hoon narrowly evades the lethal strike. Spectral energy has completely corrupted Song-gun. Woo Young-hoon desperately tries to break the captain from this dark trance. "Captain Song, wake up. A man of your caliber shouldn't be a puppet to some pathetic mental illusion." Even as Woo pleads for reason, their violent clash intensifies, steel and fists meeting in a symphony of destruction. While they bleed, a third party watches. Perched on the roof, a red-haired opportunist waits like a shadow in the night. The Red Demon, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏, watches the powerhouse captains tear each other apart, his mocking laughter echoing in the dark. He labels them fools. His plan? Let them slaughter each other, then swoop in to finish the exhausted survivor. Eliminating the winner would secure his mission flawlessly. He waits with bated breath to see who falls first. Below, Woo Young-hoon issues one final warning. "Stop now, or I'll be forced to unleash my true power." Skill activated. Rise of the Nameless Giant. Woo Young-hoon's roar shakes the very foundations of the world. "You're durable, Captain." Woo grits his teeth. Song-gun roars in response, but then, a sickening sound of impact. Crimson sprays as Song-gun is skewered through the heart. Watching from above, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏's eyes gleam like a jackpot. Thinking the show is over, he leaps down, but suddenly, both captains glare at him. The trap is finally sprung. Found you, rat. Quack down freezes, reality warps. It turns out he was the one trapped in a nightmare. It was a ruse. Wu and Song were allied. Song Gun sheds his demonic facade, complaining about the plan's brutality. Damn it, Wu, that hurt. Had to make it look real, didn't I? Otherwise, that rat wouldn't have bitten. I'll kick your ass for that pain later, and don't you dare insult my acting skills again. The red demon is hammered by a brutal combo. He hunches over, using his ironclad arms to block the onslaught. Their pressure is suffocating. Desperate, Quack prepares his ultimate trump card. Suddenly, the system interjects with a shocking update. System notification, all illusions shattered. Quack down stands paralyzed, looking as though he's been struck by divine lightning. The system continues, inner maze annihilated. As the thick fog dissipates, even Wu Yonghoon is left utterly bewildered. Impossible, Song Gun gasps. Wasn't this your plan? Don't look at me. I have no idea who did this. Well, at least the path is clear. Agreed. Enraged by their casual banter, Quack down finally loses his mind. He erupts in a torrent of sanguine energy. I'll show you why they fear the blood-red Slaughter King. Quack unleashes punches that manifest as violent energy cyclones. Meanwhile, Chang-sun watches calmly from the nearby ruins. Song Gun stands atop the debris, his voice booming through the chaos. Where are you hiding, you miserable old rat? He's close. Flush him out. Nearby, in the shadows, Quack crawls across abyssal waters, leaving a trail of gore. High above, the morning ghost star gazes down at the fallen king with a look of pure, cold pity. To atone for your mother's fate, do not hope for life. The star declares itself the witness to his end. Quack mumbles grimly, you're right. I never intended to leave this hellish battlefield alive anyway. I'll ignite my very soul for your goal. Ping. A system alert. You have fallen into a hidden trap. Suddenly, his iron arm is severed in a flash of silver. He howls in agony. Who's there? Reveal yourself. An arrogant, chilling smirk emerges from the darkness, striking terror into the heart of the once mighty red demon. Chang-sun steps forth, wearing a hauntingly grim mask. Quack trembles before erupting into a fit of hysterical laughter. So it was you, the mastermind behind this chaos. Chang-sun stands silent, arms crossed, observing the villain's realization. That mask. It's modeled after that grinning old man with the broken teeth, isn't it? You toyed with my subjugation team like puppets. Rage flares as he recalls the masked devil slaughtering his entire unit. He mashes his teeth in fury. You're the reason I've fallen this low. The red demon's killing intent explodes. You are the root of all this misery. Just then, the system chimes with a final, fateful update. The ancient rune maze awakens. Dugan's rage boils over. A mere level 40 scrub dares challenge a level 70 powerhouse. Chang-sun keeps that deadly smirk plastered on his face, too arrogant. Quack Dugan completely loses his mind. I'll rip you apart. He conjures a violent tornado and dives straight through the storm at Chang-sun. Chang-sun doesn't even blink. He pulls off his mask, smirking to show just how little he cares. Quack can't believe this brat is smiling. Did he read my trajectory? No matter, this punch is already locked in. He has to commit now or face a lethal backfire. But his iron fist is nothing against the dragon fang. Quack Dugan never imagined his jade technique could be sliced. It's a holy relic, for heaven's sake. He tries to bring his fist down, but only strikes the black puddle beneath his feet. Splash. Water sprays everywhere. Chang-sun had already stepped aside to switch to a more lethal combat form. He triggers the tidal incarnation of ghostly will to extinguish the firestorm. Quack gasps, sensing this infinite energy. Transforming, Chang-sun goes on the attack, relentlessly driving the desperate Quack Dugan back. The old man retreats, questioning his very existence. An A-ranker getting pushed back by a nobody like this? It finally hits him. This wasn't just some kid. He was facing a total, unmitigated monster. If he didn't kill this kid now, he'd be a disaster. He strikes harder, but hits only air. Quack swings and misses. Realizing he's lost his target, he has no clue where the boy vanished to. Right behind you, old man. Chang-sun creeps up like a ghost, silently burying two blades into the man's neck. Quack screams as blood sprays. A massive burst of energy shoves Chang-sun back. In his final struggle, Quack remembers a monster smelling of despair. But before his thoughts finish, Chang-sun shatters his limbs with brutal, calculated precision. He's left flopping in shallow water like a dying fish. Chang-sun smirks at his own terrifying evolution. He could now dominate a near high ranker, and this was just power from one of the 7 secret tomes. He hadn't even fully decoded the text yet, but he was already this monstrously strong. This power can't fall into a puppet's hands. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flickers with messages from the constellations. The Twilight Stars praise his achievement, declaring that such scum needed to be purged from this world. Quack Dugan is on his last breath, begging Chang-sun to just end it and send him away. Not yet, he replies. He still needs information. You think I'll talk after you ruin my children's lives? A piece of trash who exploits others for gain is talking about honor now? That's rich. Hilarious, he scoffs. You won't get a word out of me. I know. That's why I'll ask someone else. Chang-sun grabs a small device resembling a button on Dugan's shiny black coat. He screams, no, that button-like object was actually a concealed mini-speaker if you looked closely. Vice Guild leader, answer me. You want to save him, don't you? The person on the other end freezes. Eugene was about to hang up, but Chang-sun stomps on Quack's face. silencing his pathetic whimpers. He warns, I'm the one asking questions. If you want him alive, focus and answer me. The 7 secret tomes. You know them, right? Are you with the White Tiger Guild? No, they wouldn't ask. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 cuts her off. He has too much to do to waste time arguing with her. A kid and an old friend are waiting. The 5th tome. You know where it is. Spill it. Eugene sighs in relief. This idiot. Does he really think he can threaten me with a life? Confident in her bluff, she speaks coldly. If you want info, you won't kill him. Go ahead, do it. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 agrees so fast it terrifies her. Okay, we're done here. Eugene's face twists in pure rage. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 was actually just baiting her. He knew she'd come flying over once she was provoked. But this brings its own problems. He needs to set a trap to welcome his new enemy. Soul Collection Authority activated. Successfully absorbed the ashes of the player. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏. Soul Collection level increased. Absorbing a high-level target provides a massive boost to the skill. You've acquired the skill, Jade Crushing Fist. The sudden spam of notifications leaves 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 totally stunned. What the hell? Soul Collection does what? Is my proficiency high because I spammed it in the cave? Perfect timing, his quest for an unarmed style finally peaked within this system Manhwa world. The goddess of weeping souls glared down, enraged by the mortal who stole her apostle's gift. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 remained oblivious to Lamashu's scheme, only now realizing 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏 was her chosen vessel. During the War of the 12 Zodiacs, she remained neutral, making her a foe he'd rather avoid. Chang-sun took flight on majestic wings, leaving the goddess to wail over her fallen disciple's soul. Thunder rent the sky as a nameless abomination shrieked from the jagged, frozen mountain summit. Below, a tide of players swarmed the path, watching in awe as the legends descended. Rumors spread of Chang-sun dismantling those lethal traps. Truly, he was a monster among men. He delivered swift justice to those psychopaths, rescuing every survivor from the brink of total annihilation. Guanggun stood baffled as the hero dismissed his god-tier feats as nothing but mere luck. The name Tyrant began to echo, yet Chang-sun walked through the gossip with chilling indifference. Amidst the chaos, Agent Chia admired the handsome warrior for a moment before jumping into action. A bitter Sim Junho spat venom, warning the hero not to let the CEO's favor inflate him. Does this loser have nothing else to do? He kept yapping, unaware of the scorn on Chang's face. This is a chaotic battlefield where blades swing blindly and life hangs by a single thread. One wrong move and your head rolls. Thanks for the tip, now shut up and get lost. Couldn't your own head fly if a blade swings your way? What are you mumbling about now? Sim Junho seethed until a sharp-eyed stranger arrived, seeking intel on the rising star, Chang-sun. Chief Shin is watching. Meanwhile, at a winter fortress, Eugene questioned the cruelty of sudden death. Eugene sat in somber silence, haunted by the one who vanished as quickly as a ghost. A purple flame ignited with a golden heart as the goddess whispered a tempting offer of power. The deity offered a shot at godhood, causing Eugene to smirk before whispering a chilling response. It was a declaration so bold that even the celestial constellations paused to witness her choice. The sky god showed interest, even as the weeping goddess turned a cold shoulder to divinity. Violet lightning surged as Eugene was bathed in a divine gift, her destiny rewritten by shadow. Her eyes shifted into those of a predator. System alert, you have entered the Snowman's Peak. The dungeon quest begins now. Your mission, reclaim the throne hidden within the endless white plains. Seize the Winter Palace at the heart of the tundra and become the sovereign of frost. The plains are a death trap of raging tempests and shifting glaciers that swallow the weak. Elite snowman hunters lurk in the drifts. Guard your back, or your first breath is your last. Exhausted players trudged through the bone-chilling gale, their spirits breaking under the weight of winter. Though vision was nil, the desire to outshine the top guilds kept their frozen hearts beating. Charge forward, rip that arrogant fool to shreds right here in the snow. Agent Chia watched the reckless advance, fearing they were marching straight into a lethal death trap. She looked to Chang-sun, wondering if he'd perform another miracle in this system Manhwa world. Chang-sun remained unreadable, his expression stone cold as Captain CEO clapped him on the back. Looks like the Black Gold Witch has her eye on you, kid. See that wink? To Chang-sun, the boisterous captain was nothing more than a walking nuisance he had to endure. The Black Gold Witch is a global legend who has crushed the hearts of countless failed suitors. You're the first to catch her eye, 𝗟𝗲𝘃𝗏. On the genius wizard feared across the land. As the association's brightest mind, her weapons are loaded with devastating shells of pure mana. A single shot turns land to waste. Her ascension to A rank is an absolute certainty. She stands as the association's ultimate icon, a powerhouse whose influence reaches the highest levels. Even elite guild masters bow to her, yet Chang-sun remained unfazed by her overwhelming presence. His instinct for reading people was sharp, though he had zero interest in finding a girlfriend. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 bolts up. Direct orders from the CEO. I'm going rogue and handling this solo. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 reaches out, but Chang is already airborne. The flying tiger wind skill ignites, leaving the old man breathless. That brat is terrifyingly fast. He strokes his chin, grinning. Seeing talent like that only makes me want him more. I need to scout him before Wu Suwon strikes the Winter Palace. Deep inside, icy jagged pillars echo with desperate screams. Move it, you pathetic snowman. Find that eternal ice crystal now, or your king will rot in his frozen cage forever. These creatures are bizarre, monstrous snow monkeys with frost-white fur stretched over pitch-black, obsidian skin. High above, a commander watches the convoy. Look at those ignition stones. They've brought enough to level the entire mountain. Do they plan on burying us all? With a low growl, the snow tribe begins their grim march forward. Chief, will you just watch our people bleed? You should claim the throne and lead us to salvation. A sharp whistle pierces the air. There is only one true king. I am but his blade. My duty is simple. Ensure his return. With a thunderous roar, the snow chief mounts his beast and charges into the fray. Humans dare to insult the king. Today, we erase them and every ally they have. The chief plunges into battle. In this intense system, Manhwa, the interface flickers. Guiding rune activated. Lee-Chang repurposes a comms device into a lethal tracking lure. Above the clouds, the gods are spectating. The hunter god grins hungrily. Using a tool like that, the prey won't stand a chance. Even the world-devouring serpent is stunned, saying, his mastery over runes is terrifying. Chang streaks through the sky, realizing the high summit must be holding the king hostage. The snow tribe's loyalty is their greatest weakness. Forced into servitude, they guard the mind's heart. Deep within the palace lies the prize, the eternal ice crystal. Blocking my path are high summit's puppets. I have exactly 3 hours to clear them all. Time to shift into overdrive. Suddenly, the cliffs explode with movement. A swarm of snowmen lunges forward, determined to tear him limb from limb. I'm in a hurry. Chang's blade flashes, unleashing a searing firestorm that turns the ambush into a mass cremation. He skids to a halt, eyes narrowing. Come out, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏. I know you're trembling behind that rock, you loudmouth. Exposed. A masked assassin materializes behind the coward. The target is too strong. Our contract price just tripled. Fine, just make sure Lee-Chang's son disappears from this world without a trace. The assassin signals his unit. The Blackened team never fails. Consider his life forfeit. Just watch. The sniveling 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 is certain Han will deliver a gruesome end to the boy. With the Blood Wolf squad on the prowl, success is guaranteed. Junho even passes over a twisted, sinister little relic. Assassins swarm like locusts. Chang's beast sends pulses, sharpening his perception until the world itself slows down. 13 in the front, 50 more lurking in the shadows. They really send an army for one man. I'm flattered. He sends Guiyam to flush them out. Suddenly, 2 blades shimmer at his throat. Say your prayers, kid. We'll make it quick. You won't feel a thing. Chang just smirks, his eyes cold. Then by all means, try me. Time is a luxury he doesn't have. He triggers the Flying Tiger Wind's skill, vanishing into the swirling snow. A hidden trap clicks, detonating. The moment the system alert fades, the mountainside erupts in a deafening explosion. Agonizing screams fill the gorge. Late arriving assassins find only smoke and blood, still arrogant enough to scoff. Losing to one brat? Pathetic. But as the words leave his lips, a massive avalanche buries him in white death. Total annihilation. The enemy is wiped out. Chang calls for his companion, moving toward the next objective. The gods are in an uproar. The hunter god cheers. This kid's combat style is a masterpiece. I could watch forever. The god of chaos winces. That move. That was even more devious than something the demon king would dream up. The tiger god howls with laughter at the sight of the fools buried alive under the snow. Chang returns, dragging the terrified ringleader through the slush. The 2 survivors are shaking, begging for mercy. Please, spare us. We'll tell you everything. They immediately turn on each other, desperate to trade secrets for their lives. Before Chang can even interrogate them, the long-haired coward shrieks the truth. Director Kim Jan is the one behind this. He let the killers in. And 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏. He's planning a coup. He gave him a flute. Chang's fingers brush the item, and his eyes widen as the system Manhwa window appears. Parasite flute. A cursed instrument that emits ultrasonic waves. Effect. Commands parasites to disintegrate the target's nervous system. Lee-Chang's son glared at the loudmouth with utter, skin-crawling disgust. You'd use parasites to force my suicide? Ambitious. He smirked, eyes icy. I knew the White Tiger clan poisoned food to create system Manhwa minions. I've incinerated them. Their faces turned ghostly pale. They underestimated his intel. Suddenly, a crimson spray erupted. Zhang Xing and Junho, mere trash, dared threaten me. Discarding the waste, he took flight. Time was wasting. Skill. Wind following Flying Tiger activate. His light footwork blurred into motion. At the Winter Palace, the Weeping Soul gods sensed the encroaching enemy presence. Danger neared. Suwon's demonic aura flared behind the door. Meanwhile, our hero soared across the frozen peaks. With the path clear, he reached the palace. Suddenly, a system Manhwa prompt appeared. Arrived at Winter Palace. Hungry Ghost's curse activates in 40 minutes. The countdown began. He needed that ice crystal now. While he arrived, other players struggled through blizzards. A god grew restless, attempting to backseat game via the system Manhwa interface. The serpent god mocked them, asking why they ignored their available magic skills. Realization hit the mob. Right, magic. Spells flared, finally pushing back the biting frost. Warmth returned, earning a weary sigh from the serpent god. Yet, the players whined. If our artifacts fail here, how can we possibly survive this frozen hell? The 5-star sword remained useless. Watching Chang endure the gale, he wondered about her resilience. I can't reach her. And where the hell did Lee-Chang disappear to? Chang's words echoed, you will be fine. Fueled by determination, he pushed his limits. Suddenly, Uno slammed down her demonic face shield, standing defiant atop the mountain peak. Donggun's eyes narrowed. Looks like we've reached the end of the line, he grumbled. Ambush. The silence was a trap, a warrior roared. Prepare for a bloody battle. These Yetis serve the chieftain, join the Hmong clan, and exact vengeance for comrades. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 shouted for unity, but a system alert drowned her. Ancient mana suppressed everything. Chaos curse activated. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's face darkened. Look up, they're attacking from the skies. The great winter general manifested, the fool charged. So, you're the legendary idiot leader? Stop. Too late. The Yeti King leaped, bringing a colossal blade crashing down hard. The warrior parried, boasting victory. But fate was cruel. His blade shattered mid-sentence. Shock paralyzed him. The Yeti chieftain's eyes glowed with death. A flash of light cleaved him instantly. The system announced, player Sunjin has died. Seizing the opening, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 unleashed a devastating shot, sending the Yeti King reeling back. Tension reached a breaking point. A massive energy signature surged from behind the effigy. The heir stood tall, while 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's navigate the system Manhwa trial inside. Zone entered. Winter Palace. The serpent god gazed greedily at the magnificent, ancient sculptures. The god of the dust-tearing owl offered only a somber, bitter smile. Observing the ruins, he realized the Yetis once possessed a brilliant, highly intelligent civilization. Yet, the divine constellations exploited them, ruthlessly stripping away their primordial power. This dungeon is merely a tragic fragment of a doomed, dying world. The real world Yeti Hill is a graveyard because the gods discarded them as worthless. Now, they are mere soulless husks. Consulting his map, he ventured deeper into the fortress. Guards eliminated. The storage room lies just beyond these descending stone stairs. Emerging from shadows, he saw villains enslaving Yetis. Faster. Complete the extraction now. The general is stalling the humans. Move faster, or I'll kill you myself. Crouched against the stone, he identified the glowing red gems as the legendary Yeti's breath. Disgusted by their crude mining for the crystal, he unleashed a devastating wave of hellfire. Deep in the pits, miners shriek while driving the Yetis forward. Work faster if you want your king to live. The Yetis gnash their teeth in silent fury. One day, they'll slaughter every last human in this place. Suddenly, a blazing firestorm tears through the heavens. What on earth is that? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's son manifests in his spectral form. In the palace, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 senses the chill. That bastard is finally here. She erupts with shadow energy. The weeping soul god promises her that this power ensures her ultimate revenge. Meanwhile, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's son goes berserk. You successfully annihilated an entire legion of demon soldiers. Achievements recorded. Your alignment shifts toward light. Ratio, 45% good, 55% evil. You found the century-cold storage and the breath of the Ice King. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's son freezes in shock. This is unexpected. 8 eternal ice crystals lay before him. The gods are losing their minds over this legendary haul. The god of hunting season gasps at the impossible purity of these crystals. The world-wrapping serpent asks for an offering. The fallen tiger god agrees. Give it to the king who blessed you. The owl that tears the twilight coughs. Those crystals, they do look quite divine. The great demon chasing hell watches the scene with intense curiosity. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's son refuses. These are perfect materials for a divine artifact. He's keeping every single one. Suddenly, he understands the obsession with the 5-star sword. This is why the summit wanted it so desperately. He touches the crystal. The chill is lethal, biting straight through to his very marrow. Without the world-destroying fire, he'd be frozen solid. The gods are starting another chaotic fuss. The god of hunting season winks, while the world-wrapping serpent drools over the devastating flames. The owl watches intently. Suddenly, a system Manhwa warning blares across the screen. Frost poison ravages his body, but he just laughs. System alert. Danger levels rising rapidly. Breath of the Ice King. A legendary relic left by the ancient Yeti ancestor for his kin. It radiates lethal blue light. One touch would freeze a weakling instantly handle with extreme care. Type. Treasure material. Effect. Eternal freezing. The breath of the Ice King is fighting back. Boom! The ice shatters as he emerges unharmed, wreathed in the apocalyptic world-destroying fire. First form, suppression initiated. The collision between frost and flame creates a violent shockwave. A mysterious voice echoes. Who are you? Why do you hold my relic without royal blood? Shut up, he growls. His raging firestorm utterly crushes the artifact's will to resist. Resistance failed. You've obtained 8 Breath of the Ice King relics. Good, he sighs. He checks his countdown. 10 minutes left. Suddenly, the rising witch, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏, descends from above. She's stunned by the carnage. The ghost is here too, but the system reveals a bigger shock. Boss monster Ice King invites you to a hidden dimension. Do you accept? He flinches. The king? Telepathy rings in his head. I wondered who would dare claim my breath. A human? Unexpected. Relax, boy. I'm just an old man with one foot in the grave. Spare me a moment. I can see you still have a legendary journey ahead of you. Sensing no malice from the monster, he makes his move. You have accepted the invitation. A dimensional rift opens. You've entered the sanctuary, so you've accepted my humble invitation. You possess a virtuous soul. The Ice King immediately praises his noble character. System tag, boss monster, Ice King, level 90. But even the system seems uncertain of this data. Level 90, unbelievable. The serpent snorts in disbelief, calling the old king a total fraud. The owl that tears, the twilight nods. The Ice King tells no lies. The fallen tiger god roars, call him a virtuous tiger. The king marvels at the god's energy. My eyes haven't failed me yet. Ho ho. So you can see them too? The messages from heaven's rulers? Yes. But the crucial parts remain hidden from me. He knew the king's stats were insane from the moment the telepathic link was forged. But how could you lose to an illusion? You're deceiving your own people, aren't you? Is that your truth? The Ice King scoffs at 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗚's naive gaze. I don't look like a man trapped in a nightmare? Externally, I appear whole. But the reality is far more tragic. You haven't grasped the nature of this realm yet. 𝗥𝗡𝗙's heart skips a beat. His heightened senses scream the truth. This isn't reality, it's a hollow void world. The monarch confirms it. Only a shred of divine grace keeps his soul tethered here. Even in his final moments, the sting of defeat by that illusion which remains. His kin pay the price for his failure. 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son realizes that woman struck like a viper. He glares coldly. If I'm your enemy, why am I here? Save them. Save the innocent children who still pray for this dying old man. Mana flares as the king rises. It kills me to watch them waste their lives for my rotting corpse. As king, I beg you. Help them, and the spoils shall be yours. Behold, the imperial treasury. 13 generations of hoarded legends revealed. From ancient crystals to divine artifacts, the loot is absolutely legendary. Even watching deities are blinded by the wealth. The hunter god gasps at the riches. The great serpent admits it's impressive for a mortal. But 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son dismisses it all. I refuse. The king trembles, his very essence flickering. Is it because we are merely echoes of a broken world, soulless shadows abandoned by time? The vault seals shut. 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son remains unmoved. So, you've realized the truth. How could I not? This world is an irrational, empty shell, a fabrication. 𝗥𝗡𝗙 is stunned. Usually, in a system Manhwa, dungeon entities never realize they're artificial. The system usually overwrites their logic to maintain the dungeon's equilibrium. Dungeons are just parasitic memories of dead civilizations, echoes of the past. They must be purged. If the stability breaks, apocalyptic poison floods the real world. 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son weighs the heavy cost of this mission. The king's fate is cruel, but the Yeti peak must fall for the world to survive. What a tragedy, the king sighs. I think, I speak. Yet I am a ghost of a lie. He howls in agony. The true king died long ago. I am just his shadow. Who am I then? 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son shrugs. I don't care about your existential crisis. You are the Frost King. That's all that matters. You sit on that throne. You speak. You exist before me. Who else could you be? The king freezes. Even the watching stars are silenced. The hunter god is baffled, but the world serpent acknowledges the profound logic. The king slumps, defeated by truth. So I exist, because you acknowledge me? I searched for enlightenment, yet the answer was so simple. I have much to learn. One last favor. Use my power to shatter this fractured world. Forget the system, Manhwa quests. Help me end this nightmare on my own terms. Without a word, 𝗥𝗡𝗙's son strikes. The dragon's fang remains pristine. Consider it done. The right choice. The king collapses on his throne, fading as the system pings. Notification, Frost King's chamber is collapsing. Boss monster defeated. Massive experience floods in. Amidst the rewards, 𝗥𝗡𝗙 stands alone in the silence. Outside, pandemonium erupts. The boss is dead, and the Yetas lose their mental shackles. Chaos reigns as the tribe loses its anchor. Eugene arrives just as the alert flashes. She snarls, ignoring her divine patron. That damn bastard. It has to be him. With the king gone, the Yetas turn on the miners. You promised he would live. A scarred Yeti crushes a guard's skull. Liar, now you all die with him. The Yeti horde's rage exploded. Suddenly, the witch 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏 descended, unleashing a violet storm of hellfire anthem across the battlefield. Violet eruptions tore through the ranks as Yetis shrieked in agony. Amidst the chaos, the system Manhwa interface flickered to life. The weeping soul god's resonance peaked. Driven by madness, 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏 laughed, Die. Rot in hell, you beasts. The Yetis roared, Kill her. She's the one who cursed our emperor. Suddenly, the frozen rampart behind them pulsed with golden light, shattering into a million shards. Masked once more, 𝗥𝗡𝗙 emerged from the dust. Nearby, the violet inferno continued to incinerate the remaining monsters. It burns. Ignoring the searing heat, 𝗥𝗡𝗙 charged directly towards 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏. The witch's face twisted into a manic, predatory grin. Finally, the Asura mask appears. Purple and orange energies collided like orbital strikes, engulfing the entire peak in a blinding white flash. 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏 shrieked with malice. You dare show your face here? I'll tear your soul apart. 𝗥𝗡𝗙 offered a chilling, lethal smile. You kept me waiting. In a flash, he seized her wrist. Caught you. Think you've won? You won't escape alive, she spat. But behind 𝗥𝗡𝗙, a colossal azure shadow began to loom ominously. 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏 froze as the system Manhwa windows flooded her vision. Notification, 24 hours have elapsed. The curse of the agony tiger's den has been triggered. Panic seized her as the system's cold voice continued. Alert. Entering agony, tiger's den. Day 7 quest. Survive for 24 hours. Countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Towering over her was the Blood Slaughter King, the same nightmare that nearly ended 𝗥𝗡𝗏 in the training dungeon. Without hesitation, the behemoth swung his colossal blade at the dazed 𝗕𝗡𝗡𝗏. A lethal arc of steel split the air. Her severed arm spun through the air as she let out a blood-curdling shriek. Meanwhile, the Yeti chieftain stood still, trembling with fury. Our emperor has fallen. A reckless youth lunged forward, shouting, "Senior, stay back." Chaeyon went pale, screaming for him to halt, but it was too late. The chieftain obliterated him instantly, banishing his soul to the Frost King's hell. In his final breath, he reached for Chaeyon one last time. She could only watch, screaming in pure horror. Resting his blade upon his shoulder, the chieftain glared. "This is the price you humans pay for invading our sacred lands. I'll shred your emperor into pieces and devour him while he still breathes." Yeti riders swooped down, dropping breath of knee spheres that detonated like artillery. Chaeyon gasped. The breath of knee scatter technique. Lightning surged in her gaze, as the system Manhwa declared, "The protection of the sunset-tearing owl has been bestowed." Blessings from the gods of origin and war manifested. Even the chaotic god of mad inspiration added his divine favor to the mix. The unyielding shield of the volcano blacksmith god now protects your soul. Chaeyon didn't flinch. She leveled her barrel at the chieftain's skull and unleashed a thunderous, point-blank shot. Yet, the blast that should have leveled a mountain only forced the monstrous chieftain back a few measly inches. Under the shroud of the magical detonation, Chaeyon snatched the unconscious warrior and retreated into the smoke. "Hold on just a bit longer, Jin." The chieftain gnashed his fangs, growling, "You're the most persistent insect I've ever had to crush." With a deafening roar, he lunged. "I'll snap your neck with my bare hands." Elsewhere in the tiger's den, General Jin was encircled by obsidian orbs, each spewing jets of lethal violet fire. The devastation rivaled a nuclear blast. Beneath the relentless bombardment, even the legendary General Jin couldn't avoid every strike. But the damage was negligible. He landed gracefully upon a jagged spire, drawing his blade with icy resolve. "I suspected a hidden ace when he allowed an outsider to interfere in this grand duel," Jin mused. It seems he recruited a capable pawn. A spectral limb manifested to grip his scepter as flames wreathed his entire form. She spat a mouthful of blood, scowling. "Useful. I'll make sure the arrogant tongue never speaks another word." With a piercing battle cry, she lunged at Jin, igniting a cataclysmic, fire-drenched melee. Explosions rocked the horizon, but Li Chang remained a silent observer as the invisible ancient runes finally hummed to life. Li Chang exhaled. A combined assault would have been trouble, but their pride won't allow them to cooperate. Everything was falling into place. Li Chang produced a shimmering eternal ice crystal, his plan nearing fruition. The Hellfire Song was an unexpected variable. Still, I've gained enough time to complete my bone reinforcement ritual. Without hesitation, Li Chang consumed the raw crystal whole, feeling the absolute zero energy surge through his throat. The system Manhwa chimed, "Absorbed breath of the Ice King. Warning, your physical form is being ravaged by ice poison." Immediate activation. First form world-destroying fire. Passive skill. Immunity to 10 types of poison is now active. Ice poison neutralized. Warning. Mana collision detected. A new magical attribute is expanding and conflicting with your current core. The detoxification process has failed. The internal conflict intensifies as the goddess of the hunt watches in dread. She warns that you are standing at the very precipice of death. The great world-coiling serpent declares this act pure madness, as your stamina plummet towards zero. Li Chang-sun gritted his teeth, enduring the elemental war of ice and fire raging within his veins. "Just swallow it. What kind of artifact is this?" Li Chang-sun had asked in utter confusion. The hooded elder with the overgrown beard finally spoke. "It is exactly what you sought, a massive collision of power. If it proves to be garbage, deal with it. Remember the foundational bone reinforcement I taught you. Transplanting the fire heart and ice essence means pulling the blaze directly into your core. Using the heart to rebuild the mana furnace is bold, but won't my heart be reduced to ash? That is why you must find a contact point to cool the core." Li Chang-sun grew more perplexed by the second. "Why can't this old man just speak plainly?" "That is correct," the elder muttered, waiting for the question. "A contact point where opposing forces harmonize. What is the nature of world-destroying fire, flame, and darkness? And the eternal ice crystal? Frost and darkness. Ah, I finally see it. Since the eternal ice was forged from moon-soaked permafrost, it carries the dual nature of frost and shadow." "Precisely. They share the common root of the darkness property. And since you have been acknowledged by Thanos, your control over the darkness element surpasses all mortal creatures." Back in reality, Li Chang's-sun clenches his jaw and his soul, enduring the brutal physical reinforcement. The system Manhwa interface pings frantically. The mana furnace has been successfully restructured within your heart. Ice magic saturates your bones, refining your very structure as the notifications flare blood red. Your physical form will become as cold as permafrost, while your heart beats with the ferocity of a solar flare. Your physical potential has reached its absolute limit, but the truly terrifying part, your entire being has been rewritten. Now, you will manifest talents that were once impossible. Li Chang's-sun finally snapped out of his trance. A violent vortex of frost and flame erupted, exploding like a supernova of swirling elemental energy. Everything has been restructured. Your senses, perception, and even the very essence of your personality. By wielding both ice and fire, your nature will never lean toward a single weakness again. You have become the ultimate vessel, capable of holding anything. The notification returns to a calm blue. Fire heart and ice essence, complete. You have awakened a new trait, reinforced bone. Reinforced bone seals the fire spirit in your heart and frost throughout your body, granting immunity and overwhelming power. Exhaustion is now a thing of the past. Self-healing is activated. You are a tireless engine of war. Limitless cardiovascular stamina is the core of this legendary trait. Trait classification, fire heart, ice essence. Another red alert flashes. Once again, the watching gods and constellations are losing their collective minds. The text glows crimson. The goddess of the hunt is ecstatic, claiming you are finally worthy of her tutelage. The world-coiling serpent merely shakes his head, no longer surprised by your impossible evolution. The sunset-ripping griffin god sends his congratulations, already pondering a legendary gift for your success. The tiger god roars with pride for his kin. Countless deities are now watching you with intense fervor. The constellations are reaching a fever pitch. Even with his clothes scorched to rags, Chang-sun stands defiant. These status updates feel like a drug. He couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The Gemini god shows sudden intrigue. Two names flash in Chang-sun's mind, Castor and Pollux. I wonder which one it is. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupts as a giant eye appears within a rift. The great demon of hell chasing erupts in excitement, blasting pillars of fire from its demonic gaze. The great demon reaches out with a corrupting hand. Chang-sun stomps hard, shattering the space to escape. The great demon is attempting to drag you into his abyss. What the hell is happening? Chang-sun lands in a suffocating, pitch-black void. Where in the world have I been taken? The snake eye skill activates to scan the darkness, but the skill suddenly glitches and fails. Beast Sense attempts to reboot his perception, but the skill is forcibly shut down by an unknown force. The clock of 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 hums to life, anchoring your soul. Is this truly the realm of a god? A hazy, ancient gaze fixes upon you. Within a gargantuan rift, a solitary eye and jagged teeth emerge from the void. Chang's existence glitches as his system Manhwa alerts flash crimson. The 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 authority shivers while that eye scans his very soul. Who are you? Hypnotic whispers cloud Chang's mind, making him doubt his very reality. A spectral face looms, demanding answers. What is your link to the abyss? The word echoes in his mind, the abyss. Suddenly, golden lightning cleaves the sky. The owl of twilight pierces the sunset, invading this forbidden divine territory. Brilliant thunder strikes the earth, blinding all. When Chang finally clears his vision, a breathtaking goddess stands before him, her crimson hair flowing over radiant warrior armor. It was Minerva. Stunned, Chang listens as she speaks. Mortal, this path of heroes is no place for you. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Chang is instantly banished from the god's domain. His final sight is the owl of twilight charging the demonic rift. Minerva, do not interfere. Constellation of the Pale Spear, you violate the ancient treaty. This boy is irrelevant to your hunt. Reality blurs into a haze of system alerts. Without warning, the link to the Pale Spear's realm shatters. Lost data restoration complete. The player's system has successfully reconnected. Chang reappears in the Calamity Tiger's den, disoriented. Meanwhile, the heavens are in an absolute frenzy. The god of hunting demands to know if you are harmed. The world-encircling serpent marvels at your defiance of causality. The Calamity Tiger awakens in a primal rage, furious that his chosen avatar was nearly stolen. Chang sneers in disgust. A new notification appears, the tidal ghost container has been fully activated. Shame burns in Chang's chest. Even with his bones reinforced, he felt utterly helpless. Against Mephistopheles, I was nothing. I need more than my old power. I must transcend my former limits. I will devour everything here. Chang takes flight, activating his snake eye to find his next prey. Elsewhere, the brutal stalemate between Zheng-Chu-Ji, Seo-Ju-Jin, and Jin continues unabated. Chang observes them. Why does the Blood Slaughter King's kin fight as a mere mage? She is losing, but she must survive. She holds the 7 secrets. Time remaining, 19 hours, 36 minutes, and 59 seconds. Pushed to her limit, Seo-Ju-Jin erupts in a desperate, foul-mouthed fury. The Wailing Soul god mocks her, questioning why she falters despite being granted such divine strength. Are you truly of my bloodline? Ju-Jin gnashes her teeth, desperate to crush Jin and find the masked man. But Jin is a wall, reading every desperate strike and countering with cold, lethal precision. He toys with her like a pro player facing a raid boss. Suddenly, Jin flickers behind her, an entertaining dance. As a reward, I shall claim your life and forge you into my loyal puppet. Jin strikes without mercy. The girl is sent flying by a blow of staggering power. She shatters against the cliffside, coughing blood. Her broken body refuses to obey. Her magic flickers and dies like a spent candle. The Wailing Soul god screams in absolute horror. Ju-Jin trembles as Death's shadow looms. Suddenly, a roaring firestorm erupts, blocking Jin's path. Chang appears with a mocking smirk. She belongs to me. The two titans clash, their auras shaking the cavern. Jin's excitement peaks as he senses Chang's explosive growth. Chang meets his gaze, pushing the Blood Slaughter King back with effortless, crushing strikes. How is this possible? Jin gasps. Chang smiles. You ventured beyond the veil, didn't you? I know this cave's secrets because I carry its curse, just as you do. But escaping for a mere day isn't enough. Few can evolve as rapidly as I have. Jin's grin turns ghoulish. Now, I absolutely must have you as my ultimate vessel. He lunges, and their martial arts collide with such force that the hungry ghost cave begins to crumble. Jin howls with maniacal laughter, ignoring the frantic cries of his worried subordinates. This thrill is nostalgic. He remembers his past life as Jin, the proud successor of the 𝗕𝗏 family. I never imagined I would taste the glory of being a true warrior once again. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. But it is a pity his mana is drained from the CO1 clash. Exhaustion has set in. Yet, you still have breath to bark insults, old man. What scheme is this? Li Chang unleashed his hellfire. Torrents of flame and shadow twisted into howling, demonic entities. The Black Mountain God's first claw is finally unleashed. With a flick, an obsidian claw descended upon the Blood King. His desperate defense crumbled instantly. Brutal damage followed. Li Chang struck again with feral intensity, as if unleashing a lifetime of suppressed rage. Malignant violet aura engulfed Jin entirely. He fought to stay standing, but the purple abyss devoured his very existence. Broken and bleeding, Jin gasped, asking for the move's name. Li Chang coldly replied, Tiger Claw. Jin laughed. Tiger Claw, he wheezed. How simple. Then, his form finally shattered. Li Chang claimed the spoils. You have obtained a massive surge of Fenrir's divine attributes. Every stat has been absorbed. The 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 vessel is primed. Now, choose a candidate for succession. Your choice becomes a loyal vassal. Li Chang was stunned by this unprecedented level of control. A perfect, absolute slave, jackpot. As expected of a high-tier system Manhwa, the UI flickered. A legendary beast that devours calamities. It is a treacherous creature that perpetually tests its master's will. But once broken, its loyalty is eternal. Li Chang smirked. I can make this beast my kin. This is my chance to gain a truly formidable servant. To ascend, I must build a legion, something rivaling the 12 zodiacs or the puppet lords. Enlisting gods and constellations will transform this small squad into a divine society of legends. With max traits, the beast has gained a soul. What is the optimal move? Li Chang pondered. He must achieve total dominance, feed it experience points and leave no room for betrayal. No half measures. Without a divine body, my growth is capped. I can't rush this. No, that's insufficient. Li Chang paused. Memories of standing atop a mountain of corpses flooded back. Joan Chong-jae. Among the fallen was the woman he loved. Her cold, lifeless gaze shattered his very heart. Solo survival is a fantasy. No more hesitation. I designate the Blood King as the 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 vessel. The beast shifted, taking the human form of Jin. I never expected to wear this skin again. Do you intend to make me your kin? In this form, the Blood King looked like royalty. He was striking, but Li Chang ignored his beauty. He only cared for the man's overwhelming power. This is the cave of hungry ghosts. The victor claims everything. Since you won, take me. However, whether I truly accept you as my master remains to be seen. Jin had no intention of kneeling. You want rest? Forget it. Li Chang replied with ice. I will lead you out of this hell. Don't you wish to return home? Jin froze. What are you saying? Li Chang's aura flared. I won't demand some hollow oath of loyalty. Simply follow me. One day, I will return you to your world. I swear by these flames. Why trust you? Because betting on me is better than being dragged along in chains, isn't it? Besides, having a goal makes life much simpler. Jin rubbed his forehead and erupted into mad laughter. You're insane, but surely the world outside is far better than this miserable, dark hole. But beware, I am not submissive, and I loathe the taste of a leash. I await that day. The more I see, the more I realize you are truly eccentric. That is your charm. Jin knelt. Since you promised freedom, grant me a name to serve you. Jin Freya. Li Chang spoke without hesitation. The name made Jin's heart skip a beat. He was Jin, the heir of the tyrant Freya. Brilliant light erupted beneath his feet. I found a truly strange master. The system announced that the registration of the kin was complete. The 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 is now Jin Freya. This entity shall serve as your eternal guardian. Jin was officially enlisted and ready. So, master, what is our first objective? Li Changsun hurled a spear at Jin, demanding he slaughter the weaklings or never return. Jin accepted, adrenaline surging as his fate within this system. Manhwa began to shift. One moment a king, the next a servant ordered to massacre his own people. Absolute madness. How intriguing. This chaos suited his soul perfectly, providing the ideal chance to test his current stats. The system pinged, Jin Freya is level 1. Reach level 10 to unlock class advancement. The guide spirits trembled in fear. With eyes void of mercy and a manic grin, Jin leaped from the heights, diving toward his prey like a demon. Vassal Jin Freya unleashed basic spearmanship. The guide ghost could only wail in sheer terror as blood spilled. Your Majesty, why? The fallen king had clearly lost his mind upon resurrection. With the massacre underway, Li Changsun focused on the wounded Jin, desperate to unravel the enigma of his 7 secrets. The system transferred the wailing goddess to Li Changsun. A notification flared. She glares at you with absolute malice. Curses poured from the ghost. Li Changsun's expression soured as her tiresome drama ignited once more. She vowed vengeance, threatening to appoint a new champion solely to orchestrate his demise. The ghost gnawed her nails, her eyes fixed on him in a venomous, hateful gaze. The great hunter god snapped at her to shut up. The world serpent merely scoffed at her pettiness. Li Changsun found this pantheon utterly moronic. Annoyance flared. Herod, respond. Silence followed. I know you're lurking, he growled. The hunting god insisted the rabbit spirit was absent. Show yourself, Herod, or the contract is void. Suddenly, a spatial rift tore open. A voice preceded him. Listen, I said before, a dungeon manager cannot interfere directly. It breaks the laws. The portal expanded, revealing Herod's round face peeking through. My superiors are relentless. Besides, managing you offers 0 rewards. Li Changsun. his stout frame squeezed into reality. "I've been stress eating from the pressure. Look at me." The hunter was stunned by his arrival. The world serpent questioned if he truly held divine status. As the ghost snarled, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 issued a cold demand. "Mute these damn notifications." Herod froze. A mortal trying to silence the heavens? This was absolute, high-level insanity. "I'm done with them. I'll pay in achievement points if I must." Herod stood dazed as the system flooded with divine mockery. The hunter howled with laughter. The world-wrapping serpent thrashed its tail against the floor, declaring, "Witness this fool god being mocked by a mortal." The tiger god roared with delight as 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's patience snapped. "Well, can't do it. Stop idling and block them now." Herod seethed with internal rage. Sweating and cursing, Herod wondered if this psychopath possessed a literal death wish. Should he just claim it's forbidden by the laws to avoid this mess? No, an audit would ruin him. Suddenly, a new system notification flashed with ominous power. The hell-chasing archdemon turned his abyssal gaze directly toward the lower realm. Both men recoiled from the oppressive aura. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 braced himself, calculating his next move. The wailing god stiffened, paralyzed by the sheer weight of such primordial, raw evil. The archdemon looked away with cold apathy while the ghost god struggled to maintain his footing. With a terrifyingly slow movement, the archdemon reached into the void. Celestial thunder roared. Even the hunter fell silent. The world serpent remained deathly still. Shock silenced the gods. As the lightning faded, the system displayed a final report. Dusting his hands with casual ease, the archdemon peered back into the mortal world. "Continue your business," the demon lord commanded. "That nuisance has been erased." My heart nearly stopped. Herod sighed in relief, drifting back into the air. "Peace is impossible with you, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚. Since the issue's resolved, I'm leaving." The Twilight Owl gasped as the Gemini god watched the unfolding drama with intense curiosity. Den sent his admiration. "Master, your actions defied every possible calculation." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 glanced at Sean, who was now reduced to incoherent, traumatized groans. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's son approaches, smirking. No effort needed to crush her now, purely smooth sailing. A silver blade flashes suddenly. Crimson blood sprays across the cold, hard floor. Battle over. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 turns away, already tallying his mountain of high-tier loot. The prize? The fifth secret scripture. The White Fox Guild almost secured this treasure. They would have succeeded easily if they hadn't crossed my path today. The system Manhwa alerts chime. 𝗥𝗙𝗡𝗏 conquered the second floor. Boss is just relaxing. I raised this thing, but it's still garbage. Only level 4, absolute trash. Den scoffs. He was camping forever, trying to take the floor with such junk. Impressive speed, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 notes. The subordinate waves. "Boss, come see this discovery." "I'm coming. Just let me finish." Soul Collection Authority, activate now. Jujun's ashes acquired. System, you found the Hellfire Authority. Its master has fallen. I bury the remaining fragment of power deep within the purgatory flames. Hellfire Cry rank increased. Achievement unlocked. The powerful demon that swallowed the firefly. Fire stats plus 20. Title gained. Manifestation of a mighty demon. Legion evolution starts. I've consumed the firefly of hell. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 pulls up his status window again. Name, Twilight of the Gods. Currently, unable to equip the mighty demon manifestation title. Faction, Underworld Guardian, Rune Master, level 41. It's time to move out. Spreading massive wings, he jets toward Den. He nearly overshot, but his servant signaled. He lands heavily. What's the news? Is this predatory savage really that special? Easier to show than tell, 𝗥𝗙𝗓𝗏 says. He commands, open your eyes. The cobra demon rises. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 is stunned. Den just laughs, confused himself. I just tried it on a whim. It worked. I'm basically their demon king now. The summoning is identical. See, these cobra demons are just mindless stargazers. Humans killed in this cave become eternal servants to their monstrous slayers. The demons level up by eating life force. Does the predatory savage work similarly? Exactly. However, its efficiency is much lower than my original cobra form. Also, the predatory savage's power is strictly limited. Limited? How so? I can revive them, but they fail if they move. They lose skills and vanish. They collapse instantly. They have no staying power at all. One revival costs hundreds of souls. The system displays info on these new monsters. The bull, a tiger's natural enemy. Its hide is invulnerable to any sharp blade. Next is the benbucks. Slow and quiet, but possessing truly terrifying raw strength. A flexible tiger hunter that moves like it has no bones at all. The gods are shouting. The hunting season god says, better no minions than useless ones. The world-wrapping serpent god flies over, eager to examine these new undead traits. The owl god of Twilight advises, don't worry, your subordinates will become your mirror. How annoying. Den, these cobra demons are simply evolving from prey into true predators. It's hard to label them. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 asks if they're actually worth anything. They're brave enough not to fail, Den says. He barks, everyone, get up. We're raiding the 3rd floor. The boss is watching, so work your asses off. Prove your utility or you're finished. 2 obey, but one stands out. One guy actually replies in English. Is this a beauty pageant? Why the English? Fine, let's start this party. You have crossed the 3rd floor's boundary. 3rd floor reached. Sector 1 cleared. Sector 2 conquered. Jing has taken Sector 6. The bearer flags Sector 9's end, gained 125 experience points. Another 281 experience points secured. With these war gods in his party, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 is absolutely tearing through the third floor. He sighs, feeling a bit salty at the mediocre experience gain, yet securing such a powerful clansman makes the effort entirely worth it. His abilities are far from useless. By the way, you mentioned this was the Blue King's territory, right? Indeed, that massive gateway ahead leads directly to the third floor. Low-level bears have been replaced by a swarm of red demons, making progress a nightmare. Yet, their presence is unmistakable. That is simply the vast difference in our power. Still, I must admit, those pests are proving themselves quite effective. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 is truly savoring the thrill of leading a conquering legion. Everything feels effortless when you have an army at your back. 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds remain. He frowns, realizing that if this man truly belongs to the Freya line, he has struck gold. We are talking about the legendary Freya House of 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏, a bloodline whispered to be infused with the essence of the divine itself. Masters of war, blades, and strategy, they were the empire's greatest fear. A Freya descendant would be the ultimate successor. But why haunt a ghost cave? Perhaps he sought the forbidden scriptures to surpass his kin. I was just contemplating how to shield our spirit soldiers from the approaching wraiths. But with Jin here, no need for worry. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son produces another eternal ice crystal, knowing these allies will remain vital. Prepare to settle this. Wait, is that an ice crystal? Do you understand the weight of what you hold? I never imagined such a relic existed within these cursed walls. You may not know, but my family holds great prestige in 𝗥𝗘𝗏. I have laid eyes upon every legendary treasure the world has to offer. The constellation season of the hunt scoffs at the sight of the crystal. Jin gasps, mesmerized by its ethereal, crystalline beauty. Where did this come from? It radiates pure holy energy. This is a top-tier artifact that no amount of gold could ever purchase. The world-wrapping serpent constellation watches with wide eyes, eager to analyze this ancient ancestral relic. Without a moment's pause, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son simply hands over the priceless eternal ice crystal. Take it. You know exactly how to draw out its power. Jin stands frozen in shock before bursting into manic laughter. I have never served a master quite as insane as you. Entrusting me with this is madness. Fine, let us be crazy together. The thought of having Jin perform a bone-tempering ritual crosses his mind, but the necessary tools are currently out of reach. He trusts the Freya lineage's inherent power will be more than enough. Jin accepts the overwhelming gift without another word. I thought I made it clear that earning my true loyalty would be an impossible task. Calling you master is a mere formality to me. So why bestow such a divine treasure upon me so easily? I have no intention of being betrayed by my own kin like a fool. Do you want it or not? Of course I want it. You're just far more unpredictable than I imagined. Suddenly, Jin begins absorbing the Ice King's breath. Glacial air surges through his veins, fusing the frost with his ghostly essence. He has been granted the constellation's ice element. One of the faces of Pisces watches with shimmering interest. A new achievement has been unlocked in this system, Manhwa. Boa swallows rock. Ice affinity increases by 15 points. Bond with the clan member rises. Jin Freya has evolved into a frozen undead. 2 lethal skills have been forged, Blizzard and the devastating 0-degree frozen earth. Clad in new, regal armor, Jin glows with newfound vigor. He immediately channels his power, activating 0-degree frozen earth. A single, crushing swing sends a wave of frost forward, carving a frozen path directly toward the distant fortress. Every obstacle is instantly entombed in ice. The Blue King must be trembling in his boots right now. The timer ticks down to 22 minutes and 13 seconds. The Blue King isn't just scared, he's already broken on the floor. Red King, why have you become a mere puppet for a mortal? The Red King merely stares back with cold certainty. You would not understand the answer even if I gave it. The Blue King begs for mercy, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Jin delivers the finishing blow without hesitation, silencing the Blue King forever. He clearly wanted to beg for his life or offer a useless deal. The cold, mechanical system voice resonates once more. Sector 10 has been successfully liberated. You have slain one of the 4 legendary lords of the third floor. The name of player 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's son is spreading like wildfire through the depths of the ghost cave. Reputation increases by 15, 1,000 karma points received. The ancient lords are now fixated on your every move. Jin suddenly bursts into tears, realizing his master gets to enjoy the glory while he did all the heavy lifting. But the war is far from over. Destiny demands more blood. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's time expires. System evaluation begins. Grade, excellent. Rewards are being calculated based on your performance, initiating return to the real world. Reward granted, Dragon Sense for Wealth. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shatters the silence. Open your eyes. Hey, get up. Awakening, he's immediately greeted by those pathetic, greedy scavengers circling like vultures. Seeing him stir, they bark demands about their missing leader. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 coldly summons Jin. The shadow manifests instantly. Dispose of them. Flesh and steel collide as a gruesome crimson symphony paints the frozen ground. Amidst the carnage, only 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗏 and Jin remain. System alert. The Winter Palace has been fully conquered. 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗏 turns to Jin. I have unfinished business. Alert. You have entered the Winter Palace's hidden annex. There sits the Ice King, a frozen corpse rotting upon his lonely throne. A truly pathetic end for royalty. Soul Collection Authority activated. Purgatory flames erupt, consuming the fallen king's remains in a hellish blaze. Violet embers soar as he drains the king's lingering essence. For a moment, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 feels a strange pity. Recalling his own fall into Arcadia, he realizes this king was the real deal, not some hollow imitation. As the flames consume the corpse, a mysterious letter appears. Outside, the snowman chief battles with desperate fury. The Winter King's general unleashes his devastating tundra skill, freezing the very air with absolute malice. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏 triggers her divine mirror combination. Two titanic forces collide, erupting in a localized nuclear blast. The general eyes her with grudging respect. You have strength, mortal, unlike the weaklings we slaughtered before. I must admit, traveler, you possess a spark of genuine might that sets you apart from the rest. What is your rank? Are you a king? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 recoils, her mind racing with pure shock. How can a monster distinguish the world beyond this rift? Panicking, she screams, King, enough talk, die. She fires a lightning-infused projectile, retreating with the grace of a seasoned, professional hunter. The general evades the bolt effortlessly. Not a king then. Even with such power, you are unworthy. Humans are truly baffling. Without the title of king, you aren't even worth my blade. Begone. You took our sovereign's life. Now, I shall claim your king's head to balance the scales. I will butcher every soul in this place and erase all of humanity from existence, he bellows. I'll breach this prison and hunt your kind until your king crawls forth. Suddenly, an emergency quest triggers. Quest, King Slayer. Classification, emergency. Objective details are now unfolding for the player. The general of the Snowy Peaks has invoked his sovereign's sacred honor to exact a cold vengeance. The deceased king's wrath burns eternal until the human ruler falls. This oath fuels a terrifying power surge. The royal mandate passes to the general. His hatred bleeds through the rift, threatening the world outside. You must halt the relentless Snow Legion and their vengeful general before they breach the reality gate. Failure means global catastrophe. Clear conditions: 1. Slay the Winter King's general. 2. Eradicate all snowmen. Penalty: dungeon explosion. Rewards for successful completion await. 1. Dungeon closure. 2. The general's greatsword. In this system, Manhwa, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 can't believe the rewards. What's happening? A warrior lunges forward. We must eliminate this threat, no matter the cost. He can't escape. If that's our goal, then I'll take his head myself. Let's end this. The mini-boss still stands. How humiliating for 3 elite captains. Move it, you 2 idiots. That head belongs to me. Find your own prey. You talk way too much for someone bleeding out. The arrogant captain is suddenly caught in a violent energy vortex. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏 yells, my magic is failing. I'll provide cover fire. Go ahead and tear that monster apart however you see fit. The skies are yours. The ground belongs to me. A flawless blade arc begins carving through the ranks. Swordswoman Wu Chang surveys the endless white tide. They just keep coming. The numbers are endless. Time is running out. Suddenly, a snowy monstrosity lunges from his blind spot with lethal intent. Death beckoned, but his niece intervened like a lightning strike. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 triggers her storm step. The martial god's dagger accelerates, shredding the monster with overwhelming and divine power. She may seem ditzy, but threaten her uncle, and she becomes a demon. Thunderous fury rains from her blade. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 whirled around, snapping at her doting but senile uncle. Uncle, stay focused. How have you survived this brutal system, Manhwa world, while daydreaming? Wu Cheong's eyes welled up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, you've truly surpassed me. Those twin daggers and that artifact are easily worth 100 billion won, yet father gave them all to you. Clearly, his love for his granddaughter eclipses his own son. Honestly, I'm starting to envy those legendary items. After showing off her gear, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 received a divine notification. The god of hunting season praises your monstrous potential. The god of hunting season turns away, lamenting how such brilliance remained unnoticed until now. The god of hunting season suggests your growth would skyrocket if you mastered the dagger precepts. The deity asks if you wish to learn immediately. Such rare chances in a system Manhwa don't repeat. They admire your talent. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 wondered about this mysterious entity. Was this a god her uncle recognized? Recalling 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗥𝗡𝗏's son dominating the zombie forest, she felt inspired. She spun, leaping into the air amidst crackling lightning. The god of hunting season's jaw drops at your breathtaking aerial mobility. Everywhere 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 leaped, snowmen were slaughtered. The deity remains mesmerized by your flawless dagger mastery. They worry you might stumble, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 unleashed a flurry of kicks, leaving the god dizzy with excitement. The deity's eyes ignite seeing your stylish combat. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 laughed, amused by the god's constant reactions to her moves. This god is actually quite charming. It reminded her of her old comrades. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, did you actually knit that scarf? That's incredible. I want one too. Why only for son? That is pure favoritism. Wake up, Gin. It was my birthday recently. Shouldn't I get a scarf too? The memory brought tears to her eyes. She missed her friends dearly. Suddenly, thunder roared around 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. A lightning storm surged forward with 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 at its core. Wherever the bolts struck, monsters collapsed in agonizing spasms. Massive electrical discharges obliterated a huge portion of the snowmen and ice wyverns. The wyverns plummeted as the storm's intensity crushed their wings. Player 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is now entering a berserk state. The god of hunting season howls in delight. The snowman general screamed, "You fools, eliminate that human first." System warning. The entity known as General of the Winter King has targeted player 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Player 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 is designated as the snowman's primary nemesis. All enemy aggro is now focused on her. A lethal breath attack descended upon her. In the nick of time, a man threw open a magic tome. Just like a student cramming before finals, player Shin-Il activated the 𝗟𝗏𝘃𝗚𝗏 construction formula, conjuring a barrier. Despite learning it at the final second, Shin-Il's temporary shield held firm against the onslaught. The frost breath exploded harmlessly against the barrier. The world-wrapping snake god hissed, promising to find talent among its kin. Shin Jin-Woo turned, shouting for the girl to raise her shield and initiate the charge. Understood. I've got this, she roared, thrusting the demon-face shield forward. Player Shin Unseo unleashed her tower rush skill, but the shield suddenly froze. Both stood there in stunned silence. Insufficient strength. Insufficient mana reserves. Shin Jin-Woo bellowed in frustration. What are you doing? The shield didn't expand. How do we kill these bastards? She had skipped a meal, draining her energy too quickly. Then, a god smiled and cast a blessing. The god owl that rips. The twilight was moved by your courage. Your energy and strength stats are fully restored. Receiving the divine buff instantly, she grinned wildly. Much appreciated, god. Revitalized, she expanded the demon shield to massive proportions. She was ready to crush the snowman into dust. Here I come. Tower rush activated. Against the colossal shield, the snowmen looked like mere insects. With the power surge, the enemies were swept away screaming, "Hey, princess!" Jinwoo snapped. Pabina snapped out of her trance, unleashing a cannon-like blast of lightning. It was absolute carnage. The snowman general gnashed his teeth. Insects! Seo Jungan lunged, aiming for the general's throat. His taunts flew faster than his fists. Where are you looking? The general snarled back in irritation. If you aren't the king, stop wasting my time. He evaded the claws with effortless grace. The true general of the Winter King had arrived. Shin Jinwoo trembled as the system announcement echoed. Player Shin Jinwoo triggered the snake's curse. The chaos curse locked onto the general and his mount. Skills failed. A blinding curse struck as Shin Jinwoo was launched skyward by the snow general's sudden, devastating impact. Oh, Heaven pivoted, but the blow connected. Blood sprayed as she was blasted back, her body skipping across the frozen ground. Before she could recover, the general closed in. You monster, she hissed, her mind flashing back to Li Chang-sun's legendary strength. She yearned to follow his path. Am I worthy? She whispered, tears blurring her vision as despair threatened to take hold. Her soul burned with the desire to protect everyone, just like him, for oh heaven, that was the only truth. A rift tore through the heavens, unleashing a divine golden pillar. It obliterated a nearby peak, reducing ancient stone to mere dust. A notification rang out, Li Chang-sun has entered the stage. As a system Manhwa icon, his arrival brought a sudden, scorching inferno. Amidst the raging hellfire, Li Chang-sun emerged from the embers, standing like an invincible shield before the fallen oh heaven. Emotion flooded her heart, even Chagan stood frozen in awe. Who are you? Who do you think? He countered. The general's fury boiled over at his arrogance. Are you the one, the murderer who slew our sovereign king? His roar shook the mountainside. The players watched in stunned silence, jaws dropping as the general's murderous growl echoed through the pass. Tell me, mortal, are you the human king? Since you took our master, I shall claim your king's life in return. If our king fell to humanity's true leader, his sacrifice holds weight. So answer me. Do you hold the crown? The human king? Li Chang-sun stared back with pure disdain, as if hearing the most pathetic logic in existence. King, humanity doesn't need such childish titles. Then you are nothing but trash. Perish by my hand. The tundra skill erupted from the general's blade. Li Chang-sun remained unmoved, coldly raising his steel to meet the frozen onslaught. Tiger mode activated. The tiger soul slash erupted, clashing with the ice in a symphony of raw destruction. Observers were awestruck. This savage power rivaled his legendary Iron Witch form. Even the general struggled against the relentless assault. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The snow general gritted his teeth, forced to acknowledge this mortal's overwhelming, monstrous strength. Shifting tactics, he sought the high ground. A snow wyvern shrieked through the clouds, swooping down to retrieve its master. As Chang-sun evaded the beast's snapping jaws, the general leaped onto the wyvern's scales, soaring into the safety of the sky. He's retreating to the air, players screamed. Frowning, Li Chang-sun signaled Jungun, who lunged forward like a dark shadow. Seo Jungun unleashed Dark Footprint, leaping into a vicious aerial strike. He carved through the wyvern's hide for its insolence. Infuriated, the general called upon another subordinate to intercept the attacker. His ally grabbed the general, surging upward to gain the aerial advantage. Despite their fear, the general believed they were safe. Suddenly, a chilling, mocking voice whispered directly into their ears from behind. Still hiding behind pets, they hadn't realized he possessed wings. Chang-sun was already dancing around them in the open sky. Stuttering in shock, the general watched as Li Chang-sun summoned a catastrophic firestorm, melting the very peak of the mountain. Soul Tiger burst forth. Its celestial roar lit the sky, signaling the end. Look up. The sky seemed to fracture as a torrent of divine light rained down upon the crumbling peaks. Chang-sun pinned the general to the earth, surfing his chest like a meteor before impacting the ground with bone-shattering force. I must avenge him, the general gasped. Why are you monsters so obsessed with that empty title? He asked coldly. To take the throne, I must spill the blood of the one who stole our king's life. That is our law. Even dying, the veteran roared about his duty. A king provides. Only through conquest can I lead my people to glory. I must rule to lead. Is that why the Ice King left this for you? What? What do you mean? Behold your king's final decree. Chang-sun tossed the tattered parchment onto the general's bloody chest. The king had entrusted the future to him, abdicating his throne before passing. You now hold the authority to lead. Notification. The Snow General has ascended to dungeon boss status, fulfilling the previous ruler's final wish. He was now the new Ice King. You fool, you old fool, he sobbed, tears hitting the frozen earth. Words mean nothing for artificial beings like us, real or not. Does it truly matter in the face of death? Chang-sun delivered a merciful end, sending the general to reunite with his father in the afterlife. Hidden quest complete. The Ice King's dying wish. The screaming finally stopped. The rewards are yours, player. Received. The king's treasury and his final, sacred wish. Achievement, Kingslayer. You acquire the general's great blade. Warning dungeon lockdown is now in effect. The gate sealed shut, but from the depths of the shadows, a hidden watcher observed everything that had transpired. Chang-sun rejected the goddess's blessing. Impossible. Set a course for Korea. I must see this audacity. If he's merely a disrespectful fraud, I'll deliver his divine punishment personally. The stalker's predatory grin widened. Meanwhile, Chang-sun finally found a fleeting moment of peace. He watched the city ignite under neon lights, but noisy intruders soon shattered his solitude. The Shin siblings burst in, their chaotic bickering echoing through the quiet apartment. Fearing obsessed fans, Unso lost her cool and gripped her brother's collar with terrifying force. After threatening him, she pivoted instantly, beaming a radiant smile toward her idol, Chang-sun. I remembered your favorite meal from the Las Vegas season 4 years ago. She presented the fruit box like a sacred relic, screaming internally with pure fangirl joy. His new hairstyle was lethal. Thankfully, Chang-sun didn't overlook her desperate, heartfelt efforts. He offered a devastatingly charming smile. In that moment, Unso felt like the world's luckiest fan. She was ready to die happy. Annoyed, Jin-woo couldn't resist exposing her true desperation. He revealed she begged the fan club for that gift. A knee suddenly struck his jaw. Shut your mouth, you loudmouth snitch. The siblings' chaos shifted Chang-sun's gaze to the quiet girl behind them. Haibin stammered nervously. Her casual look was purely adorable. Chang-sun softened, offering a rare and gentle expression. Welcome. Forgive the mess. There is nothing but empty space here for now. A massive feast appeared as they gorged themselves. Chang-sun retreated to the balcony with beer. Jin-woo handed Haibin a peculiar coin featuring a grumpy face, a true collector's hidden treasure. He began explaining the item's significance with intense enthusiasm. It's an early membership pass for tournament archives. Use it to unlock his exclusive combat footage. You even get access to the behind-the-scenes clips of him swearing like a maniac. Haibin accepted it gratefully. However, her reaction caught more than just Jin-woo's wandering eye. Even the hunting god peered curiously at the badge while Jin-woo blushed at her beauty. Her aura was breathtaking, a vision of pure, healing beauty personified. Why follow a known jerk? Haibin simply replied that she didn't see herself as a fan. She admired his heart, wishing to become a person as warm as him one day. Though standing outside, Chang-sun's senses were honed on the heartfelt conversation happening behind him. He smirked secretly. Perhaps the girl possessed far more potential than he first imagined. Higher beings watched with mixed emotions. The great demon god observed the rare, peaceful quiet. The fallen tiger god grumbled, clearly bored by the lack of blood and legendary chaos. Bored, Your Highness? The system Manhwa interface flickered with an immediate, sharp response. The god scolded his insolence. Chang-sun apologized with mocking, feigned respect for the deity. The tiger god issued a final warning. Cross the line again, and there will be consequences. Chang-sun thanked him outwardly while inwardly cursing the god's overwhelming and annoying arrogance. The god spoke of another fool from his past who shared Chang-sun's stubborn, reckless streak. That man was utterly fearless, a reckless warrior who dared to defy the very heavens. His defiance eventually got him exiled. He simply refused to bow before anyone or anything. Yet, his foolishness earned the god's respect. Chang-sun's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Wait, was the tiger god actually describing his own forgotten, legendary past? Memories clashed in his mind. Had they met in the stars or on some ancient battlefield? In Arcadia, the tiger god appeared as a fierce hybrid, demanding the secret to true strength. Are you the war god who humbled 𝗟𝗏𝗄𝗏? Teach me how to reach your level. Beat it, you worthless piece of trash. Chang-sun had replied with icy indifference. The tiger smiled creepily, vanishing as the pillars of the sky began to tremble violently. As Li Chang was confined, the tiger god roared with malicious amusement. He vividly recalled the puppet ruler leading the charge when the purple star divination sought his total annihilation. The fallen deity offered a grim warning. Even the most eternal stars in the heavens eventually crashed to earth. Li Chang wondered if he had truly been that man's target from the start. Sokka pledged his support, advising that should fate turn, he must never allow others to trample his spirit. The fallen god mused that the loneliest star always radiates the most brilliant light. Chang nodded in agreement, yet privately thought that companions were often nothing more than weights dragging him down. Shining through solitude? What nonsense. He wondered why this system Manhwa entity was suddenly mentioning the god's twilight. Concluding the matter, the fallen deity remarked on his sharp intellect. Li Chang doubted that old bastard could ever uncover his true identity through this complex system. Surely Thanos' security isn't that pathetic. Was this a mere coincidence or a calculated move? Sokka inquired about his immediate plans, but Li Chang chose to keep the puppet ruler's mystery for later. 1 month, Li Chang declared. The bewildered tiger god simply shook his head in total confusion. I'll reach ranker status in 30 days. Sokka scoffed, finding such a feat completely impossible. The deity warned he wouldn't forgive Li Chang for reckless behavior that resulted in injury. To Li Chang, reaching ranker status was child's play. He admitted his current raw power was still lacking. Therefore, I'm going to seize the 5 legendary scriptures. With that divine power, becoming a ranker is guaranteed. Sokka messaged back, questioning if he could endure another curse. Li Chang dismissed the god's concerns. Relax, he projected, completely unfazed by the potential danger. No pain, no gain, right? Sokka instantly agreed. Suddenly, lightning struck amidst a flash of vibrant lights. The system pinged. Impressed by his audacity, Sokka bestowed a powerful new perk upon him. Elsewhere, John Chong-jae relaxed in a luxury vehicle as it sped down the highway. Uncle Wu sobbed over his niece's harsh words. Fed up, the tiger god finally intervened to speak. Children mature quickly. Accept it and move on. Clutching the eternal ice crystal, Li Chang headed to Chobyong to fulfill his promise to Cho Hong. Requesting a total remake of the spears, he promised massive buffs. Xu Yang screamed in absolute disbelief. Start over after 3 sleepless nights. Li Chang tossed down 100 million won as a silent answer. A true power move. Li Chang then accessed his legendary king tier inventory. The system revealed the haul, 32 blocks of 10,000-year cold iron and various other rare ores. This staggering hoard of loot made even the gods themselves feel uneasy. The world-encircling serpent hissed, shocked that monsters had hoarded such wealth for generations. Sokka salivated over the riches. Li Chang turned to his blacksmith, asking if this sufficed. Choi Bu-young gasped, realizing Li Chang had achieved the impossible. This was no mere scrap. With such ancient cold iron, even a tiny fragment could forge a weapon of divine power. He grinned like a madman, envisioning the legendary arsenal he could now forge. I'll create an untouchable masterpiece, Chu Yong barked, fully committed to the madness. That's boss to you. 5 days later, Li Chang was officially named Strategy Department Captain. Captain Li Chang has arrived. He entered the room, looking sharp with a fresh new look. Shim Janho seethed, recalling how this man had mocked him as a drama queen. With Li Chang present, Director O unceremoniously dismissed Manager Shim from the meeting. Don't ruin the business trip. Eager to escape, Shim bowed and bolted from the room. Bitter and resentful, he felt as though misfortune was relentlessly haunting his every step. Jun Chongs realized Li Chang had taken his place for the crucial Council of Elders meeting. Shim Junho's jaw tightened with enough force to shatter bone as he thought. He's coming for me. He hurried to Director Li, while Li Chang unveiled the radiant crystal. Sokka greedily covets the Ice King's chilling, legendary aura. Since constellations desire this, its worth is undeniable. Any questions, kid? How to use it? I trust your skill to reveal secrets when necessary. You're sharp, O says seriously. Are you curious about my hidden secrets? A system Manhwa alert pings as Liang's son admits his burning curiosity. Director O claps. Observe. You have entered the player's illusion realm. Sokka grins wickedly at the territory while the owl god groans in disgust. Chang marvels at the Grand Mage's ease in manifesting such a massive illusion. Where did they come from? The Tiger King's power is surging wildly. Chang-sun senses 500 soldiers and the resonance of the 4th scripture. Did he decode the text? O laughs. How is my army's first appearance? Impressive? Siwon flexes his aura. I knew you were just like me. Global rank. Top 20, maybe? Chang-sun silently judges the old fox. He no longer hides his identity, fully embracing his true demonic nature. Unveiling his form means trust. Actually, we are ranked 27th, so says. Lacking an S-rank king kept us low, despite our hidden world-shaking strength. From rankers to kings, the guild is a force, even Arcadia respects. Musan is Duke tier, but possesses the power of a king. Our rank is wrong. Chang-sun disagrees, earning a nod from Director O. Exactly. Being 27th while hiding our strength is truly a massive feat. If we try, Korea won't contain us. My ambition reaches much further. I want the world to tremble at our roar. Sokka laughs wildly. Our guardian wants the same. Soon, everyone will bow at our feet. Chang-sun frowns. You planning to drag us into the real world? Won't the world brand you a rogue demon for this madness? Absolute power silences critics. I've shown my secrets, now reveal yours. Chang-sun knows the artifact but asks, what is this cursed thing? Will it turn me? No, this creation will make you a legendary warrior. Every leader endured this. The system Manhwa window displays forbidden item data. The Lost Dream Orb, a corrupt sphere forged from flowers of death. It reeks of calamity's victims. O smiles wickedly at the effective sphere. I guarantee you'll surpass them all. Take it. Chang-sun hesitates, repulsed. Below, demons screamed. This was a brand new, terrifying type of orb. Properly analyzed, this could reveal the core secrets of the tiger calamity. Jinfia asks for the orb. Chang-sun stares, torn between greed and caution. The Hell Manual would purge the toxins, leaving only pure, usable energy. The tiger disease hid within. One close look could expose its origin. Jinfia demands it again. Should he give up this all-powerful object? I need to recruit followers and test this refined power's true limits. Purify it for the baboon. How do I transfer it? Just eat it. I'll handle the purification. Chang-sun pops the orb into his mouth. Orb consumed. Tiger disease spreads, but poison immunity instantly triggers a purge. Effect disabled. 𝗕𝗏𝗚 moves to consume the tiger disease himself. 𝗕𝗏𝗚 absorbs the corruption with a smirk. I'll report the results soon. Next time, don't be shy. Suddenly, Director O shatters the illusion. Spinning around, he smirked. Well, wasn't that legendary? Director Ao Sim Wang roared with wild laughter. Ha, most players would crumble under that pressure, but you absorbed it effortlessly. Ready for another round? A true looter's heart. The tiger gods grinned. In this system, Manhwa world, epic feats earn divine rewards. The tides are shifting. The American factions are preparing for an all-out global war. In 1 month, our White Tiger Guild joins the Metal King's zenith to claim total global dominance. It is a massive hub for training elite players. They conquer dungeons and research ancient artifacts. Lai Chang'an wondered, is this a war for total sovereignty? What is my role? Take your fame to America. Use your influence to win over the masses. Make White Tiger the star of this war. Li Changsun chuckled. The more eyes on me, the better. My status in the guild rises with every headline. If I can control this, the White Tiger's ascension is mine. To seize it all, I must stay composed and predict their every move. Li Changsun replied, first, I'll conquer France's Windy Stone Desert, then I'll clear Apocalypse City in Chicago. Imagine the headlines when I become a high ranker after that. It will be explosive news. Director Io's grin widened until his face nearly split. Ha, you want to be a global superstar? Go for it. But since the unknown is dangerous, I'll send an assistant to watch your back. The system relayed the Guardian's thoughts. The Tiger God was thrilled by the omen of upcoming chaos. Elsewhere, Shin Jin-woo had officially joined the guild's future strategy department. He arrived with a dark, twisted smile. I'm part of the strategy team now. 2 familiar faces appeared. Out of the way, you lazy bum. Shin Sol and B were already at each other's throats. Training right after the team formed? You're here, bro. Captain, what's with that massive weapon? Li Changsun glanced over. Call me whatever when we're alone. I just picked this thing up. I brought it here to test its limits during our session. Is it too much? No way. Li Changsun looked like he was walking a high-fashion runway instead of a training ground. Everything looked perfect on him. Chi Yan sighed, her eyes fixed on his effortless, cold charm. Shin Jin-woo watched the 2 handsome warriors, wondering if this elite team was recruited based on visuals. Probably not, since I'm here. Li Changsun turned. We're here to test our synergy with real combat. The CEO issued a surprise mission. A partner guild's magic stone mine has suffered a catastrophic collapse. A system window flickered to life. Rescue mission info, normal grade difficulty. 1 hour ago, a mysterious collapse occurred within the Blue Pearl Island dungeon. 20 miners are trapped with 0 communication. Investigate the cause and rescue everyone within the time limit. Time limit, 5 hours. Mission accepted. Rewards, 100 reputation points and rare magic stones. Read up and move out immediately. Li Changsun herded them toward the dungeon like a pro hunter. At the Shan International Airport, arrival gate 2. Che Yun waited to greet a VIP. A massive, muscular foreigner with a lion-like mane stepped out. Che bowed immediately. Welcome to Korea, Green Wolf of the Illuminati Guild. I'm your support during your stay. Whoa, you speak German? He grinned, his eyes vanishing. Thinking of the Iron Saints and our Guardian's star. This Korean trip is looking absolutely lit. Ha. Now, take me to the tyrant. Che ground her teeth, cursing her guild's obsession with lunatics. She thought Li Changsun was a freak, but this was worse. Plus, the guild had officially cut ties. She didn't know how to fix this mess, so the truth just spilled out. Meeting him is nearly impossible right now. The man beside her spoke up. Senior, he said, tyrant. Isn't the tyrant currently leading the rescue squad at that collapsed mine and gun? Che saw the situation spiraling and cursed internally. This tactless idiot is beyond hope. She hurried the VIP away. That's John Chun Jae. She told herself not to treat guests like trash. But every time she thought about Li Changsun's chaos, a chilling aura gripped her. In this system, Manhwa, death seemed like her only fate. Back in Gang 1, grim markings stained the walls as Li Changsun coldly asked for the body count. 24, came the reply. The staffer grimaced at the director's ruthless and cruel methods. These noobs are hopeless. Is that man a high-tier ranker? His power level is absolutely insane. Dismissing the media hype, Li Changsun steeled his resolve and crossed the dungeon's threshold. Alert, you have entered the Blue Jewel dungeon. His companions grew restless with excitement immediately. Despite the beauty, Li Changsun warned them to stay sharp against the looming dangers ahead. Signaling Jin-woo, the seasoned warrior watched as a lightning orb illuminated the darkness. System, player Shin Jin-woo has activated Serpent Structure. I'm on it, Iani, he chirped. Shield braced, she charged forward, but a lethal arrow hissed through the air toward them. The projectile streaked for Jin-woo's head, shattering Ji-yoon's focus in a heartbeat. Wake up, Li Changsun's voice cut through their panic as they glared into the brush. Suddenly, a lethal rain of arrows erupted from the dense thicket, targeting the group. Ji-yoon raised her defense. System, player Chi Ji-yoon has activated the skill, Amplification Shield. Arrows shattered against the demon-face shield, while Jin-woo's orb unleashed a deafening thunderous roar. Agonized wails filled the air while Jinwoo nonchalantly plucked the arrow from his own head. Not a scratch. The system's world-encircling serpent scoffed at the player's clumsy display. Relax, Jinwoo retorted. My mana core was always going to negate the damage anyway. The serpent glared, questioning why his host only recognized his flaws after the danger passed. He let out a smug chuckle. Trust me, the reality is far more impressive. He teased his sister relentlessly, awakening her inner lioness while Chang-sun remained focused. Hogan lunged into the tree line, re-emerging moments later with a struggling creature in his grasp. The siblings stood frozen as Hogan slammed the captive at Chang-sun's feet. Investigation was necessary. Is that an elf? The siblings gasped in total shock. The seasoned hunter deity frowned, baffled by the presence of an elf in this territory. Chang-sun sensed deception. One look into its vacant eyes revealed a twisted, abnormal nature. A gray elf. This was a creature the Shin siblings had never even encountered before. These are imposters, parasitic pests engineered to siphon life force from every living thing. A parasite? To spawn such filth, the host must have reached its lethal adult stage. How could such a massive appetite be satisfied within this small, restricted dungeon zone? The serpent narrowed its eyes, noting the appearance of an incredibly rare gray elf variant. Chang-sun noted the eerie lack of monsters despite the frequent traffic at the mine. It's impossible for such a massive parasite to evolve undetected by the local authorities. A suspicion dawned, could she be orchestrating this world's ruin to birth this dungeon? The theory fit. Yet a lingering doubt remained. Chang-sun quickly pivoted his strategy. We're retreating, Ji-yoon gasped, unwilling to abandon potential survivors to their fate. Jinwoo shared the doubt, yet the gray elf confirmed a parasitic infestation of the island. Facing an army was suicide. Chang-sun attempted to log out, but the system screamed. Log out failed. The red warning left Chang-sun staring at the screen in disbelief. The system continued. External communication has been severed by an unknown malevolent force. Quest initiated. Search theme. You must conquer the dungeon before the exit will open. Good luck. While Jinwoo panicked, Chang-sun stood paralyzed, his mind racing. With the path blocked, he reverted to his original, more aggressive strategy. Hogan unleashed his berserk tiger skill while Chang-sun waded through the gray elf horde. Something was wrong. These parasitic constructs were bleeding, defying the laws of nature. Yet, against these foes, it felt as if his blade bit into living flesh. Meat, sinew, and bone. Azure ichor seeped from their wounds. These cunning beasts pulsed with divine energy. Only one parasite fits the divine tree. Only a true god could sow such a celestial horror. Ki, the goddess of death and ruin. Long ago, she fought by Li Chang's side as an ally. Why is her essence here? Staring at the fallen gray elves, Li Chang's brow furrowed in concern. Ki, what became of you? Meanwhile, near Jianshu-Jie, desperate pleas for mercy rang through caverns. Suddenly, the entrance shattered. The White Tiger Guild has arrived. Stand down, we will handle this. The survivors wailed in relief. We are alive, thank the gods. Please, clear these boulders and save us. That man's shrieks are deafeningly loud for someone near death. Something feels incredibly suspicious about this scene. Liang's son halted the squad instantly, signaling Jinwoo. The young hunter moved before the command finished. Player Shin Jinwoo unleashed his lightning magic. The blinding flash revealed the nightmare lurking within the shadows. Only shambling corpses remained. A cold notification from this system, Manhwa, confirmed this gruesome, undead reality. Unnamed undead monstrosities had decimated the area. Li Chang realized it was a lethal, pre-planned ambush. If he had not hesitated, he would have plunged headfirst into a feeding frenzy of cannibalistic ghouls. Foul roots had burrowed deep into the rotting remains, acting like parasitic veins within the dead. They led deeper into the dark, but the undead swarm was already tightening its suffocating grip. He could incinerate them all, but potential survivors prevented him from unleashing his full, scorching firestorm. Winter, clear the way. Lethal shadows lunged forward, tearing a gap through the rotting crowd. Li Chang leaped inside, then halted. A colossal, spectral stump sat there with roots twisting like ghosts. This was a mature parasite, its sentient roots pulsing with a malevolent, conscious will. A root goblin. The system chimed, you have encountered the floor boss, the root goblin. The creature's crown was a mirror image of Ki's own regalia. Suddenly, the system buzzed once more. The divine tiger observes this dungeon with great curiosity. Player Liang's son drew a mysterious, nameless spear. Now dual-wielding with legendary poise, Liang's son's son charged into the fray. Could this be Kai's lost divine tree? It sounds insane, but the puppet ruler's fascination suggests otherwise. With Zeus and Ki involved, this is definitely no mere twist of fate. A dark conspiracy is unfolding. The system announced, the boss raid has officially commenced. Jagged roots lunged at Li Chang's face like lethal spears. He muttered under his breath, my face is my best asset. Scratch it, and you are dead. He deflected the strike with skill. The monster lacked steel, but its organic roots were deadlier than any forged blade. These limbs were god-tier weapons, thrashing with chaotic violence and destroying everything in their path. Clashing with the beast, he felt Ki's divine resonance vibrating within its wooden heart. That crown was not just a prop, it radiated authentic celestial energy, thickening the mystery further. It is a flawless replica of the goddess's crown. At minimum, it is a high-tier holy relic. This creature must serve as a high priest for Ki, Suddenly, the system updated the quest. The divine tiger watches intently. Even the Gemini saint anticipates your next move with bated breath. The god's strange behavior raised serious alarms in Liang's son's mind. From the puppet ruler to Gemini, they would not gather for a mere skirmish. Something bigger is coming. A hidden war brewed between Zeus, Ki, and the others, a secret far beyond his current knowledge. First, he must crush the root goblin as its undead minions swarmed him from all sides. To uncover the truth, he had to win. He pivoted, unleashing a devastating firestorm from his spear. In the cycle of 5 elements, wood only fuels the flame. The system screen flashed bright red. The fire dance rages. As Jay's retainer, infernal blazes erupted around him in a majestic display. I will reduce you all to ash. Behind him, Shinon Seo crushed skulls with her demonic shield. Any ghoul that approached was instantly pulverized. She roared with dominance. You are all nothing but scrap. Jin Wu's lightning struck, returning the undead back into the earth. Baked Gun unleashed his tsunami illusion, paralyzing the encroaching zombie horde. No ordinary player, Jin Wu noted, awestruck by the absolute carnage. Following the slaughter, Baked Gun challenged the shadows, sensing a lurker. He evaded the ambush, discovering a living human survivor behind the blade. Identify yourself. Lieutenant Park, B-rank soldier of the elite awakened force. I was entombed here during a desperate rescue mission for the Association. That's my story. Now tell me, are you truly still human? Unmasking, the hunter spoke. I am Big Gun of Team L. Team L, Li Chang's son's squad, is that monster himself here too? The injured need aid, Big Gun replied as the earth began quaking. Jin relayed the order, evacuate. Chaos is descending upon this place. Watch your backs. Big Gun recognized Dinan's voice with deep suspicion. Why trust you? Dine's haunting laughter echoed through the radio comms. Track me down? I thought you were just your master's loyal hound. Even hounds have brains, Dine smirked. Doubt me and face death. Big Gun reached out, but the shadowy figure had already vanished. What would Chang do? Lieutenant, lead me to the remaining survivors. The cold, robotic system Manhwa interface announced. Skill, fire dance active. Li Chang, son roared. Burn, a firestorm engulfed the root goblin. Fire meeting wood? A recipe for absolute, soul-scorching annihilation. These massive pillars of flame pierced the sky, shaking the foundation. The beast-woven essence shield, shrieking as its wooden flesh charred. It summoned a tide of ghouls to drown the hunter. Rick, manifest. The armored knight appeared, sword, ready for the slaughter. About time. Rick's blade carved through zombies like rotten summer wheat. Leaving the fodder to Rick, Li Chang's son pursued the beast. Terror-stricken, the goblin fled. Li Chang's son noted its incredible speed. Does pain fuel it? He lunged, but the monster's form shifted. Roots wove into a bulwark, negating the spear's lethal momentum instantly. Persistent pest. He fluidly swapped his spear for a fouchered blade. With a heavy hack, he cleaved the wooden nightmare in two. Yet, physical trauma failed. The beast sprouted anew from the gore. It seized him like prey. Its regeneration was accelerating beyond logic. Each limb returned tougher, echoing Kali's raw, overwhelming physical dominance. This priest possessed a combat flow rivaling the most elite masters. Every regeneration boosted the beast's power to terrifying new levels. The gap was vanishing. Was his power merely an elemental advantage? Hellfire erupted once more. Killing it seemed impossible. He needed to obliterate its very core. Amidst the fire, he recalled training with Kali on that peak. It was pure agony. Frustrated, he remembered her aura's sudden violent eruption. What was that? Can I wield that? It's a trump card, Twilight. Listen carefully. Use this only in your final hour. Witnesses. Do not survive. Flashback ends. Li Chang expands his lungs, drawing in a massive breath to ignite the flames before him. The system interface flickers, a classic system Manhwa moment. You have discovered a hidden piece, Breath of 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗏. This forbidden breathing art hails from the 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗡 peaks, a sanctuary ruled by the goddess of death. Crafted for thin air, this technique is perfect for skyrocketing one's internal energy to the limit. But beware, failing to master the rhythm will subject the user's body to catastrophic physical strain. This state unseals dormant vitality. One breath triggers a hidden potential, awakening an even greater power. Now, Li Chang inhales with frantic intensity, preparing his body for a world-shaking final gambit. Neither the puppet ruler nor Gemini will recognize this. As Ki said, its witnesses are long dead. In one heartbeat, Li Chang prepares to stomp this monster into the dust with absolute force. He'll erase it from existence. With that thought, he draws a final breath and exhales scorching heat. System alert. Utilizing Breath of 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗡 to ignite your latent potential. Status updated. You've entered Berserk and Frenzy states. Latent power is now fully active and surging. Every stat skyrockets for 5 minutes. Veins bulge across Li Chang's face as power overflows. Notification, Skill Knight's Ideal activated. You may now wield the boiling mana within your core. Li Chang's spear becomes a blur. He has only 5 minutes before this overwhelming power expires. Yet, his body might buckle sooner. Even legendary masters once struggled to endure this for 5 seconds. He must end this now. Luminous beams tear through the beast, forcing a wretched scream from it. Only 1 second has passed in this hellish state. Yet it feels like an eternity. He lunges forward to execute the goblin before it can heal. Snake Eye tracks every twitch. Another second passes and the Black Claw Mountain King's skill erupts. 3 seconds in, the goat goblin's massive frame is being carved into chunks by his spear. The Mountain King's wrath is absolute. With 1 second remaining, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 summons a colossal fire tornado. The cyclone of fire consumes the beast, incinerating its essence until nothing but ash remains. As his peak power fades, the system rings. Achievement unlocked, Avatar of Destruction. Reward, Strength +5. Black Claw, the Mountain King, has successfully leveled up. Boss subdued. The constellation season of hunting watches in shock after witnessing your legendary skills. He gasps for air. Breath of 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗏 has expired, and his stats are plummeting back to normal. Warning, 45% stamina and 61% mana depleted. You are now in a state of fatigue. Anemia sets in. The world-wrapping serpent notes that such power usually leaves a human permanently crippled. Yet, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 survived. Now, the gods are intrigued by his mysterious resilience. The charred goblin clings to life, its shriveled flesh unable to mend under the divine heat. He stares at the wreck. He never imagined using 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃's secret arts against her own priest. The celestial audience remains in an absolute frenzy. While the twilight owl frets over your health, Gemini's faces twist in sadistic delight at the display. The ferocious tiger roars with laughter. You are definitely his kin, kid. Crushing foes comes naturally to you. The great demon watches, curious about your next move. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 scowls. The battle is won, but the mystery regarding Kali remains unsolved. The Void King and Gemini watch him, their eyes sharp as hunting hawks. No room for error. But as he approaches, the goblin's eyes ignite with a terrifying laser glow. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 recoils. Suddenly, gnarled roots burst from the monster's skull as it cackles with madness. He stands frozen. What kind of dark ritual is this? With its dying breath, it sneers. Your petty games are over, you wretched, arrogant gods. The god of death shall return to erase every last insect like you. The dark twilight is coming. System emergency. Beast sense detects a lethal threat approaching. Snake Eye urges a retreat. The goblin is dead. So why are trees sprouting from its corpse? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 retreated as the system confirmed the root's divine sacrifice. Warning, the parasitic tree is undergoing a forced legendary evolution. Despite his escape, the rainbow-colored monstrosity haunted 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃's gaze. Damn it, where's the backup? This place is a suffocating death trap. Tension flared, one wrong word could mean instant death for everyone. Suddenly, the gate detonated, vomiting torrents of abyssal, chaotic fire. Dungeon break. Notify the association. A car screeched into view. Shaejon arrived, facing an anomaly defying every system, Manhwa trope. The foreign hunter spoke, his voice laced with ominous, dark power. This wavelength, it's at least 4 stars. Possibly much higher. The translator trembled. He's asking if it's really 4 stars. Only 1 star, the lackey lied. The foreigner's smirk grew lethal. Unless a hidden dungeon overlapped, that hunter survived pure hell. System. Gemini's avatar commands you to cease your idle spectating. This pathetic mortal realm is tarnishing my celestial, brilliant light. The fallen tiger grinned, sensing another constellation's growing curiosity. Mana drained rapidly as the dungeon transformed into a wasteland. Panic seized 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃. Had his comrades survived this catastrophic shift? The gods reveled, mocking the desperate struggle of the mortals. Like a wandering specter, Gemini watched the unfolding tragedy coldly. The prophecy echoed. A fallen god shall rise for the apocalypse. After the divine strike, guilt weighed heavy. Did he doom them? The parasitic tree pulsed with galactic light, radiating terrifying power. A legendary threat is born. The parasitic tree hungers for more. Seeking a greater source, the monster targeted its next host. Its roots breached the walls, snaking toward the human world. Warning, dungeon collapse imminent. Quest parameters are being rewritten. The glitched entity ravaged the island, erasing life with every pulse. Quest, fell the tree. Failure results in total planetary infestation. Guilty or not, I'm bringing that priest back, 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 vowed. Den's laughter echoed. Your ambitions are truly insane, master. Family, you'd house a high priest of destruction in your home? If those roots reach Earth, it's over. That tree must fall. Gemini's face twisted in shock at the human's unwavering will. That monster is reaching for the stars, targeting the gods themselves. Find the root. 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃's glare silenced Den's mocking laughter. That's an order, Den fumed, his pride wounded by the command. Yet, a mysterious authority forced him to submit. Fine. As you command. 𝗥𝗘𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗃 took his stance, summoning the divine submersion bow. Skill, Snake Eye. A golden arrow streaked through the air. Direct hit. The arrow detonated against the tree's critical weak point. Chain reaction. Lightning and fire combined in a spectacular explosion. Achievement unlocked. Fire Mastery +15. High rank archery skill obtained. The tree transformed into a pyre, its growth temporarily halted. The constellations stirred, boasting loudly of the overwhelming power granted. She even hailed that devastating detonation as a complete masterpiece. The world-wrapping serpent constellation scoffed, asking why she was suddenly taking credit for such a spectacle. He insisted the boy's raw talent sparked the explosion. Hunting season leaped up, screaming, "What garbage are you spewing?" The serpent hyped himself up, claiming that without his targeting system, the brat would have been useless. Hunting season brandished a celestial arrow, snarling, demanding if the serpent truly wished to challenge her divine authority. The serpent merely cackled in response. Come at me then, if you think you're tough enough. Chang-sun watched their petty bickering with a deadpan expression. Are gods always this childish? It's truly embarrassing. Amidst the cringe, the demonic tree trembled. Alert! The parasitic sacred tree boss has entered a berserk state. Seeing the shift, Chang-sun loosed another shaft. Notification. You've pulverized the sacred tree with only 2 arrows. X points are flooding in. In this system, Manhwa world high-rank archery has ascended to master level. Though lashed by rubbery limbs, Chang-sun took flight using the flying tiger's gale-following skill. A face of Gemini gleams with malice, watching you slaughter the heretics who dared defy the heavens. The fallen tiger gods smirked with dark satisfaction, relishing the carnage. Chang-sun accelerated, tearing through the clouds like a supersonic jet on a warpath. You've reached the sacred tree's core. This newborn nightmare already possesses a truly terrifying reach. Suddenly, Chang-sun spotted a figure within the abyss. Atop twisted roots sat a bizarre, monstrous entity. A winged beast perched upon the goblin root, brandishing a whip with a sickening, savage grin. He erupted in laughter. Ha! I never expected a fresh guest in a dump like this. The system's red alerts are screaming. Gemini's divinity blazes as my beast intuition warns of impending death. The stranger looked up with a vile smirk. Silence. My guardian deity is speaking to me. Meeting me requires absolute reverence, but I'm feeling merciful today. I'll let your insolence slide once. Chang-sun frowned. An apostle? No. His immense mana signature suggests a high priest or even an archbishop. Regardless, he's top tier. The beast bared razor-sharp fangs, his saliva dripping with a primal, hungry madness. He hissed, I'm going to show you the agony of insulting my glorious guardian deity. I'll let you spread his word in the afterlife. A Gemini face curled its lip in pure disgust. A pillar of celestial light struck, obliterating the trash-talking fanatic in a flash of divine wrath. He shrieked like a banshee. How dare a mere soul defy a god? Do you lack all divinity? I'll send you to that fallen god immediately. Suddenly, a sharp system notification pings. The high priest seeks to revive the fallen god's essence. Blinding light and agonizing screams erupt everywhere. Chang-sun grimaced. This foe is a lethal threat. Even at peak strength, victory is far from guaranteed. Should he just accept death? No, there must be a way to crush this avian monster and recover. The beast laughed like a total psychopath as Chang-sun was backed into a desperate corner. Suddenly, a clue appeared. There is a path to victory. First, you must seize the mana core. He'll take the gamble. System. Tiger's return activated. Thought processing speed has been overclocked for combat. Skill. Beautiful virtue. All stats maximized. The system is now calculating attribute buffs to bridge the gap. Strength up. Agility up. The bird monster whipped its head around, paralyzed with absolute shock. Potential unlocked via hidden breath. Warning. The user has now entered a total berserk state. Chang-sun's eyes blazed like headlights as he charged, leaving the monster bird completely stunned. The fallen tiger watched with fresh amusement. One of Gemini's faces realized the danger far too late. Chang-sun descended, dual-wielding his blades with murderous intent while the monster remained frozen in fear. Elsewhere, Che Jai-yoon and 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 party finally breached the dungeon's inner sanctum. System alert. Boss monster parasitic holy tree. Level. Unknown. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡 sighed in frustration. One monster caused all this? Che gritted her teeth. This was no ordinary dungeon raid anymore. It's still evolving. If this thing reaches the surface, the entire Earth will become a living nightmare. How do we stop it? Suddenly, the beast erupted with explosive energy, turning 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗡 pale with terror. Wait, what in the world is happening now? A system Manhwa notification pings, making Chejin groan. Not him again. Meanwhile, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's expression shifts to pure excitement. The tyrant has arrived. He whips off his glasses, letting out a wild, thunderous laugh. A simple business trip turned into a full-scale dungeon raid. To get the prize, I must clear this zone first. Suddenly, blue light erupts everywhere. Player 𝗥𝗚𝗚𝗏 activates werewolf incarnation. He shifts into a massive beast and lets out a bone-chilling howl. Chejin leaps onto his back instantly. Even the gods are starting to get hyped for this. You receive the blessing of the sunset-tearing owl. You receive the blessing of the war god who ignites conflict. You receive the blessing of the volcano blacksmith. You receive the blessing of the god of madness. 𝗥𝗚𝗚𝗏 is absolutely stunned. Your buffs are way stronger than any high priests. Seriously, even the heavy hitters of Olympus 2 are backing you. Haha. Chejin wastes 0 time and triggers his eye skill. Using Crystal Eye to scout, he shouts, Survivor 32 degrees northwest. He smirks, better hold on tight. Fall off once, and you are walking. Meanwhile, Chang-sun is diving straight through a vortex of purple energy. The Black Mountain god's first and second claws are merging. One of Gemini's faces shrieks a desperate warning of danger. Chang-sun fuses with the energy stream, rocket launching himself at the monster bird guarding the goblin route. Just a moment ago, that overconfident bird monster would not shut up about teaching him a lesson. Now look at him. He is completely stunned, staring blankly as Chang-sun barrels right into his face. The monster bird cannot even react before Chang-sun's dark aura swallows him whole. Purple light bursts everywhere. System alert. The High Priest of Gemini has fallen. You defeated the parasitic holy tree. An incredible feat has been achieved. You have successfully seized the divinity of Gemini. You obtained the divinity of the nameless fallen god. Massive experience and achievement points gained. The Black Mountain God Claw has 5 forms, but my current stats only allow me to use 2. I have thought about stacking them, but the backlash is lethal. Now, Chang-sun is free-falling, completely spent. He even used potential burst. Gemini's face pales, jumping from his throne in total disbelief. This is impossible. Let them scream it is over. Chang-sun drifts into his own thoughts as he plummets through the air. How bad will the recoil be this time? The fallen tiger god just chuckles. Another insane stunt kid. The hunting god watches the explosion, jaw dropped. Even the world-wrapping serpent lets out a strained, stiff laugh. The sunset-tearing owl frets over your condition. Suddenly, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗧𝗏 arrives with some incredible news. Phew, one mistake and I would be toast, but I secure the magic core while Master Chang-sun keeps falling. He does not even acknowledge her. He is just letting go, drifting like nothing in the world matters. Calculating dungeon clear rewards. Stand by for additional contribution-based bonuses. The admin bureau is launching an investigation. The gods are shaken, but the constellations are absolutely loving it. The dungeon is locking down. Brace yourselves for a rough impact on the way out. The system starts the 10-second countdown. As the timer ticks, Chang-sun is completely out cold. Is he toast? Not quite. Someone catches him out of thin air, carrying him like a literal princess. If he were awake, he would die of embarrassment. Through blurred eyes, he sees a long-haired silhouette whispering about wings. I did not think I would find a fallen bird like you so interesting. Before he can see the face, he blacks out. Later, he wakes in luxury, but that mysterious face haunts him. The scent of pine and mint lingers, a memory of a grumpy voice that actually seemed to care. Opening his eyes, he reaches out, chasing a faint, familiar feeling of deep longing. His hand nearly swipes at the mask. Luckily, the stranger catches his wrist just in time. Hey, you are finally awake. Chang-sun's expression immediately sours like he just stepped in something gross. Hey, what is with that look? After fighting like a beast, our war god was sent to the infirmary. Once he is conscious, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 spills all the dungeon gossip. He even mentions a certain Lieutenant Park. Wait, is that the same person I met during the tutorial phase? He wonders to himself. Did he get a promotion already? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 just keeps rambling on and on. The parasitic holy tree swelled, its demonic vines nearly dragging us to hell until a massive wolf and Agent 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 saved us. At the mention of her name, Chang-sun jolts awake like a high-voltage wire has been tripped. Whoa, take it easy. The gods are buzzing more about Chang-sun's temper than his incredible system Manhwa victory. The constellation, a good season to hunt, leaps from their divine throne in shock. Desperate for attention, the world-encircling serpent claims they witnessed the whole spectacle as well. Ignoring the divine bickering, the hunter constellation asks if you are actually alright. Snubbing the god, Chang-sun asks Bian why the woman was there in the first place. She entered to stop the dungeon break and rescued him personally after he collapsed. He was soaring midair then. How could she sense his mana waves from such a vast distance? Her mana control must be monstrous. Chang-sun recalls their brief encounter at the Snowman Hill. She was draped in the blessings of several high gods. This woman is definitely no ordinary hunter. That dark presence behind her mana was chilling. Something massive was lurking behind the curtain, and it had its eyes locked directly on him. He needs to meet her and uncover the truth. Plus, a thank you is overdue. There is more to handle. The system Manhwa announces a face of Gemini is watching closely. He smirks, wondering how Gemini will react to their high-ranking clan member's pathetic demise. A yellow car tears through the dark highway as the junior rants about working so late. Do you know how terrifying it is to hear the great tyrant say thank you? He asks. He used to have television segments for his speeches. Were you just too shy for it? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 remains silent, gripping the wheel with a murderous focus as she ignores his teasing. But the fool keeps pushing his luck, running his mouth. Who knew the metal witch was shy? His reward for talking is a swift neck chop. The gods agree. The twilight owl nods, calling her brag-worthy deeds totally cringe. The god of war tilts his head, suspecting there is a deeper reason behind her silence. The volcano blacksmith notes his sister is not exactly known for getting things right. Madness nods in silent agreement. Ultimately, the only one suffering is the poor junior currently being pummeled in the passenger seat. After silencing the smart aleck, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 frowns. He definitely saw it. Who is Chang-sun? Who is this monster? While they overthink, Chang-sun enters a new nightmare, the curse of the Hungry Ghost Cave. Survive for 48 hours on floor 4, District 32. The system Manhwa countdown begins. Jin panics, seeing his boss entering a dungeon while still wearing a hospital gown. I am rough, but the monsters won't show mercy just because I am sick, Chang-sun grunts. The hunt constellation leans in, eager to see how the magic stones will be utilized. Jin grins, revealing he is already prepared for this exact moment. I spent ages hunting this down, he exclaims with pride. While the serpent searches for answers, Chang-sun tells Jin to stop stalling and speak up. Even with holy water, I cannot figure out your crazy plan. The constellations erupt now. The serpent nods in approval while the twilight owl offers a bitter, knowing smile. The fierce tiger roars, declaring this reckless attitude is exactly why he likes the guy. It did not have to be this extreme, the hunt constellation whispers in complaint. Annoyed by the spam, Chang-sun snaps, wondering if these gods ever stop their endless gossip. Just feed the stone to one of them. Jin stares back, completely lost. How did you create us all using the Tiger King's calamity? Give me the details. He is currently purifying the starlight of a long-forgotten deity. Suddenly, it all makes sense. The truth strikes deep within his soul. Exactly. Every single monster lurking in this ghoul cave was actually forged from that same, refined, celestial starlight. Essentially, the Tiger King's calamity ignores all elements and traits. Since it possesses no inherent element, it remains a hollow, empty vessel. Li Chang wore a confident smirk. As the master, the choice of how to fill this void is entirely mine, isn't it? Handing this task to Jin was a genius move. Even as the legendary divine Twilight, Li Chang was always a solitary warrior. Lacking allies or divine companions, he never bothered to explore these complex power mechanics until this very moment. While he pondered, Jin let out a boisterous laugh. Don't sweat the vessel, boss. The gear I craft is absolutely broken. Li Chang remained silent. Jin was raised by nobility and commanded thousands of ghouls here. His experience is undeniably vast. Deciding to trust his subordinate's intuition, Li Chang chose to follow Jin's tactical strategy for the ritual. The minion jab begins absorbing the demonic core. Success. His divinity reboots as his stats undergo a complete, legendary re-roll. Element acquired. Skill unlocked. A brilliant sapphire aura began radiating with intense heat from within Jab's transformed soul. The violent energy surge forced Jab's eyes back as his body mutated. Yet, Li Chang stood there, perfectly calm and composed. The master simply watched with hands in his pockets, totally unbothered by the chaotic evolution unfolding before his eyes. He waited for the final result. As Jab gorged on power, the system Manhwa interface lagged from constant notification spam. The Night Elf trait awakens. With a perfect sync rate, Jab's ancient memories and past identity are being fully restored. A legendary unit is born. Jab's power detonates as he suddenly lunges with murderous intent directly at Li Chang. It makes sense. In his previous life, he was Kali's high priest, fueled by a soul-deep thirst for eternal vengeance. Jin anticipated this betrayal instantly. Jin, will you just stand there? The master called out to his loyal commander. Jin seized Jab's head with a snarl. You dare bare teeth at the master? I'll ensure you never try such garbage again. Remember, Jin was the one who resurrected Jab, using that body as a vessel to redistribute his primal stats. Resistance was futile against his creator. Jin flexed his strength and slammed Jab's head into the ground with overwhelming force. Screams echoed without mercy. Then, a system prompt appeared. Assign a name. Li Chang chose Night Elf. Li Chang didn't hesitate. Meanwhile, the newly named Night Elf had already been beaten within an inch of his life. He knelt, broken and trembling with rage. The subordinate naming was finalized. From this moment on, Jab is Night Elf. He shall be your weapon, Li Chang said. Word is you once wielded the holy power of a nameless god. Truly, a god capable of appointing a high priest must have possessed immense, legendary authority within the celestial heavens. How did you fall? Speak, don't act mute. Night Elf finally glared up. Why does my past matter to you? Because I seek more power. I currently lack a guardian deity. Night Elf froze. You possess no guardian? Night Elf looked suspicious. If this involves the stars, perhaps I can find a spark of light in this dark mess. With a heavy sigh, Night Elf began his tale. Before the apocalypse, there existed a constellation known as Divine Twilight. Li Chang froze at his old title. He once battled countless constellations, including the mighty 12 zodiacs of the heavens. Eventually, he succumbed to divine judgment. Though many sought his demise, a few loyal souls actually stood by his side. One of them was my own mistress, the goddess of destruction and death, who defied the world for him. She summoned me then, whispering, "He is a fool for leaving me, but I cannot abandon a friend like him." Weeping, the elf replied, "I know what you will say, my lady, but I cannot simply watch from the sidelines." The zodiac sparked this drama, he pleaded. But Kali remained stone cold, refusing to let him risk his life further. Leave, I have dismissed my priests. She vanished into the ruins. Night Elf continued his grim, haunting story. The goddess was not alone in her defiance. Li Chang's expression darkened as the weight of the truth hit him. Others stood with her, their identities kept secret. To this day, I never discovered what truly happened to those gods. The heavens were enraged, and the goddess sacrificed herself. Li Chang gritted his teeth in a fit of burning fury. The deities who once protected him surely met a catastrophic and terrible end at the hands of the other gods. I drifted through ruined worlds until waking here. Li Chang seethed, mentally cursing the 12 zodiacs with every breath. Those absolute scumbags. So, the misery of Kali and Shiva was entirely their fault. They will pay for this. No matter how strong Kali was, she couldn't face the 12 zodiacs and every other constellation running the show alone. I abandoned them, yet they died for me. What idiots. Li Chang thought of his fallen friends, then questioned Night Elf. What brings you here? Vengeance? I always settle my scores, but my true goal is the goddess's revival and you're the key. He let out a deranged cackle at those words. Success or failure. It simply didn't matter anymore. A true saint must attempt the impossible. His obnoxious shouting grew so grating that Jin considered ending his life just for some silence. Li Chang reflected. Even gods are subject to the rigid rules of the system Manhwa. Where faith remains, priests can harvest divine energy. Bringing a god back from the dead isn't just a fantasy. This explains why the underworld chose imprisonment over execution for the constellations and their divine kin. Revival is theoretically possible, yet grueling in practice. Once a divine name fractures, their celestial authority vanishes into thin air. Seeking answers, he questions the night goblin once more regarding the essence of that forgotten deity. Strength grows as the energy accumulates, right? The goblin nodded gravely, aiming to absorb enough power to reach apostle status. You lack a patron god for now, but countless constellations are desperate to claim a talent like yours. I'm not pleading for assistance, nor will I obstruct your path. We walk our own roads. My destiny is mine to shape. Since you crave strength, I guarantee this pact will be worth your while. Witnessing the elf's fiery resolve, 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 smirked. Fine, I'll assist you, but in return, your absolute submission is required. The night elf froze in shock. 𝗥𝗡𝗙 continued coldly. Flight is no longer an option for you. You're powerless without my consent. Wouldn't it be wiser to lean on me while biding your time? The elf stood dazed, her expression mirroring the haunting visage of her fallen goddess with terrifying precision. Tears welled as she saw the familiar shadow. Member of the 26th branch, greetings to my new master. With a single oath, the master-servant contract with Kali's priestess was officially forged in stone. The system rang out. The night elf has sworn her fealty. The master-servant bond is now absolute. Loyalty plus 15. Vassal level up 10. You receive absolute command. Chang-sun wondered. Did her status as a divine disciple grant him this total authority over her soul? Rebellion was now impossible. Not even a hint of a grudge could take root in her heart. Yet, her burden was now his. Suddenly, the celestial watchers began to voice their chaotic opinions once more. The goddess of the hunt cheers for your new protege, while the world serpent senses a looming omen. The twilight owl offers a gentle gaze, while the fallen tiger sneers at your insatiable ambition. Chang scowled. He waited for Gemini's reaction to his new servant with a tense heart. An enigmatic smile appeared. Then, a system alert flashed. Gemini has issued a brand new scenario quest. 𝗥𝗡𝗙𝗏 yelled in disbelief as the Starguard selection quest details materialized before his eyes. The quest log read, one face of Gemini has been observing your every move with intense scrutiny. Unexpectedly, he seeks to scout you, ignoring the blood spilled from his priest and your pact with a traitor. Such divine mercy breeds deep suspicion. Finally, the god of Gemini extends a shocking proposition. Chang remained stoic as the ultimatum appeared. Become Gemini's apostle. Genevieve gasped in instant shock. Incredible. Accept, and you'll stand atop the world as the representative of the 12 zodiacs. Everything will be yours. But beware. Gemini warns, refuse and pay in blood for bruising his divine ego. Ascend as an apostle or perish where you stand. As the decree echoed through the heavens, 𝗥𝗡𝗙 weighed the heavy cost of his next move. The 12 zodiacs lead celestial legions. In Arcadia, these constellations are feared as equals to the great king himself. I anticipated their gaze, but not this soon. To be offered an apostle seat so brazenly, the entire world is now watching, desperate for my answer. Claiming that title would shatter my mortal limits, granting power beyond comprehension. I'd eclipse demigods and minor deities alike. A dark, wide grin spread across 𝗥𝗡𝗙's face. Player 𝗥𝗡𝗙's notoriety explodes across the heavens. Fame has increased by 1,000 points. Received 150,000 karma. In the administrator's office, chaos erupts as gods demand information on this rising star. The elf stood paralyzed, her voice stolen by this shocking turn of events. She thought, if my master becomes Gemini's disciple, everything will change. Even if the goddess awakens, she will merely be Gemini's puppet. The heavens were in a total uproar. The goddess of the hunt glared at the other stars, warning them not to touch her chosen one. The world-encircling serpent watched with wide eyes. The owl piercing the twilight let out a deafening, warning screech. The fallen tiger bared its fangs in a silent threat. One face of Gemini simply ignored the protests. Every channel except Gemini's was severed. Chang-sun cursed, realizing this god was truly insane. He cut the connections just because he was annoyed. Everyone assumed it was the elder brother, 𝗥𝗘𝗏. But the hot-headed younger brother, 𝗕𝗥𝗏, was the one acting out. Regardless, Chang-sun remained completely unfazed. The real challenge was his response. Suddenly, he revealed an item that triggered a massive reaction. This was meant to be a keepsake, but it clearly held immense value. A system alert flashed. Gemini's divine reward fused with the crown. Through this system Manhwa logic, the relic became a holy artifact. It was a divine treasure forged from two rival powers, Qi and Gemini. The irony was absolutely hilarious. Gemini's face screamed, demanding an immediate answer. Chang-sun furrowed his brows, calculating his next move. Gemini was interested, but Mephistopheles was the first to act. Smirking wickedly, Chang-sun donned the crown. As he invoked the archdevil, Gemini's face turned stern, finally realizing the main character's daring plan. A dark sanctuary manifested. The archdevil, who stalks hell, looked up. Chang-sun's gamble had paid off perfectly. Mephistopheles usually ignored worldly affairs, yet he possessed a strange, intense curiosity regarding this human. The system live-streamed the intense tug-of-war between gods. The archdevil cast a cold glance at the constellation. The sudden arrival of such an unexpected guest left Gemini visibly shaken and trembling. Behind his mask, Chang-sun chuckled. Even the reckless 𝗕𝗥𝗏 couldn't act out before Mephistopheles. His hunch was right. The 12 zodiacs feared the archdevil. Gemini's second face finally joined the fray. Radiant starlight flooded the world. The archdevil immediately pushed back with waves of oppressive darkness. Light and shadow collided with violent force. The raw energy from the two constellations made Chang-sun tingle. The conflict expanded beyond just two sides. Suddenly, the previously closed communication channels were restored. Enraged, the goddess of the hunt aimed a divine arrow directly at a distant star. Gritting her teeth, she threatened to involve her mother. She would never forgive his blatant insults. Hearing that name gave Chang-sun an even more devious and interesting idea. Now, even the primordial dragon 𝗕𝗏𝗡 was being dragged into this chaos. Gemini's two faces began arguing. 𝗕𝗏𝗡 was preparing to clash with Taurus, the true leader of the 12 zodiacs. She held a deep grudge against Gemini as well. Chang-sun watched as the world-encircling serpent roared. The serpent demanded to know if the twilight-tearing owl would take responsibility for such reckless behavior. The fallen tiger growled while the demon gods of the purple star rallied their allies together. Why was the azure dragon suddenly preparing for a full-scale battle? Why did the vermilion bird answer the call? The god of the supreme enclosure narrowed his eyes. Chang-sun was ecstatic that 𝗕𝗏𝗡 had finally appeared. The more chaotic the situation became, the more the main character enjoyed the unfolding disaster. Though the Purple Star faction hated the Zodiacs, would they truly respond to a mere puppet summons? Perhaps they saw this as a chance to eliminate the enemy generals. Gemini's face froze in terror. The fallen tiger smirked, warning them to flee now or prepare for their ultimate end. One face of Gemini erupted in rage, but the other urged caution, suggesting a strategic retreat. Pissed off, the angry face turned away as Chang-sun finally removed the crown. He felt a bit disappointed that the divine confrontation had ended so abruptly. He had hoped to ignite a total war between the factions. Gemini's face glared with pure hatred. Suddenly, a spectral hand reached through space and time, grabbing Chang-sun by the shoulder. He thought they had left, but the system warned that Gemini's constellation had touched him. Divine power surged through him like a fever. Caught off guard, Chang-sun couldn't help but curse. Damn. Holy heat is surging. The incoming energy was so violent, Chang screamed as he was launched back. Muscles tore like paper while veins bulged with primal, agonizing intensity. Chang realized his mortal vessel couldn't contain the 12 Zodiac's divine power. Even his poison immunity and world-destroying fire stance failed. The culprit simply withdrew his hand, bid farewell, and vanished into thin air. The fallen tiger star roared in confusion. Gemini's cold avatar responded, claiming he only granted a blessing to a worthy mortal disciple. That's all. Chang writhed as Gemini's holy fire incinerated him, while his system Manhwa interface coldly displayed the incoming status logs. Gemini's other half vanished, whispering that if he survived this trial, his talent would truly be unparalleled. Otherwise, this divine heat would consume his soul. Chang shook violently, clutching his scorched body as the system broadcasted the god's presence. The 𝗕𝗏𝗡 star departed, noting this spectacle was intriguing and he would remember the boy's name. Why did the azure dragon retreat? Why did the vermilion bird hide its wings? The great demon hunter watched from the silent realm as other gods looked down upon Chang-sun. While Chang fought the holy flames, the great demon hunter granted him a mysterious new perk. A single droplet fell onto his charred, broken form. Life surged back into Chang as a holy mark was seared into his flesh. He glared at the burning brand. The great demon god declared this would make control easier. Then the sky snapped shut, and the sanctuary dissolved. Jin rushed forward, panicked. Chang gasped for air while the system spammed endless divine alerts. The hunting season star lowered her bow. She grumbled about others touching her prize, but the world-encircling serpent told her to remain calm. Relief washed over the gods as they vanished. The heavy atmosphere lifted, leaving only the stars watching for pure amusement. Chang ripped off the crown and hurled it to the ground. This cosmic war was beyond comprehension. He only survived thanks to the goddess of destruction's replica crown. The system displayed the item info, Goddess's Crown Replica, a relic passed to the followers of death and destruction. Equipping it allows one to hear the whispers of the natural world. This boosts mental cultivation and spirit ascension. Combined with Gemini's power, the effect doubles. How far could this go? Type, holy item, effects, cosmic communication, mental cultivation, spirit ascension. Liang gave it back to Elfin. She flinched, asking if he was really returning it. Chang smirked. He had no interest in being a parasite or controlling plants. He'd stick to his own path. The struggle felt worth it. He had secured the holy mark. Mastering it required deep cultivation. Before he could think, the system chimed once more. The twilight-tearing owl looked at him with pity. What was this goddess planning now? She lamented his constant hardships and wondered how she could assist him. Suddenly, she invited him to dinner. Chang was baffled. Jin laughed like a complete idiot. The system continued. The hunting season star objected loudly, warning him about the quiet, dangerous ones. The world-encircling serpent corrected her, noting it wasn't silence, but pure cunning. The hunting season star shouted in frustration, claiming that wasn't the point at all. The serpent yawned, telling her to just invite him to dinner as well. Jin teased Chang about the divine attention. You've truly earned my respect now, boss. An invitation from a war god? That's legendary. Chang told him to stop the nonsense. He turned to Elfin, who still clutched the crown. Help Jin conquer the hungry ghost cave. Orders given, Chang walked toward the spatial gate, promising to return soon. The system announced the invitation was accepted. Elfin smiled, wishing him safety. Jin shouted a heartfelt goodbye, asking for ice cream on his way back. Chang shuddered at the weird request. He stepped through the gate, entering a realm of soft white fur. He frowned, thinking of the owl god. The legend who conquered the dusk and ignited humanity's light, the goddess of war who grants her grace to those surviving hellish trials. A figure of myth rarely seen by mortal eyes. Why would she suddenly extend a personal invitation to dine? Getting attention from deities was expected, but this timeline is accelerated. Even the stoic 𝗵𝗡𝗙𝗵𝗏 remains unfazed by the divine summons. Yet, pulling a mere human into this hallowed ground risks fracturing causality, potentially triggering a catastrophic karmic backlash. This immense honor proves his worth. Within moments, the young heir of 𝗕𝗡𝗙 stepped into the Owl of the Sunset's domain. The atmosphere was unexpected. Instead of gold-plated majesty, he found a scene that defied all his aristocratic preconceptions. Facing the titanic gateway, the young master pondered what legendary feat was required to breach such a massive threshold. Suddenly, the doors groaned open. A butler of colossal proportions appeared, greeting him with silent, practiced hospitality. Entering the grand halls, the heir felt a raw, chaotic energy that blended savage power with an unchained sense of liberty. Of all the hidden realms he'd infiltrated, this was the peak. They halted as the butler announced his arrival to the master. "Come inside." Beyond the threshold, the room swarmed with otherworldly entities and high-level demonic beings. And reigning over this gathering of monstrosities sat the goddess herself, radiating an aura of absolute dominance. The Sunset Ripper, her hair a cascade of crimson fire, offered a greeting. 𝗕𝗡𝗙𝗥𝗡𝗏 finally stood before the majestic Senora. While the goddess remained composed, the other guests at the table radiated a distinct, suffocating hostility toward the newcomer. Their gazes were sharp enough to cut. These were elite heroes, kin who bore the legendary blessing of Minerva. After all, the legendary Amazonian vanguard is feared across the realms as an invincible force of pure conquest. Samara offered a sweet, knowing smile, urging him to eat before the feast cooled. 𝗕𝗡𝗥 maintained his composed etiquette. "Thank you for the hospitality." That brief, polite exchange caused every pair of eyes in the room to narrow with lethal intent. He grimaced as the pressure mounted. In this world's system, Manhwa mechanics, he'd need to compress his mana with surgical precision. No, a sudden release would shatter the spell's stability. He needed to expand the surface area to anchor the surging energy. "You're delusional, old man. Do you want to drain your core and meet your ancestors over a single mistake?" Amidst the deafening clash of egos, the young heir could only watch the escalating chaos with a weary, furrowed brow. The veteran warrior and the sorceress continued their spat. "Who are you calling senile? Your logic is as ancient as dust. Calling you a fool is a kindness. I've explained the mana flow 1,000 times, yet your thick skull refuses it." Despite her youthful appearance, the witch's tongue was sharp as a blade. Typical brute, all muscle, zero tactical intellect. The old man's temper flared into a volcanic rage. "You arrogant little scribe, I'll launch you into the next province. You want to fight? Bring it." Their foreheads slammed together in a heated standoff while 𝗕𝗡𝗥's son gripped a chicken leg. Paralyzed by the sheer absurdity, he chewed slowly, wondering if he should intervene in this divine brawl. However, his concerns evaporated instantly. The flavor of the meal was nothing short of a culinary miracle. The system Manhwa alert flashed. "You have consumed steak of the Swordmaster's blessing. Strength plus 0.5. Fatigue purged." Primal energy flooded his veins, stitching flesh together and fully replenishing his exhausted health and mana reserves. He froze in shock, a permanent attribute increase. His lingering battle scars were fading as if they'd never existed. From the Emerald Isle to his clash with Gemini, the damage was erased. Minerva was clearly showing her favor this way. Senara watched him with a playful, mischievous glint in her eyes. "I feared your palate might be too refined for us." "It's incredible." 𝗕𝗡𝗥's son managed to answer while eating with the desperate intensity of a starving man. "Leader, this is totally unfair. I told you 1,000,000 times to ask first." The old man suddenly started whining like a child. Senara looked deeply annoyed. "I am the host of this meeting, Batu. If you have questions for him, ask them yourself." Batu's gaze shifted to the young master, heavy with suppressed power. "I need to ask you something. Speak up." Batu bristled. How does this lowly mortal dare speak so casually without honorifics? He'd judge the answer first and act later. "How did you recognize the artifact you possess? What hidden sight allowed you to identify its true nature?" "To what are you referring?" "Don't play dumb. I am talking about the legendary fish intestine sword. To any outsider, it looks like a discarded piece of rusted scrap metal. Yet you acted as if knowing its divine lineage. How did you recognize it?" Batu let out a booming laugh. "Because we possess an artifact of the same grade. Tell me, have you ever heard the legend of the pointing sword?" The heir frowned at Batu's strange choice of words. The pointing sword, a name that resonated with the weight of ancient destiny. At that moment, 𝗕𝗡𝗥 felt a vibration from the fish intestine sword. The man wasn't lying. Suddenly, a notification appeared, a classic trope in this system Manhwa world. A hidden quest alert flashed. "You have discovered a clue regarding the fish intestine's secret. It has detected the energy of its twin blade. The pointing sword. Find the pointing sword to claim it. Only then will the deepest secrets of the fish intestine sword be revealed." 𝗕𝗡𝗥 hadn't planned on stumbling into a hidden quest. He wondered if he could even complete such a task in this territory. Noticing his silence, Senara spoke up. "You've never heard of the Crow's Nest, have you? Simply put, our organization shares a collective armory. Members contribute and borrow gear as needed for their missions. Every reward from dungeon raids and rare materials found during hunts belongs to the entire nest. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗡 was the one who contributed most to securing the pointing sword. Chang-sun finally understood the situation. It wasn't strange at all for Sonara to possess a legendary blade like that. Given her reputation, it would be weirder if she didn't. Sonara smirked, noting 𝗥𝗘𝗚 worked tirelessly for his blade, yet Chang-sun identified his at a glance. It seems 𝗥𝗘𝗚 has finally found a worthy rival. 𝗥𝗚𝗚 exploded instantly. Boss, how can you compare me to this brat? We need to drop this subject right now. Sonara teased him, saying the more he argued, the more it proved his eyes weren't as sharp as the kid's. 𝗥𝗚𝗚 glared at Chang-sun with pure aggression. Fine. How did you recognize that sword? What's the secret? Is it a hidden attribute, a specialized talent? Chang-sun just shrugged. I told you, I just saw it. It was a blunt answer, but the truth was complex. He couldn't exactly reveal his past life as the legendary weapon king. That casual response sent 𝗥𝗚𝗚 into a swearing frenzy. You talented little monster, you're seriously an eyesore. Why give such a vague answer? Forget it. Asking further is useless, so let's just move on. I wanted to ask, did you catch their debate about mana efficiency versus using chaos slash against ranged fighters? Yeah, I heard the whole thing. It was hard to miss. The plan was to deploy a magic shield, play defensively, and wait for an opening. Then, when they stumble, boom, end it with a chaos slash. But the witch screamed that it was total nonsense. She argued that wasting mana like that leads to burnout. You must compress the mana zone to maximize the slash's lethality. Transform the energy into a vortex to expand the strike zone. Chang-sun just watched them, realizing Chaos Slash was basically just stacking magic to pulverize everything within range. Since this involved the Tiger's Calamity and the Black Mambas King, I'm curious to hear your thoughts too. Sonara asked him sweetly for his opinion. 𝗥𝗚𝗚 lost it, roaring about why the boss would consult a mere mortal. Chang-sun frowned. Was this a test? She was using her crew to measure his true capabilities. Well, since she treated me to a legendary meal, I should probably pay her back. You're both wrong. Chang-sun dropped a bombshell. The essence of Chaos Slash is aura manipulation. You just adjust the aura to snipe distant targets. 𝗥𝗚𝗚 barked back that talk is cheap. Sonara just challenged him to prove it. Without a word, Chang-sun got to work. Dark purple mana manifested into spheres, pulsing with destructive energy. The witch and 𝗥𝗚𝗚 were frozen in shock. What? Did he just materialize his aura into perfect spheres? You said you've only trained for a few months. It took me 3 whole years to do that, and I'm a genius. This was insane, but Chang-sun wasn't done flexing his god-tier skills. He tossed the orbs, manipulated them mid-air, and blasted the wall. He finished with a stylish finger gun pose. Their jaws hit the floor. No one had ever seen mana controlled with such absolute precision before. How can he shape it like that? It doesn't even feel like a standard skill. Is he isolating space to lock onto his target? Is he using quantum wormholes? What kind of high-level science is this? While the others panicked, Sonara wore a knowing smile. Now she understood how he identified the sword. She turned to 𝗥𝗚𝗚. Any more doubts? 𝗥𝗚𝗚 looked utterly defeated. No, this kid is on another level. Welcome to the armory. Explore, take whatever you like. Sonara treated Chang-sun like a true VIP guest. It was like a benefactor showering a rising star with gifts. Chang-sun wasn't about to decline such a sweet deal. He wasn't a fool. Plus, Sonara's collection contains some genuinely powerful holy artifacts. See anything you want? I'll give you any weapon in this room. The owl god watched eagerly. Check out this rare spider silk. I'll wager it all on this Aegis shield to defy Medusa. Every relic here is a legendary masterpiece. It's been ages since a worthy soul entered. You don't truly desire my power. Suddenly, Aegis roared. Other artifacts joined the clamor, begging to be chosen for a new world. Perhaps the Master's son heard them through his divine insight and absolute mastery over all weaponry. He felt the raw emotions of these holy relics. Suddenly, a blade radiating dark energy called out. The fish-intestine sword pulsed. I am here. Its voice pulled him toward the shadows. A system notification flashed. Vanguard blade discovered. This is a classic system, Manhwa evolution, as they resonated. The blade's radiance intensified with fury and impatience. What are you waiting for, mortal? Seize me now. Chang realized this legendary blade forged its wielder into a supreme sovereign. Truly, the 9 great treasures draw each other near. The blade continued its relentless, nagging demands. The goddess materialized behind him, breaking the eerie tension. If you desire it, it's yours. I cannot simply gift it, or the clan would revolt. But lending it is entirely possible. Aegis, the trident, or the palace. Choose your weapon, and I shall grant you its power. Any artifact here grants absolute victory over mortals. Thank you, but I must decline your offer. Sonara's expression twisted in pure disbelief. Why? These weapons would grant you godlike strength. True, but no power in this world is free. The goddess smiled, radiating a sense of satisfaction. She doubted Chang's son would fall to simple greed. This boy was far more cunning. However, the young master was lost in his own calculated strategies. Locating the Vanguard blade was vital, with the goddess's favor, claiming it was only inevitable. I have a more pressing inquiry. Speak, and I shall quench your thirst for knowledge. Why is 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪 so obsessed with me? The goddess let out a melodic, knowing laugh. I expected that question. In fact, that truth is exactly why I summoned you here. You are the spitting image of someone 𝗪𝗡𝗙𝗪 has hunted across the ages. Chang's heart skipped. Who? He was one who danced with death and played with fire. He was a void darker than the midnight sky, a natural-born warrior of the highest caliber. Is she describing my previous existence as the twilight of the gods? But I never crossed paths with him then. The goddess smiled. You truly resemble the abyss. That resemblance made you a target for 𝗕𝗡𝗙𝗎. Abyss? You mean the primordial void? His divine title is the great demon-chasing abyss. He likely tested you during the tutorial. So who was he? He is. The name withered in her throat, silenced by an unseen force. She sighed deeply. As expected, the truth is sealed. Regardless, such a person once existed. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 frowned as darkness clouded his face. The system's interference here is unprecedented. I must accumulate immense karma to unravel this mystery and break these cosmic seals. Reaching him requires the right path. His existence is so massive, the surrounding karma is volatile. The abyss I know is a cosmic shard, predating time itself at the world's very edge. How could a being like that share any resemblance with me? My past life's discarded knowledge is returning to strike me at the most critical moment. If I reclaim my underworld authority and consult the king, I might find a lead. Thoughts raced through his mind, yet his response remained brief. This complicates everything. Cenara smiled gently. Do not stress. Simply continue to tread your own unique path. One thing is certain. At your very foundation, you are fundamentally different from him. The boy's face twisted as if tasting something bitter, leaving the goddess completely bewildered. He muttered that it was nothing. Suddenly, a portal tore open and a terrified butler emerged. My lady, the enemies have arrived. What? Who dares? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 instantly entered a combat stance. The owl's nest is Cenara's sanctuary, protected by her deep connections to the heights of Olympus. An intruder actually breached the forbidden zone. Suddenly, lightning tore the sky apart, followed by an eerie, blinding radiance. The system Manhwa mechanics chimed just as the day of arrows faded out. Darkness swallowed the world as the stars ignited. Two celestial entities appeared within the shifting constellations. It is Gemini. Are the twins really daring to lay waste to the sacred owl's nest? A golden-armored brat with sapphire eyes smirked, leaping into the fray. That troublemaker has returned. War was inevitable. Cenara's divine guardians unsheathed their blades, bracing for the chaotic arrival of Gemini. Panic gripped Cenara as a red system warning flashed violently before her eyes. Gemini has declared war on the sanctuary. A deluge of luminous swords rained down from the heavens. Fury burned in Cenara's veins. The owl that tears, the twilight finally spread her majestic wings. Cenara hissed. You're only attacking me because you're terrified of 𝗕𝗡𝗙𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗚, you desperate coward. She cast the shield of Pali, wrapping the entire sanctuary in an impenetrable divine barrier. The great deity of Olympus would not be mocked. The territorial clash between the owl and Gemini began. Automatic defenses roared to life as Gemini's explosive strikes hammered against Cenara's desperate shield. Two titanic holy forces collided. The butler's voice boomed, battle stations, hold the line. If that shield fails, Castor's minions will swarm us, protect the goddess and evacuate 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏. The young witch Serena grimaced. Starlight has sealed the exits. We are trapped inside. I need time to decrypt the Starlight equations. These rats only act bold because the master is away. This was a calculated strike. Castor, that pathetic hound of the gloomy star, finally bared his fangs. Cenara's rage was absolute. You have chosen to challenge a literal god of war. Castor's eyes turned cold. Who is the real dog here? You are next on our list. Only we shall reign supreme in this darkness. He laughed maniacally, shattering the earth with his fist. Perish, ancient goddess. Gemini lunged forward with relentless, blurring violence. He summoned the Iron God Punisher's devastating might. A colossal fist pierced the barrier, leaking abyssal energy. Gemini roared for the charge. Cenara countered, ordering her spider legion to slaughter every single invader. Through a jagged fracture in the shield, Gemini's predatory gaze locked onto 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏. Something felt off about the boy. Gemini activated a beast skill, sniffing out his hidden scent. The twins wouldn't trigger total war between Olympus and Horoscope without a 100% guarantee of victory. This is more than just a petty grudge. They are certain of our demise. Where is Pollock? The Gemini twins are never far apart. Cenara summoned her celestial power, manifesting her full battle armor in a flash of blinding light. Suddenly, a sinister voice whispered, "Take me with you." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 spun around in shock. It was 𝗵𝗁𝗚, wielding the vanguard blade dripping with corruption. Die, you brat. The old man swung, unleashing a thunderous wave of shadow. Goddess, move. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 screamed. Cenara was paralyzed by the betrayal. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 instantly forced his brain into the alpha tiger state. A lethal assassination attempt aimed directly at the heart of the great Cenara. I can't stop this alone. I need to borrow forbidden power. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 threw himself forward. Out of my way. 𝗵𝗁𝗚 howled fiercely. The fish-intestine sword erupted with light as he channeled the dual powers of Gemini and Maisto. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 gnashed his teeth. I'll use their divine strength to shatter this strike. His starlit blade collided with the darkness. He didn't retreat. He prepared to redirect the entire impact. A hurricane of energy erupted. Skill activated, Black Mountain God's first claw. The shockwave was tectonic. 𝗵𝗁𝗚's lethal strike vanished into thin air. He shrieked in pure, unadulterated rage, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚. Curse it. One move and my mana is below 30%. I need to recover my true strength. I'll skin him. Critical fatigue detected, initiating mana regeneration. He collapsed, bleeding heavily. Great miracle achieved. The mortal has finally awakened. Divine rewards manifest. Intelligence plus 30. Willpower plus 25. The holy attribute awakens partially. Holy power mastery achieved. You've acquired Starfall, channeling a fraction of the constellation's celestial radiance. Deep Night learned. Warning, you cannot currently absorb the essence of primordial dark energy. Enraged, the goddess strikes her weapon down. Batu, what have you done? Promos' judgment descends. Thunder shatters the air, striking Betu. Beneath torn flesh, Gemini's visage emerges, the stigma is revealed. Impossible. A mere mortal nullified my strike using two distinct types of divine holy power. Pollux laughs like a demon finding a new toy, intoxicated by his own twisted, villainous genius. As the demand echoes, Li Chang's son grimaces, his hatred for this man burning bright. A cowardly ambush, casters disguise and strike against a woman are unforgivable. Truly a pathetic loser. The second face of Gemini unleashes its full, overwhelming power upon the entire battlefield. Pollux grins wildly. My brother's a fool, but he's right, this puppet could never defeat you. Caster discards Betu's lifeless body. Seeing this, Sonara's fury reaches a terrifying new peak. Unfazed, Pollux crushes his own hand until blood sprays, maintaining that insufferable, arrogant smirk. Face me, Li Chang. Suddenly, a colossal hand snatches his son right from the ground. A demonic giant grins while crushing him. Sonara reacts instantly, there's not a second to lose. Moving with divine speed, she severs the giant's arm. How dare you deceive me, she roars. The goddess lunges. When did you infiltrate? Caster merely sticks his tongue out, taunting her insolently. Why should I tell? He sneers. Then I'll pry the truth from your cold, dead lips. Sonara charges. Weapon raised. The giant strikes back as Pollux continues his mockery from above. Try it. Sonara obliterates the giant with cold efficiency before lunging directly at the arrogant Pollux. This brat's insolence ends now. Their clash triggers violent explosions that rock the entire area. The massive shockwave staggers Li Chang. The raw energy radiating from them is truly nightmarish. Amidst the chaotic storm, a sudden magic circle manifests, shielding the boy from the destructive hurricane. You've received the goddess's blessing. Serena rushes over, frantic. I'm okay, but things have spiraled. Surveying the devastation, Serena winces. If only it were just because of you, she sighs. Those troublemakers are the real issue, she waves playfully. Until next time, if fate allows it. The system initiates the transition. Returning to the lower world. Prepare for immediate dimensional passage. A 5-second countdown begins for the crow's nest exit, but 5 seconds is plenty for chaos. Gemini's other face looms outside the shield. Caster spots him and moves with predatory instinct. A terrifying aspect of the Gemini constellation reaches out, intent on snatching player Li Chang's son. Caster thrusts his hand through a breach in the shield, desperate to seize his prize. He won't be caught so easily, especially since that creep lacks Mephistopheles' feared stigma. Without it, he'd be ash. He never imagined these two psychopaths would be so relentless. 3 seconds left. Gritting his teeth, he frantically calculates an escape before he's caught. I must lose them. Is it time to finally unleash the pitch-black darkness? Energy depletion is a risk, but the darkness beckons. Pitch-black shadows begin to coil around him. 2 seconds remain. He activates a trump card that even a constellation like Gemini fears. Skill, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏. Activated. He focuses his remaining power to harness the void's crushing weight. He recalls Sonara's words, Mephistopheles is target, and here are two sides of the same coin. In this intense system, Manhwa, a new path opens. Constellation Saka grants an exclusive hidden perk. Evolution complete. Beast Sense has transformed into the absolute authority of the demonic beast path. Saka's blessing shatters worldly laws, enhancing his senses to the level of a primordial demonic beast. A sixth sense beyond human comprehension awakens. As perception grows, so does your overwhelming power. Level 1 authority, sense enhancement and perception. The ultimate awakening of the sixth sense begins. The embodiment of vitality. A new stigma effect awakens, the pitch-black darkness is finally unleashed. Flames surge within the crushing abyss. A sinister azure glow erupts, unsealing the gates of hell. With hell's eye open, Chang-sun's form transcends into a cosmic nebula. The caster freezes in pure shock. Impossible! How could a mere mortal command such primordial, soul-consuming darkness? Pix recoils in absolute terror. No dying star has the strength to save him now. Samara sneers. You dare ignore me? The goddess strikes, her blade radiating a blinding divine light. An explosion follows. A razor-sharp amber beam pierces Pak's shoulder, eliciting a guttural, pained roar. A flash of steel. Signora effortlessly severs Pix's sword arm in a single, cold stroke. Arm and blade tumble into Chang-sun's abyss. Without hesitation, he summons Elfin to the fray. Elfin's vines whip out to seize the blade. Chang-sun wears the wicked grin of a true villain. A personal visit and a legendary gift. How generous. The teleportation countdown hits 0. Preparation complete. Returning to the ghoul's nest. This sword shall serve me well. Back at the nest, his subjects bow in awe. Master, your power is truly legendary. Jin and Elfin gaze at the prize, speechless. Chang-sun smirks, finally savoring his hard-won victory. Gemini is defeated. Following the system Manhwa mechanics, the twin constellation howls in absolute madness. Humiliated by a mortal, Gemini's second face erupts, obliterating everything in its path. To Chang-sun, it's just noise. Gods shouldn't throw such childish, noisy tantrums. The interface pulses robotically. Gemini vows eternal vengeance against the mortal who dared defy them. Stifling its wrath, Gemini's twin retrieves a sacred relic from the wreckage. Jin trembles. Master, you've just declared war on all 12 zodiacs. Aren't you afraid? The system spams alerts as a warning order ripples through the horoscope. Olympus moves to intercept. Tension between the stars and the gods reaches a breaking point. The twilight-rending owl demands blood for the desecration of her sacred sanctuary. War erupts between the stars. Enemies? They don't see me as a threat. Yet. They're intrigued, aren't they? The heavens tremble again as the gods bicker over his fate. Cosmic entities converge to investigate. The Pisces constellation has fixed its curious gaze upon you. Taurus is impressed. 26 constellations are in an uproar over your legendary feat. The notifications surge. 241 constellations now vie to be your guardian deity. 19 others offer the rank of apostle. Chang-sun stares at the spam with a deadpan expression. Stunned, he realizes the scale. 19 divine beings want him as their personal agent. Even the primordial evil dragon stirs, its ancient curiosity piqued by the growing rumors. The hunting season constellation cowers, desperately trying to deflect the divine spotlight. Ignoring the divine spam, Chang-sun inspects his spoils. Elfin, tell me about this blade. It pulses in his grip. Is he blind? Or just testing the sword's latent power? Chang-sun offers rare praise. Elfin's eyes shimmer with newfound hope and fanatical devotion. With this man, the revival of the goddess might finally be within reach. Chang-sun remains oblivious to Elfin's vow of loyalty as he contemplates his next move. He's built different, but this is madness. Elfin is now officially Chang-sun's most devoted servant. He gazes at Chang-sun as if the man himself is the absolute meaning of life. Unaware of the worship, Chang-sun tests the hilt. The grip on this blade is incredible. A window appears. The Qianlu sword. A legendary masterpiece forged by the divine blacksmith 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗚𝗏. Legends claim this blade grants its master a king's aura and absolute ruling power. Class, Holy Longsword. Attack, immeasurable. Effect, Kingmaker. But its requirements are ruthlessly strict. Authority, locked. Due to insufficient level, the blade's true potential remains sealed. A sleeping tiger, he muses. The blade, once chaotic, now rests in silent submission. Alert, you have successfully completed a portion of 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗚𝗏's hidden secret quest. Chang-sun scoffs at the system alert. This legendary blade is clearly testing its new master. The system chimes in. You now possess 2 legendary swords in your inventory. The Yuchang sword's hidden powers awaken. Conditions for the Qianlu sword are partially fulfilled. Yuchang, fire and blood. Qianlu, status unknown. New skill unlocked, Blood Sea Storm. Chang-sun is impressed. This system Manhwa skill uses absorb blood to boost his destructive firepower. He wonders, if he's this strong now, how godlike will he be as the official master? He's eager to witness the dual-wielding effects of these 2 holy blades. Suddenly, the dragon's fang vibrates with jealousy as the number of holy swords increases. To earn the Qianlu's total recognition, Chang-sun must prove his absolute worth. Time remaining in the Hungry Ghost Cave, 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 29 seconds. While Chang-sun was away, Jin and Elfin successfully cleared the 4th floor. But the 5th floor won't be a walk in the park. The reason is simple. Welcome to Wraith territory. System alert. The party has reached floor 5, area 1. Chang-sun listens with a cold expression. So, we're up against Wraiths now? Blood killers were just evolved cobra demons using primitive blood magic. Wraiths are different. Their unique abilities are far superior to those brainless brawlers. If they're breeding here, they've adapted into something much more dangerous. I see. From this floor on, we're facing specialists in high-level blood magic. Bloodkin. Jin explains that Wraiths merge to create these unique entities with distinct traits. Since their attributes vary, we must remain flexible. Chang-sun smirks at the challenge. You know too much, he notes. Were you trying to become a Wraith yourself? Jin chuckles softly. He's building an army specifically to face these monsters one day. Know the faction situation? No. In this brutal place, everything he knew has changed. Yet, Jin looks thrilled. His current forces are significantly stronger than they used to be. He's confident this time will be different from his clash with the Blood Killer King. Seeing that cheeky grin, Chang-sun feels reassured enough to issue the order. Capture 1 for interrogation. Suddenly, the army of Bloodkin Sam approaches the group. These Crimson Nightmares ride massive horned goats like they emerge from boiling water. System alert, winged cavalry has appeared. Chang-sun dives into the fray with pure excitement. Since they're famous, their rank on the 5th floor must be quite high. This is the perfect chance to test his allies and his new legendary sword. The next day, Wolf arrives at the hospital to visit Chang-sun. He's beaming. After 3 long days, he finally received approval for this meeting. Thanks for the help. He's a natural at charming the soft-hearted nurse. Did you need something? She asks. An autograph, perhaps. Wolf cuts her off politely. How could I refuse such a lovely lady? The nurse completely melts on the spot. As they leave, Chaya-Yun asks, aren't your pickup lines a bit outdated? They're vintage, Wolf defends. Being raised in a traditional family makes habits hard to break. That was physically painful, she retorts. Wolf quickly pivots the conversation to Chang-sun. He's hyped. He hopes the boy is the legendary talent he's been expecting. Didn't you meet him in the dungeon? It was too chaotic to get a read. They've only seen one side of him, but Wolf senses a truly extraordinary talent. He watched from the shadows as the boy decimated the parasite and the high priest. He looked like a divine messenger from ancient legends, yet he isn't even a ranker. Since it's the goddess's will, she'll continue to root for his inevitable ascension. Wolf bursts into the hospital room with explosive energy. Finally, we meet. I am 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏, representing the Illuminati. I'm 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏. You've been waiting quite a while, haven't you? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 responded with a polite, refined laugh. I assumed your wounds were still healing. Please, accept my apologies for this unannounced visit. Your English is impeccable. Internally, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 was already evaluating him. This man was exactly the hero he needed. That commanding voice and piercing stare, he is truly a legend. A man of both striking looks and immense virtue. He embodies the exact values the Illuminati treasures. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 then asked if he was preparing for his hospital discharge. When 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 mentioned his upcoming overseas business, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 chuckled. You truly are a busy man, aren't you? Expected from a white tiger guild powerhouse. Mr. Lee, let's be blunt. The goddess has granted us a prophecy. She demands you become the Illuminati's guild master. What? This sudden promotion was a total shock. Appointing a leader on a whim after only 4 days? Seriously, can that plane even stay in the air? Where does such confidence come from? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's loud voice boomed, knowing this was his first journey abroad. The driver looked like he was in physical agony. I don't think you quite grasp the situation, friend. Slaying monsters is simple, but tech is a mystery. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface pinged. Jianlu's affinity had increased. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 sighed internally. Simply trying to wield this stubborn blade was becoming a massive headache. A system notification flashed. His affinity passed the threshold, allowing him to perceive the Jianlu sword's flickering thoughts. Back in that Cobra demon's lair, this blade proved itself as a top-tier weapon of destruction. The Kingmaker buffs were incredible, amping his magic to crush enemies with pure, overwhelming spiritual pressure. However, that was its current limit. Everything suggested he needed a deeper, more soul-bound resonance with the weapon. Compared to a true holy relic, it's still lacking. Perhaps this kingly sword only accepts a master who is perfect. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 wondered if he should attempt to force the affinity connection one more time. Magic surged into the Jianlu sword. Infusion failed. The blade haughtily refused to accept him as its true master. Son of a... 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 felt the urge to throw the stubborn piece of junk into the trash. Better to toss it than suffer this ego bruise, but he reconsidered. He wasn't the twilight of gods just yet. He simply required more time for the legendary blade to recognize his worth and authority. But if the rejection continued, he'd snap it in half or melt it down in a roaring furnace. Just looking at it irritated him. Yet, Goddess Sonara was truly high tier. She didn't even demand the sword back. She let him keep it and delivered that epic prophecy. You dropped this, goddess. Truly a legendary move. Back in the VIP suite, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 continued to elaborate on the mysterious prophecy delivered by the goddess. Most prophecies are cryptic riddles that leave people guessing, but this divine message was strikingly different. The message was direct. Sonara said, claim what is yours. This is my only gift to a dear friend. I will always be closest to you. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 grinned like a complete fool while repeating those sacred words. Closest to you. Doesn't that mean she desires your presence? You're the only one worthy to stand beside her. The one who understands her and spreads her glory. Our guild, master, and apostle. Lead us. Her foolish sheep. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's interpretation was vastly different. A friend? Is that really what she thinks of me? Is she calling me a friend because I ruined the Gemini's plans and punished those who defiled her shrine? The arrogant gods he knew would never use such a term for a human, fearing it would lower their status. He understood why Sonara was so deeply loved. The sentiment felt strange, yet surprisingly refreshing at the same time. However, it was clear this guy was taking her divine words in a completely wild, fanatical direction. Seeing 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 look at him as if he were a living god, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 completely froze in pure cringe. The man clearly wasn't going to budge. Any refusal would likely end with him sobbing and clinging to his leg. He couldn't stand the thought of a middle-aged man groveling. He had to pivot the conversation immediately. Are you absolutely certain you can make a monumental decision like this on your own? If an outsider takes the lead, won't your high-ranking members start a massive internal war? Powerful elites never let a stranger walk in and seize the throne. Besides, the Illuminati is ruled by a council. A council of elders implies a complex system of power plays and hidden benefits that no one yields easily. Chang-sun smirked, certain he'd won. Even a god-ordered guild, like the Illuminati, must follow its internal laws. Isn't it obvious I'd be an outcast? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 asked, his eyes crinkling into a knowing, sharp smile. That prophecy, it wasn't meant for me. It was delivered directly from the heavens to the Pope himself. Those pathetic, whining elders can't dispute its truth. After all, it is the absolute word of the goddess. They're powerless to stop us. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's influence was massive, proving he was a true powerhouse in this system Manhwa world. Taking over the Illuminati wasn't the goal, but securing an alliance with such a titan was a genius move. I'm satisfied with my current position. I'll pass. Don't be so hasty to decide, young lord. Please, just reconsider. Honestly, if I said I wasn't tempted by the power, I'd be a total liar. I won't take on burdens I can't handle. I'll follow the goddess's will and let fate unfold naturally. And how do we do that? If the goddess calls me friend, then the Illuminati is my ally, too. Doesn't that make us brothers? Looking at Joe's face, he was ready to lead the Chang-sun fan club. I'm proposing a private alliance, not between our guilds, but a blood pact between my personal team and yours. As the plane touched down, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏's mind raced, calculating every variable of his next power play. White Tiger's hidden strength is immense, but the Illuminati's support will be the key to seizing control later. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 turned, calling out to young Gun. Trailing like a puppy, Gun felt giddy. "Oh, I forgot. Take your shoes off before boarding the plane, kid." "Yes, sir." The system notifies you. The divine archer of the deity hunting season watches you with wide eyes. "Look, we're trending." "Where?" "Right here." Breaking news: the tyrant's army begins its grand advance into Europe. The White Tiger's roar echoes across the continent. "Just wait, Stone Desert. The tyrant is coming for your head." A massive leap for our nation. "Hey, stop clinging to me. Go study or something, you brat. It's boiling out here. Give me my phone right now." Cheon snatched her brother's device with lightning speed. Looking smug, he bragged, "Big brother is perfect." "Ugh, will you just shut your annoying mouth already? You're practically drooling over him. Who cares? Even if brother 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 walked through that door right." "Wait, where? Ha, I can't believe you fell for that, you idiot. Give me back my tablet." Displeased by his attitude, team leader Shinio delivered a kick so brutal it nearly snapped Shin Jin-woo's spine. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 approached, looking at them like lunatics. "What are you doing?" Jin-woo trembled, bleeding and bruised. "Brother, please save me." Cheon instantly transformed into an elegant lady. "Oh, you've arrived. Welcome back, dear. You haven't recovered yet, right? Don't overexert yourself." The system Manhwa interface flashes with a new message. The world-encompassing serpent looks at their disciple with utter contempt for being bullied by his own sister. Cheon raised a threatening fist. "Say one more word and I'll crush you. Remember, your seat is next to mine." "Got it?" Jin-woo grimaced, squeezing out a pathetic excuse. "It's weird. I've just been feeling so dizzy all morning." Gun finally arrived with heavy luggage, while a middle-aged man trailed behind him, weeping uncontrollably. "I'm here too." 𝗕𝗏𝗻's arrival was met with a sisterly greeting so intense it made the poor girl jump. The uncle cried rivers of tears. "𝗓𝗏𝗻, I beg you, please watch over her. I couldn't stop her. She's determined to follow you and learn everything. Don't worry, I'll treasure 𝗕𝗏𝗻 like my own family." "Thank you." The nameless giant deity shakes their head, remarking that no one is as full of love as he. "Everyone's here. Let's move." As they left, jealous haters glared, their minds already churning with dark, petty schemes. "Can't believe these arrogant rookies are the last to arrive. I was thinking the exact same thing." It was those two losers again, Section Chief Shim and Kang Woo-chan, still bitter from their previous defeat. He's still salty that 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 crushed his reputation. Now, he's lurking in the shadows, plotting a comeback. "I was careless before, but this time will be different. The elders are joining us on this mission. I'll eliminate you once and for all to regain the elders' favor. This ends here." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚. His murderous intent was written all over his face. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 found it pathetic and gave a provocative smirk. The man exploded in rage. "You son of a bitch." But suddenly, a terrifying presence appeared right behind him. "Oh, so you're here? Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you?" Kang Woo-chan spun around, horrified to recognize the Green Wolves' leader. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 and Goff shared a warm greeting while Woo-chan stood frozen. "I changed my flight just to see my dear comrade." Woo-chan's head spun. Friend was the only word he understood. He dismissed recruitment rumors as fake news until this moment. Sensing watchers, Chang-sun smirked. "Traveling with a friend sounds perfect." "Incredible. Did Goff visit headquarters solely to meet 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚? How did he meet a titan?" Director Shin was completely ignored. Director O arrived. Everyone bowed to him respectfully. Chang-sun scrutinized the elders, the White Tiger's monsters, the founding pillars who carved the guild's legacy with Moon. The fallen tiger observed their sharpest claws. An elder in bandages barked, "Are these the runs today? They'd make fine undead soldiers. That's the skeleton demon, Bake." "Don't scare them," laughed the red giant, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏. "Enough." Marshal Marquis Hun Ryong checked his pocket watch calmly. The divine archer sensed a treacherous aura nearby. The world serpent wondered why their masters lacked faith. Chang-sun bowed, realizing these elders were hidden, lethal spikes. These notorious monsters from the rumors had actually emerged. Even Director O struggled to command the legendary Marshal Marquis. He likely sought the Marquis's power for the fifth scripture. The Marquis turned. "So, you're the boy Director O praised. Do you know me?" He offered a handshake. "This monster slaughtered thousands in the Pohang explosion." He shook hands quickly. "I've only heard rumors." "A life of resolve?" The old man smiled creepily. "Your path mirrors mine. Let me be your example." A system Manhwa alert triggered the skill Beautiful Virtue. A shadow battle erupted. This tiger surpassed Judan. He funneled lethal plagues through their handshake. Chang-sun felt the dual presence of tiger and rot. This demonic soldier's power reached level 80+. He was a demonic entity far more evolved. Rage boiled in Chang-sun. How many died for this trash? I knew it. These bastards shouldn't be allowed to live. Intro's over. They finally let go. Trembling. Han Ryong's eyes blazed. He's actually resisting my plague? Chang-sun's face darkened, disgusted by the monster. This trip will strengthen our European ties. These three will elevate our status significantly. Don't fail. Oh laughed while Section Chief Sim seethed. I expect to see your names on the list. Chief Sim seethed. Chang-sun climbed far too quickly. He wouldn't let this drag on further. Chief Sim handed a letter to Kang Jian. Remember my words. Hand this over the second you arrive. What is this? It's a trap for the Illuminati. They won't welcome him either, so I'm setting a deadly provocation. The second letter was for the Black Hand, the king of assassins. Kang Jian's blood ran cold at the mention. Do not fail. Once delivered, incinerate whatever response they give you instantly. Understand? He glared at Li Chang, harboring dark malice. Li Chang's son. You survived Yeti Peak, but even a monster like you can't defeat the ultimate assassin. I'll use their blades to carve your grave. Even if you escape the king, you won't leave alive. You have no idea the sacrifices I've made to reach this throne of power. Sim's bitterness was palpable, unaware that Director O's predatory gaze was locked onto his every move. Flight 0267 to Paris. Chang was carrying shoes onto the plane when an attendant stopped him. Sir, please put your shoes back on. A classic system Manhwa prank. The god of hunting winked, practically dying of laughter at the boy's expense. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered his peace. Oh? What a coincidence. We're sitting right next to each other. I was worried this flight would be dull. Uncle Hyung's grin made Li Chang's son's heart stop. The ferocious tiger god loomed over his apostles, but the waking nightmare was only just beginning. Chang glared at Bon, feeling betrayed. Did that coward switch seats just to avoid the old man? Peace was a luxury he wouldn't have. Since they were meeting in France anyway, he might as well prepare. He'd scout their abilities while searching for the fifth holy book under their watchful eyes. It seemed his resistance against the plague and tiger god had sparked their dangerous curiosity. Li Chang hid his sharp edges behind humility. I hope to learn much from your wisdom. Ho ho ho, no need for pressure, but Chang knew the truth. This surveillance was suffocating. It was time to accelerate his plans. If he had to play his ace cards early, so be it. He needed to forge a legion of loyal followers, starting with Aaton from the Owl's Nest. A friendship far deeper than simple loyalty. Their absolute devotion to Minerva was a level of unity he never knew as a lonely god of war. To build his legion instantly, the Tiger Ghost's power was his only viable path. If he conquered the fourth holy book, his legendary army would finally become a reality. He needed to double his power to handle the Red Lightning by mastering his stigma's essence. He sought the Owl's vision, total mastery of darkness that eluded him even as the twilight of the gods. From the moment he touched the void, he knew the darkness was the perfect twin for his lightning. This hidden card, feared even by Gemini, would be the key to doubling his strength. First, I must contact 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flickered to life. Curse of the Tiger Ghost Cave begun. Survive 72 hours. Floor 5, Area 1. Chang-sun plunged into the fray, blades dancing against a horde of red-haired demons. 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧 is hunting for something. And I'll use that desire to unlock the true potential of darkness. If he played his cards right, this information would be the catalyst for his ultimate evolution. The survival timer was extending, just as he suspected. He finally regrouped with Jin amidst the chaos. 3 days was enough time to build his forces and contact the archdemon again. Master, leave this to me. Jin grinned wildly. I'll show you something cool when you return. Remember the horse spirit from the Black Snake? I've tamed it for our army. Cavalry would change everything. Chang-sun imagined a legion of ghost riders trampling his enemies to dust. But his excitement soured as he prepared to meet that insufferable jerk once again. A system Manhwa alert flashed. The tiger god, Sakura, issued a stern warning not to play the fool. The gods were in an uproar. The god of hunting suggested, for once, just listen to your betters. Even the serpent hissed a warning, urging him to reconsider facing the literal face of evil. Despite the god's deafening clamor, Li Chang's son merely flashed a defiant, cocky smirk. It was clear they feared his hunt for 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧 and were desperate to stop him. From the abyss, the vicious primal dragon god watched with a gaze of pure, dark amusement. Sensing the god's trembling fear, he grew emboldened. Nearby, the god of hunting shielded his own. He covered his mother's eyes, desperate to protect her from witnessing this overwhelming, celestial power. The dragon god pinned his daughter down while Taurus fumed, glaring at the man who crushed his army. With a heaven-shaking roar, the primal dragon god silenced an annoying star that dared to shine. Taurus roared back at a dragon, questioning her death wish. Still hungry for more meat, mother? If both Tiamat and Marduk were this agitated, Li Chang's son knew the risk was worth taking. As the holy seal ignited, the eye symbol blazed. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flickered to life. Sakura's fury erupted at his defiance. Meanwhile, light spiraled from the eye, cascading like a violent waterfall. A system ping echoed. You've successfully ignited Berserk Vision using pure darkness. He descended into deep meditation. Mastering the Ashtanga method, he plunged fearlessly into the jagged depths of his own subconscious mind. You've entered the realm of silence, gaining 5,000 karma points, subconscious connection established within the illusion. Success. Sinking into the mental abyss, he realized this darkness was a chilling gift from 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧. By channeling the darkness within the holy seal through his Berserk Vision, he could look deeper. I can find him here. A system prompt chimed. Achievement unlocked, the truth in the dark. Reward, Yogi of Deva title. Intelligence and willpower increased by 10. He laughed, found you at last. A haunting gaze locked onto his soul. Take me as your disciple, he requested. 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗧 scoffed. And why should I? The lack of a flat rejection gave Li Chang's son a glimmer of hope. Wearing a terrifying demonic visage, Mephistopheles stared him down. "I've already proven my worth," 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 declared. "I survived adversity no human should endure. I know you're searching for someone, just like the owl said. I'd be your greatest asset, archdemon." He felt the demon's heavy gaze, even without a system alert. Perhaps he's hunting through hell, or maybe I truly am the spitting image of his missing target. If he's spying on Olympus, I can't let this chance slip. "Watching isn't enough," he pressured. "I'll grow stronger and conquer it all. Use my eyes. They are yours whenever you command. Then become my apostle." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 frowned. "I have no interest in being a mindless lackey. Picky, just like that puppet ruler." 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 didn't mind the demon's annoyance. He had his own goals. "Whether you actually master the Dark Knight's power is entirely up to you," the archdemon added coldly. "But do not rush. First, I shall put your meager skills to the ultimate test." Instantly, the system flashed a new scenario quest. Goal: gain the interest of the hell-chasing archdemon. You are the madman using a holy mark for dark arts. You've faced adversity that ordinary saints fear. You've qualified, yet you remain lacking. The archdemon demands an emotional bond before taking a student. A student, not a contract? He wondered if the previous master had shared such a strange, personal bond. Succeed in the trials to earn the trust and genuine affection of the great archdemon. Restriction: Master of the Dark Knight. Warning: failure will result in immediate disqualification from the path. Reward: full ownership of the holy mark and the legendary title, Archdemon's Disciple. To 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚, this mentorship felt like a cold business deal, regardless of the demon's bonding requirements. Their destinies were now intertwined. A system chime rang out. Quest start. Test of qualification. 1. Description: survive the archdemon's messenger, gain recognition, or face a permanent scenario failure. As the quest logged, he braced himself. "Who is this messenger?" he muttered, eyes scanning the void. The system window shattered. A colossal, singular eye peered through a crack in the very fabric of space. Reality fractured like glass. Jolting awake, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 found himself back on the plane next to Manager 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏. The manager sneered at him. "You okay? Your sleeping habits are as pathetic as your work ethic." "I'm fine," he whispered, heart racing. The transition from the hungry ghost cave to reality felt surreal. System alert. Achievement unlocked. Archdemon's Believer. Magic plus 15, willpower plus 10. Time is up. Rank SSS achieved. Rewards are being distributed. You have returned to reality. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's stood frozen. Rewards? Has it been 3 days? He rubbed his chin, stunned by the sanctuary's distorted time flow. "I barely glimpsed Mephistopheles' power. Does this mean leveling in this system Manhwa will take forever?" There wasn't even a final test. High above, the constellations began their incessant gossiping once again. The constellation Season of Hunting nearly leaped from her seat, frantically asking if he had been injured. The world-encircling serpent snickered. "Look at his blank face. He's fine." The primordial evil dragon sighed. Despite acting annoyed by his disobedient minions, the primordial evil dragon tilted his head in sheer confusion. Has any mere mortal ever returned in one piece after facing the wrath of a supreme archdemon? Taurus glared at the dark energy radiating from him. The heavens trembled. He had escaped Pales' sanctuary. How did he avoid the eternal swamp? Now, even the depths of the demon world were watching. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚's never expected his return to cause such an explosive stir among the watching gods. Mephistopheles' stigma burned bright. The demon was watching him. Before, unlocking it required intense, focused effort. Now, the stigma felt like a natural limb. Pure dark energy pulsed through him with every breath. This power could fuse skills and grant massive buffs more than making up for the 72 hours lost. Wuha stared at the young man, terrified by the orb of light swirling violently before Chang-sun's chest. "What on earth is this?" the old man stammered. But 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚sun was just as bewildered. The system announced a mysterious force had forced open his inventory. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚sun's eyes went wide. A strange object tumbled into his palm. It was the legendary egg, and it was finally hatching. His jaw dropped. He had incubated this silent thing for ages with no reaction. Why hatch now? Suddenly, the shell cracked, and a tiny tail whipped out. A tail. His confusion only grew deeper. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be a bird? The legendary holy bird, the ultimate predator of the heavens? It should grant courage and massive buffs to allies. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚sun stood there, completely speechless. Is this the true messenger? The system announced the egg, fueled by dark energy, had successfully hatched. A blinding light erupted. Out stepped a creature that was neither bird nor dragon, a bizarre hybrid. It wore a goofy, idiotic grin. The system identified it, the little black fire dragon of night. An epic name, but the creature looked ridiculous. Its derpy appearance left its owner frozen in disbelief. The system noted, the little black fire dragon gazes into the soul of the one who awakened it. The creature beamed. That silly face flew right up to 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚sun's nose and chirped, "Kuru." This goofy little thing caused an absolute uproar among the high-ranking constellations watching from above. Season of Hunting's eyes sparkled at the cute baby, but others wondered if she needed glasses. What's cute about that? The world-encircling serpent frantically began searching through its ancient, dusty archives. After witnessing the creature's strange form, the fallen tiger constellation let out a mocking, heavy scoff. Long ago, serpents were far superior to dragons. Ignoring them, the little dragon did a proud spin. The creature hopped joyfully across 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚sun's palm, its chirping drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Crowds rushed over. "Oh my god, it's adorable. Haibin squealed. What is that thing? Chang Jie asked. Chang-sun gave a wry smile. It was just a divine beast egg. And it just hatched. The little dragon chirped happily, nuzzling Chang-sun's face like a playful child without a care. Meanwhile, its owner was reaching his limit. He was becoming visibly annoyed by the creature's constant antics. A flight attendant approached to warn him that the creature was disturbing the other passengers on board. But seeing that cute face next to Chang-sun's handsome features, her heart immediately melted away. I'll handle the others, but would you mind if I took a quick photo with you? Chang-sun sighed at the chaos. Naturally, this system Manhwa wouldn't be complete without a new alert. Side quest updated. Qualification test 1. The sub-classification quest chain has officially begun. The Archdemon's messenger has arrived. Earn his recognition or face total. Absolute scenario failure. Mission complete. Proceeding to qualification test 2. Your little black fire dragon is starving. Secure nourishment immediately. Satiating its hunger is the only way to forge a deeper bond. As intimacy rises, the secrets hidden within the creature's mind will finally be revealed to you. A notification from the system Manhwa interface flashed as the dragon wilted like a pathetic, soaked dumpling. Just moments ago, it was desperately acting cute. Now, this tiny troublemaker was already pushing limits. Chang froze in total shock. How was he supposed to hunt prey for this brat mid-flight? To make matters worse, this hideous little thing turned out to be an incredibly picky eater. He offered a cookie to the starving beast, but it recoiled in disgust, shutting its eyes tight. Even when he insisted it was a premium, high-priced snack, the dragon remained completely unimpressed. Perhaps it needed infant formula? No, this was a legendary dragon, not some common house pet. Could its stomach even process human food? While the girl fretted, the father stood there paralyzed. She was firing off theories at a frantic pace, her panic rising with every passing second. Seeing the hatchling on the brink of death, the system Manhwa alerts chimed with deadly urgency. The dragon is entering a state of rage. Chang spiraled, having only ever slain dragons. I've never been a nanny. Chang's mind raced through every possible combat strategy he knew. Aside from low-ranked drakes, true dragons were legendary rarities, and this high-tier specimen was an enigma. The dragon's life force was flickering out, its small body trembling from the agonizing hunger pangs. Panic surged through him as he watched the creature panting, its tongue lolling out in desperation. He recalled that dragons possessed transcendent intelligence, especially ancient species like the legendary azure dragon. While this hatchling resembled those primordial ancestors, its dark energy signature was something entirely alien. The newborn fixed him with a piercing, accusatory stare that practically screamed, "Where is my feast?" This wasn't just any dragon, it was from 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗪s himself, meaning its needs were bound to be sinister. Was there anyone nearby who understood the dietary requirements of a divine demonic beast? Desperate, Chang turned to Wolf, but his comrade only sighed. Sorry, dragons are out of my league. 8 hours until we land, he groaned. The poor thing will be a corpse long before then. Before he could find a solution, the relentless system Manhwa hammered him with another brutal update. Negative status detected. The dragon is malnourished, and your intimacy levels are plummeting like a rock. Warning, your bond is fracturing. If the intimacy reaches 0, the consequences will be catastrophic. Quest failure is imminent. Qualification, Test 1 progress is about to be erased forever. Chang gritted his teeth. If 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗪s sent this, the answer had to revolve around darkness. Suddenly, a dark presence loomed. The evil monkey marquis appeared, identifying it as a demonic dragon igniting a spark of hope. You know about dragons? Chang demanded. The marquis let out a chilling, confident smirk. I raised a brood once. Demonic dragons are twisted by the underworld, born from forbidden packs. Their biology is a paradox. Even as they grow, they possess deep hatred for their own kind. Chang sensed the thick, suffocating demonic energy radiating from the hatchling's tiny, dark scales. Could its hunger be for something abstract, not physical meat, but pure, concentrated power and value? A grin touched his lips. He happened to be carrying the perfect delicacy for a demon. He unsheathed the legendary sword from Gemini, drawing a sharp gasp from the goddess of hunting. He presented the blade. It scoffed initially, making the goddess sigh in visible, temporary relief. She was horrified at the thought of a divine treasure being treated like a common snack. Suddenly, the blade bled dark energy, and the dragon lunged, its jaws snapping on the steel. The divine observers erupted. Stop, that's a holy relic, the goddess shrieked in absolute despair. The world serpent merely watched with a knowing gaze. Quiet, there is a method to his madness. With a resounding crack, the priceless sword shattered. Chang breathed easy while the marquis smiled. It must have expensive tastes. That blade cost a fortune. Any regrets? Chang didn't know its secrets anyway. Let the beast feast. As long as the mission completion rate climbs, it's worth it. The hatchling devours the blade and lets out a thunderous burp. This system Manhwa reality just updated. Loyalty points increased. The Dark Knight's fire dragon now considers you a comrade. Time to name it. Chang realizes the hidden quest is still active. Even digested, the sword's latent power still flows through the dragon's gut. As he stands there, lost in thought, the monkey Marcus loses patience. Chang casually suggests the name, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗏. That name is so cursed that everyone's souls nearly depart their bodies. Even gods recoil. The world's serpent hides its face in shame at such a tragic choice. The fallen tiger god sighs, I suppose nobody is truly perfect. While they reel from shock, the dragon looks disgusted. Lee-Chang tries again, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗏. Suddenly, the goddess of hunting defends his previous cute attempt. Chaeyeon stares in disbelief. Is she actually being serious right now? The world serpent warns her not to speak, given her own trash-tier taste. The goddess snaps back, claiming her naming sense is unmatched. The serpent challenges her. She proudly suggests names like Mio, Quack, and Squeak. How pathetic. The world serpent groans at the insult. The goddess remains completely clueless. Amidst the divine bickering, Chaeyeon screams, "What's with these garbage names?" Lee-Chang is baffled. She argues the names won't fit a massive dragon later. A majestic beast can't be named like a puppy. She asks about his old dog, Jangi. Exactly. Puppies need cute names, but dragons are like family. What's the difference? He wonders. Suddenly, the system translates the dragon's roar. The fire dragon absolutely despises that name. Intimacy drops 15 points. Happiness down 20. The dragon's hatred is palpable. Everyone joins in to scold his terrible choices. Change it now, they demand. Raising a legendary pet is becoming a nightmare. He stares at the beast, searching for inspiration. Fine, how about 𝗕𝗏𝗄s? The mood shifts instantly. Everyone is awestruck, especially the newly named 𝗕𝗏𝗄s. Perhaps his earlier jokes were just a ruse. The system prompts for final confirmation. The dragon is ecstatic over this majestic title. Intimacy and happiness are fully restored. Lee-Chang agrees instantly. Pleasing this high-maintenance brat is exhausting work. 𝗕𝗏𝗄s is now your loyal believer. His eyes ignite with a crimson, laser-like glow. A consciousness link forms, binding their hearts. This pitch-black dragon radiates overwhelming power. 𝗕𝗏𝗄s begins generating dark energy. You can now perceive his innermost thoughts. Higher intimacy unlocks more secrets. The deeper the bond, the more energy you exploit. Believer 𝗕𝗏𝗄s has awakened, dragon breath, mana perception, and awareness acquired. His heart pumps pure dark energy. You can siphon it through the mental link. The holy mark evolves. Its level scales with your total dark energy reserves. The sinner's stigma receives a divinity fragment, a power far beyond mere magic. Be warned, misuse this divine force and your brain will literally melt. Tame this power to transcend mortality. The stigma now holds Gemini's fire and demonic energy. Skill level 3, unlocked. Authority class, reached. Divinity release is now active. The dragon nuzzles Lee-Chang affectionately, but he's preoccupied with memories of his father. Son, why that tone? His father's words echo as he deals with his bratty dragon. He attempted gravity, but failed miserably. Lee-Chang's son's cold voice cut through. That serious act? It doesn't suit you. Then why stare so long, acting like the only stoic hero here? What the hell? He sighed heavily. The thought of parting brings such sorrow. Where will you go, old man? Just stay and live with me. Neither of us has family left, right? Stay. We're both lone wolves. The father erupted, poking his face and shouting. Honestly, your every word sounds like mockery. Just, don't end up living a life like mine. Lee-Chang's son's eyes widened. Though I couldn't honor this name, I hope your path turns out differently. Damn it. What's in a name, anyway? He was clueless then, but 𝗕𝗏𝗄s was a hero who slew dragons in Arcadia's Silver Age, a king loved by constellations. Lore says he slew a calamity dragon, planting its fangs to summon an army of dragon-toothed warriors. Yet, for a man struggling to survive like Lee-Chang's son, the luxury of self-sacrifice felt worlds away. Such epic titles felt foreign, but a name steeped in dragon blood that might actually suit this little guy. The notification chimed classic system Manhwa mechanics. Quest 1 cleared. Quest 2. Proof of qualification chain now active. Absorb dark essence from the hell-chasing archdemon's envoy. Overcharge your stigma with pure demonic power. Use that foundation to finally breach the Wailing Wall. Scenario outcome success. The chain evolves into the third trial, proof of qualification. They touch down in Paris. At the airport, Lee-Chang's son donned dark shades, leaving 𝗏𝗡𝗙𝗏 utterly confused. It's a survival tactic, he claimed, acting like it was nothing special. 𝗏𝗡𝗏 took him seriously, unaware he was simply perfecting his aesthetic for the inevitable cameras. Prep was useless. The moment the hatch opened, a sea of blinding flashes engulfed the entire crew instantly. Accustomed to the chaos, Lee-Chang's son didn't blink. He moved forward, leading his team with absolute composure. Stunned by the spectacle, 𝗏𝗡𝗏's glasses nearly slipped. He was quietly awestruck by the sheer intensity. Media swarmed, but he dismissed them coldly. Just woke up, brains empty. Then, a reporter asked about French rivals. He dropped a bombshell of arrogance. Rivals? I'm above them all. Why should I even care? That savage response left the press corps reeling, speechless against his overwhelming, icy confidence. His words were reckless, but his power was untouchable. Desperate, they pivoted to Henry Bloch's public 1 versus 1 challenge. Never heard of him, he stated flatly. The reporters froze in shock once again. To them, Henry was France's apex rookie, the man destined to be the future king. He conquered the Bone Dragon territory, a dungeon deemed impossible for years, even taming a sub-dragon mount. Losing patience, Lee-Chang's son reminded the mob that his time was far too valuable. Stop the yapping. A reporter scrambled to ask his thoughts on the duel Henry had proposed. I don't care who he is. If he wants a fight, bring it. He's just digging an early grave. The press panicked. Was this tyrant truly insane enough to provoke the pride of all France? A red-haired reporter interjected, asking about the Windy Rock Desert, a dungeon that had plagued France for decades. Any special strategy? Strategy? I just plan to wipe the entire place off the map. He adjusted his shades with nonchalance. That's enough. I'm out of time. This interview is over. He knew top-tier French rankers had repeatedly failed this raid. His declaration was a declaration of war. Naturally, they were desperate to know his plan. The interview went viral instantly, setting the internet ablaze, especially after Henry confessed the tyrant was his idol, making the challenge a dream match for fans. Hype exploded. Even the undead king, Saint Valentin, vowed to work harder to earn his junior's respect. Then, Go stepped forward to defend Li Chang-sun's honor. I understand the diplomatic concerns, but the tyrant's words were merely a simple cultural misunderstanding. He's a true hero with a heart of gold. The man I know isn't a tyrant, he's a rose. In French, rose signifies a wise king. Naturally, Go's defense only served to infuriate the public more. That lunatic is faking his bravado. Conquering the Windy Rock Desert? Absolute madness. He's here to seize the Illuminati, isn't he? Screamed the Red Eagle, Duke Constantin Brüning, in a fury. The man defying 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗞𝗡𝗡, commanding half of the Illuminati's elders. A warning to my allies. I alone grasp the goddess's will. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚 and Li Chang's son are useless. Louis, respond. Brüning's face twisted into a snarl. Prepare for a 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡𝗙, he barked. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚, the German word for crusade. Elsewhere, another soul cursed Li Chang's name. Kang Wu-chan stood cloaked like a thief, grinning. The die was cast. He just needed one spark. The 2 letters from Chief Shin were already sent, sealed within the mailbox. Fuel for his grand delusions. Li Chang felt conflicted, watching Cadmus revel in the king's hoard. The little dragon's eyes sparkled. Finally, a mountain of delicacies to feast upon. That plump dragon began devouring every single relic in the legendary hoard. An appetite capable of swallowing mountains. Cadmus reached pure euphoria during this feast. As expected in his system Manhwa, satisfaction spiked. Closeness leveled up. Progress, 6.7%. After devouring Chimir's sword and napping, the dragon pig awoke famished. Time for a treasure mukbang. Cadmus munched on a golden helm while Li Chang's son questioned his very existence. Does a frost helmet even crunch? Regardless, the little beast didn't care. With a furnace like maw, gold melted like honey, the Snow King's hoard became a mere snack. Li Chang's son watched intently, realizing the fledgling could already unleash a dragon's breath. Breath skills are divine powers usually reserved for high-tier dragons who have mastered their elements. While he mused, the dragon continued to vacuum up the entire treasure pile. Though weaker than a true high-tier, this breath pulsed with terrifying dark energy. It was a force that could incinerate anything, utterly ignoring elemental resistances. A dragon possessing such raw, unbridled power. Demonic dragons are built differently. In mere moments, he'd undergone a massive growth spurt. Devouring all that treasure. Is his digestion instantaneous? He should have exploded by now. Awake for less than 24 hours, yet his growth speed is absolutely insane. The system Manhwa interface blinked, frost helm consumed, 72 ice and 51 metal elements absorbed. The ominous heart surged with power, strengthened by the divine heart-sharing effect. Completion, 7.1%. With a full belly, Cadmus's gaze toward Li Chang softened. Despite being a gluttonous goofball, raising this dragon was worth every single penny. Seeing them bond is heartwarming. Dark energy generation and heart-sharing. Everything is top tier. Generating dark energy is akin to divinity. Soon, Li Chang's son will rival Mephistopheles' skill set. Simply put, it is the fundamental requirement to become Mephistopheles' true disciple. Suddenly, Jin burst in, firing off 100,000 questions. Is that a dragon? After a 2-second stun, Li Chang asked what happened. Jin grinned with triumphant pride. Remember my surprise? Jin asked. The demon horse. Already, Li Chang was stunned. Master, who do you think I am? Jin gloated, as dark energy surged with his ego. A pale steed radiating darkness appeared at level 6, Frostbound Death Steed. The hellish stallion let out a terrifying neigh. Seeing its aggression, Jin's temper flared. What's wrong with it? I'll cancel. Li Chang's son knew he could easily subdue the beast. However, unleashing his skills would instantly turn this room into a bloody war zone. Suddenly, Cadmus roared with a terrifying face. The horse went limp, surrendering to the dragon's inspection. This display of dominance left Li Chang and Jin completely frozen in shock. Is that dragon fear? He's just a hatchling. Can he truly wield such power already? Impossible. This steed is a king among the undead bloodlines. Despite the gap, he dominated a kingly beast. I spent 2 days barely taming. Jin marveled at the winged tadpole's power. Li Chang revealed its true nature, a demonic dragon. Master, your power is on another level. It'll be an eternity before I can even stand in your shadow. Listen, Jin, do you have any shadows specialized in stealth? Our target is the lady, Miro Liana. Track her once she departs the party. Melt into the crowd and remain invisible at all costs. Jin gripped the photo and asked, Are you hitting on her? You know stalking is a crime, right? Since when did he care about morals? His head is clearly full of romance. Chang-sun told him to shut up. Quiet down, you're being pathetic. She holds a great Bible, yet the tyrant is still a no-show. Did he flee once he heard Henry was arriving? What is your take on this cowardice? Henry's gaze was ice. Suddenly, Chang-sun stormed in on a hellish steed, shattering the banquet's peace. He certainly knows how to steal the spotlight with such a flashy and dramatic entrance. They were just mocking him, but his dark aura and majestic arrival left the entire hall in terror. Chang-sun glared down like an absolute monarch, his expression frozen in a mask of cold indifference. As the panic faded, the whispers returned. Does he really think he is the main character of this story? How pathetic, just another attention seeker. Only 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 saw the true power hidden within him. Incredible. Is that a demon horse? I have never seen a breed that looks so monstrous before. The atmosphere shifted. 𝗕𝗏𝗧𝗏 realized he was the most elite necromancer in this system Manhwa. This is the first time anyone has seen the tyrant manifest as a necromancer or a tamer. That steed's aura dwarfs a dungeon boss. Miro glanced over and signaled for Henry's attention. Henry froze, forced to witness the spectacle. Suddenly, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 spiraled into view, wreathed in a golden glow. A dragon? The tiny beast circled the room, flaunting its existence while the guests squealed at its cuteness. For the first time, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 had deigned to reveal his majestic form to these mere mortals. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 landed on Chang-sun's hand, seeking praise. The crowd's gossip flared up like a wildfire. Is that dragon his pet too? Has he already reached the peak of spirit summoning in this system Manhwa? He is a combat master, yet he tames demon horses. How can a warrior also be a dragon rider? It is common knowledge that one cannot master two conflicting paths so perfectly at such a high rank. Henry's irritation peaked while Shin Yunio rushed forward, eyes sparkling, to pet the little dragon. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 leaned into her touch. Yunio giggled, casually naming the legendary beast Dusty. Chang-sun winced, thinking the name was as garbage as the dragon he had first imagined. While distracted by the dragon, Yunio asked about the horse. Chang-sun just shrugged it off as nothing special. With a sharp snap, the massive, house-sized steed dissolved into the shadows like a ghost. Chae-yun was mesmerized. Meanwhile, the scripture holder stayed close to Chang-sun, her silence heavy with suspicion. Chang-sun signaled his team. It is showtime. A clan member slipped directly into Miro's shadow, unseen. A mid-level master activated a specialized surveillance skill to begin the hunt. Chang-sun maintained a stone-cold poker face, but inside, he knew the plan was proceeding flawlessly. Chae-yun had leaked the secret. Miro was the one currently holding the fifth scripture. With only one lead, he had to play this solo. He successfully deceived her, a perfect opening move. The only wildcard was her fiancé Henry. The man was obsessed with measuring his power against Chang-sun. So, Chang-sun used a calculated interview to bait him into a reckless reaction. Miro was bound to get involved too. Those reporters really nailed the timing on Henry's arrival. Confused, Chae-yun asked if he was also a summoner. Chang-sun pulled his thoughts back to reality. I just thought 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 looked lonely, he lied. There was no way he actually cared about those details. She stared at him as if reading his soul. Why is she so perceptive about the most random things? You have talent, but you're wasting it. I am not a warrior. My class is actually a mage. Specifically, a rune mage. Chaya's jaw dropped. How could a mage possibly outfight a seasoned warrior? She had seen his runes, but this was a revelation. The Shin sisters looked ready to pass out. Wuhan froze while stroking the dragon, and Chang-sun simply wondered what he had said wrong. What's with the tension? Right then, that snake Marquis Hayan strolls over. Ah, there you are. Feeding a beast like 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 must be a real drain on your resources, right? Those hatchlings are bottomless pits, no matter how much you give them. Must be quite the burden. Plenty of fresh meat here today, isn't there? Come, allow me to handle the introductions. Li Chang's brow furrows as he studies the man, wondering how this stranger could instantly identify 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 as a legendary demon dragon. Hyun-ran completely ignores the icy stare from the man behind him, acting like a seasoned professional as he begins presenting the guests. Li Chang suspects that even in a place like Arcadia, where dragons are revered, few possess such deep knowledge. Meanwhile, the group Hunrang introduces acts remarkably welcoming. So, you're the infamous conqueror. It's a pleasure. I'm 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏𝗏, representing Revenant, and I'm 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 from St. Sands. I'm Ludvico, hailing from Orlando. Li Chang recognizes these names as the heavy hitters from the elite French guilds, so he offers a polite nod in return. These individuals command the same respect as Korea's White Tiger or Five Stars organizations, making it unwise to show any disrespect. The cunning Marquis wears a thin smile, suggesting they go meet the other newcomers. Li Chang feels his intuition tingling because this old man has been suspiciously friendly since they landed. It's clear the man is weaving a web, but only time will tell. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Tyne moves to shake hands with Henry. The hostility is immediate and suffocating. You can practically taste the resentment. I've heard quite a bit about you, Li Chang. The name is Henry Block. Charmed. Li Chang's son suddenly cuts his sentence short, realizing this encounter is heading south fast. The Marquis looks stunned as the young man turns cold and unresponsive. Henry just gives a mocking grin. Meeting my childhood hero is truly the greatest honor. He's so honored that he secretly triggers a hidden ability, letting the dark essence of a death dragon leak into the surrounding air. Violence curse initiated. Fear curse initiated. Li Chang's son just scoffs, realizing that since he embarrassed the guy during the interview, this is his pathetic attempt at payback. The whole move is just painfully amateur. Henry Block, the so-called master of the Death Dragon or Bone Dragon, if you prefer. It sounds intimidating, but it's really just a bottom-tier undead creature. Everyone else stands frozen, shocked that Henry would pick a fight in public. Chang-sun just gives a knowing smirk as he triggers his noble virtue skill. With his mental defenses locked tight, he dismisses the kid's effort as mediocre at best. Suddenly, a flash of golden light and shadow slams into Henry, catching him completely off guard. The onlookers are desperate to know what truly separates these two legendary rivals. They get a front-row seat as the radiance traps Henry, forcing him to gnash his teeth in frustration while wondering how he lost control so quickly. He truly believed he was France's next monarch until that familiar system Manhwa digital alert chimed in his head. Death Dragon's essence neutralized. Death Dragon's cry suppressed. He threw everything he had at the tyrant, only to have his power snuffed out in a heartbeat. The lethal combination of the tiger's presence and the holy sigil grants a massive advantage on any field of battle. Chang-sun's expression turns predatory as he leans in. I've got sharp ears. I heard what you told your little friend. You called my squad garbage. Care to clarify that? The room goes bone-chillingly silent. Everyone is wondering how the tyrant could have possibly overheard that conversation. Chang-sun wouldn't give a damn if the insult was personal, but bad-mouthing his crew is a death sentence. He begins funneling 𝗕𝗏𝗄𝗧's energy through the fire heart. Dragons are highly evolved beings. They perceive the secret languages of the world, from wildlife and greenery to the stones themselves. Every dialect in existence is now yours to command. Mr. Nicholas senses the impending disaster and tries to intervene. You've clearly misunderstood. Quiet. Chang-sun shuts him down with a murderous look. I'm talking to Henry and his shadow, not you. The crushing weight of mortality fills the room. There is no way out of this pressure. Henry is so paralyzed with terror, he can barely breathe. Let me explain. Status, panic state achieved. Suddenly, Henry yanks his hand away, stammering that it was all a big mistake. Chang pulls back his killing intent and lets out a dry laugh. Oh, is that right? Must have been my imagination then. He flashes a sinister grin. We almost had a real problem there. Let's try this again. Good to meet you. Have a blast at the party. Finally, the tense power play concludes. Henry retreats to the lounge, his ego bruised and his nerves completely fried. He grinds his teeth, fuming. How does that peasant dare look down on me? I am the future king, and you are a dead man. Chang-sun. His circle of sycophants and his betrothed were right there to witness his humiliation. They wouldn't stop gossiping about the scene. Though they acted concerned, their shallow comfort only served to twist the knife, fueling Henry's rage even further. He became obsessed with making the tyrant suffer, deciding that those hangers-on would be the next ones he'd deal with. The gate to the dungeon opens in 2 days. He had no clue what kind of underhanded tricks Chang-sun had used to win that exchange. But those tricks wouldn't save him once the actual raid began. That was when he'd make that arrogant prick pay for today's insult. Just then, his stunning fiancé spoke up. Unable to maintain his mask, even in front of his future bride, Henry snapped. What do you want now? Nothing. Seeing him act like a petulant child, she decided it wasn't worth the effort to continue. 𝗲𝗏𝗡𝗏 realized in that moment that she should have been far more cautious about this arrangement. While the two men were locked in their silent war of wills, a primal instinct deep in her soul was screaming for her to flee. She stood there like a statue before finally turning to find the source. She felt compelled to look back. She had to know who exactly was whispering to her spirit. That inner spirit barked at me, asking if I'd noticed the guy's gaze. He's like my own reflection, just completely warped. That man possesses the power to erase my very existence. He's a walking death sentence for both of us. Recalling the brutal smirk on Chang-sun's face, 𝗲𝗏𝗡𝗏 desperately tried to keep her composure. She told herself it was just her guardian's terror bleeding through their link. It all started when those blue flames flickered in his eyes. It felt surreal that a literal deity was paralyzed with fear because of a mere human. What the hell are you, Chang-sun? Nicholas asked, noting that it was rare to see Henry acting so rattled. Henry fed his mentor some line about coming down with a fever. Nicola just brushed it off and told him to get over it. But he made sure to remind the boy that an orphan like him only had a life because of their group's charity. This is a world where failure means death. If you blow this mission, we'll strip away every bit of status you've earned. I'll keep that in mind, Master, Henry replied, biting his tongue. Before they knew it, the morning to invade the dungeon had finally arrived. A cold, mechanical voice announced, "You have entered the scorched desert of the frigid winds. Mission, escape." Every few days, a locomotive cutting through the desert wastes will pull into the station. Your task is to defend that train from the elements and the local monsters until you find a way out. The White Tiger clan kept their specific raid tactics for the frozen desert a closely guarded secret. It was obvious the French government was just trying to save face by keeping their best players on the sidelines. The system Manhwa interface flickered again. The train is split into 4 separate cars. Scavenge for supplies and hidden rewards as you move toward the engine. All users can now access their inventory and skill windows. Henry spent the entire time watching Chang-sun out of the corner of his eye. He was convinced that even a freakishly talented tyrant couldn't clear this wasteland without a full team. The constellation A Good Season to Hunt was vibrating with excitement at the thought of fresh prey in this hellscape. Meanwhile, Chang-sun was just annoyed. It's boiling out here, it's the total opposite of that annoying ice guy. The world-winding serpent narrowed its eyes, mentioning that this place felt strangely nostalgic. Chang-sun scowled at the horizon. Dealing with the blistering noon sun and the freezing nights was going to make this dungeon run a massive headache. The mission logs were clear, that train is the only way out. Fall behind, and you're basically knocking on death's door. Those French officials weren't taking this seriously, complaining the rewards didn't justify the insane difficulty. Chang-sun flashed back to his talk with the nameless king, who had asked if he knew about 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 was the legendary titan who commanded the fires of hell and the volcanic realms. "You mean the Lord of Muspelheim?" Chang-sun asked. The king confirmed he meant the ruler of the fire giants. "He's been dead for ages, but the wreckage of his apocalyptic world is actually anchored right here on Earth." 𝗟𝗏 was the sovereign of flame who once turned entire galaxies into ash and cinder. One day, he just vanished, and the apocalypse hit his realm the second he was gone. Nobody knows how he died, but the rumor is his history of destruction finally caught up to him. This desert is the charred corpse of that world, stoked to the limit as it waits for a fresh sacrifice. Your goal is to retrieve the sword 𝗟𝗏 used to carry. It's a legendary artifact in this system Manhwa world. Only a true fire king can wield 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏. To reach the hidden path to Ragnarok, you must board that train. Step 1 is clear. Grab every hidden piece and claim that blade for myself. If I pair Zig's world-ending flames with that sword, my power will skyrocket. But first, I need that 5th holy text. I have to stay locked in on this dungeon for now. Muriel Aliana was bound to drift away from the main group soon, so Chang-sun checked in with his shadow spy. The scout reported nothing unusual yet, so Chang-sun told it to keep a tight leash on her. The raid officially started, but within minutes, 4 of his teammates were whining for water and trying to ditch their armor. He just sighed and told them to suck it up. Taking that gear off was a one-way trip to the grave. Suddenly, a system Manhwa warning pinged. The beast authority path is signaling immediate danger. The moment it concluded, a titanic detonation erupted. A devastating shockwave rippled outward, sending the dungeon raiders into a frantic panic of ambush fears. Fear was justified as the 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 clan struck. A masked figure in crimson robes, bearing a jagged-toothed mask, soared through the flames. That man 𝗕𝗏𝗃 merely the index finger, yet he holds the terrifying authority of the inner circle. Do you truly expect my submission? He is but the little finger leader within the 𝗓𝗏𝗏𝗏 hierarchy. Little Saint 𝗕𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, this is an absolute mandate. Remember your place, Cassio, ring finger of the purple garden. Capturing that child of prophecy sounds far more entertaining than this. Besides, the great boss has taken an interest. Planning to defy the high command? Have you lost your mind? I'd rather not wake up without a head. This mission is far from ideal, but I won't be the one to spark a mutiny. Stay in your lane. Now, let the carnage begin. The grand assault on the Sinuka Guild commences this instant. The system Manhwa interface flared as the beast's path screamed a lethal warning. An unknown strike force approaches. Scanning hostile numbers. Chang-sun gritted his teeth, cursing this sudden chaos. Blast it. He just departed and already hit a catastrophe. His frost cloak struggled against the searing, volcanic winds. This frost cloak, a relic of the ancient Cold King, progenitor of the Snow Tribe. Forged by the legendary master 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏's heir, this artifact provides the ultimate defense for high-tier armor class equipment. It offers weightless mobility, climate control, and a shimmering arcane protective barrier. Activating Snake Eye to track the team, Big Gorgon successfully vanished into safety using his shadow escape technique. Sinol negated the impact via Fortress Shield, while Sinemu erected a sturdy defense through his Aura Oro structure skill. Gin utilized the martial god's dagger to summon a tempest, vaulting clear of the lethal explosion's reach. The Saint of Hunting Season is livid. Her favorite was nearly struck, and she demands the culprit's head. The world-wrapping serpent Saint glowers, displeased by the sight of his wounded priest. Chang-sun breathed a heavy sigh of relief, confirming his entire squad had survived the blast. Suddenly, a hidden operative reports, Muriel Aliana is the next target. The spy awaits immediate tactical instructions. Nearby, Muriel lay unconscious beside a muscular stranger. The man watched her with a predatory, unsettling level of fascination. Consumed by fury, Chang-sun unleashed his avian transformation, soaring toward the scene with wings of pure rage. Within his soul, the doubt grew: was Muriel the primary objective from the very start? Urgently, Lee summoned Gin, ordering his spy to remain concealed and maintain a constant tracking signal on their location. Danger. The beast's path blared again. A hidden blade struck at Lee, but his godlike reflexes parried the strike. An assassin's tool had nearly found its mark. As the heavy dust settled, a shadowy silhouette slowly revealed itself. The intruder smirked. So, you perceived my strike. It seems the legends about you weren't exaggerated. The Hunting Saint's fury peaked at this interloper. I intended a swift execution, but now, the stakes have changed. You are a specimen worthy of being added to my collection. The world-wrapping serpent is amused by your knack for chaos. Your origin matters little, such beauty transcends all borders. Even our guardian deity gazes upon you with hunger. Come, let us revel in this glorious battle. Indeed, the Saint of the Primordial Evil Dragon anticipates the spectacle of your upcoming struggle. Stunned, the Saint of Hunting Season gasped at the divine presence. Mother, why are you intervening in this? The Dragon Saint merely wished to spectate her daughter's favorite channel. The younger saint erupted, demanding the gods cease their meddling. Amidst a life-or-death struggle, Chang-sun felt a wave of exasperation at this divine mother-daughter bickering. He lashed out violently, sending whips of abyssal energy toward his assailant. Though she was swift, Lee's dark tendrils snared her leg with crushing force. With his foe immobilized, Lee lunged forward, his blade thirsting to deliver a final, soul-severing blow to the assassin. Tiger Soul State activated. The devastating Tiger Fang strike was unleashed with ferocious power. Chang-sun and the infiltrator clashed with lethal force. Parrying his strike, she hissed about her marred skin. Suddenly, a monstrous centipede erupted from the dunes beneath her piercing shriek. This has evolved beyond mere collecting. Now, you shall endure true agony. The saint of the fallen tiger radiates pure, unbridled malice toward the encroaching enemy. How dare you touch my property, the saint snarls, while Yin Nine casually cites orders. Chang-sun notes the Tiger King's unusually sharp and aggressive aura today. He's acting exceptionally war-hungry, but Li Chang remains laser-focused on the immediate lethal threat. Though his opponent is female, her lethal power demands a merciless, crushing response. He wonders if this ferocity stems from the Yin Nine's ties to the invisible constellations. Like the Tiger King, he's a 72 earthly fiend, though they share no love. His sudden appearance is no accident. These fiends serve the elite purple star astrology. This hierarchy rules 3 stars and 28 constellations, commanding 36 spirits and 72 fiends. The saint of the fallen tiger is now baring his fangs with lethal intent. This level of hostility suggests he's desperately clawing to keep a dark secret hidden. Between Muriel's assassination and the hunt for the scripture, something deeper is at play. If the Tiger King is hiding the secret scriptures, Sei's actions are a calculated test. Amidst the chaos, a brilliant and devious plan flashes through Li Chang's mind. He summons Cosmos, who manifests instantly with that signature, mischievously goofy grin. By pitting Seong against the Tiger King, he'll shatter their alliance and seal a god. To master this system Manhwa world, he triggers Fireheart while Cosmos manifests the Blood Mist. Li Chang realizes the 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗚𝗏 Guild serves Seong as a deity, never acting without cause. Since they're hunting him, someone powerful must have pulled the strings behind the scenes. The assassin girl is trapped in a crimson shroud, shocked by the tiny dragon's power. She never expected high-level magic that only elite rankers should be able to wield. The guild underestimated their target, as the Blood Mist completely nullifies all stealth techniques. Once stealth shatters, a swarm of assassins is exposed by the Dark Dragon's legendary spell. It conjures a swirling vortex of gore that isolates the battlefield from the outside world. Within this kill zone, enemies are crippled by debuffs while allies receive massive combat surges. Vision and presence erasing skills fail instantly, leaving the panicked assassins screaming in total terror. Gripping his dual blades, Li Chang dives into the mist to commence the slaughter. A herd of demonic horses thunders behind him as a wicked grin crosses his face. Jin arrives like a dark conqueror, ordering his cavalry to wreck everything in sight. Assassins fall like flies in a rain of blood as Jin flashes a smug look. Li Chang is genuinely stunned by how fast Jin absorbed that massive amount of demon blood. His growth speed rivaling a White Tiger's apostle proves his status as a high-tier boss. Jin grumbles at Li Chang's expression, asking why he's making such a strange face. Did you think I was just flexing? After the Tiger's Den, this should be basic. Jin lets out a heavy sigh as Li Chang coldly cancels the summoning mid-sentence. One compliment wouldn't kill you. Jin screams before vanishing back into the Shadow Realm. The assassin girl gasps for air, broken and begging for the sweet release of death. The fallen tiger warns the giant yin worm to back off his pathetic, starless follower. Low growls vibrate through the air as the Tiger King prepares for a divine clash. He declares this invasion an act of war. But the yin worm only giggles mockingly. The tiger's tail twitches in fury as the yin worm glares back, ready for blood. The atmosphere crackles with static from the intense mental warfare between these two deities. Li Chang grins like a madman. The selfish bastards of Purple Star are acting perfectly. To these arrogant gods, priests are merely tools to harvest wealth and worldly influence. They only value him as a recruit to expand their guild's power and dominance. The fallen tiger and yin worm are locked in a standoff, caught in the snare. A massive jackpot now awaits Li Changsun. By suppressing the Void King's hunger, he can dismantle the Purple Star Guild from within. He might even crush the constellation. Ignoring the drama, he harvests ashes to fuel his stats. The assassin 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏 has 2 targets: kidnap Muriel and eliminate Chang-sun. 2 separate clients are involved. Chang-sun suspects Kang Woo-chan is merely a puppet. The true architects are Shim Junho and Kim Junsun, but a new threat emerges. Even the Illuminati wants him. Is this payback for rejecting Jackam's shady offer? What a nuisance. He'll settle this score later. He retreats to an oasis where 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏𝗏's unit is holding Muriel captive. It's a rescue mission. Using stealth, he vanishes before igniting a devastating firestorm. Tiger Soul Resonance engaged, he strikes from the shadows. His blow connects, but the target dissolves like a phantom illusion. A hidden force strikes. A lethal energy beam locks onto Chang-sun. A radiant pillar crashes down. The tiger roars a warning. The yin worm watches. A mysterious girl perches atop a tree. Dressed for the beach, she strikes. Chang-sun narrowly dodges the assault. This terrifying pressure, it's the aura of a king at humanity's peak. The sun-kissed girl grins wickedly. Recognize me yet, little hero? Henry finally notices his fiancée has vanished like smoke. Shin and Shield crushes foes while Gon summons the martial god. Wolf discovers the culprits behind the French team's massacre. Unleashing primal rage, the Saint Beast Wolf roars at Constantin. The black train arrives. All raiders, prepare for the dungeon's gate. The bikini-clad girl watches. The insect deity stirs. Infection is curious. Will you be my student? You know me. Three demonic faces leer, smiling, weeping, and burning with jealousy. Chang-sun prays, "Mother, guide these dying souls to their final rest." These faces are a total plague. This is classic system Manhwa mechanics. Her skill has limits. An opening remains for a counter. But if his divine power fails, his legendary skills will deactivate. Without energy, his shadows cannot rise to defend him. Victory seems impossible. Can he truly slay a king? Reading his mind, she mocks his growing fear. Scared. Let's play more. He won't reveal his trump cards. He chooses to withdraw. "I'm not your opponent. Did you bring reinforcements?" Muriel holds the holy scripture. "What are you saying?" Suddenly, the Monkey King erupts from the shadows to strike. The Assassin King dodges gracefully as 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗏 charges forward. The old man smirks. "How did you spot me, kid?" Chang-sun acts oblivious. "I just followed the scripture's scent." 𝗕𝗏𝗡𝗏 stares in disbelief, then erupts into laughter. "Sharp eyes, brat. What's the plan for this king?" "Stall her. I'm going to rescue Muriel immediately." "You're out of your league. Watch that tongue, brat. It's starting to hurt my feelings." 𝗓𝗏𝗡𝗏 scoffed. In all his years, no fledgling had ever dared to threaten him like this. Defeat the king or lose the scripture. It felt like the punk was playing him. Yet the old man didn't mind. He let out a booming laugh. "Fine, you're on." He knew this clever bastard had already unmasked his guardian constellation. The golden-eyed Buddha's gaze snapped open with a wicked glint. Marcus Wu's aura shifted instantly into something legendary. High above, the god-fallen tiger watched his apostle, his laughter echoing through the void. A golden vortex pierced the heavens, dragging lightning in its wake. Li Chang's grin widened. Wukong's power was beyond tier. The strength of gods and their constellations is forged solely from the unwavering belief of mortals. Wukong is an absolute anomaly. Why would such a supreme being serve a hollow shell, no matter victory is mine? Marcus Wu surged forward like a storm, riding a golden nimbus through the chaotic tornado surrounding the Assassin King. "Who is this nameless old fool?" she shrieked. Suddenly, a terrifyingly grinning golden mask appeared inches from her face. Chang-sun was certain now Marcus Wu's power far exceeded that of a mere king. Light erupted as Marcus mocked her. "So young, yet already deaf? Stop blasting music in those headphones and pay attention." The Assassin King lost it, screaming in a blind rage. "What kind of insane nonsense are you spouting?" Seizing the moment, Chang-sun signaled his spy. In a flash of steel, the assassin guarding the hostage was bifurcated. "Master, Muriel Alano is safe." But before the words could land, a sudden blow sent him spiraling. The Assassin King struck from a distance, demanding answers. Swiftly, Bowen dove through the air to catch the fallen girl. Activating Shadow Step, Bowen vanished. The Assassin King was being humiliated by Li Chang-sun, and her fury was reaching its limit. Her features twisted, darkening until she looked like a demon crawling out of the deepest hell. She unleashed a devastating strike, but Marcus Wu's Jingu Bang stood firm. "Move, you senile old man," she howled. Marcus just smirked. "Your ears really are useless. Didn't you hear the boy tell me to keep you busy? Let's see you talk once you're in a coffin." While they clashed, Li Chang-sun grabbed Muriel and vanished. He thought the path to freedom was clear, but fate had other plans. 3 steps in, and assassins erupted from the sand. They summoned a horde of hellhounds, turning the desert into a nightmare. Bowen rushed to intercept. Suddenly, the system announced the Desert Express was departing Pebble Station. Time was running out. Li Chang-sun gritted his teeth, pouring every ounce of mana into a desperate sprint toward the tracks. Miss this train, and he'd lose everything. Rumor placed. Level 18 in the dungeon near Boiling Hell Station. This was the first stop since rescuing Muriel. The 5 secret scriptures were finally within his reach. He couldn't abandon the mission now. The system chimed. All passengers board immediately. Departure in 5 minutes. Damn it, only 5 minutes. The pressure was suffocating as the clock ticked down. Maybe teleportation could work. Senaruka's assassins were clinging to him like parasites, and he was itching to slaughter them all. In this system, Manhwa, the leveling train was the priority. Entering the underground dungeon outweighed a meaningless skirmish. The god-fallen tiger sneered from the heavens. "Why not just drop the dead weight?" Hunting season chirped in. Finally, a god said something actually intelligent. Chang-sun sighed. These deities were all the same, merciless unless a mortal happened to pique their twisted curiosity. The primordial evil dragon clicked its tongue, bored by the scene and demanding more blood and spectacle. "Mom, you didn't even give us a warning," Hunting season complained, his voice echoing with annoyance. The world serpent laughed, a chilling, venomous sound. "You really don't understand why she did that?" "Enlighten me then," Hunting season snapped. The serpent hissed. "Perhaps they fear a god they haven't seen in ages." Chang-sun's patience wore thin. These gods were filling his head with useless, cryptic nonsense again. Hunting season muttered about preferring pure evil over hypocrisy. Chang-sun ignored them. Every move he made was calculated. If he abandoned the girl now, his reputation would be ruined. The sunset-tearing owl would lose interest, and he hadn't milked her for rewards yet. This alliance had to stay intact. But the question remained, where in this god's forsaken place was the secret scripture hidden? Suddenly, Muriel Alano gasped awake, panic surfacing as she realized she was being carried in Chang-sun's arms. "I'll keep this brief. Why exactly is Senaruka hunting you down? Any ideas?" "They wouldn't be this aggressive for no reason." Muriel Alanoy just stared back, looking completely lost. "Start thinking hard. The answer has to be there." Muriel Alanoy's eyes suddenly went wide as she stammered. "No way. Is it my father?" 2 years ago, I tagged along on one of his archaeological digs. In some ancient ruins, we found a mysterious ring. A voice called out to me, and that's how I bonded with a guardian deity. Suddenly, a total amateur like me was a master summoner, but then my father turned on me, becoming incredibly cruel. He saw me as a common thief who'd snatched his prize. He even tried to take my life. That's when Henry stepped in. Lang's son realized the truth immediately. If her family is this toxic, her father is definitely possessed by a calamity. Give me the ring. In this system, Manhwa world, if they're after the loot, we toss it to survive. I can't. This is the only link between me and my guardian. Then you're on your own. He hit her with a terrifying glare. 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗏 started shaking the second she saw that look. Is she really going to do it? She didn't hesitate for long, ripping the jewelry off and handing it over. Her guardian was losing its mind in the background, screaming for 𝗕𝗡𝗚𝗏 to wake up. Do not give him that ring. But it was too late. Li Chang snatched it before she could change her mind. He left her stranded in the dunes, promising to return once he dealt with the hitters. He signaled Gun to swoop down and grab 𝗕𝗡𝗚𝗏. Just then, the system Manhwa interface flagged that boarding time was up. The desert train was pulling out. Gun was panicking, but Chang swore he'd catch up in a heartbeat. Li Chang sprinted toward the moving train like a literal bolt of lightning. The assassins pivoted to follow him, but they were nowhere near his level. The fierce tiger constellation cackled at the sight of the stolen scroll, then flooded the ring with dark energy. It clicked open, reacting to the key. You've secured the 5th of the 10 secret scrolls. Suddenly, a vortex of blue energy swallowed Liang whole. That mana storm kept the assassins at a distance. A notification popped up, entered instant dungeon, storm hell. Chang-sun smirked as the light tore through reality. The assassins could only watch, baffled by the shifting scenery. They were floored. Nobody expected an instant dungeon to manifest out of thin air. The mystery of the prophecy child was solved, but it was a truth they weren't ready for. They'd wasted so much time analyzing the prophecy, convinced it was 𝗵𝗡𝗚𝗏. They were dead wrong. Even in that mess, he still moved to save her. Is Li Chang's son some kind of secret weapon for the White Tiger? The boss needs to hear this. Right then, a new system Manhwa prompt appeared. You have found the forgotten starlight. The ancient shadow worm constellation gazed at the faded starlight, something his clan had long since ignored. He claimed that by consuming its essence, he'd outshine the 28 moon palaces. His followers were already buckling under the pressure. The shadow worm turned its attention toward the dungeon. A catastrophic wind began to howl. The ancient creature scoffed at how pathetic everyone was, wondering why they were such lightweights. A flash of light signaled the arrival of the dungeon master. The constellation known as the Girl Who Hates Storms appeared. Dungeon mission initiated. Hunt or be hunted. You are currently under the Tiger King's deadly curse. Every 72 hours, the curse triggers, dragging you back to this dimensional hell. Storm hell dates back to the beginning of time, a broken world crawling with lethal threats. Most thought it was a myth. To break the curse, you'll have to take her down. Scavenge for weapons hidden throughout this system Manhwa trial. Combine them, hunt her, and survive. Looking at the raging beast, the reality of the situation finally sank in for Chang. Kill a god just to lift a debuff? The requirements were absolutely insane. Chang winced at the woman's overwhelming presence. If this was just a shadow of her power, her true form was unthinkable. Back in the Cobra's den, I could at least grind levels. This is different. One slip up here, and it's game over. The storm goddess roared, noting that he wasn't half bad for a human. I can smell the dark star's influence on you. That's the only reason you're still breathing. Chang activated his emperor's dignity to steady his mind. So, you've heard of the Dark Star? Chang realized her ability to detect that sinister aura meant she was familiar with the 𝗕𝗏s, so he began crunching the numbers to gauge their relative strength within this system, Manhwa world. The storm-hating maiden snapped back, claiming the Dark Star represented the ultimate authority governing their nocturnal realm. She described him as a miserable wretch, fated to hunt for scraps of divinity throughout the ages. Chang-sun locked onto that specific title, recalling cryptic alerts about the cycle of day and night he'd seen during the clash between Gemini and Simmer. If your scent didn't reek of his essence, I would have erased you from existence by now. But it's clear you aren't currently under his wing, nor do you acknowledge him as your sworn celestial protector. Ending you here won't have any consequences, she sneered, as the Phantom Incarnation title ignited a localized inferno. As the heat intensified, Chang summoned Jin, who manifested atop his spectral steed while cackling like a maniac. You have truly gone off the deep end, boss, picking a fight with a literal celestial projection this time. This ambient mana feels just like the Serpent Duke's domain, and if I consume it, my personal attributes will skyrocket in this system Manhwa progression. Jin's arrogance sent the storm-hating maiden into a blind rage, causing her to curse the disrespectful underling. She unleashed a devastating gale-force projectile, but Cadmus just started salivating at the sight of such a concentrated snack. The hatchling's appetite was growing again, and before Chang could even react, the beast unhinged its jaw to gulp down the maiden's magical bolt whole. Delicious. It seemed that deadly attack was merely a light starter for the young drake's upcoming banquet. The internal core of the dragon pulverized the storm energy, absorbing the mana and significantly advancing its evolution progress. With the synchronization at 21.6%, the dragon gained a massive boost, sarcastically thanking the goddess for the free experience points. The storm-hating maiden stood paralyzed, watching the tiny creature let out a satisfied burp as if it were some otherworldly anomaly. Wanting to return the favor, Cadmus opened his mouth again, proving that despite his small stature, he carried the fury of a hurricane. He condensed a massive orb of radiance that even took Chang and Jin by surprise before launching the projectile forward with lethal intent. The dragon unleashed its signature breath ability. The luminous sphere collided with the maiden's torso, the sheer force of the impact tearing a wing from her body and forcing a pained shriek from her lips. Her terror peaked as the dragon closed the distance, just as a convenient notification from the system Manhwa interface popped up to explain the power shift. Cadmus was literally licking his chops while sizing up the storm-hating maiden as his next gourmet meal. The watching deities were losing their minds, with the Tiger King staring intently, while the huntress stood there with her mouth wide open. The Ophiuchus remained cautious, noting that one should expect nothing less from a creature born of the abyss. The bull god was fuming, swearing up a storm while questioning who would dare hand such a terrifying beast to a lowly human. The huntress turned to her mother with puppy dog eyes, practically pleading to take the dragon home as a pet. The ancient mother dragon looked at her child with pure sympathy before firmly refusing, as even she couldn't fathom the creature's true ceiling. Thwarted, the younger goddess dropped to the ground and began a full-blown emotional meltdown. The primordial mother silenced the noisy tantrum with a single, gentle tap of her claw. Nearby, Cadmus extended his raspy tongue to sample his prize, each lick shredding the maiden's form as she wailed in agony. Chang stood there, completely dumbfounded by the sheer brutality of the scene unfolding before him. A dragon actually eating a divinity, even a holographic one, was unheard of and threatened to wipe out her entire following. The creature completely ignored her overwhelming aura, treating it like nothing more than a savory hors d'oeuvre. It clicked why Cadmus had raided the vault like a starving animal, since those legendary relics were steeped in the essence of ancient champions. Chang finally understood why the higher beings were trembling in their celestial boots. An apex predator like this was the ultimate nightmare for gods who were accustomed to being the top of the food chain. While Chang planned his next step, the dragon continued its feast, leaving the storm-hating maiden utterly defenseless and broken. Jin looked visibly shaken, nervously promising to correct any mistakes he'd made if it meant staying off the dragon's menu. Chang was caught off guard for a moment before realizing the source of the ghost's anxiety and pivoting his tone. Are you actually terrified that Cadmus is going to look at you and your soldiers as his next side dish? Recalling the fate of the Serpent Duke, Jin's fear was justified and he immediately barked back that the situation wasn't a joke. I won't let your monster digest my legion, he argued, though Chang assured him he wouldn't waste valuable assets like that. After Chang mentioned the effort he put in, Jin exhaled in relief, just as the battered maiden finally regained some semblance of focus. She tried to flee using her remaining wing, but the dragon was locked on, refusing to let his hard-earned meal escape into the horizon. She was desperately clawing at the air, begging him to stay back. Just get lost. Li Chang cursed as his wounds refused to close. Was Cadmus really this broken already? No, that's impossible. Despite his raw talent, the kid is still a total amateur. Perhaps it's just a fundamental counterskill. Cadmus commands pure shadows, and we all know darkness devours the light. A notification flashed showing 42.6% progress. In this system Manhwa, Chang knew every single digit counted toward his survival. Cadmus exhaled a torrential tide of void mana, instantly ensnaring the daughter who despised the storm. Those shadows began eating through her holy aura. Keep back. I need to return to Muriel Alanoy immediately. The void was tainting her very essence. Jin flashed a punchable, arrogant smirk. Even if she's a fraud, dropping a deity this early wasn't on my bingo card. Don't get ahead of yourself, Li Chang-sun barked, silencing him while he forced open the vault. He pulled every spare blade from his inventory. Reaching for the Snowfield Greatsword, Li Chang-sun prepared his next strike. He scoffed, knowing it was overkill to burn such a relic, but only high-rank artifacts could withstand that crushing dark pressure. Li Chang, dual-wielding steel and a recurve, chose to enhance the ritual with a few drops of his own blood, activating that hemomancy technique those old fossils taught him to supercharge the entire enchantment. Infusing the Ice Emperor's relic with toxic blood and void energy made it mimic a god-tier weapon. As his blood hit the metal, the blade reshaped into a lethal bolt. The banishing arrow hummed with power. Without wasting a heartbeat, Li Chang-sun released the string and sent it screaming. That projectile was destined for her throat. He triggered his ultimate accuracy buff to ensure the shot landed with surgical precision. Upon impact, her remaining functional wing was completely erased from existence. You filthy mortal, she shrieked. Blah, 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 just zip it. Your voice is making my ears bleed. Ellen materialized from the shadows, binding the girl's loud mouth with thorny briars. No more talking, she whispered with a terrifyingly innocent grin. Jin refused to be sidelined. He arrived with a colossal blade, carving a line cleaner than a fresh blade, cleaving right through the daughter's remaining form. The facade finally shattered. Charging forward, Li Chang-sun flooded the Dragon King's fang with malice. He struck, while the iron was hot, triggering a radiant explosion from the debris. New feat unlocked. Celestial Tamer. Prize. Holy Authority. Upgrading Stigma capabilities. The Abyssal Core hit 51.69% at breakneck speeds. Target eliminated. MVP. Li Chang-sun. You've earned 50 million karma for achieving the impossible in this brutal system Manhwa. Attribute unlocked. Doomsday Gale. The celestial observers were absolutely losing their minds at the results. The corrupted tiger deity wore a sinister smirk, while the insect gods stood there in sheer disbelief. Your celestial fan club is growing. 32 powerful deities are now begging you to become their official champion. Integration available, Doomsday Gale plus Infernal Flame. You now hold 2 out of 3 cataclysmic pillars. Fire damage increased. Your Wraith Spirit passive just received a monumental power-up. Title evolution from Wraith Avatar to Demonic Spectre. This advanced form commands legions of embers that feast on the dying winds. The final sentinel remaining after the world ends. Upon awakening, its wings stir destruction, embers, and rot. You have become the harbinger of the Great Gale extinction, rank S tier. Combining Hellfire and the Doomsday Gale, Chang-sun gleefully summoned a swirling vortex of incinerating ash. Cadmus danced through the inferno with glee. Chang-sun grinned as his power levels hit new heights. Ascension is near. Having deciphered Annan's 5th forbidden scripture, you've unlocked the hidden technique within its pages. Acquired. Astral Essence. Your stigma just gained a holy boost. Skill level increased. A glimpse into the primordial dawn triggered an evolution. Having hit level 50, your second job advancement trial is now officially ready. The alert Chang-sun was craving finally arrived. Your followers have ascended, evolving into a higher state of being. The mythic scenario is now active. You must secure 4 legendary feats to complete this stage. Link 4 milestones into a narrative arc: prologue, rise, climax, and resolution to author your own legend. Success means evolution. Failure only raises your ceiling. Chang vowed he wouldn't blow it this time around. He recalled this exact interface appearing shortly after his reincarnation. Users can synthesize various feats depending on their path once the interface goes live. These milestones are categorized into 5 distinct power levels. Mythic and fabled ranks are reserved for those who've transcended into the celestial hierarchy of the gods. Chronicles belong to demigods seeking true divinity. For mortals striving to surpass their biology, they must forge their own folktales. These are the prestige milestones top-tier players unlock whenever they display godlike combat prowess. Before the interface could even finish its alert, he secured a major feat: Taming the Celestial Light, a classic turning point in any epic system Manhwa. The legendary prologue wrapped up, signaling the true beginning of the narrative arc and the birth of a new faith. Myths are essentially ancient accounts etched into the human soul through centuries of storytelling. It serves as the foundation for divinity by carving one's very essence into the fabric of space and time. Individuals who ignite their legends in this manner are hailed as true champions of the realm. Modern high rankers are just the current version of those ancient warriors, and Chang just secured one of the 4 pillars needed for his own myth. With the end times scroll in hand, he felt certain the final hidden scripture was within reach. By this point, the instance was on the verge of collapsing entirely. Out in the arid dunes, Jung-gu hauled Morel Alanoy onto the vessel, both of them gasping after narrowly escaping the Reaper's scythe. Jung-gu looked like a walking corpse, his face drained of color as he wheezed about burning every drop of energy just to reach the boat. Worry clouded the girl's features when she realized the divine presence had completely vanished from her senses. Suddenly, Henry charged forward, roaring her name while lunging at Jung-gu in a blind fury. He demanded to know what happened, but Jung-gu just brushed him off, calling him a nuisance and denying any interest in his girl. As the guard's fury flared, Henry lost his mind, screaming for an explanation from the man he despised. Jung-gu stayed calm, pointing out he hadn't even laid a finger on her, so there was nothing to confess. The Shin siblings were fuming that their kindness was met with hostility until a massive figure loomed behind Jung-gu, making him swear under his breath. Chae-yun snapped at the old-timer, asking who the hell he thought he was to stare them down like prey during the hunt. Heimdall was nowhere to be seen, and the other elders seemed completely indifferent to the brewing conflict. This newcomer was clearly looking for trouble, eyeing the perfect chance to settle a score for the rookies Chang's kid wrecked earlier. He didn't want a full-blown riot, so he figured he'd let Henry play out his tantrum before stepping in to smooth things over. Wolf cut in, telling Nicola to back off, but the old man wasn't interested in unsolicited advice from a busybody. Then Chang stepped through the threshold, commanding the room and reminding everyone he was the one who actually did the saving. The siblings looked at him with pure awe, as if he were a beacon of absolute truth shining directly into their souls. Nicholas stood paralyzed, internally cursing that he hadn't finished off the kid before he reached ranker status. He tried to play it cool with a forced laugh, claiming the whole situation was nothing more than a big mix-up. Henry lacked that self-control, continuing his frantic interrogation about his partner's condition while losing his grip on reality. Ready for blood, he summoned a massive skeletal beast from the dragon's treasury to strike them down. Nicola tried to talk sense into the idiot, but the hothead was already conjuring hellfire, ignoring every warning. The flames took the shape of a spectral knight, and Henry vowed to erase his previous shame with this final strike. Empowered by ancient souls, his gear glowed with overwhelming energy, boosting both his offense and defense. Nicola's warning came too late. Henry was already within striking distance of a lethal counter from Chang's. The sheer force of the shockwave shattered his helmet before the blow even landed, leaving him in total disbelief. Despite armor tougher than diamond, he couldn't tank the hit, and Chang's just grinned at his pathetic failure. He didn't take kindly to his teammates being insulted and proceeded to systematically dismantle Henry right there. The kid was a total punching bag, unable to mount even a shadow of a defense against the onslaught. Watching the beatdown, Nicola finally grasped that the guy from Korea had ascended to a terrifying new level of power. When the young man glanced his way, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗏 felt a chill as a new ghost vessel status effect triggered on the interface. Chang tossed Henry aside like trash and bolted straight for the meddling old man, 𝗥𝗘𝗚. 𝗥𝗘𝗚 couldn't wrap his head around how someone could evolve that much in just 72 hours. He realized the kid must have been hiding a top-tier ability, especially seeing that insane physique beneath the cloak. Desperate, 𝗥𝗘𝗚 tapped into a forbidden power, opening a monstrous eye right in the center of his chest. He decided right then and there to end 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 once and for all to protect his own pride. Regardless of his reputation, 𝗥𝗘𝗚 saw him as just an arrogant brat and moved to intercept the strike. The old man was determined to prove his faction reigned supreme, hoping to finally put that cocky Junggu in his place. Driven by desperation, 𝗥𝗘𝗚 lunged, burying his fist into 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏. Time froze as the boy stood unfazed, his chest eye shredded into bloody ribbons. The arrogant instructor crumpled in shock, while 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 looked down with cold contempt. This elite ghost was pathetic. In this system, Manhwa, his snake eye skill made finding flaws effortless. Fury erupted among the ghost soldiers at 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's blatant mockery. One glare silenced the crowd as his tiger-like aura suffocated the entire room. A spectral tiger roared amidst rising flames. Who else wants a taste? 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 challenged. The trash-talking cowards turned mute, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of a true apex predator. Just then, Ludovico and Griezmann arrived. Ludovico stepped forward, hoping to de-escalate the situation. Calm down, kid. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 scoffed. You watch your men threaten mine, yet you preach peace? How about I crush your skull first? Then maybe I will consider being calm. Radiating a lethal intent, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 threw warning strikes that made Ludovico's heart sink. You're crossing the line. If you want blood, take it out on me instead. Ludovico realized the terrifying truth. A legendary veteran was being outclassed by a mere Korean rookie. Humiliated, he looked to Griezmann, a battle-hardened Sagittarius, as his only hope for a counterattack. But Griezmann remained distant, watching the chaos unfold with an indifferent, cold gaze. Curse it all. He had to swallow his pride and surrender before things turned fatal. Ludovico bowed low. As France's representative, I sincerely apologize. Let this grudge end here. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his face as he forced a pathetic, trembling smile. He hoped this display of humility would stop the slaughter. He would find revenge another day. He planned to strike back later, unaware he was facing a relentless, iron-willed monster. End it, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏's knuckles cracked like thunder. I haven't even started yet. Brace yourself. As his fist accelerated, the old man remembered a terrifying detail. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 had a far more sinister nickname, the blood-crazed thug. Regret came too late. Elsewhere, the battlefield was a charred wasteland of smoking, jagged craters. The Queen of Assassins clutched her head, her manic laughter echoing through the desolate ruins. She expected a challenge, but this absolute devastation was beyond her darkest nightmares. Her precious golden masks lay shattered, the queen's heart burned with a deep, bitter regret. A year of craftsmanship wasted. Not since the immortal king had she been so insulted. This Asian brat was a glitch. He was disrupting the entire assassination mission. Refusing to fail, she reached for her most cursed and terrifying relic yet. She donned the goblin mask, a persona forged over 10 years to slay the immortal king. To protect Senezuka's legacy, this brat had to be erased from existence immediately. Back on the express, 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 continued the beatdown until Griezmann finally chose to intervene. Surveying the broken bodies, Griezmann urged him to set his rage aside. They've paid their debt. Now isn't the time for internal feuds. We have bigger problems. 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 nodded. I'll hold the rear. You take the front. Griezmann agreed instantly. The remaining ghost members gasped in disbelief as their leader negotiated with the enemy. Move, Griezmann barked. Patch the wounded and get to the front car before we derail. Suddenly, a deafening screech tore through the air. Griezmann cursed the threat had arrived too early. The system signaled a massive swarm of hell pterodactyls and fire beasts descending upon them. A horde of starving calamities was looking for a feast, and the players were the menu. As monsters breached the perimeter, a new quest appeared: protect the train at all costs. Defenses were scrambled in a panic while 𝗕𝗥𝗢𝗏 calmly calculated his next move. In the brutal Windrock Desert, these monsters were driven by a hunger that knew no bounds. These beasts mistake the desert train for prey. The slaughter begins. A system Manhwa alert blares. Monsters are frenzied, gaining 10% more power. Chang-sun saw their desperation. It was feast or starve for these beasts. He chose annihilation. A colossal bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Flames roared before the heavens cleared. The system declared the wave's end. I'm still single, Shin wailed. 𝗕𝗏𝗙 collapsed, cursing his luck. The system chimed. First, trial complete. All threats have been eliminated. Rewards will follow based on your battle contribution. Chang-sun was the top achiever. While others gasped, he stood perfectly still. The White Tiger elders scoffed. Exhausted already? Kids today are so weak. In our day, we fought for days. Shin immediately fired back. You old fossils just watched. You didn't lift a single finger. Chang-sun hurled a scroll at the bandaged elder's confused face. What's this? Chang-sun called it a copy of their sacred scripture. Jin sneered, appearing like a ghost. Using your trump card now? Chang-sun ignored him. He had already decoded the secrets within. Clearing the Hell Temple allowed him to absorb every drop of power. That text is a forged trap. Decoding it will waste years. The first station approaches. I must discard this useless baggage soon. Jin prodded. Where is the artifact you're hunting actually hidden? Beneath boiling hell lies the octopond, a truly lethal abyss. The skeleton demon grew suspicious. Why give us this scroll now, boy? Are you trying to ditch us? Chang-sun grinned. Exactly. The system roared, arriving at boiling hell station. Prepare for arrival. A terrifying shriek echoed through the train. The doors groaned open. Atop the roof, Chang-sun shouted, Take the gift and get lost. Red Giant snapped. I'm sick of your arrogance, you little brat. Skeleton Demon Buen hissed. Can you back up those bold words? Ghostly bandages lashed out at Team L. Buen winced from the impact. Red Giant loomed over Chang-sun. What did you just say to me? So you aren't deaf. You heard me clearly the first time. You little punk. The giant swung a fist of pure fury. The fallen tiger god watched with glee. Suddenly, Monkey Wu appeared. What's the noise? Wu sighed. Stop looking for a fight, Goliath. This is personal. Wu. Stay out of our business today. Chang-sun's patience reached its limit. This chatter was nauseating. The disciple rumors were a headache he didn't need from the clans. Fine, Hun Ryong smirked. Go ahead. Settle your pride, old man. The red giant stared in shock. Had he just been betrayed? Wu rolled his eyes. Are you really that thick-headed, giant? That kid will destroy you. Don't say I didn't warn you. The elders stood paralyzed, stunned by the Monkey King's bizarre warning. Chang-sun's face twisted with murder. He was done playing games today. A legend of decades versus a 6-month rookie. The logic failed. Will you keep staring, or are we doing this? Standing before a museum statue, Elder Hunang's face withered like a dried date. Have you forgotten the ironclad laws of our council? Uphold the White Tiger's glory and never permit the council's sacred honor to be defiled by anyone. As vice chairman, I refuse to tolerate any transgression against our established decree. We were forged as an invincible claw. A blunt blade is worthless. Pay close attention, you too. Amidst the suffocating tension, the interface of this system, Manhwa world, flickered with a sudden notification. The train has reached its first destination, Boiling Hell Station. All passengers must exit. Departure in 24 hours. Li Chang-sun leapt onto the platform, gesturing for his squad to advance while leaving a parting remark. I pray our paths never cross again. Enraged, Red Giant finally reached his breaking point. Fists raised, he charged, shouting without a single stutter, You bastard! I'll slaughter you! But Tae Hong-gak intervened. Buen shrieked as an overwhelming pressure detonated, blasting Hong-gak backward before he could even graze Chang-sun. He tumbled like a broken doll into the dirt. Glaring at Buon, Li Chang-sun delivered a final warning. If he appears tomorrow, you die with him. Suddenly, Kang Wu-chan rushed out, screaming for the elder. A dark shadow loomed behind him. Li Chang-sun whispered coldly, I see you're here as well. You nearly slipped my mind. Wu-chan attempted to plead, but was violently sent airborne mid-sentence. A brutal kick sent him hurtling into the heart of an inferno. Ignoring the weakling, Chang-sun entered Boiling Hell Station. Elsewhere, Henry groaned in pain. Awake at last? Startled by the voice, he turned, searching for the source through a haze of confusion. He found only fallen allies. Master, what happened? Muriel Alanoy asked, her voice trembling with rising panic. He's gone, goddess. Where is he? Nicholas interjected, his voice grim. The tyrant. He did this. His strength is monstrous. Even I was powerless to stop his overwhelming might. Facing his student amidst the raging flames, he spoke. Henry, listen well. There is a task you must complete. Standing atop a stone rampart, Chang-sun watched the molten lava. This desert was no mere wasteland. This dungeon is the Titan Sir's corpse. The scorched terrain is his skin, bleeding heat through ancient cracks. Remembering the nameless king, Chang-sun wondered how any creature could endure such a lethal environment. He was the king of giants, ruler of Muspelheim. Though less magnificent than I, he earned his crown. Thus, it is expected that certain organisms would evolve within his colossal remains. Entering is like piercing muscle to ride a tide of blood. But where is the legendary Ragaran? It's the armory of Sir's treasures, forged by the very essence of his concentrated power. Hidden from the mundane world, the heart of this realm is known as Ragaran. Trace the veins upward to reach it. Chang-sun marveled at the thought of a dungeon-sized corpse. His scale is absurd. I must locate the heart within this labyrinth in just 24 hours. While deep in thought, an unforeseen event shifted the battlefield's energy. His martial saint skill, Apocalypse Storm, finally surged to life. Chang-sun grinned. Finally, the wait is over. The deity Muriel sought suddenly manifested. Mortal, the god boomed. What manner of being are you? I've observed your enigmas deciphering Annan's secret tomes and your strange bond with that gloomy star. Yet, one mystery baffles me above all else. Why do you carry the scent of Ithaca? Chang-sun froze. That name. Why now? The name triggered a haunting memory of the old man who dominated his past visions. He saw the elder atop a dragon's carcass, back pierced by blades, fading into the celestial clouds. Li Chang, henceforth you are Cadmus. The old man collapsed, and Chang's son lunged to catch him. Weeping, the elder cursed. Damn it, I told you. I hate that name. You bratty little punk. Can't you show a shred of gratitude? Just once, try to act like a decent human being. You must inherit it. Why are you so infuriating? Why am I arguing while I'm dying? Enraged, Chang's son snapped back. I get it. Shut up. You're losing far too much blood." The old man smiled, finding peace. "Hey, how ironic. You only listen when I'm at death's door. Damn it, you can't just die on me. Listen up. From this moment, you take the name 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 and protect that child. Just shut your mouth already. If you're so worried about that brat, then stay alive and watch over her yourself." Li Changsun's eyes were streaming with tears, yet his tongue remained sharp as ever. "You stubborn, pathetic old fool. If only I'd mastered healing magic back then. If I truly studied those ancient runes you taught me, this scratch wouldn't matter." He desperately clung to life just to choke out his final plea. "Please, keep her safe. She acts tough, but she's actually incredibly fragile." Li Changsun was losing his mind as the old man's life finally faded. In every system Manhwa, guardian deities protect their contractors, granting power in exchange for absolute faith and worship. But here, the roles were reversed. The contractor was tasked with guarding the deity. What kind of guardian is that? The girl he was sworn to protect had striking blue hair and a crimson cloak. She spat, "I hate you. Cadmus died because of you." Despite their mutual loathing, they became the storm's legendary stellar guards. By inheriting the name 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏, Li Changsun officially ascended as her primary divine apostle. He couldn't ignore a dying wish, but they eventually bonded over a singular, dark purpose: to slaughter every single scumbag responsible for the old man's agonizing death. 𝗕𝗥𝗙𝗚𝗥𝗚𝗏 was a constellation of starlight, a treasure capable of turning mere gods into supreme celestial emperors. Even though the old man sacrificed everything to shield her from the world, the greedy gods never ceased their hunt for her light, sparking a war that consumed all of Arcadia. As the slaughter continued, 𝗕𝗥𝗚 and Chang-sun grew inseparable. They loved with passion, but fought each other with even more intensity. But in her final moments, she whispered, "Son, I love you. Please, forgive me." Once again, the world cruelly ripped away his happiness, as if mocking his right to ever feel peace. Suddenly, a flood of system notifications from the gods dragged Li Changsun back from his bittersweet memories. The saint of the hunting season tilted her head, curious why his gaze had suddenly sharpened with such intensity. Even the world-wrapping serpent wondered what the starlight vessel said. The fallen tiger frowned, sensing a shift in the air, while the giant worm eyed the leaking divinity hungrily. Fortunately, it seemed the other gods hadn't heard the girl's voice. If the Void King heard 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗏𝗏's name, chaos would erupt. That's one crisis averted for now. Phew, wait, how do you even know that name? She's my mother. Chang-sun was stunned. But I despise her. She created me, yet she is the reason I died. The realization hit Li Changsun like a lightning strike. The girl who hates storms, her divinity was tied to 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗏. Because of her, I'm trapped in this void, stripped of my godhood and treated like a common slave. When the divine court judged me guilty simply for being her daughter, she never once stepped forward to save me. I was cast into darkness and awoke imprisoned within these cursed relics known as the 7 tomes of 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏. Since then, I've been forced to slaughter the endless freaks drawn to the starlight radiating from my soul. The more I struggled in that stormy hell, the more I hated her. Chang-sun hated hearing his lover slandered like this. What exactly are these 7 tomes of 𝗥𝗘𝗏𝗏? I don't know. I was already trapped when I first opened my eyes. But I know this, it is an unbreakable prison, a perfect, indestructible world meant to keep things in. Since you carry 𝗕𝗥𝗚𝗏𝗏's scent, you must have realized the truth. Her power was simply too massive to control. So she split her essence into incarnations, calling them her children, her 7 cherished daughters. There are 7 volumes of 𝗥𝗏𝗏𝗏, and 𝗕𝗥𝗚 has exactly 7 daughters scattered across existence. Could it be that each tome is actually a seal designed specifically to cage one of 𝗕𝗥𝗚's offspring? No. If that's true, the Void King is secretly hunting these tomes to hoard their forbidden secrets. He's been obsessed with Li Changsun's power since their time in the Purple Star faction, never stopping his relentless pursuit. He realized the secret to Chang-sun's strength was the starlight within the tomes, and he intends to steal it to evolve. Li Chang-sun gritted his teeth, a dark curse escaping his lips. That absolute bastard, the Void King. Just then, the fallen tiger's system voice chimed. The Void King is puzzled, unable to comprehend your sudden outburst of rage. Li Chang-sun retreated into the cold depths of his own mind. If the 7 tomes truly are divine seals for her daughters, then everything changes. If the catastrophes born from the Tiger King were truly fragments of starlight, there is no way my senses wouldn't have screamed the truth by now. Yet, shadows still cloud my vision. My first priority is unraveling the ancient secrets locked within the 4 holy scriptures. The hungry ghost cave must fall. At the lowest level lies a traitorous soul who might just be 𝗥𝗥𝗚𝗏𝗏's long-lost daughter. Perhaps the Tiger King's curse is her prison, a dark corruption likely orchestrated by the sinister hand of 𝗥𝗏𝗏𝗏. While the stars of the Purple faction watch blindly, the Void King is harvesting 𝗥𝗏𝗏's lineage right beneath their divine gazes. But if that shadow worm is truly tracking the Void King's treacherous path, then it holds the key to his ultimate goal. I will resurrect the hungry ghost cave, exactly as I envisioned. I'll trap that worm and squeeze every secret from its soul, but to do so, my current strength simply isn't enough. I can trade blows with elite rankers like Lat, but the hunt for his true location has only just begun. The main character, Li Changsun, urged Jin to move, swearing he'd tear that pretender Void King into 1,000,000 bloody pieces. Elsewhere, Marcus Wu scolds his reckless comrades, mocking their failure to heed his warnings at the 3 geysers. Perhaps you'll finally learn how to listen to others once you're rotting in the afterlife. Marcus crushes Hong's life out before the skeleton demon god, then orders Mang to seize the document and retreat. Mang hesitates, doubting the paper's authenticity, but Marcus snaps back that there is no time for second-guessing. To Ma Shi-wong, this man is a literal monster, yet undeniably the sharpest mind within the entire council. As the magic master capable of unlocking the sacred scroll, his word is absolute law. I'm moving out. As for me, I have business here. That scroll is too vital to abandon. If you won't assist, then vanish. With a cold chuckle, Marcus Wu discards Ma Shi-wong like trash to ensure no further distractions remain. He dismisses Ma Shi-wong as a slave to greed, but recognizes that Li Changjin is built of different metal. He hopes the boy becomes the blade that severs their chains. He will be watching him very closely. Meanwhile, TM is suffering in the heat, desperate for ice. Suddenly, the system Manhwa interface flickers to life, revealing a traveler's shop. A digital warning flashes. This marketplace only accepts a unique and otherworldly currency. The timer ticks down, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 46 seconds until departure. Shin is losing his mind from the fever. Annoyed, Changjin summons a magic orb to unleash a gale, finally silencing the whining of his companions. Up in the heavens, the world-encircling serpent constellation fumes, seeing his divine teachings wasted on such trivialities. Their path crosses with Henry and Nicola's group. Revived by the wind, the Shin brothers immediately begin spitting insults. But seeing the shop, Shin's hostility vanishes instantly as he dreams of buying a sweet treat for Yuan. The merchant is a red-skinned demon with a jagged grin. Yuan draws her blade, but the creature just laughs. Violence is forbidden here. I am a simple pacifist. The window identifies him as the shopkeeper 𝗟𝗲𝗃𝗚. Yuan reluctantly lowers her weapon, though 𝗟𝗏𝗄's cold, calculating smile suggests anything but peace. Animosity is bad for business. Shaken, Shin asks about the inventory, and the system provides the answer. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 unveils his stock. Category 1 items cost 1 to 9 Han. Category 2 items reach 99 Han. Category 3 climbs to 999 Han. Category 9, a staggering 100 million Han. Confusion reigns over the currency, but Yuan recalls the system's warning about the shift in monetary value. They browse the basic tier. A half bottle of water for 1 Han and 3 Han for a few almonds. A single apple costs 2 Han, while a partial ice cream bar is 9. Yuan is disgusted by these descriptions. Browsing is free, but the prices are daylight robbery. Then, they see the legendary items over 100 million Han. The Heavenly Sword at 130 million. The Thunder God's Seal at 290 million. A prophecy book for even more. The Forbidden Fruit costs 100 billion, and Heavenly Silver sits at 200 trillion. The girls are utterly paralyzed. Is this a merchant or a high-stakes scam? Even the observing gods find themselves breathless at the audacity. The hunting season constellation watches in disbelief, wondering how such legendary artifacts could be for sale here. The serpent suspects this hobgoblin is a fraud. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗚 ignores the tension, asking the girls if they've made a choice. I want the ice cream. It's 14 Han, but for my first customer, I'll take 12. Can we use normal gold? Absolutely not. What about artifacts? I have gems and gold bars. Are you interested in a trade? Then at least tell me how to exchange money. 𝗟𝗏𝗄 snaps. If you're penniless, get out. Stop wasting my time. Her fingers itch to draw steel. One sharp thrust might finally wake him. Suddenly, Li Changsung emerged from the shadows. I'll take the entire list, plus the kids' picks. The owner's sneer vanished as he scanned the massive order. You're quite the spender. That's 160,000 honorable. We prefer cold, hard cash, if you please. The administrator's being stingy, so cash is tight. The owner froze, stunned by such a brazenly casual response. Like I said, put it on my tab. The merchant had never seen someone demand credit with such audacity. The shopkeeper stood paralyzed. Is there an issue with credit? Surely a shop like this can handle it. Fury boiled within the merchant, yet Changjin remained as unshakable as a mountain, his expression perfectly calm. I'm no fool. You won't blacklist me, you punks. You'll never buy a single item at any station again. I was going to open Ragarin, but if you're not interested, we'll just find a shop that is. Let's move. The owner's face paled instantly. Wait, are you truly seeking the heart of the ancient king? If the first station failed, they'd have to pivot. But Li Changjin knew the value of these merchants. Every stop was a chance to build influence. He needed these shopkeepers firmly on his side for the journey. The nameless king had revealed a secret. These weren't just merchants, they were the dungeon's true guardians. Descendants of fallen giants, they've waited eras for their king's glory to return since the fall of the empire. A legend persists among them regarding the restoration of their race's long-lost honor and glory. The dungeon giant is actually Sir's remains. They guard his tomb, seeking the heart hidden deep within. So they're alive? Changjin mused. Not quite. Their existence in this cursed dungeon is a living death. Their souls were shattered long ago, leaving behind only empty shells of their former, legendary selves. Like every phantom here, they simply loop through the lingering fragments of their final, desperate thoughts. Yet, Ragarin is real. Satisfying the merchant's desire makes conquering this classic system Manhwa world much smoother. Remembering this, Li Changsung flashed a sharp grin. If credit is off the table, then I'm leaving. Wait, 𝗟𝗏𝗄's voice cracked in panic. Are you truly capable of opening the gates of Ragarin? Is the legend of the giant king's treasure hoard actually true? Can mortals even reach that place? Why should I tell you? Changjin countered. The merchant hissed, you're doing this intentionally, aren't you? Asking for credit is one thing. but I must know if you can survive the trek back. Suddenly, a translucent blue window shimmered. Hidden quest. Legacy of the Fallen King has been triggered. An ancient fire giant stored his race's legacy within his heart before his final breath in Ragnaron. True believers have scoured the ages for a hero worthy of reclaiming their lost civilization's soul. Prove your worth. Quest conditions and legendary prizes are now being finalized. Reward 1. Infinite store credit. Reward 2. The linked quest. Legacy of the Dead King. Chang-sun smirked. Time to go. Then that pesky demon Herod began pestering him once again. Looking like a deflated bun, Herod grumbled about being summoned at such an inconvenient time. This isn't my district, Herod whined. Chang-sun shrugged. Fine, I'll just find a different administrator to help. Panicking, Herod held him back. Among all the players, this human was a once-in-a-generation talent. Even without a deity, his growth was explosive. The 12 constellations were already fighting over him. Demand was skyrocketing. Reports couldn't even keep up with the main character's lightning-fast leveling speed. As his manager, my influence in the office is surging. I can't lose him to another admin. His success is my promotion. I have to stick to this guy like a shadow. Steeling himself, Herod approached the merchant. He's a top-tier seed under the administration's special protection. The old merchant scrutinized Chang-sun. Fine, I'll treat this as a high-stakes investment for our future. The girl stays here for safety, but you will accompany me into the depths. Handing Heben a treat, Chang-sun said, grind as many quests as possible while I'm gone. This isn't just about experience points. These rewards will be vital for what's coming next. She tilted her head in confusion, but the sugary bliss of the ice cream quickly distracted her. Even the thugs watching from the shadows were speechless, witnessing such a bizarre, high-stakes negotiation. The onlookers were stunned. The boss had never left his post to personally guide a player before. Was this a legendary quest? Henry and Nicola's crew seethed with rage, watching an outsider claim what they couldn't. With him gone, how are we supposed to get quests? Everyone, just hold on a second. Relax. He's probably just dealing with a few personal errands. But if 𝗟𝗘𝗚𝗏 disappears and I lose this quest, I am in serious trouble. Damn it, what is this? If 𝗟𝗚𝗏 is acting as a personal guide, it means they've triggered a massive hidden quest. A quest of that magnitude is far too big for a lone player to handle, and that's the perfect excuse for our guild to jump in. This dungeon is French territory. Nicholas won't let some random foreigner hog all the loot. There was no doubt they had found a hidden piece. Nicholas weighed his options, wondering if he should shadow them. Inside, an alert flashed within the system. Manhwa interface. Temporary authority of the Boiling Hell shop is being transferred to Herod. His sudden appearance left the other players paralyzed with fear, especially once they realized Chang-sun had high-ranking connections within the administrator's office. Administrator Herod coldly scanned the coordinates of every nearby player. Herod wore a look of pure annoyance. I don't hold a grudge against any of you, but I'm busy. Being forced to babysit this place is a huge pain. As an administrator, I will uphold the core principles of neutrality and absolute equality. Even as an emotional being, I won't be swayed by petty feelings. You get it, right? Even with my warning, greed usually blinds the foolish. So what happens when you add hatred to that greed? Regardless, Chang-sun knew they would all take the bait. The authority, path of the demon beast, began tracking the footsteps of those stalking you. 𝗟𝗚𝗏 grumbled about the annoying flies following them, but the MC just ignored them. The constellation Fallen Tiger scoffed at the weaklings who didn't know their place. The constellation hunting season wondered why you didn't just slaughter them all where they stood. The world-encircling serpent suggested preparing a lethal trap. However, Chang-sun saw no need to handle those flies just yet. Once they stepped into the depths, they'd be too busy fighting for their own survival to bother him. Besides, the Kingslayer of Sennaruka will definitely attempt to reclaim the 5th mystery Bible. I'll lure them to Ragnaron, a place where players, gods, and even constellations cannot peek, and I'll eliminate them in total secrecy. 𝗟𝗚𝗏 finally led Chang-sun to the destination. Before the massive iron gate, he gasped, every time I come here, it feels like the very first time. I can never get used to this dread. Alert. You have discovered the searcher's aorta. Hidden piece found. Achievement points have increased. A wave of oppressive heat rushed out, carrying the heavy energy of death. The blood of the fire giant brings only total destruction. Warning, heat shock and burning curses have been cast upon you. The heat poison is beginning its attack. Chang-sun marveled at the intensity, exclaiming that the giant's blood was truly extraordinary. 𝗟𝗚𝗏 spoke up with a grimace. Even though I've guided you this far, there is no way for me to get any closer to that abyss. Chang-sun realized that if he could touch the fire giant's vessel, he could reach the heart where Ragnaron resides. The giant's divine name was the bringer of destruction. Even though he perished eons ago, his blood still surged with an eternal, boiling fury. Chang-sun recalled the Nameless King's words, a mere guardian could never survive the proximity to that power. To touch the heart, one must dive deep into that boiling sea of blood. But the path forward was blocked by lethal heat. You were so sure I could pull this off, right? Hell yeah, because I'm packing both the world-ending fire and the wraith. You are the only one capable of seizing the leaden, the first form of world-ending fire activated, instantly incinerating the toxic poison. Detoxification complete. Curses dispelled. Instantly, Chang-sun whipped out a rare anti-fire jade. It was a mysterious gem designed to negate fire damage, but it had strictly limited uses. Consumable item identified. Durability. 300 out of 300. Neutralizes poison and grants immunity to extreme heat. Chang-sun gripped the gem, entered full wraith mode, and prepared for the plunge. 𝗟𝗲𝗡 was terrified seeing the MC completely unfazed. Chang-sun just flashed the old man a confident smirk. Title. Vessel of the Wraith is now active. Without a single word, he dove straight into the blood. Alert, you have entered the aorta. The anti-fire jade's durability is dropping rapidly. The heat is overwhelming, fracturing your consciousness. Dizziness has been inflicted. Panic sets in. You are completely stunned. Warning, massive heat is literally melting your world-ending fire. Escape immediately. Warning, your body is about to be crushed under the atmospheric pressure. There is no turning back now. The balance skill activated to stabilize his failing stats. Chang-sun gritted his teeth. I thought having the apocalypse storm would make this a breeze. I was wrong. There's no way I can swim to the heart like this. If I can't resist this power, I'll just have to absorb it. Chang-sun switched tactics, activating his soul collection authority. He attempted to devour the lingering thoughts from the Titan's corpse. System. Failed. The dead soul's rank is too high. Failed again. Soul collection is struggling to seize the specific memories he needs. Fury boiled in Chang's veins, but he finally achieved the impossible breakthrough. Extraction of the fire giant's memories began. His form absorbed the heat, drinking the Doombringer's blood like parched earth. Pushing past his limits, Chang fixated on levitating. But does the legendary blade truly choose its own master? How could a mere human prove his worth? In this system Manhwa, only a giant possesses the strength to claim it. The nameless king demanded perfection, asking, what do you truly believe the essence of a giant to be? Most see them as savage monsters obsessed with war, possessing the power to crush entire worlds. They are called a transcendent species, yet their true history remains hidden behind layers of false legends. The ancient battle at 𝗕𝗡𝗁 was far grander than myths suggest. These beings are more akin to primal spirits. 𝗕𝗡𝗁 solidified over eons from the primordial flames that birthed the very universe. Countless wills gained sentience there, forging into souls. Unlike humans, giants never evolved from simple biological cells. They were manifested directly from the world's will. As reflections of eternal fire, they are 𝗕𝗡𝗁's core. Their strength is unparalleled because their massive size is a choice for war, not a biological necessity. Are you prepared to become a giant? This transformation won't hinder your quest to collect ancient myths. Instead, it allows you to forge a peerless legend that no other being in this system, Manhwa, can replicate. Giants are higher-tier existences. To become a giant in human skin, you must embrace their fundamental essence. Your reinforced bones will trigger evolution. Each time your flesh tears, your body and soul reach a new level. Chang's desperate gamble finally paid off as a critical system alert flashed before his eyes. You have acquired the giant trait. Mutation initiated. Transformation progress, 1, 2, 3, 10%. Using his soul collection authority, Chang processed the giant's memories, infusing his wraith fire with a new element. Soul collection authority leveled up. The constellation, Season of Hunting, watched your suffering with restless anticipation. The primordial evil dragon hissed a warning about uncontrollable power. Season of Hunting turned to her mother in confusion. What are you doing? She asked. The dragon merely ignored her daughter's foolish question with cold indifference. The Season of Hunting threw a tantrum, demanding to know why her mother was being so cryptic. The world-wrapping serpent chuckled, finally seeing the plan. The Season of Hunting screamed in frustration at their silence. She was told to stop being a nuisance. Now she's fuming while Taurus watches you with hawk-like intensity. The giant plague bug called it madness, yet couldn't look away. The tiger constellation laughed, claiming you as family. Chang's eyes erupted with savage light. The Season of Hunting lost her mind, demanding why everyone knew this secret except her. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down. Chang had survived the impossible trial of this system, Manhwa. His wraith's world-ending fire evolved into Giant's world-ending fire. He grinned like a demon, lightning dancing in his gaze. His apocalypse storm ascended to the giant rank. The system was spamming so many alerts it nearly crashed. Transformation reached 31%. Having grasped the giant's trait, a surge of pure aggression flooded his mind. His combat stats skyrocketed. His previous demon form and reinforced bones were merely the foundation for this power. The true spectacle was only beginning. The process of divine assimilation had finally reached its peak. Chang gazed at the golden lava rivers. He tracked the energy veins and located the heart in an instant. He felt his presence expanding as the very fabric of the world shifted around his growing form. Details he was once blind to were now clear. The golden blood below boiled with terrifying intensity. There it was. Chang identified the path to 𝗕𝗏𝗁. His snake eye skills scanned the target with precision. A pitch-black void sat at the center of the heart, but just as victory neared, the system chimed again. Warning, you are entering a state of total overload. His mana was running dry at the most critical moment. This had to be a joke. The transformation progress was moving far slower than his initial calculations. It dragged at 72%. Maintaining his spirit body was already pushing Chang to the brink of death. If he pushed any further, his physical vessel would shatter. At this rate, unlocking his potential was impossible. His attempt to transcend humanity through shedding was failing. Even his calculations with Thanatos couldn't save him. Despite the ancient texts and dark energy, his skin wasn't regenerating fast enough to keep up. He never realized gigantification required such staggering power, but if he finished shedding, the rewards would be legendary. This evolution is sluggish. The system Manhwa interface flickers. Health, 24,515. Mana, 29,000. Warning, stamina below 50%, and mana reserves under 30%. Chang doubted his strength. His energy was fading as depletion rates hit critical levels. Evacuate now, the system screamed. Chang spat blood. Escape? There is no way out. Agony surged through his veins. If this continues, his very soul will surely shatter. Evolution stalled. His skin warped as Chang-sun realized he was shedding layers far too quickly. Splitting the shedding into 2 phases with dark energy might be his only path to survival. He looked at the dragon. It's all or nothing. I'm betting my life on this gamble. He remembered 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏's brutal trial, the fire heart, a relic of pure, unadulterated destruction. With a perfected heart, dark energy becomes infinite. In this system, Manhwa, my stamina shall transcend. Failure is not an option. Here, failing means a permanent and soul-crushing death. Success means achieving a legendary body instantly, bypassing the need to conquer 3 high-ranked dungeons. I won't just use the fire heart for support. It will become my actual living core. Every drop of blood will be replaced, every mana circuit rewired around this blazing heart. If I survive, Surt's ancient attribute will finally be mine to command completely. Giant blood will fuel me, and dark energy will bow to my absolute will. Nearby, the storm-hating girl watched in horror. Is this monster truly just a normal human? Whether he stole 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏's power or decoded secret texts, why would a human crave Janhood? Most legends seek godhood, but this man's ambition is far more primal and terrifying. He yearns to become the eternal flame of 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏. His desire is absolutely suffocating. His actions seem noble, yet he is a walking contradiction of chaos and cold ambition. He is a lunatic, a man possessed by a burning madness to succeed at any cost. He'd sacrifice everything without blinking. He reminds me so much of my mother's coldness. Once I'm useless, he'll discard me. She knew she had to escape this monster immediately. She unleashed a wind line, a desperate signal for help, praying it would find her allies. Chang-sun reached his peak. The transformation accelerated, the world trembling around his awakening power. The fire heart ignited, pumping dark energy. Limit break. Mana circulation is reaching its zenith. Chang roared through the pain. The first phase of the shedding process finally erupted. His old skin vaporized. The fire heart successfully integrated as the center of his mana network. Body metamorphosis confirmed. Within this system, Manhwa, a new giant is born from the ashes. The soul heart manifested. I have finally qualified to be a true disciple of 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏. Dark energy and mana have fused. It's a massive change, yet still not quite enough. Muscles absorb the outer layers. To stabilize this power, the second shedding phase must begin. Using this momentum, the bone demon roared, boosting the blood fog skill to its limit. A curse for foes, a blessing for allies. The demon radiated a terrifying, divine aura. System alert. Second transformation successful. You've achieved the legendary skin exchange. Chang grinned. Bone exchange, then skin exchange. This isn't just growth, it is divine rebirth. I've ascended to a new realm. System notifications flooded his vision like a digital waterfall. You've gained the destruction fire giant's divinity. The hellfire attribute is now etched into your soul. You've discovered 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏's treasure. Only the worthy may pass. 𝗟𝗏𝗃 is scanning your soul. Scan complete. You are worthy of the giant's legacy. Do you wish to enter the abyss? Is that even a question? A blinding explosion of light consumed the entire area. He opened his eyes to find one-eyed giants watching. Are you the successor to our king? Entering hidden dungeon. 𝗟𝗏𝗃𝗏. Chang felt an ancient, suffocating power radiating from the colossal figures. Even with his 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏 body, the sheer majesty of these ancient giants felt absolutely overwhelming. Chang never imagined he would witness the abyssal shadows of 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏 lurking in this realm. These cosmic entities transcended entire civilizations. Even at his peak, Chang doubted he could overcome such terrifying, absolute power. I shall ask you once more. Are you truly the successor to the king who passed away? You possess a human soul, yet you carry the scent of that dead king. His eyes blazed like searchlights hunting demons. That trace is the only reason we haven't crushed you yet. So, who are you? Chang braced his mind. I heard 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏 was devoid of gods, yet a fire giant stands here. The pressure must be immense for him. They are merely fragments of a ruined world. No matter their struggle, they remain soulless losers in this forgotten age. Even if the celestial stars despise them, their raw, overwhelming might is beyond any human comprehension. Is this place truly a graveyard of worlds? He recalled the king's words, 𝗟𝗏𝗃 is the heart of the fire giants. Clearly, the trial to claim the legendary 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏 in this system Manhwa is going to be insanely brutal. One wrong answer and I'm dead. I am Chang, he declared, his voice echoing with newfound determination. Title: Shadow Demon Manifestation. He used the ghost concept to ignite a firestorm. 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏 is no mere holy relic. It is the living legacy of 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏's giants. Ancient relics always demand a deadly trial to find a worthy master. I've come to claim 𝗕𝗏𝗪𝗡𝗏. I am here to challenge every single one of you. He knew the risks were fatal, but he was ready to gamble it all. The one-eyed giant sneered, bold talk. Let's see if your strength matches your arrogance. Suddenly, a massive fortress appeared, its path stretching toward the horizon. The giant stepped aside, revealing the way. Our fortress lies ahead. Traverse the path and return to us. If you can truly seize 𝗕𝗏𝗃𝗏, we shall recognize you as a blood brother and the king's true heir. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 knew he needed the approval of Muspelheim's shadows to prove he possessed the soul of a true king. He was completely ready for this descent. So, you actually made it, a booming voice echoed. Greeting him was a giant with a menacing grin. Most mortals lose their sanity just passing through that void. Apparently, someone had preceded him. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 was stunned that another had survived the searing heat of Surtur's veins. Someone beat me here? Indeed. That person is likely approaching the 30th fortress by now. Preparation meant nothing against the molten agony of Surtur's blood. This trial was a nightmare for any mortal player. A rival was already ahead. Was it a powerhouse from his world, or something far more dangerous? Perhaps it was an awakened being from another civilization who entered through a different dimensional gate. He couldn't let a stranger snatch the throne of Regression. He had to close the gap immediately. Listen, the gatekeeper rumbled. There are 36 gates in total. The further you go, the deadlier the guards become. You stand no chance against our full power. Therefore, we shall grant you appropriate handicaps during the duels. A handicap, it was a clear sign that they looked down on his human strength with utter contempt. But 𝗕𝗏𝗃 saw no reason to refuse. In this system, Manhwa, winning, is the only thing that matters. Though he had undergone the shedding ritual to become a giant, he couldn't afford to be arrogant yet. These warriors had slaughtered gods across countless aeons. Reaching the end of the fortresses would be an epic struggle. You must either defeat the giants to earn their respect or hope they feel merciful enough to let you pass. Simple, right? Any questions? None. Good. Your focus is sharp. I wish all challengers were like you. Then open the door. As you wish. Welcome to the first gate. Give us a good show, human. The first guardian, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦𝗡, stepped forward with a massive spear. State your name, little one. 𝗕𝗏𝗃. What a peculiar name. I hope your skills are just as unique. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 analyzed the giant's stone spear. It was a high-tier divine artifact. A head-on clash was suicide. Meanwhile, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 continued his arrogant rambling. A true warrior's strength lies in iron muscles, but you look scrawny enough for the wind to break. The giant began posing, radiating vanity. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 realized this guardian was a complete airhead. Yet, everyone here was monstrously built. Were all 35 remaining gatekeepers going to be muscle-bound meatheads? 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 finished his display and raised his weapon. I am here to test your mettle now. To be fair, I'll only use my right hand. Force me to move or use both hands, and you win. Mad Tiger mode activated. Tiger's fangs unleashed. 𝗕𝗏𝗃 lunged forward as 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 swung his hand with a roar. I wasn't finished talking. How pathetic. Didn't you say you wanted to test my power? What is that supposed to mean? A real test is a life or death battle. Did you think enemies would wait for you to yap? Fair point. You're right. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's blood boiled with excitement at 𝗕𝗏𝗃's cold logic. Victory is absolute, whether through trickery or force. Now, I have no reason to hold back. You said it yourself, win at any cost, but my pride forbids using my full strength against a weakling. I'll fight you my own way. Have it your way. Ha ha ha. This battle is a total blast. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's laughter echoed, wild and free. Do I get bonus points for giving the gatekeeper his daily medicine? Chang-sun recalled rumors about their muscle-bound brains. It seems those legends were actually true. Back during the meeting at the Nameless King's castle. You really want the secret to crushing the Muspelheim giants? Ha, you've got to be kidding me. A pretender seeking the giant king's throne through bloodlines is hunting for weaknesses. How utterly hilarious. I wondered if they had any flaws. I hate hyping enemies, but I must give him credit. They have no obvious flaws. Their pride matters more than breathing. And damn, they can fight. If they have a weakness, it's their simplicity. Their minds are as thick as their muscles. They live by instinct alone, acting without thought. Weren't you once a fearsome god? If so, earning the respect of those Muspelheim idiots should be a piece of cake. You're two of a kind. You'll understand once the steel starts clashing. End of flashback. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 roars right in front of me. You smell like a giant, human. Where did you get such combat experience? The constellation, best season for hunting, is all ears, intrigued by the giant's inquiry. The constellation, fallen tiger void king awaits your reply. Chang smirked. Curious? Then defeat me first. Maybe then I'll talk. One look at his face confirmed I'd hooked him, just as 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 predicted. But how do I fell this tank? Wahaha, provoking me? I'm starting to like you more by the second. You have earned the first gatekeeper's favor. Chang went silent, plotting his next move. As I fight, my awakening nears. My Hellfire mastery is leveling up too. Seeing these stats rise in this system Manhwa is incredible. The moment I access that giant strength, my annoying human limitations simply cease to exist. However, taming the volatile and unique nature of the Hellfire giant is no walk in the park. The destructive power is immense, but shaping it into a blade is a nightmare. It defies my control. The flames evolve twice, growing beyond expectations. Now, they're laced with chaotic dark energy. If I stabilize this, I can reach the absolute limit. Perhaps 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦's movements hold the secret techniques. The spear's trajectory, the form. My snake eye skill is dissecting every single motion. I'm tracing his mana flow, syncing with his rhythm. But 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗦 only laughs at my struggle. Hey, taming those flames isn't easy, is it? Even for giants, Muspelheim's fire is a curse. Mastery of the flame defines a true warrior. It is the mark of high-tier strength and respect. Want a lesson? Don't get your hopes up. You won't master it in a single day. Besides, it's no secret. It's all in the muscles. And once again, he starts striking a pose. Witness these arms, strong and magnificent. What could ever hope to withstand such perfection? Wildfire itself bows to these glorious gains. Sigh. What did I expect from a total meathead? Actually, I have a muscle growth potion here. It's exactly what a puny human like you needs. I'll find my own path. The nature of hellfire is pure, explosive expansion. Forcing it is a mistake, especially with dark energy involved. Micromanaging it might cause a backlash. Instead of struggling alone, I'll seek guidance. Connecting to the subconscious realm. A gloomy gaze watches you. Well, do you have any advice for me? If your student loses to a giant, it'll ruin your reputation. Mephistopheles has descended. TC, you're such a nuisance. A blinding azure light shattered the air, and a figure emerged. He looked like a thug, his arrogant eyes treating everyone like dirt. Stop bothering me with this petty crap. The Constellation Peak hunting season stood frozen in disbelief. Even the world-wrapping serpent looked utterly baffled. Chang narrowed his eyes, realizing that familiar face wasn't just a coincidence. Panic consumed the fallen Tiger Void King. Meanwhile, Li Chang felt a cold shiver thinking of his father, Ryan. Divine beings buzzed with excitement over the legendary Great Demon. All eyes were on the student he had chosen. Too much noise. With a cold smirk, the demon snapped his fingers, silencing the entire system notification window. Dungeon feed offline. Connection to the administrator's headquarters completely severed. Chang'en's heart raced. He had actually blinded the gods. How could he possibly disconnect the high-ranking administrators? This wasn't just power. It was a divine anomaly beyond comprehension. Through his awakened giant senses, a suffocating pressure weighed down. He struggled to address the terrifying entity. Why treat me like a nuisance? Surely a strong student is better than a broken one. I would have abandoned you. But your rapid growth in this system, Manhwa world, intrigued me. Why did such a monster hide behind that hideous skeletal mask? His true visage was breathtaking. It's as if God gave him divine beauty, but forgot the manual. Dark energy spiraled toward the sky. Observe carefully. Boy, I won't show you this twice. Chang focused his gaze, though he doubted he could truly grasp such a profound technique. This master-student bond was risky. Yet, the demon's nonchalance at being called master was infuriating. Pure darkness, the power to reduce all existence to absolute zero. The primordial essence of the void. A sphere of condensed shadow formed in his palm, radiating an aura of total annihilation. Attempting to cage this exploding darkness with your current level, impossible. Even I cannot fully restrain it. Darkness pulls everything back to the source. How can you hope to redirect the wheel of destiny? It clicked. This was just like the hellfire, a chaotic force that refused to be tamed. Reversing destiny's flow, was this how the underworld dragged him back to the human realm? Does dark energy truly hold such terrifying potential? The demon's eerie smirk only deepened. You don't control the darkness, you guide it. Actions speak louder than mere words. Suddenly, the world slowed to a crawl. Chang gasped as time itself came to a grinding halt. This was Mephistopheles' domain, a total lockdown where the laws of the universe no longer applied. Now he understood why the prying eyes of the constellations were gone. This was more than a disconnection. He had jammed the gears of the universe. This was a realm the stars could never reach. Even the 12 zodiacs were insignificant here. The demon's status surpassed all human imagination. With a casual wave, the demon spoke. This is darkness. In an instant, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 was erased. The dark dimension of the void. A catastrophic force that signals the coming apocalypse. Chang's mind raced. Had he touched a forbidden power far more dangerous than any simple skill? A cold voice snapped him back to reality, asking if he had witnessed the truth. 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 reappeared. You cannot mimic this, no matter how hard you struggle. But perhaps the demonstration helped you understand the flow. His form began to dissolve into the shadows. The essence of darkness has been revealed. Now, extract it. Begin your journey to conquer the evil god. He vanished. Li Chang knew his next mission. He had to master the circulation of this energy. Since he was the vessel for the evil god, controlling the flow felt strangely natural. Now, he just had to follow the path. Guiding the flame mattered more than suppressing it. If he couldn't contain the void, he would steer it toward his own goals. The silence broke as notifications exploded. The god of the hunt was desperate for answers. Ophiuchus watched with predatory eyes, while the Tiger King demanded to know what the demon said. The divine assembly was in an uproar, terrified by the demon's sudden intervention. Wary constellations tightened their gaze, and the administration scrambled to issue an emergency update. But none of that mattered. Chang's eyes were fixed on the goal, crushing 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 and clearing the stage. He channeled every ounce of his soul into the spear's deadly tip. Realizing hellfire isn't a mere tool like a dragon's fang, Chang treats it as his own flesh. Flowing with his intent, the spear's aura peaked, launching a devastating strike directly at 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏. The uncontrolled energy spiraled into a lethal lance, leaving 𝗥𝗘𝗏 paralyzed with pure terror. You're spiraling the energy? Impossible. Is that even our 𝗕𝗵𝗎 spear style? Chang remained silent. He knew that even perfect mastery of hellfire had its ultimate limits. Yet, those wielding Muspelheim's flame for eons surely achieve a legendary evolution through the generations. The key was giant martial arts. Smirking, Chang realized 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏's technique was his fatal mistake. A spear of overwhelming might collided, triggering a catastrophic, blinding detonation upon impact. As the dust cleared, a disgraced 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 stood back, his legendary spear shattered to pieces. Forced back with his weapon ruined, 𝗥𝗘𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 fumed. Unfazed, Chang calmly asked for the final verdict. Slamming his broken shaft down, 𝗥𝗘𝗏 roared, Gustav, guardian of Ragnarok's first gate, acknowledged challenger Li Chang's absolute victory over the first keeper. Chang departed in silence while Gustav's gaze burned with a newfound, desperate hope. Witnessing such godlike growth, he believed Chang might finally fulfill their clan's ancient prophecy. Reaching the main artery, Henry's crew stood stunned. Chang had actually survived that sea of molten lava. Nicola grew grim. How could a mere rookie with under a year of experience possess such power? And yet, he wielded the overwhelming strength of a high-ranking, top-tier ranker. Hiding deep secrets, the guy was far too conspicuous for someone trying to stay hidden. The Iron Mask, Griezmann. No matter the repentance, filth remains filth. Chang is a demon, as cunning as Griezmann. Their synchronized disappearances were no mere coincidence. It all made sense. Chang's monstrous growth was surely the fruit of forbidden demonic arts. They were undoubtedly plotting something beyond the flames, a scheme that endangered every soul present. Amidst his dark thoughts, Henry's voice echoed, warning a stumbling Mai to stay alert. Suddenly, Mai heard the divine voice she sought, whispering a desperate plea for salvation. Aura radiated from Miri, resonating with the Storm Girl's wind. Zarabu felt a shift in the atmosphere. While other shopkeepers would have cast them out, Zarabu's intentions were far more complex. Watching Chang through a hidden eye, he mused on the idea of a long-awaited shopkeeper reunion. He was genuinely curious to see what his old colleagues had become. Chang had ascended as the rightful successor, and now, a path of glory awaited him. Despite the world surviving one apocalypse, the ancient legacies left behind remained monumental. Gatekeeper defeated. Shattering Fist Mastery reached max level. System Manhwa alert. New trait. Wind Fist unlocked. Acquired 𝗪𝗂𝗪𝗏's Fist Arts. The 5th Keeper fell. Gun Mastery has reached its ultimate peak. 14th down. 15th, history. 16th, crushed. 18th, dusted. The 19th Keeper lies defeated. Horus, the whip wielder, spoke. Moving fast, aren't we? We know you're no ordinary challenger. We seek to crush a warrior at their zenith, not a weary soul begging for mercy. Offered rest, Chang refused. He was in a desperate race to conquer these gates first. The push continues. To think you challenge me without resting. Such terrifying arrogance. Seeking the ultimate thrill, Chang craved the battle high that only true combat could provide. With focus sharpened to a razor's edge, Chang entered a combat frenzy, ready for anything. Breaking all limits, Chang surged to the 31st gate, where an elite archer awaited him. There he was. Griezmann wasn't shocked. So, it's you. Chang had expected him all along. The true shock? He had actually managed to slay a transcendent giant. A fated encounter. Chang felt the heavy, suffocating pressure of a pure demonic aura. Based on that mana, Griezmann's identity was clear, the ultimate sovereign of all villains. Demon King Griezmann, the apex predator currently lurking within this treacherous tower. A legend who attained Duke rank after transitioning from demon to player, his path is paved with the corpses of high-ranking assassins. His power rivals our own guild master, the unpredictable hero known as the Heavenly Sword. Witness the descent of a divine name. The first mage of Samaria has arrived. Griezmann clicks his tongue coldly. My identity leaked before the cleanup is even finished? How annoying. Should he eliminate the witness? Before he can strike, the 31st Gatekeeper suddenly intervenes. System alert. The ruined fortress is restoring. Prepare for battle against the Gatekeeper. Player Simon Magus, the trial is over. Advance immediately or face the penalty of expulsion. I just beat you senseless, yet you're still talking? Fine, we'll speak more later. His true identity is revealed. Simon Magus, a demigod bearing the title First Mage of Samaria. A fated reunion, but why now? Is he also hunting for the power of Leviatine? The Gatekeeper opens fire. Li Chang-sun is visibly irritated by this poorly timed interruption. New skill acquired, Arrow Rain. Upon reaching the next gate, he finds Simon waiting once more. Yo, you're searching for the heart of Leviatine in this system Manhwa, aren't you? The legendary treasury. But I'm not here for the sword. My goals lie elsewhere. I only want the 15 psalm pages hidden within the treasury's secret sanctuary. Specifically, the forbidden human skin scrolls used to transcribe those ancient, holy hymns. I've hunted these psalms for millennia. Take the treasures, just leave the scrolls to me. Let's form an alliance. The legends mention 36 castles, but there is a hidden 37th. A secret chamber concealed in the treasury's corner, unknown even to the lords of 𝗪𝗂𝗪𝗏. Li Chang-sun ponders the existence of Room 37, a secret that even Thanatos never discovered. The rewards could be legendary, but teaming up with this dark mage is a massive risk. This is an unpredictable demon god who clawed his way to the rank of king. Curiosity takes hold. Tell me, what makes these psalms worth such a dangerous pact? Knowing this truth means there's no turning back. Join me, or I'll destroy you here. Even if I lose my divinity. Have you heard of Besla, the monarch of Jotunheim? The name strikes like lightning. The key of St. Fez in his pocket begins to tremble. How can someone reach this vault without knowing the name of the first monarch? If she truly ruled as the king of kings, then she was no mere mortal. Keep talking. I'm listening. Before the realms fractured, Besla was the god of gods, ruling over the 3 great realms. A god-king of the galaxy. Even the divine thrones are restless at the mention of her. The world-encircling serpent watches silently, its eyes reflecting a storm of ancient memories. I am seeking the fragments of poetry imbued with her primordial, world-shaping power. In the era of chaos, primordial fragments drifted apart to form the territories we know today. Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim, the homes of giants and monsters, were born from that cosmic upheaval. But as mere fragments, these three zones were incomplete and starved for true power. To stabilize their existence, they forcibly merged with other worlds in a cycle of conquest. These warring realms were finally united under the iron will of Besla. Bingo, you're quick. Yet even gods cannot escape death. Besla's fall caused the influence of the realms to wither. They were pushed to the galaxy's edge, though Niflheim somehow managed to grow even stronger. The world-encircling serpent scowls, clearly unhappy with the Demon King's version of the truth. Then, just as quickly, the serpent's expression shifts into one of dark amusement. That ancient war ruined Muspelheim, while Jotunheim vanished entirely from the face of existence. The rise and fall of these zones prove the sheer, terrifying greatness of Besla's fate. Ancient legends whisper that the Allfather's divine magic and the fallen Asgardians' power both originated from Besla. Odin's very divinity was birthed from Besa. Chang realized his rune magic's true source wasn't just Asgard's king. Those primal runes belonged to Besa, the legendary god king who once united the warring giant clans as one. I'm hunting the scripture containing her essence. Is that enough of an explanation for your curious soul? Chang knew the mage was spilling secrets only because he assumed Chang wouldn't survive to tell anyone else. This was far too much intel. Simon Magus allegedly trembled when Peter rose, even if he's now a ghost. He had crossed paths with many entities labeled as true villains throughout his long and bloody past lives. He needs Bessa's grimoire to transcend. By awakening a god, he hopes to escape the shadows haunting him. Intriguing. The key of Street Peter resting in Bessa's tomb wasn't a mere coincidence, it was destined fate. I'm dying to know her secrets, Chang smirked. I see your goal, but why involve me in this? Can a grand mage solo these gates? This is my 24th attempt, the mage sighed with bitter exhaustion. I've tasted failure twice. First, I am a demigod, I cannot undergo the essential giant's awakening to proceed. Only giants can challenge Ragaran, please. I am the first mage of Holy Samaria, a master of arts. I can crush the outer trials easily, but the heart of this system rejects anyone lacking a pure bloodline. The second obstacle is the final sentinel of this system, Manhwa world, the three-headed monstrosity, Sinara. The Nameless King had also warned Chang's son about this final calamity lurking in the depths of Ragaran. Skills might bypass the rest, but the final boss is different. Her three heads grant her a terrifying gift. She gazes into the threads of fate. I know her better than any living soul, Simon Magus claimed. I've mastered the strategy. Since you somehow become a giant, you must possess your own secret trump card. Enough talk. Wait, how did you reach this depth? The only entrance is back at the first station. A warp gate. That sinister laugh made Chang regret the party-established notification that just popped onto his screen. System, Gate 33 cleared. System, Gate 34 successfully conquered. Rewards are being calculated. Passive, bare-handed master reinforced. You have reached Gate 36, the pulsating, dark heart of the Ragaran system. The three-headed guardian hissed. One familiar face, and one fresh soul. I smell a unique, pungent scent on you. The brat the others whispered about. Now let me calculate your tragic ends. Fate prediction. Skill activate. Chang recalled the warning. Never let the 36th guardian lock eyes with you or see your fate twice. He instantly unleashed a devastating mana wave. The guardian recoiled in shock. How strange. This should be impossible. Your cycle of life is fractured. Birth, sickness, and death. Yet one phase is missing. Your old age. I see no twilight in your destiny. Just how many times has your soul endured the cold embrace? The 𝗥𝗚𝗥𝗘𝗏 authority trembled. Chang wondered what other deaths this entity sensed deep within his fractured soul. Sinara's three visages represent time itself. The left sees the past, the center present, and the right future. Every mortal accumulates heavy karma, a weight carried through the endless, spinning wheels of their own reincarnation. Breaking that cycle is the only path to transcendence, to achieving true immortality or claiming a divine throne. Is she seeing my past lives? Or did she glimpse the truth of my current, distorted system existence? Did she witness me discarding my life during the twilight of the gods? No, it's something even deeper. What is it? Simon Magus roared, charging forward. Focus on me, beast. I'm your only opponent today. I'll repay every ounce of humiliation. That right head dies first. I'm cutting off your vision of the future. The Saint Mage of Samaria deployed a massive magic domain. Sinara simply clicked her tongue in sheer disdain. A pathetic struggle. Your failure was written in the stars. Suddenly, a pillar of primordial fire erupted nearby. Simon gasped. I suspected it before. But you've actually achieved a perfect, legendary fire giant's body. System, second, void scripture applied. Skill, first hellfire has been completely evolved into true primordial hellfire. Chang's form surged upward, wreathed in roaring flames. He stood now as a towering, legendary fire giant king. Notification, title Ancient Spirit Demon Body has evolved into the legendary Ancient Spirit Great Body. Chang let out a low, predatory grin. Hell yeah, now let's see who truly controls fate.